Blackheart's black smoke writhed with rage at Bert's defiance. You violated the contract, he bellowed. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Oh no, I'm terrified, Bert replied, feigning panic. Please don't activate the contract. Even as he mocked, Bert channeled more power into his blood magic, compressing Blackheart's form tighter and tighter until he was squeezed into a writhing orb of blood no larger than a basketball. Go to hell, Blackheart roared, activating the infernal contract. For a moment, Bert's body shimmered, growing translucent. But then, in a blink, he snapped back to solid form. Blackheart gasped, stunned. That's impossible. You should be dead. Bert grinned coldly. Sorry. This blood god doesn't do death. With a surge of will, he crushed Blackheart further, sealing him in a dense sphere of blood. From inside, Blackheart's muffled screams echoed, Vampire! You'll die for this. Frank, call Coulson, Bert barked. Time to load up. Let's get to work. On it, Frank replied, dialing Coulson before stepping out of his armored suit. He approached Bert with concern. You okay? That contract should have, you know. I'm fine, Bert replied with a reassuring smile. Looks like I beat the odds. In truth, he hadn't. The contract had worked, he had died, briefly. One of his precious lives was gone. A steep price. Mephisto, you bastard, Bert thought. If I hadn't stolen the contract early, you'd have gotten exactly what you wanted. Soon, Coulson arrived with the truck. Frank opened the rear, revealing Ivan's oversized containment machine. Good thing Ivan builds everything massive, Frank said. Russian engineering at its finest, Bert quipped as they loaded the blood sphere. The machine groaned, then encased the blood orb in a shell of vibranium. Blackheart cursed furiously from within. You'll regret this, vampire. Frank blinked. How is he still talking? That thing's sealed. Telepathy, Bert said. He'll wear himself out soon. Frank asked, that vibranium shell, will it really hold him? Long enough, Bert said. Then to wallow, wake Damon. We're heading to the cemetery. As they prepared to leave, Coulson approached, brow furrowed. What the hell just happened? I'll explain on the way, Bert said. Let's just say Mephisto almost got me. What? Coulson looked alarmed. He showed up? Yeah, Bert said, eyes dark. He's more cunning than ever. Wallow roused Damon, who clutched his head. Being controlled by that bastard, it felt like my soul was drowning. We've got Blackheart. We'll get your soul back, Bert promised. Frank, suit up. Coulson, Damon, Gressel, get in my car. Abigail, Wallow, hold down the fort. You don't want me to stay behind? Damon asked. If I go, I might drag you down. If you stay, Mephisto might find you again, Bert said. I'd rather keep you close. Damon nodded, and they departed. Bert's silver sports car lifted into the air, engines roaring. Coulson blinked. Your car flies? $500 million well spent, right? I need one, Coulson thought, eyeing the ride jealously. As the car soared, Gressel gave a quick debrief. Coulson paled. Mephisto really appeared? And set a trap? He muttered. Damon clenched his fists. This is my fault. Slade died because of me. No, Bert said. Slade's fate was bound to Mephisto's long ago. But when they reached the cemetery, their worst fears were realized. Slade's corpse hung from his shovel like a grim trophy. Slade! Damon shouted, anguish in his voice. Mephisto stood nearby, leaning on a cane. I must admit, vampire, you surprised me. You took the contract early. Survived my trap. I'd never dare cross a Lord of Hell, Bert said mockingly, snapping a photo of Mephisto. Just grabbing some social media content. Mephisto, filthiest, most shameless demon in hell. Catchy, right? You think words will change anything? Mephisto sneered. Change? No, Bert said. But they sting, don't they? Mephisto's eyes narrowed. Give me the contract, or I take Damon's soul. Instead, Bert summoned the blood orb, holding it high. Here's your dear son, Blackheart. Trade him for Damon's and Slade's soul contracts. Do you think I care about this failure? Mephisto scoffed. Inside the orb, Blackheart shouted, Father. You do care, Bert said. Otherwise, why create him? He has some use or he wouldn't exist. If you don't accept, I'll tour him across the globe. Maybe let him write a memoir, My Demon Dad, Mephisto the Moron. Mephisto's expression twisted in fury. Blackheart screamed curses, but Bert cut him off. When adults are talking, kids stay quiet. Fine, Mephisto snapped. Damon's soul for Blackheart. But not Slade's, not unless you give me the San Venganza contract. Not happening, Bert replied. 1 for 1. Mephisto grudgingly pulled out a scroll. Damon sensed it. That's my soul contract. Let's trade, Bert said, approaching with the orb. Both extended their hands, Mephisto with the scroll, Bert with the orb. Suddenly, a fiery angel erupted from the contract and dove into Bert. Sinner, I will judge you, it roared. Hellfire surged through Bert's body, but he didn't panic. His chain, Vlad's blood chain, wrapped the spirit instantly. A moment later, Bert's blood surged into the chain, suppressing the flames. The spirit thrashed, but Bert summoned his dragon soul. The spectral beast descended, swallowed the spirit of vengeance whole. While Mephisto reached for the orb, a blood spear hidden beneath it shot into his chest. You think I'd fall for that twice? Bert snarled. Frank launched a missile. Boom! Mephisto exploded in fire. But suddenly, Slade's corpse transformed. That was a real Mephisto. Cunning to the last. Mephisto lunged at Bert with a black energy blade, but Bert caught the strike midair. Surprise, Bert grinned, slamming the soul contract into his chest. With his free hand, he grabbed the vibranium spear and slashed. Mephisto recoiled. You broke free from the spirit of vengeance? I tamed it, Bert said. Blood arrows erupted from his body, skewering the demon. But the body dissolved into black gas. Another projection. Bert chuckled. Thanks for the blood sample. Your son helped me capture your old angel. Original blood? Mephisto spat. You fool. You birthed him without giving him a brain. Damn you, vampire. This isn't over. Mephisto screamed as his form vanished into smoke. Serves you right. Blackheart howled with laughter. Idiot father. The fight was over. Bert collapsed to a knee, panting. Everyone rushed to him. You okay? Frank asked. I've been better, Bert said. But hey, I've got a spirit of vengeance locked inside me. Damon blinked. Does that mean you're a ghost rider now? Maybe, Bert muttered. Inside, the dragon's soul continued devouring the spirit's power, bit by bit. He tossed the contract to Damon. Here, check it. Damon opened it and beamed. It's real, but how do I end it? No idea. Figure it out later, Bert replied, nodding toward the nearby ruins. Come on. Let's see if Slade's still hanging on. Carter Slade wasn't dead, but he certainly looked the part, bound to a cross with a shattered angel statue at his feet. When Bert and the others entered, Slade managed a dry chuckle. Looks like you won. That's a relief. Bert raised an eyebrow. You? Afraid of dying, old cowboy? I wasn't until I got rich, Slade grinned. Now I'm terrified I won't get the chance to spend it all. Damon rushed forward and helped him down. It's a miracle Mephisto didn't finish you off. He didn't want death, Slade muttered, leaning on Damon's shoulder. He wanted me broken. He tried to make me give up my faith. I refused, so he tortured me. Bert studied him. Strange. No wounds. Why are you so weak? Because he stole my spirit of vengeance, Slade answered, turning to Bert. And I can feel where it is now inside you. You're his former host? Bert scowled. Damn thing nearly roasted me alive. Then good riddance, Slade laughed. I've wanted it gone for centuries. Keep it. Just be sure to punch it for me now and then. Damon looked hopeful. Bert, can you take mine too? Bert shrugged. Only if you can convince Mephisto to cough it up first. Forget it. That guy plays dirty, Damon muttered, remembering how close he'd come to losing everything. Halson stepped in. Mr. Wank, now that it's over, what are you planning to do with Blackheart and the San Venganza contract? I'm not keeping them as souvenirs, Bert replied dryly. He turned to Damon. Do what we discussed. Take both to the Ancient One. Damon hesitated, then nodded. Yeah, Hermitage is probably the only place he truly fears. Blackheart, trapped within the vibranium blood sphere, suddenly shouted, No, not her. Anyone but her. No one paid him any mind. Even the demons nearby winced with sympathy. Halson leaned in, eager. So you know where she is? I do, Bert said, clapping Halson on the shoulder. And no, I'm not telling you. Halson frowned. Why does he say that like it's a gift? Well, Bert said, stretching, we've earned a break. I hear Texas girls don't disappoint. Best in America, Slade declared, eyes gleaming, passionate and wild. Bert shot him a sideways glance. He knew Slade's time was limited now. Without the spirit of vengeance, the old cowboy had maybe months left to live. But Slade didn't seem to mind, he just looked worried about spending his $10 million in time. Later, in a Houston mansion, Bert handed Damon the vibranium blood sphere and the San Venganza contract. My private jet's ready, he said. Take these to New York. Be respectful, Ancient One doesn't tolerate nonsense. Damon nodded. By the way, if Mindy pushes back about school, don't force her. She's not exactly ordinary. I know. 1-year trial. That's the deal. As Damon departed, Bert summoned the 3 demons. He held up a strange black feather. You guys know what this is? The 3 exchanged nervous glances. Earth Demon stepped forward. Looks like a fallen angel's feather. A fallen angel? Bert muttered. Fantastic. Another player enters the game. He turned to them. From now on, you 3 work for me. I'll get you legal identities. Their eyes lit up. Yes, boss, they said in unison. Now then, what do you want to do? Water Demon answered first. I'd like a stable place, somewhere with water. Guard Oscorp's aquatic lab. 50 grand a month. Deal? Deal. Water Demon nearly wept with joy. Bert turned to Earth Demon. I hate fighting, he admitted. Didn't you say something about construction? Perfect. You'll oversee builds. Base pays 30 grand. Bonuses for speed. Thank you, boss. Lastly, Bert looked to Wine Demon. And you? I want to be a superhero. The room fell silent. You what? Earth Demon blinked. You're nuts, Water Demon added. But Bert raised a hand. Who says demons can't be heroes? I support it. But if you betray that role, I'll personally end you. Understood? Yes, boss. Wind Demon saluted. I won't let you down. Then report to Watchman HQ in New York. They could use help. As Wind Demon left, his comrades exchanged stunned looks, since when do demons dream of heroism? Afterward, Bert reviewed his gains. Damon's soul saved, Mephisto outwitted, and 3 demons recruited. But the true rewards. Blackheart's origin, blood, and the spirit of vengeance. Inside him, the dragon's soul was steadily devouring the hellfire spirit. The flames raged, but they couldn't break the blood chain that bound it, crafted from Blackheart's essence. Draining it is slow, Bert thought. But if I embed a true dragon's skull into the soul structure, the process might speed up. It would take about 3 months, which was fine. I'll hang around Texas for a while, he grinned. Can't of all the pretty girls in New York, can we? Meanwhile, on Bleecker Street in New York, Damon stood before the gate to 177A, gripping a letter. Before he could knock, the world shifted. Bleecker vanished, replaced by a quiet room filled with incense and books. Sit, Ghost Rider, came a calm voice. Startled, Damon turned. A bald woman in golden robes was pouring tea, her gaze sharp and infinite. You're the Ancient One? She smiled. Welcome, have some tea. Damon sat, awkward. You know who I am? Of course. You made quite the scene in my city. Why didn't you intervene? The Ancient One sipped calmly. Why should I? Young heroes were already in play. I had better things to do, like enjoying the sun. Damon blinked. Was the Sorcerer Supreme just chilling? But Bert, he said cautiously, he's a vampire. He's also a CEO worth billions. Blood God is just a job title. Damon couldn't help but laugh. Now that you put it that way. Tell me what happened, she said, gesturing. Damon explained everything. When he finished, he gently placed the blood sphere and the contract on her table. Blackheart, once so smug, was now utterly silent. Damon could swear he was trembling. Ancient One casually waved her hand. Both items vanished. You've done well, she said. But I sense you came with more than this. Damon bowed his head. Please remove the spirit of vengeance. I just want a normal life. I can't, she said gently. That is your family's destiny. Then her eyes sparkled. But I'll tell you why. The origin of the spirit of vengeance. Damon leaned forward. Over 20,000 years ago, she began. Damon almost spit out his tea. That far back? Ancient One smiled knowingly and began the tale of Zarathos, the angel of judgment and the demon he was sent to stop. 2009, outside New York City. At a high-tech facility, Dr. Bruce Banner greeted elite psychologists from across the globe. Their mission? Determine if the Hulk could be educated. President Casey Banner greeted a white-haired man. An honor. I'm not here for the Hulk, Casey replied. I came for you. You need to let go of the monster and return to academia. I'm hoping today's results will help me do that, Banner said with a hopeful smile. Nearby, Ivan fussed with a tablet, muttering. Tony Stark keeps hacking the system. Wants to livestream everything. Banner chuckled. He's bored. Then, Electro approached, clearly exhausted. Long night? Banner asked. Too many robberies, Electro muttered. Since Kingpin vanished, the gangs are out of control. Reinforced thugs are everywhere, robbing banks daily. Daily? They're fighting to see who can get the most enhanced freaks. New York's descending into chaos. Banner frowned. What has the world come to? Just then, a hologram lit up and everyone turned. Mr. Wenk, the crowd greeted. Bert smiled through the projection. Banner, I'll be watching. Show me what the Hulk can do. Banner took a deep breath. Alright, let's see if monsters can learn.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Away, the magic power consumed is simply unimaginable for them. Not one level? Alas, this kid Sorian didn't join the guild, but in the future, there will be another character who needs to take a detour. Now the little devil, it is really more worrying than the other? As a flame giant, Erza felt the most intuitively, and the huge wave that turned up in her heart at this time can only be described as horror. In terms of fire magic attainments, Yechiu should be stronger than Natsu. To say that he was an S-rank mage would probably underestimate Yechiu. At least Erza, an S-rank mage, didn't feel that her magic power was comparable to Yechiu's. If I say that I have only practiced for about a year, I have the current strength, do you believe it? Yechiu waved his hand, and the Vulcan style disappeared into the air. Except for the incomparably hot temperature, there was still a slight remnant, and there was no other trace. A year? After Erza escaped from the shadowy place of her childhood, she has been cultivating for many years. And after so many years of almost brutal training, her strength is actually not as good as Yechiu, who has just been practicing for about a year. Does this sentence deny her years of hard work? Feeling that Erza was looking at him with a strange look, Yechiu still had a calm expression. Follow me to practice for a while and you'll know. At least for now, whether you are a move or a physical aspect, in my eyes, you are not qualified. Can I start practicing now? After Erza wanted to understand, she was a little impatient. If you don't pass, you don't pass. There is always a chance to become stronger. That's enough. Let's follow Yechiu's method and try it out. Anyway, she won't suffer. The power that Yechiu's big hands brought to her had already made Erza feel in a better state than ever before. Then tell me where you live, because your treatment and cultivation need to cooperate with medicinal baths. It is easier to understand. I will prepare some medicines, and you use those medicines to bathe, and your body will have strength. The improvement will have huge benefits. Does taking a bath boost your strength? Elsa prefers to take a good dip in the hot spring to recover from fatigue after cultivating, which can relieve physical and psychological fatigue, but she does not believe that a dip can improve her strength. This is my address, I'll wait for you. Elsa quickly took out a note and wrote the address to Yechiu. Yechiu touched his nose, always feeling a little weird. Why does he seem like a wretched uncle? Forget it, let's go get the medicinal bath package first. Erza's potential is extremely strong, and she must develop hero, into the firm. Anyway, in the future, the business scope of the firm will be aimed at all other worlds, and there will be no harm in recruiting more members from other worlds. Reopening any door beside him, Yechiu returned directly to Woying World, went to Kento Dojo, and directly took a 1-month share of the medicinal bath package. Yechiu, you are the largest shareholder of our Kento medicinal bath package and the son-in-law of our Kento family, so you still have to be careful. Kento Tiger Bear has not seen Yechiu for a long time, with a look of emotion on his face. Huh? Uncle Hunang, is there any misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Since you've been on TV, especially after putting up with those reporters, everything on the internet has been your lace news. Don't think I don't know, you shameless guy is still with MT. Lady and me, the 18 forbidden teachers who are the most goddess in my heart, have an unclear relationship. When Kento Tiger Bear mentioned these topics, his eyes instantly became hazy with tears. Damn it, really envious and jealous. Ever since he knew that Yechiu, an honest-looking kid, had completely betrayed the organization, the new hair that had just grown on the top of Uncle Kento Tiger Bear's head had fallen out again. Now those classic teachers' works have already hurt Ken Fujitora's heart and can no longer be comforted. When I finally saw Yechiu, I naturally had to endure it. Yechiu rolled his eyes, but he didn't expect Ken Fujitora to say such a boring thing. Uncle Hyuksheng, if you have time, go out for a walk. Now you are one of the handsome men. You have to have confidence in yourself. There is no way to find a girlfriend when you watch those CDs in the dojo. I think so too, but you can find me some management personnel. I'm so busy every day now. It's necessary to distinguish whether hero, is ordering or those who have a plan. Do you know? You know, in the past few months, I have been attacked by dozens of forces, big and small. I really never thought that selling something would be such a dangerous job. It's more than tears. Kento 880 Tiger Bear has indeed become much stronger when he uses the medicated bath package for free every day, but he is also suffering from tireless harassment. Yechiu was silent for a moment. This is indeed a matter. Well, I understand. So, Uncle Tiger Bear, you go to the Fubuki office and say that I said it. Let them be responsible for the Kento for you. Dojos take turns to guard. Anyway, there should be many opportunities to fight. With the temperament of those girls, they will gladly agree to this kind of work. He hadn't taught him anything yet, and he had already defeated them with several Nomu joining forces. The rest of the members, except Hell Fubuki, all had the abilities he taught. Time, it will be more flexible. The hero, office has all of them. It's really enviable. Kento Tiger Bear had another expression of admiration, jealousy, and hatred. Thinking about it back then, no, it should be said that around a year ago, Yechiu was still cultivating with him in the dojo. In such a short period of time, there was such a huge gap in life between the two of them. Heartache? Kento Tiger Bear decided to immediately go to Fubuki office to find his niece, and he no longer wanted to manage it. With so much money, as a qualified handsome man, he will definitely find a girlfriend. Well, it will definitely not fail. Yechiu thought about it with the note in his hand, and finally set the location directly on the address written on the note. Only, when Yechiu passed through any door, he instantly felt that he was surrounded by a strong water vapor, and the surrounding was also a hot and humid environment. Wait, wouldn't it be here? In Yechiu's heart, he instantly had a bad premonition. Any door of the pit can reach the known world and any known location, but even if you walk out of any door, you will never know what kind of situation is waiting for you behind the door. So, wow, an abrupt sound of water coming out directly interrupted Yechiu's thinking. Eyesight is somewhat good, that is, what should be seen and what should not be seen, it seems that all at once can be seen. Originally, the atmosphere was in Yechiu's heart, and it should have been a bit of a chair. However, when he took a closer look now and saw the crisscrossing scars on Erza's body, he still felt a touch of distress. Have you seen enough? Erza's calmness obviously exceeded Yechiu's imagination. I said it was a misunderstanding, would you believe it? Yechiu said helplessly. When he spoke, Erza, who was in the mist, blushed and quickly wrapped her body tightly with a bath towel. Don't turn around yet. Elsa snorted. Yechiu took out a jar of the packaged medicinal bath package, walked directly to the bathtub with clear water, poured all the medicinal bath package into it, and used his Juyang infuriating energy to drain the bathtub. The water in it is reheated, so that the medicated bath package can be integrated into the water flow faster. After the water is at room temperature, you can soak for a while longer. This medicinal bath is good for your body. Besides, if there is anything wrong, please call me, and I will wait outside. After all this was done, Yechiu left Erza's bathroom on his own. Thinking about it, it's really not the time. After the battle just now, plus her own treatment, Erza, who was sweating, must have come back to freshen up first. I didn't expect this guy from the arbitrary door to actually let himself come to AI in the bathroom of Luce's house. When will this kind of benefit be added to any door? No, it's a wretched choice. Not his pot? All our pots of any door? Yes, this accident is all the responsibility of the arbitrary door, and has nothing to do with him Yechiu. About an hour later, Erza hesitantly walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. There was still fog just now, so she wouldn't be so shy, but now that there is no fog, and there is no way to free up her hands to cast a dressing up magic, she is really not used to facing Yechiu wrapped in a bath towel. Especially Yechiu's eyes, she didn't know how to avoid taboos at all, but they didn't lack the wretched eyes of those uncles, which really made her very embarrassed. How is it? The effect of my medicinal bath is very good, right? Yechiu asked in a good mood. Not bad. I feel my body is relaxed like never before, and I have never felt that my body is in such a better state. Elsa clenched her fists. She felt that if she cultivated in this state, she would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. It's in great condition. Such a medicinal bath package, as long as you need it, I can supply it every day, but I do have a little request, that is, you can join our office to do things when you have more free time in the future. Sure enough, you still have a plan. Erza wiped her wet hair. What is an office? It is an existence similar to the Magic Guild, and its main business is to help others to do tasks for a fee. Of course, the tasks we do are normal tasks, but we will encounter some challenges from evil forces that are not weak. Yechiu stopped the language and explained. If it is not an organization that does evil, then there is no problem. I don't have any problems, but all things must be done after I have done what I want to do. Erza's movements suddenly stopped. The Tower of Paradise? Counting the time, it shouldn't be too far away. I don't have any problems. Time is the most important thing for me. So, are you ready to practice? By the way, when you practice, don't wear your heavy armor, it's not suitable for practice. Yechiu reminded. Okay, I'll change clothes and wait for me for a while. Erza said cheerfully. After all, she learned about dressing up magic, and Erza changed her clothes very quickly. She didn't make Yechiu wait any longer, so she changed into a sleeveless tight top. Sit cross-legged and learn my posture. Next, I'm going to teach you a cultivation method, which is called inner strength cultivation. The so-called inner strength cultivation is to strengthen the life energy of human beings by cultivating their inner breath. Your previous cultivation methods other than magic can be said to be using your own life potential to strengthen your external physical explosive power. Therefore, it caused huge damage to the body. Yechiu first made a standard posture of 5 hearts facing the sky. Erza felt that this posture was a bit strange, but she still followed Yechiu's request and honestly began to focus on the sky. If that's the case, isn't magic our inner strength? Is there any difference between inner strength cultivation and magic ascension? Erza asked curiously. Yes, let me give you an example. The life expectancy of an ordinary person is about 60 to 80 years old. Those who live longer can live to be 100 years old. But thinking of you, the life expectancy is not as good as that of ordinary people. It's because you have too many internal injuries. It's just that if a person who cultivates internal skills also possesses incomparably powerful combat power, his lifespan will be at least 100 years old. Taking the lifespan as an example, in Yechiu's opinion, it is the best way to explain the difference between internal power practitioners and physical practitioners. As for combat power, you must have seen that the internal power cultivated from the internal power lock screen has extremely powerful penetrating power. Even if you are wearing armor, my internal power can still hurt your internal organs. Sure enough, Erza's interest softened after hearing that the incomparably scorching injury she felt inside was caused by her internal strength. If she also has internal strength, when attacking, with the internal strength that Yichu said, the combat power will definitely increase by more than 1 grade. I want to practice inner strength. Erza's eyes became extremely bright, looking at Yichu with anticipation. Originally, according to Yichu's idea, Erza was directly asked to practice Tianchuang Fist and Fengshen Legs. In this way, her combat power could be greatly improved in a short period of time. But what Yichu thought was that, after the power of the Tianchuang Fist was spinning in Erza's body, she was strongly rejected by her body. Completely unsuited to the power of Tianchuang Fist, because of Sun Yan's incomparable energy, Elsa's meridians were almost injured. For Fengshen Legs, the situation is not bad. The wind god legs with neutral aerodynamics are suitable for Erza to practice, but the simple movement technique cannot satisfy Erza's desire to become stronger. Yichu didn't intend to teach the body exercises, but Elsa's body was completely inadequate to withstand the polishing of the King Kong indestructible technique, as well as the dragon elephant Boruo Gong. Let's do Juyang divine art? Generally speaking, Juyang Shengong is not very suitable for women to practice. Yichu found out that Erza seemed to be burnt by her own wood-burning knife technique, but she was more receptive to fire. If this is the case, then slow down. The 9 Yang divine art has reached the Dachan realm, and it is also a peerless divine art level of 880. In addition to Fengshen Legs, the main internal practice I want to teach you is called Juyang Shengong. This practice has a total of 9 levels, and even I have only cultivated to the 6th level now. Just cultivating to the 6th realm, is there such a strong strength? If you cultivate to the 9th level, wouldn't you have the strength of the 10th level? Elsa has already started to think about whether she will be able to successfully cultivate to the 9th level within a year. No way, who asked Yichu to say it before, he also practiced for a year. The key is that in this year, his 9 Yang divine art has already broken through to the 6th level. How could Erza not understand the 9-level consummation of the 9 Sun divine art? The sense of qi is mysterious and mysterious. Without Yichu's help, Erza would not be able to feel a completely different cultivation method from the fairy tale world for a month or even a year. Magic? When the first ray of internal force appeared in the body, and then let the internal force as thick as a hair run along the bloodline that Yichu said, Erza felt a very comfortable signal coming from her body. Cultivating inner strength really can make the body feel incomparably relaxed, and even those hidden problems gradually improve under the operation of inner strength. Why didn't I reach the first weight? As soon as Erza cultivated, it took a whole afternoon. When she opened her eyes again, she looked at Yichu in disappointment. Yichu took advantage of Erza's cultivation time to prepare a whole table of meals. Do you think that you can easily complete the first major consummation by practicing Juyang divine art in one day? Didn't I tell you that others can only achieve the state of Juyang great consummation after cultivating for 100 years? I think your qualifications are pretty good. It is estimated that within a month or 2, you will be able to cultivate to the realm of the first great consummation. It takes a month. Erza was a little disappointed, and in her opinion, this time was still a bit long. Yichu seemed to push the rice in front of Erza. What are you thinking? Even if you practice the 9 Suns magical art, your strength will become stronger. Whether it's the ability to keep fighting, the speed of your shots, or even the ability to fight, eyesight will improve a lot. If you feel that the introduction of internal skills is useless, practice for a few days, and then compare with Natsu and the others, you will know the benefits that internal skills bring to you. In fact, internal strength might also increase the speed of mana recovery, but for Yichu, after all, this kind of thing has not been studied, so he is not good at making judgments. In view of Erza's frequent tasks, destroying the ecological environment around the mission, Erza has a large part of the quest rewards, which were directly detained by President Makarov, so the Erza family is not too big. In order to facilitate Erza's cultivation, Yichu could only live in the living room of Erza's house because of grievance. The sleep time was replaced by Yichu meditating. Erza originally wanted to try the method, but in the end, after insisting on it for 2 hours, due to her lack of internal strength, Erza was directly caught in the disturbance of sleepiness, and was carried back to the bed by Yichu. Early the next morning, when Erza woke up, another table of breakfast was waiting for her. However, due to the cultivation of inner strength, when the morning sun was rising, it was the best time to cultivate, so Yichu woke Erza up early. Erza, who has been practicing self-cultivation all the year round, does not have the habit of staying in bed. Facing the rising sun of Dongshen's cultivation, it is true that the growth rate of internal power is much faster. The medicinal power accumulated in the body of the medicinal bath package is also slowly accelerating the speed of internal power. After eating breakfast, Erza put on the fast ad again, and walked towards the guild with Yichu. Because of yesterday's battle, everyone was very curious about Yichu. When seeing Yichu and Erza appear together, the middle-aged uncles in the guild all showed expressions of grief. Although the Goblin Queen doesn't abuse their uncles, but watching the Goblin Queen get taken down by that stinky brat who doesn't know where she came from, it really makes people feel sad in their hearts. Huh? Erza, your skin has become so good. What exactly did you use? Can you share it with me? Rebbe, who likes to learn, is very keen to discover the changes in Erza. Having said that, the eyes of all the girls in the guild were fixed on Erza. What? Before Erza could answer, Levi screamed in a low voice and ran away with a blushing face. Ribe, who had so much knowledge, saw Yachiu and Erza together, and instantly thought of a possibility that made her blushing. Erza's skin suddenly became so good, the main credit should be Yachiu. What happened to her? Elsa looked puzzled. Erza and me duel. I can't wait to defeat you. At this time, Natsu jumped out in a very unpleasant manner. Are you sure you want to duel? Erza took a deep breath. Yachiu said that after 10 days of training, to test her own strength and so on, for Erza, it is a little too long, and now she feels that she has become a lot stronger. Don't be so impulsive, now your body is not suitable for fighting. Yachiu said helplessly. Just started to recuperate, and even the inner strength is only a beginner, and I think about using inner strength to bully others, this idea is still a bit excessive. On the contrary, other people in Fairy Tale, after hearing Yachiu's words, were more certain of Lei Bai's previous state. It must be so. This abominable stinky brat, in the future, someone must be able to press this brat to the ground and rub it fiercely, so that the depression in their hearts can be swept away. I'm not that weak, and I feel that I can cultivate my body at any time. It's not a matter of a day or two anyway. Do you want to leave now? Erza stared straight at Yachiu. How could this tone sound like a girl in love? Feeling that the air seems to be filled with the sour smell of love, the single comrades of Fairy Tale, their hearts instantly began to be extremely heavy. I don't want to leave, just because you are so strong. I have a little idea, and it is a very whimsical idea. If this idea is realized, I think whether it is my strength or your strength, it will be in a huge improvement in a short period of time. Is it so exaggerated? Strength is something that is cultivated step by step. Could it be that this guy Yachiu took out a book from somewhere, let Erza look at it for a while, and then directly put Natsu beat? In fact, for everyone, even if Erza's body is a little weaker now, defeating Natsu should be expected. It's not necessary. Could it be that this guy feels comfortable if he has to do something unexpected? For Yachiu's decision, everyone in Fairy Tale, who was waiting for the show, was not very satisfied. If Erza's fighting style is no different from yesterday, then they must add Yachiu to the unpopular blacklist of Fairy Tale, and it must be ranked first. What? Can't we start now? The other protagonist, Natsu, looked at Yachiu with some dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, I have some ideas that must be practiced. I think Natsu, your strength is not bad, you should want to fight with a stronger Erza. Yachiu found Natsu's point all at once. To fight with Erza, it must be to fight with Erza who is in the best condition, otherwise, what is the meaning of fighting for him? Okay, I'll wait a moment, you try to hurry up. Natsu, who was very talkative, scratched his head, and sat next to Lucy with hubby. Myra miss, can you prepare a room for me? Yachiu asked politely. Come with me. Myra gave Yachiu a white look, and then motioned him to follow her to the spare rest room in the guild. Can I stay? After entering the room, Myra was even more curious about what Yachiu wanted to do. After all, Yachiu took out a book and displayed a set of amazing knife skills before, which still made Mila very interested. Now, if you actually have to avoid other people, there will definitely be something more interesting than reading a book to improve your strength. As Yachiu's idol, Mila felt that this small request should not be considered excessive. Well, definitely not too much. She was just satisfying her own curiosity. No problem, you can stay here. Just if I ask you not to make a sound later, please. Yachiu said this very politely, but for some reason, Mila just felt very uncomfortable, as if she was more alienating from Yachiu than Erza. Obviously Yachiu is begging for her, how could Erza, who didn't help him in any way, get so many benefits instead? Is it really what the old men thought? No, with Mila's intuition, it can be easily seen that there is nothing unimaginable between Yachiu and Erza. Mila pouted and sat silently in the corner of the room, but she had to take a good look at what Yachiu was going to do with Erza. Erza is also very curious. Yachiu's method is completely different from the method she used to know. What kind of method will this time, so that her strength can be rapidly improved? Another book? Ask for flowers. When Yachiu pulled out one of her hair and turned into a book, Erza felt a little helpless. It was impossible for her to read a book and become stronger. Just talking about Juyang divine art, if it wasn't for Yachiu's inner strength to help her walk around in her body, with her own comprehension, she would not understand 2 words about Juyang divine art. Still can't understand it at all. The cultivation methods and thoughts described in Juyang Shengong are completely different from magic. Elsa is a genius who cultivates magic, but it is completely reasonable that she cannot use her talent to cultivate internal strength. Yachiu, why don't I just fight Natsu like this? Erza backed off a little. Yachiu seemed to see Erza's thoughts, and said with some amusing, what are you thinking? This is not for you to see, it is for me to see. The exercises to be practiced. The exercises? Isn't it magic? Myra seems to be aware of something. It turns out that the moves Yachiu cultivated did not evolve from magic, but from those books called Gongfa, the first floor of the magic of wedding dress. Wedding dress magic true chi belongs to Zhigang Xiang Kung Fu. After you practice it, the true chi will become as fierce as a flame. Suffering, that kind of pain is really unbearable for human beings, so he can only transfer his true energy to others. But if you practice this wedding dress magic, it will take at least 20 years of hard work. Elsa is a practitioner of the 9 Yang divine art. Although she is only a beginner, her physique is still more suitable for the cultivation art of the extreme sun, which made Yechu think of the marrying clothes divine art. With Yechu's current strength, it doesn't take long to cultivate into the first stage of the wedding dress magic. The running route of the wedding dress magic art and the thought of the exercises are indeed very miraculous, which made Yechu feel pleasantly surprised. Moreover, once he cultivated into the wedding dress magic, for the cultivator himself, his spirit, energy and spirit will be permanently improved. Under Myra's curious eyes, Yechu directly started to practice with his knees crossed. Small. Erza remembered what Yechu said, when cultivating internal skills, if you feel pain in the meridians, you cannot continue to practice. However, Erza, who had just started to practice the 9 suns, was probably because her aptitude was really good. After practicing for 2 hours in the morning, she still had some energy left at this time, so she started to practice with her knees crossed just like Yechu. What a weird pose. Myra saw the movements of the two and seemed to have guessed that Yechu's incomparable strength was born out of this kind of training. Only, it's been so long, so boring. Those two people actually sat there for an entire hour, and Mila, who supported her chin, almost fell asleep without being so sleepy. Is this the morning? An hour later, Yechu opened his eyes again. Ming 880 seemed to be a little more domineering, and Mila, who was paying attention to him, was shocked. In her eyes, those demons who agreed to make a magic contract with her, the domineering hidden in their eyes, were not as domineering as Yechu. But the good thing is that the domineering in Yechu's eyes just flashed away, and it was suppressed again by the Zhongjing and peaceful Juyang divine art. Good luck, the time is much shorter than I thought. A faint smile appeared on Yechu's face. Can you become stronger just by sitting like that? Shouldn't you use some other method to cultivate? Myra couldn't help but ask. Elsa, who opened her eyes again, showed a strange expression, although I also think it's very magical. Sitting can really strengthen. In fact, cultivation can become stronger, but Myra does not understand the reason. Myra was speechless for a while. She couldn't understand a single word of what these two people said, but looking at it now, she could see the picture of Erza getting stronger. Yechu, are you quick to make Erza stronger? That guy's voice from Natsu has been urging him several times outside. Myra said helplessly. Yechu smiled slightly. There's no problem, it doesn't take a quarter of an hour for Erza to become stronger. It's just that her improved strength can't fully turn into her own strength, and it still doesn't meet my expectations. Mila pouted. Elsa was already an S-rank mage, and if she wanted to become stronger at this time, she would definitely need a long period of practice. Yechu's ability to make Erza stronger in just a few words was already shocking. As for how much stronger she became, the requirements should not be so high. As for how she became stronger, what made Myra a little speechless was that Yechu actually let Erza continue to sit there. Yep, still sitting there. As for Ye himself, he sat directly behind Erza and motioned Erza to change her armor. With yesterday's practice as a foreshadowing, Erza has no hesitation. On Mila's side, it seemed even more strange. She even suspected that Yechu was not taking advantage of Erza. It's too much to look at. In Yechu's view, the things that Mila is incomprehensible are the simplest things. The infuriating energy of the first-level wedding dress magic skill that had just been cultivated was poured into Erza's body at an extremely fast speed. Run the 9 eyes technique. Yechu's voice exploded in Erza's ears. Elsa was still in shock just now. From her point of view, internal strength and magic are still somewhat similar in nature, and they both need to rely on their own efforts to cultivate. What she didn't expect was that Yechu directly poured the incomparably mellow inner strength into her body. Unlike yesterday, who used her restraint to lead her to find the sense of qi, the mellow inner strength that Yechu poured into her body this time, as long as she operates the Juyang divine art, those inner strengths will immediately become the Juyang true qi that she cultivated by herself. Originally, Erza felt that cultivating Juyang divine art was a bit slow. If it would take more than 10 years, or even decades, to cultivate Juyang divine art to the level of Yechu, then she might as well concentrate on her practice. Magic. From what it looked like now, Yechu had cultivated to such a level within a year, and there really was another way. After all, Erza was an S-rank magician. As soon as her thoughts turned around, she immediately calmed down. Following the route of the first level 9 Yang divine art, she began to patiently operate the inner strength mental method. It feels very good. Compared to the hair-like true qi, Yechu poured it into her body, and the vast ocean-like true qi made Erza feel incomparably happy. About 10 minutes later, a layer of fine sweat beads appeared on Yechu's head. This wedding dress magic is simply too domineering. The true qi cultivated by oneself has really become someone else's wedding dress. Fortunately, Yechu had the ability to burn fruit, and he almost had to pour the Juyang divine art he had cultivated into Elsa's body just now. Juyang's infuriating qi is of the same origin, but Jushen Gong Yang is not a wedding dress magic. If it is really absorbed by Elsa, Yechu will really cry. You have to practice again to come back. Using the power of burning the fruit to forcibly turn the meridians in his body into flames, Yechu was able to get rid of the domineering power of the wedding dress magic. The first step, the practice is successful. A look of surprise appeared on Erza's face. Yechu, I have successfully cultivated the first stage of the 9 Yang divine art. Juyang magic? What is that? How does it sound weird? Mila put her curious eyes on Yechu, but she could clearly say that Yechu showed a faint weakness. It seems that 3.8. Yachiu was just using his own strength to force Erza to become stronger? If this is the case, what is the purpose of giving the strength of his hard cultivation to others? Could it be that Yachiu is really interested in Erza? Thinking of the cold Elsa who wears armor all day and bullies the men in the guild, Myra is a bit of a snack. You are clearly the girl most popular with the mages, okay? The second level of practice is for you. Practice well. Yachiu directly threw the second level cultivation booklet of Juyang Divine Art he was carrying into Erza's hand. Speaking of which, it really lacks a space equipment. If there is a chance, if you can open an arbitrary door to the world of Dragon Ball, and let Bulma help to study the space equipment, you don't need to carry the door so hard, and put the book on your body. Elsa became familiar with the cultivation route of the second level of Juyang Divine Art, and she put away the booklet with great solemnity. Speaking of which, Erza's dressing up magic seems to be a space attribute. Yachiu's eyes lit up when he thought of this. If you bring Erza with you, wouldn't it mean that you have brought a humanoid storage device? Why didn't you think of it before? Juyang Divine Art is so powerful, I feel that my body has never been so good. Erza moved for a while, and the whole person seemed to be very energetic. In Myra's eyes, Elsa was not only very spiritual, but her temperament was much better, which made her faintly envious. Spirit, strength, have been greatly improved. And Erza can clearly feel that the internal force in the battle will bring her unexpected effects. Thinking of Zhang Wuji's great achievements in Juyang Divine Art back then, even if he didn't learn any moves, his strength was very good, and the learning speed of Juyang Divine Art practitioners would also be greatly improved. Yachiu was able to learn the wood-burning sword technique so quickly because he had a deeper level of Juyang 12 Divine Art practice, and his insights and understanding of moves became more thorough. As far as learning is concerned, Juyang Shengong is a bug learning plugin comparable to Xiaox Xiang Shengong. Thinking that Erza doesn't use knives, Yachiu thinks that Natsu prefers to use melee combat to solve the battle. Then get a melee move and let Erza learn it. As for Fengshen legs, Erza should still be able to comprehend it, so the rest is melee moves. The 18 dragon subduing palms are too strong and not very suitable for Erza. Now that Tianshuang Fist and Fengshen legs have been created, let's create Cloud Dispelling Palm as well. If the Fengshen legs are matched with the Cloud Discharging Palm, it is still very interesting, but the only regret is that Elsa's cramming, plus she has only completed the 9 Yang Divine Art Cultivation 1 level, it is estimated that the effect will not be so ideal. Also read this book, and learn as many tricks as you can. When Yachiu used a single hair to create Pei and Tang again, the weakness of the whole person was already visible to the naked eye. Even if Erza was slow in certain matters, she could see Yachiu's discomfort at this time. Are you okay? It's okay, it's just that to activate my own abilities, I need to consume a little blood. With my current cultivation base, I should be able to replenish this blood in the past month. Yachiu said indifferently. Having said that, Yachiu had to pay a very high price in order to obtain his current strength, and his vitality could almost be said to be excessively overdrawn. If he didn't go further on the road of internal cultivation, let alone the life expectancy of ordinary people, with Yachiu's current vitality, he probably wouldn't be able to live for 20 years. Of course, he didn't care much about this, because Yachiu firmly believed that he could continue to become stronger, and the loss of vitality would gradually be replenished in the course of cultivation. Mila was also a little worried about Yachiu's body, but she was more concerned about Yachiu's ability, which was actually created with hair. Is this the source of his power? The books created with Yachiu's hair seem to be very powerful. Do you want to have a good relationship with Yachiu in the future and also get a book to read? Erza needs to use the method of forcing her strength to become stronger. Maybe she can get stronger by taking a look at it herself? Myra is still very confident in her own strength and aptitude. However, after reading those books, Erza really needs to see how strong she has become. Myra still needs to look at it to know. Natsu, who will be later, is the best touchstone. Poor Natsu, who didn't know that he was inexplicable, became the touchstone of others' experimental strength. At this time, he was already eager to try, and wanted to prove to everyone that he could defeat Erza. As long as you defeat Erza in front of everyone, when you see Erza in the future, you don't have to be so timid, and even when you become an S-rank mage in the future, you will appear more confident. What? When will Erza come out? I'm so bored. Natsu was lying on the table with some salted fish. Natsu wasn't very interested in things like drinking, and could only lie on the table bored. Lucy complained, why do you have to fight Erza? Everyone is a guild. Besides, Natsu, haven't you ever won Erza? Yes, that's why I have to fight. I think I will definitely win this time. Natsu said with interest. Surely? I don't think so. Lucy felt that there was a terrifying monster like Yachiu that could make Erza helpless, and the enhanced version of Erza was definitely not something to mess with. God bless you, Natsu. As a member of the guild brought to the guild by Natsu, Lucy doesn't think that Natsu will win at this time, but she still hopes from the bottom of her heart that Natsu can survive well. Well, if she doesn't survive, how can she find Natsu to form a team to do a mission, and then easily get a little reward for the mission and pay the rent? After waiting for another 20 minutes at 880, Mila walked out from the back of the union with Yachiu Lo. Seeing Erza's appearance, her mental head seemed to have gotten better. Erza, I can't wait. Let's start fighting. Natsu's fists collided, and the flames of the Dragon Slayer magic began to move. Yachiu, can't I really use dress-up magic? I don't know why, but I really want to beat up this guy Natsu. Erza looked at Yachiu seriously. Don't worry, the 9 yang divine art you practiced is the ultimate yang art. You will have natural immunity to all fire damage. Natsu is not your opponent, and his dragon-slaying magic, if it is weakened, it will not be your opponent. Moreover, new fighting methods can always be improved in actual combat. Yechu is a little weak now, but his tone is still unusually relaxed. If she really thinks her wedding dress magic is white, without using dressing magic, Erza naturally cannot reach the level of an S-rank magician, but if she is defeated by Natsu, that is also true. Not an easy task. I know, I'll try my best. Erza also felt that her strength had reached a bottleneck before, since Yechu said so why not try it? No need for dressing magic. Natsu found it a little difficult to understand. As a sorcerer, if you don't use the magic that you are best at, how can you fight against others? Could it be that Erza is deliberately losing to herself? Elsa, I'm serious about fighting with you, you can't let the water go. Erza looked at Natsu calmly, don't worry, I won't release water, and I'll beat you up. They were still worried before that Yechu gave Erza some kind of ecstasy soup. At this time, they were a little relieved. At least for now, Erza was still the domineering fairy queen, the one they knew. Elsa, Myra, what the hell did they do in there? Kana asked with a slightly drunken expression. Mila shook her head, sit, and then read. Anyway, I don't really understand what Yechu did. But it seems that Yechu has become weaker, while Erza has indeed become stronger. What? Yechu got weaker, Erza got stronger? Could it be the magic of lending your own strength to others in a short period of time? It sounds miraculous, but it's not so fantastic. Let's see if the strength Erza borrowed from Yechu can suppress the little monster Natsu. Everyone has watched Natsu grow up. How do you know that this little monster's talent is very powerful? Maybe it was suppressed by Erza before, but one day in the future, Natsu will definitely not be a wizard weaker than Erza, might even be stronger. The battle between Erza and Natsu didn't need Makarov to start out, and it didn't need to go outside the town. After all, I didn't know how many times this kind of battle had been experienced before. Well, everyone still likes to see Natsu being abused. Let's start. This time, Yechu and Mila were in charge of the battle. With the real combat power of the two, once something happened, only the two of them could stop it immediately. Of course, with Yechu around, Mila doesn't feel that someone who hasn't shot for many years still needs to make a shot. Erza really listened to Yechu's words, and did not hold the knight's sword that she used very easily in her hand. Natsu is empty-handed, and Erza is also empty-handed? Go ahead. Erza motioned to Natsu to take the lead. The iron fist of the fire dragon? Natsu, who has long been used to it, is naturally not polite at all, and if he is polite with Erza, he will be the one who will suffer in the end. With a roaring flaming iron fist, it instantly attacked Erza. Catch the shadows? Erza didn't have much confidence to perform the move of the cloud-dispelling palm, but Yechu had already helped her through the move in the morning. With Ersha's comprehension, she performed it smoothly. Same as Yechu before? Naturally, Natsu and the others have seen the power of Fengshen's legs. Erza, who was supposed to meet Natsu head-on, actually used her faster speed than Natsu to avoid this attack. So fast? In the eyes of others, Erza's steps were obviously very light, and she couldn't see any explosive power, but her speed was faster than any of them. According to the cognition of everyone in Fairy Tail, speed and strength are matched. Only the incomparably powerful strength can support the extremely fast speed. If the strength of the body is insufficient, it is impossible to explode the speed. Shattered cognition? Erza's previous inherent impression was that she was wearing incomparably hard armor, and she would do it if she didn't accept it. Violent woman? A proper spokesperson for violence? It is said that Myra was also a very violent female setting before, but after the incident with her own sister, her whole personality changed suddenly. Could it be that? Is it because of the little BD Yechu that Erza has gone through the process of changing from a girl to a woman, and her personality has changed drastically, and her fighting style has become even more elusive? It's just this speed, what's going on? Strength is indeed the basis of speed, and how could Erza not use her strength when she casts the Fengshen leg? It's just that the power Erza uses is not the purest physical power, but also internal power. One of the fighting methods that people who practice inner strength pay attention to is the use of skill, and Erza is getting familiar with the method of using inner strength to fight. Kind of addicting? This kind of footwork that can easily dodge other people's moves and magic is simply a bug. Erza felt that if she could cultivate Fengshen's legs to the level of Yechu, that kind of realm where Eli Goer's whirlwind wall was forcibly kicked away, even if she didn't practice Juyang Shengong, she could still compete with any S-class mage battle. If you take into account her own strength, Erza has the confidence to fight against a holy 10-level existence like Makarov? Missing a hit, Natsu was not discouraged at all. The iron fist of the fire dragon? This time, Natsu increased the output of magic power, directly using the reaction force of the combustion to charge towards Erza at a faster speed. Shouldn't be able to escape this time. Natsu's confidence is high, and Erza's speed is even faster. Still catching the wind. The speed did not become faster, but he still managed to dodge Natsu's attack. Natsu's iron fist, the chance was to wipe Erza's hair past, and even Erza could smell a trace of her hair being burnt. But she still avoided it, which made Erza even more excited. Yechu was right, even if she didn't apply dressing magic, she was enough to be Natsu's opponent now. Now that you are familiar with the basic footwork of Fengshen's legs, it is time to start attacking. The strength of Fengshen's legs is not only the dodging of this footwork, but also in terms of attacking. Fengshen's legs are not weak at all. Aeolus legs, Tempest. Relying on her own, Qian's, who had successfully practiced the first level 9 Sun's divine art, Erza launched a violent attack on Natsu. God, the attack speed of this leg, it is beyond the limits of human beings. Anyway, if you use magic, it is impossible to have this effect. It is definitely a pure physical attack effect. Erza's previous physical skills were indeed among the fairy tale, and could be said to be the strongest existence. However, the strongest is the strongest, but everyone knows that Erza's strength has not reached the level they saw at this time. Yet Yu is really amazing, soft. In such a short period of time, one can become stronger. If you have a good relationship with him, can you become stronger yourself? I don't need to be as strong as Erza now. It's almost enough to reach Natsu's current level. If all fairy tales are wizards of Natsu's level, what will be the face of the Magic Council in the future? Just thinking about it makes my heart feel so hot. The eyes of everyone in fairy tale looking at Yechu are no longer the faint hostility at the beginning. Yechu in their eyes now is a super plug-in who has become stronger. Awesome? Can you have this kind of footwork and speed just by sitting there? Myra sighed. Yechu shook his head slightly. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Sitting there is because you need to cultivate, and the power of cultivation is like your magic power. What we cultivate is called internal power. Without internal power as a support, even if it is no matter how powerful Erza's moves are, she can't be Natsu's opponent. On the contrary, the stronger her internal strength, the stronger Erza will become, which is not fundamentally different from cultivating magic. Inner strength? Sure enough, it is a power that is different from magic. This power called internal force seems to be more focused on melee attacks. Myra was also a genius-level figure after all, and it soon became apparent that Erza's attack was almost completely irrelevant to magic. It was like the wood-burning sword technique that Yechu used during the battle yesterday. Of course, yesterday, there were people in 880 who thought that if it was purely a move, whether it was Natsu or Grey, I'm afraid they could pose a threat to Yechu. But Erza's fighting style today seems to be telling everyone one thing, that is, as long as Yechu is willing, even Natsu's type of magic will not be able to cause any damage to Yechu. That level of dodging is simply terrifying, and once Erza was allowed to use her speed to get close, it was the most terrifying thing for a magician. Natsu was caught in this predicament. Erza's leg technique wasn't as fast as Yechu's knife attack yesterday, but it wasn't the speed of Natsu's reaction, so he could completely defend against it. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. In the sight of everyone, Natsu was actually retreating continuously. In these years of competition with Grey, the strength of Natsu's melee combat is obvious to all. Erza, who doesn't hold a sword, and Erza, who doesn't use dress-up magic, are not necessarily Natsu's opponents in terms of physical fitness. But now, they actually saw the trend of crushing. Even though Natsu's hands were still on fire, Erza didn't seem to be afraid of the temperature of those flames at all. Zhu true chi helped Erza to resist a part of the damage of the flame, and the Fengshen's legs also resisted part of it. Although it is said that the wind borrows the fire, if the wind is strong enough, it can blow away the flame, or even extinguish it directly. For now, Natsu didn't burst out with all his strength, and even a small burst of flames was completely unable to cause any damage to Erza's feet. Boom! In the end, Natsu couldn't withstand the first 5 moves of Erza Fengshen's legs, and kept changing the method of kicks and punches, and was kicked out without being able to fight back. Amazing? This kind of fighting method full of skills can really make people improve a lot of strength in a short period of time. As long as you don't encounter a wide range of magic, after using the speed to get close, it will inevitably lead to an absolute advantage in the situation. Erza also didn't expect that she hadn't even used the half-baked cloud dispelling palm, and Natsu had already been attacked by herself. Natsu obviously did not expect that Erza would actually use this fighting method, making him seem powerless to fight back. No, can't go on like this. In the end, Natsu still wants to win the battle with Erza. He has been waiting for this day for many years, and now his strength has become much stronger. If he fails so aggrievedly, he is really very unwilling. Dragon's Wing Strike? Since melee combat doesn't work, then use a relatively long-range attack to consume Erza's stamina. If nothing else, Natsu felt that he was definitely stronger than Erza in terms of physical strength. After all, Erza's battle is almost completely melee combat, and his words are mainly based on dragon-slaying magic. Natsu jumped high, and the flames wrapped around his hands really seemed to be the wings of a pair of western dragons, and swept towards Erza on the ground. The flame of the Dragon Slayer magic is indeed slightly more powerful than the ordinary flame that burns the fruit. I don't know when my strength can be exchanged for burning art, and then I can exchange the strange fire. Otherwise, ordinary flames will simply reduce the upper limit of burning fruit a lot. As for the awakening of devil fruit, I don't know if I can comprehend it. Brilliant? Hit hard? Without any hesitation, Elsa made a resolute move and swept towards the 2 clusters of flames that were photographed. Boom! The power of the wind, after all, was much weaker, and the flames that should have been kicked away directly still caused some damage to Erza. Effective? Natsu's eyes lit up. Increase the magic attack. If Erza does not use the dressing magic, there is no way to block the full power of his dragon-slaying magic. Do you want to stop it? Myra looked at Yechu. Erza didn't know how to fight in this state yesterday, and it seemed too reluctant to completely control this kind of power in one day. If she could be allowed to use her dressing up magic, Myra felt that there was no need to stop her. Yet you said with a smile, "Don't worry, Erza can still solve this little trouble. Don't underestimate my ability and vision, Erza's potential is no less than anyone else's. Dispel the clouds, palm-heavy clouds and deep locks." Compared with Fengshen legs, Cloud Dispelling Palm has more moves, and because of attributes, the changes in battle are also slightly more. The Cloud Dispelling Palm brought by Juyang True Qi is not very skilled, but the Cloud Qi catalyzed by Juyang True Qi directly caused a hazy cloud to appear in front of Elsa. Amazing. This is the method of melee combat, and it really can create magic-like abilities? Regarding Yechu's words yesterday, everyone was still skeptical, but now they completely believed it. I didn't think that Erza's casual attack could still form a cloud. On Natsu's side, because of the occlusion of clouds, the viewing angle was instantly missing. Taking advantage of Natsu's lack of perspective at this moment, Erza directly maximized the speed of catching the wind. The third style of Cloud Dispelling Palm overturning the clouds and covering the rain. With a ghostly figure, Erza, who instantly passed through the clouds and fluttered her palms, also slapped all her attacks on Natsu, who was too late to cast the dragon-slaying magic again. You lose. Erza calmly looked at Natsu, who fell to the ground. Natsu wrapped his chest, trying to struggle to get up, saying that he has not lost yet and can continue to fight. But it's really uncomfortable. After being attacked by Erza this time, the discomfort I felt was completely different from before, and Natsu couldn't stand up with will. Internal injuries are still more serious than external injuries. Even if Erza is still in the dark, but after all, it is a move that uses internal power, and it still causes a little internal injury to Natsu. It is estimated that it will take a few days to cultivate. Tired? Natsu felt very aggrieved. Why did he lose like this? It doesn't make sense. The dragon-slaying magic hasn't been fully displayed. Okay. Clap, clap, clap. An inexplicable applause interrupted what Natsu wanted to say. Yechu, right? You are very strong. Although I don't know where you came from, you have the qualifications to fight me. Looking at Laxus, who was wearing clothes and walking out of the crowd, Yechu was speechless. Sorry, I'm not interested. Yechu shrugged. People in fairy tale world basically use magic to fight. He really has no desire to fight, and he is not a person who develops towards the remote master. Underestimate me? Laxus was a little displeased. No, it's just that I don't like to fight with mages in the first place. Erza's words are an alternative. Fighting with mages is actually very boring. The paths we have to take are different. It doesn't make much sense. Yechu answered very honestly. However, this honest answer offended almost all the mages. Hey, kid, what are you talking about? Laxus, although we see you very upset, but, FK him. Hammer him, beat him. You shouldn't have said that. Erza was a little helpless. Yechu said indifferently, it's the truth, there's nothing that should or shouldn't be said. I don't like to tell lies, especially to deceive some weaker beings. Ah, weak existence? Laxus really wants to laugh. He's an S-rank mage. Moreover, he is also the heir of Dragon Slayer magic, possessing the terrifying Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. In his opinion, apart from the old man who will not abdicate, among the demon tales, he is the strongest Uncle Laxus. Yechu is in a bad state today because of my affairs. So, Laxus, you should change the time. For another challenge, I agreed for him. Erza stood between Yechu and Laxus. Elsa, this is a matter between me and Chu. Don't forget, he is not a member of our fairy tale, so if you insist on helping him, then I will be welcome. Laxus clenched his fists and grinned with a penetrating smile. When Erza was about to say something, Yechu gently pressed Erza's shoulder and shook his head at him. I learned a little trick a while ago. Because my strength has always been stronger than others, I rarely use this trick. But today, everyone will forgive me. I don't really want to fight, so please stay here for a while. Bar. Catch the shadows? Yechu used the same footwork as Erza, but his speed completely surpassed Erza by more than one level. Laxus screamed badly. He didn't expect Yechu to be so shameless. He said he would do it? Of course he wasn't afraid of Yechu, but the melee combat ability Erza showed just now made Laxus feel a little bit of fear. The magic element on Laxus began to riot in an instant. However, Yechu was the first to strike, and he had already figured out what he was going to do. How could it be possible for Laxus to easily succeed? Sunflower acupuncture hand? Some time ago, Yechu was thinking about how to control villain S smoothly without killing villain S. Thinking of this, I thought of acupuncture. Of all the acupuncture methods, the one that satisfied Yechu the most was naturally the sunflower acupuncture hand. It is quick to cast spells, and can increase the flexibility of fingers and wrists, which is of great help for other moves. The most important thing is that the control time of the sunflower acupuncture hand is quite long. Laxus' magic element rioted, and before he could release a magic, he was locked in place. Ask for flowers. In an instant, all the riots of magical elements subsided, and Laxus still maintained a ferocious and arrogant expression. As for the others, they didn't realize what Yechu wanted to do, but under the absolute speed of chasing the wind, he was quickly locked in place, unable to move at all, looking like a scarecrow. What happened to them? Myra opened her mouth slightly. Quiet in an instant? All the people kept their very different expressions, and the postures were not repeated, but they were like sculptures, posing without feeling tired at all. Apart from her and Erza, only hubby hovered in the sky in fear, not daring to come down and speak for a long time. Point 0. Acupuncture, a little trick. It can control people's blood smoothly through acupuncture points. It can block energy and even make them immobile. Yechu explained one sentence. What are the acupoints? Mila glanced at Yechu angrily. Specifically to say something that I don't understand, does this BD deliberately want to see her give up her current gentle appearance? I almost couldn't help but get my hands on it. Myra didn't even remember how many years she hadn't wanted to pick up someone so much. This. If you are interested, you can ask Erza. Yechu said, a little afraid of trouble. It really sucks. Myra really wants to make a move? You can say so carefully to Erza, so detailed. Why when you ask a question, just ask Erza to solve it? Is it too much? Excessive? Seems a little too much. But Yechu hasn't planned to learn magic with Myra for the time being, so he didn't pay much attention to what he said. The main thing is that Erza is now a space equipment. Yechu still pays more attention to fooling Erza to follow him to other worlds. Acupuncture point? The inner strength is so amazing. You lose. Erza calmly looked at Natsu, who fell to the ground. Natsu rapped his chest, trying to struggle to get up, saying that he has not lost yet and can continue to fight. But it's really uncomfortable. After being attacked by Erza this time, the discomfort I felt was completely different from before, and Natsu couldn't stand up with will. Internal injuries are still more serious than external injuries. Even if Erza is still in the dark, but after all, it is a move that uses internal power, and it still causes a little internal injury to Natsu. It is estimated that it will take a few days to cultivate. Tired? Natsu felt very aggrieved. Why did he lose like this? It doesn't make sense. The dragon-slaying magic hasn't been fully displayed. Okay. Clap, clap, clap. An inexplicable applause interrupted what Natsu wanted to say. Yechu, right? You are very strong. Although I don't know where you came from, you have the qualifications to fight me. Looking at Laxus, who was wearing clothes and walking out of the crowd, Yechu was speechless. Sorry, I'm not interested. Yechu shrugged. People in fairy tale world basically use magic to fight. He really has no desire to fight, and he is not a person who develops towards the remote master. Underestimate me? Laxus was a little displeased. No, it's just that I don't like to fight with mages in the first place. Erza's words are an alternative. Fighting with mages is actually very boring. The paths we have to take are different. It doesn't make much sense. Yechu answered very honestly. However, this honest answer offended almost all the mages. Hey, kid, what are you talking about? Laxus, although we see you very upset, but, FK him. Hammer him, beat him. You shouldn't have said that. Erza was a little helpless. Yechu said indifferently, it's the truth, there's nothing that should or shouldn't be said. I don't like to tell lies, especially to deceive some weaker beings. Ah, weak existence? Laxus really wants to laugh. He's an S-rank mage. Moreover, he is also the heir of Dragon Slayer magic, possessing the terrifying Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. In his opinion, apart from the old man who will not abdicate, among the demon tales, he is the strongest Uncle Laxus. Yechu is in a bad state today because of my affairs. So, Laxus, you should change the time. For another challenge, I agreed for him. Erza stood between Yechu and Laxus. Elsa, this is a matter between me and Chu. Don't forget, he is not a member of our fairy tale, so if you insist on helping him, then I will be welcome. Laxus clenched his fists and grinned with a penetrating smile. When Erza was about to say something, Yechu gently pressed Erza's shoulder and shook his head at him. I learned a little trick a while ago. Because my strength has always been stronger than others, I rarely use this trick. But today, everyone will forgive me. I don't really want to fight, so please stay here for a while. Bar. Catch the shadows? Yechu used the same footwork as Erza, but his speed completely surpassed Erza by more than one level. Laxus screamed badly. He didn't expect Yechu to be so shameless. He said he would do it? Of course he wasn't afraid of Yechu, but the melee combat ability Erza showed just now made Laxus feel a little bit of fear. The magic element on Laxus began to riot in an instant. However, Yechu was the first to strike, and he had already figured out what he was going to do. How could it be possible for Laxus to easily succeed? Sunflower acupuncture hand? Some time ago, Yechu was thinking about how to control villain S smoothly without killing villain S. Thinking of this, I thought of acupuncture. Of all the acupuncture methods, the one that satisfied Yechu the most was naturally the sunflower acupuncture hand. It is quick to cast spells, and can increase the flexibility of fingers and wrists, which is of great help for other moves. The most important thing is that the control time of the sunflower acupuncture hand is quite long. Laxus' magic element rioted, and before he could release a magic, he was locked in place. Ask for flowers. In an instant, all the riots of magical elements subsided, and Laxus still maintained a ferocious and arrogant expression. As for the others, they didn't realize what Yechu wanted to do, but under the absolute speed of chasing the wind, he was quickly locked in place, unable to move at all, looking like a scarecrow. What happened to them? Myra opened her mouth slightly. Quiet in an instant? All the people kept their very different expressions, and the postures were not repeated, but they were like sculptures, posing without feeling tired at all. Apart from her and Erza, only hubby hovered in the sky in fear, not daring to come down and speak for a long time. Point 0. Acupuncture, a little trick. It can control people's blood smoothly through acupuncture points. It can block energy and even make them immobile. Yechu explained one sentence. What are the acupoints? Mila glanced at Yechu angrily. Specifically to say something that I don't understand, does this BD deliberately want to see her give up her current gentle appearance? I almost couldn't help but get my hands on it. Myra didn't even remember how many years she hadn't wanted to pick up someone so much. This. If you are interested, you can ask Erza. Yechu said, a little afraid of trouble. It really sucks. Myra really wants to make a move? You can say so carefully to Erza, so detailed. Why when you ask a question, just ask Erza to solve it? Is it too much? Excessive? Seems a little too much. But Yechu hasn't planned to learn magic with Myra for the time being, so he didn't pay much attention to what he said. The main thing is that Erza is now a space equipment. Yechu still pays more attention to fooling Erza to follow him to other worlds. Acupuncture point? The inner strength is so amazing. Erza has been practicing for a day, thinking that she already has a 90% understanding of her inner strength. Now it seems that she thinks too much, and inner strength is really more amazing than magic? This is the power that everyone can cultivate as long as they are suitable. Small. Has been practicing for a day, thinking that she already has a 90% understanding of her inner strength. Now it seems that she thinks too much, and inner strength is really more amazing than magic? This is the power that everyone can cultivate as long as they are suitable. Small. Erza fell into a strange emotion. It's really amazing? Erza, who is not very fond of learning, directly took out the 2 booklets Yechu had given them, and read them carefully. Originally, she had the idea that she could become stronger by teaching Yechu the power, but Erza wanted to become stronger quickly in a short period of time. But now she sinks her heart and goes to see Juyang Divine Art again, and she has gained a lot more experience than she imagined. Okay, let's go to the guild and talk. Anyway, these guys won't go back for a long time, I have time to explain it to you. Yechu spread his hands. When the sports festival on Woying's side is successfully held, Yechu plans to open another random door. It's strange to say that the one from 8 or 97 was added to any of his doors, but it was actually merged with the original one. It was quite miraculous. Ideas, reach any world you want to go. Of course, to go to a specific place, you still need specific geographic information. In the Fairy Tales Guild, it took half a day to explain to Mila the knowledge of internal skills and martial arts moves, and Mila directly asked for a copy of Feng Shen's legs, Yechu was considered been let go. As for internal strength training, Myra didn't think about it for the time being, she didn't really want to fight anymore. However, the speed of Feng Shen's legs is very fast, and Mila likes it very much. She feels that if she can increase the speed of her own movement when delivering meals to guests, she can save some time and do what she wants to do. I want to be stronger. When Erza returned to the guild, the group of guys who were pinned by the river, no one had recovered from the state of acupuncture, but Erza said something inexplicably. Didn't I already make you stronger? As I said, strength is not something you can have if you want. Without the accumulation of time, do you think you can master any powerful power? You only practiced for a year. Erza didn't give in at all. Yechu rolled his eyes, his quirks are so powerful, of course he only needs to practice for a year to become stronger. Elsa's current body is not strong enough to withstand the second wedding dress magic. Unless her Juyang magic practice speed can reach at least 1/5 of Yechu's cultivation speed, the wedding dress magic will be restored to the second level of skill. Yechu had no way to pass it on to Erza. Only practiced for a year? Myra, who was looking at the Aeolus leg cheats, seemed to have heard another great news, which can be said to be a big news. Okay. If you want to become stronger, you must travel with me. I will go to some more magical places and see some people and things you have never seen before. For example, I am currently going to after 3 places, the 3rd place is you. To be honest, I am confident that I can remain undefeated as a magician of the holy 10th level. But in one place, there are at least 5 or more existences, of course not necessarily yes, they can all beat me. Yechu said seriously. Teacher Bang, who is in full state, Saitama with a bald head, a cosmic man who has not yet reached the earth, a big snake of the weird association, or a tornado who wants to kill himself in an instant. The world of One Punch is still very dangerous. As for Fairy Tale, magic is very magical, and there are indeed many powerful people, but Yechu really has a way to be invincible in this world. Magic's fighting style cannot be said to be very flexible, and his burning fruit is almost unbeatable here. In terms of pure power, it is stronger than the world of our British, but in terms of real high-end combat power, it may be slightly weaker than the world of One Punch. Of course, in terms of average strength, the One Punch world is incomparable. A-level hero, ES, or something is simply too weak. Erza thought for a while, if it's not a long trip, I can go with you, as long as I can become stronger. Don't worry, it will become stronger. Yechu said with a smile. The abduction was successful. After another 3 days, the Laxus side, after going through the penalty station of the sunflower acupuncture hand, did not continue to look for Yechu's trouble, but under his gloomy expression, there seemed to be something big. Plan. As for Natsu, trouble? Finally, in order to prove his strength, this guy took the task list from Canal Island? Oh, cursed island? There is not only a sealed and powerful demon hidden in it, but also another disciple of Ulu, Leon. Yechu, can I ask you to bring those little bastards back? President Makarov found the wild area with some embarrassment. Yechu thought for a moment, then showed a slight smile. This matter is fine. However, Mr. President, I think it would be better to leave this matter to my Fubuki office. Of course, this is not a magic guild, it's just me, a hero. Firm was established with the purpose of helping others solve their problems. As for the remuneration, it still needs a little bit. If possible, let's take a real estate lease contract in a town, and we may open a branch here. What? Hero, office? What kind of organization is this? Even Malalov heard it for the first time, and after hearing it, his face was blank. Erza was quite clear. After all, Yechu suggested to her before that she should join the Fubuki office. Cough? Yechu, so you have a companion. Since your office has the word hero, on it, then you must be doing good things. There is no problem with the lease contract, as long as you are responsible. Just give the money. Yechu didn't have the identity proof of Fiori Kingdom, and he lived in Erza's house every day, but he was envious of a group of people in the guild. No problem. Erza, 3.8 my door. Yechu snapped his fingers. They all agreed to take Erza on a trip, and it was logical to put some things in her dressing room. After the random door was taken out by Erza, Yechu went in for a while, and then he brought the duo of Helbuki and Hakurojo. No way, Beihi Yujiya has been busy with the sports festival recently, and is honing her own strength every day. Although they want to come to Fubuki office as an intern, they still feel that they need to work with their parents and other hero, in front, showing a good state of strength. Beauty? Beauty? Still beauty? Well, the big guy in Fairy Tale already completely admires Yechu. This is the beauty harvester? Wait, this guy has been staying in our guild, and he doesn't join the guild. Isn't it just for the sake of a few girls in our guild? Huh? Where is Yechu here? Your ability is really amazing. It turns out that there are many magical worlds outside our world. Hal Fubuki looked at the surrounding environment in amazement. Amazing? Just from the clothes of everyone, it can be seen that this group of people in Fairy Tale is definitely not from the One Punch world, nor from the My British world where she is now, but from another world. Otherwise these strange clothes are definitely not. It wouldn't be something she hadn't seen before. Outside our world? In an instant, the smarter group of people in the fairy tale had already reached a lot of conclusions, and they were still wondering why Yechu's ability was so magical, to a level they had never seen before, now from that beautiful girls in the words. Instead, some answers were obtained. In other words, they might think that Yechu was a strong man who grew up in a remote country, but now it seems that he is a strong man from another world. They had heard before that there might be other worlds, otherwise the giant dragon would not disappear into the whole world in an instant. No one knows where those people went, but if there really are other worlds, if it exists, 12, then the disappearance of the dragon can be explained. I see. Erza's face was a little complicated. The so-called travel, do you actually want to go to other worlds? However, this sounds a bit interesting. Compared with Fiori Kingdom, other worlds may make him feel more at ease, and the things that have been suppressed in his heart will be relaxed. Little Yechu, I really didn't expect it. Makarov exclaimed. Master Guild Master, we also ask you to help keep our affairs secret. After all, this matter is not suitable for more people to know, but I believe you should also see that I am still very friendly to Fairy Tale, and I am also willing to we will maintain this friendly relationship with us for a long time. In the future, we may still have the opportunity to conduct trade. For example, if some members are with magic, I will also bring them to ask you for advice. Of course, if you want to travel to other worlds, also not negotiable. Yechu said lightly. Hiss, travel to other worlds. Originally, the girls in the Fairy Tale Guild were in a situation where there were too many monks and few porridge, but if they could go to other worlds, then those uncles felt that with their own charm, they might be able to find one or two beautiful women from other worlds. Hey, there must be beautiful women. Look at the three of Hell Fubuki. None of them are not beautiful, and they have different temperaments. Yechu, hurry up and tell me what this mission is. It's been a long time since I started. The group of people who harassed the Kento dojo recently are really too weak to watch. Wave Spiral curled his lips. The strength of these people. Makarov looked at Yechu. It's about S rank, even if they don't reach the level of 5th level mages, I believe they are similar. President Makarov doesn't have to worry about this. And I will follow, if I remember correctly. If so, there's still something I'm looking for. Yechu touched his chin. There is indeed, and it can still be verified that he has a point of view on certain things. Garner Island is imperative, beautiful and powerful. This is a bit too much. Everyone in Fairy Tale was eager to try. Dongmei, show your quirks. Yechu smiled slightly. In the eyes of everyone in Fairy Tale, a woman with glasses like Hong Dongmei is an extremely weak existence, and few people really think how strong she can be. Hong Dongmei glanced at the group of people around her who were staring at her. Ice? In an instant, all the people holding the wine glasses in their hands, including the wine in the wine glasses, all turned into ice cubes. Ah, it's so cold, so cold. My hand. It's freezing. This ability? Makarov has some admiration. For people in their world, such as Grey's ice modeling magic, it can also create the same effect, but in terms of speed, it is still much worse than Hung Dongmei. And from the point of view of control, that weak little girl seems to be stronger than Grey. Speaking of which, Hung Dongmei's strength is slightly stronger than Grey's, thanks to the training of the Trembling Tornado. It was the terrifying special training in that month that created the incomparably fine control at this moment. Okay, I believe that these three ladies have the strength of S-rank mages. Makarov spoke quickly. If it continues, the single men in the guild will probably look at him with resentful eyes for several days. But a man's treasure. Old man, give us a map, and I'll lead the team there. Makarov had already prepared and threw the map to Yechiu. Let's go, Fubuki, you are responsible for speeding up the two of them. On the way, consider it as a practice. Yechiu took the lead. Hell Fubuki directly used his wind superpower to slightly increase the obstacles for the two of them. As for her own words, recently, I used bye to fool the Fengshen Leg's secret book from Bai's side. It is already possible to freely use the terrifying wind superpower through the Fengshen Leg and fly freely in the sky. Fly up. It's a bit like 897's ability like Eli Gore, the god of death, but it's not the same as that god of death. This beautiful lady's ability seems to control the wind more peacefully. When passing by people, she can only feel bursts the breeze. So what is the ability of the remaining girl with a curly hair that surpasses Erza and Myra? Who is Natsu? What's wrong with Natsu? And where is Natsu? It's not a question that everyone cares about anymore. The scenery of the world is the most important thing. Erza thought for a while. President, I'll go check it out. After all, not only Natsu, but Grey didn't come back either. Something might have happened. After Erza finished speaking, she immediately moved her Fengshen legs and caught up with Yechiu. Makarov's expression is a little stunned. This is really a woman's college. As for Myra, I kinda want to go. Following Yechiu's side, he was still able to see something interesting. The most important thing is that Yechiu showed her the secret book that she couldn't understand at all. That kind of inner strength cultivation method once made Mila wonder if Yechiu used it to fool her. Looking at Erza's back, Makarov had an idea in his heart. Because of Yechiu, a visitor from another world, perhaps one day in the future, Erza's strength will likely become the strongest among the fairy tale. The strongest? Really the strongest? In the future, he may not be Erza's opponent. A few people came to the port, and Erza already seemed to be a little weak. Even if there is Yechiu's wedding dress magic transmission, after all, the training time is quite short, and the thickness of internal strength is still a little weak. Compared with the girls who soaked in the medicinal bath package every day, there is always a big gap in internal strength. Even though he joined Fubuki office, he also got a lot of benefits from Yechiu, and he couldn't help but show a bad smile at this time. Yechiu, is it convenient for you to bring us here? Having said that, Hung Dongmei and Hell Fubuki reacted for a while, and watched Erza with a playful gaze, and this was how they reacted. In a substantial sense, the three of them really have no special relationship with Yechiu, at most they are colleagues. Perhaps, Zhang Dongmei has a little worship for Yechiu, but speaking of the other members of the firm, they were really ruined by this guy Yechiu. Beast? Shameless BD? Hell Fuxiu cursed inwardly, and at the same time quietly leaned towards Erza's side, for fear that Erza would be harmed by Yechiu so ignorantly. Seeing their strange expressions, Yechiu couldn't guess what they were thinking. Glancing at Woluajo, Yechiu said coldly, Garner Island is a cursed island anyway, and the boatmen around will not send us there. So I decided that everyone should go to Canal Island by their own strength. Cultivation is something that must be integrated into daily life. Call. Wave Snail is a little disdainful, a cautious man, doesn't he just want revenge? However, how could it be difficult for them to fall for such a small matter, and what a cursed island? I really don't think that this seemingly peaceful world will have any powerhouses. When the members of the so-called magic guild just now saw them casting magic, they were all stunned. Okay, add a word. Can't use quirks and superpowers? Of course, Erza, you can't use magic either. But it seems that your magic won't affect things like crossing the sea for a long time. The corners of Yechiu's mouth rose. Without quirks and superpowers, the wave spiral roll directly puffed out the steamed bun's face. Yechiu, you're going too far? Who knows how far the Canal Island is? Even if we swim by our strength, there will be moments when our strength is exhausted. Who told you to swim and increase your strength? Yechiu directly brought the wooden block he found on the way to the water surface. Look good, okay? Yechiu, who threw out the first block of wood, cast the wind and the shadow, and in an instant, from the shore, he guessed the block in the sea in the distance, and with the power of the block, he rose into the air again, and the moment he was in the air, even the wooden block was kicked out. Can light work still be used like this? Even with Yechiu's cultivation, he could even walk in the air, or even fly directly to Canal Island by stepping on the sea. It's just that he did this to demonstrate to the girls that Qinggong can actually be used in various environments, and what they need is to find a way to use it. Awesome? Erza's previous understanding of Fengshen's legs only stayed on making her dodge faster. Following Yechiu's method, Erza directly threw the wooden block that Yechiu had left on purpose into the sea, and she jumped towards the sea without hesitation. The three girls of Hellbuki Snow weren't so anxious, and now they could understand that Elu Jusha was a girl who firmly believed in Yechiu's words. Alas, I always feel like I'm going to fall into another one. Facts have proved that not taking action in advance is indeed a very correct thing. To be as easy as Yechiu is not an easy task at all. First of all, a person's weight is very heavy. before the lightweight exercises have reached a certain level. If you want to rely on the plank to borrow strength on the sea, you must use the strength to get enough feet. Reaction force. Obviously, Erza found the position of the board and stepped on it. But that balance, as well as absolute control of power, is actually very demanding, and Erza still hasn't reached that level. Moreover, she only has one plank, and it would be even more difficult to kick the plank out when she was vacated again. Whoa. Unsurprisingly, Erza fell directly into the sea water. Why didn't it work? Erza's face was a little dazed. She obviously didn't expect that she had made all the preparations, but it ended in failure in the end. Forget it, others have already tried it. Even if the possibility of success is not high, let's try it. After all, this is the most intuitive way to improve the strength of Fengshen's legs. Fubuki said helplessly. Difficult? Yechu has simply presented them with a huge and incomparable problem. Crossing the sea in such a whimsical way is simply as difficult as going to the sky? Whoa, 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 whoa. 3 unintended sounds of falling into the water. Fortunately, there was no one on the coast Yechu chose, so everyone's embarrassed appearance was not seen by others. Actually, you don't have to worry so much. You don't need to be like me. I will give you some help. Yechu stood in the air and shrugged. Boom. Yechu, who interrupted a tree on the coast, directly pushed the tree against his shoulders. From now on, you only need to pay attention to where the wood blocks fall. I will throw the wood planks on the sea. All you need to do is to find the wood blocks that are enough to borrow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yechu's technique was very fast, and he threw 4 pieces of wood on the sea at will. The size was relatively large, and he could take advantage of a large country. The 4 daughters who had turned into chickens, all looked at Yechu with a helpless expression. This guy, it is clear that he will wait for them to fall into the water before he can tell the real difficulty. Treating girls like this is really too much. But in the end, they are all girls who want to become really strong. Compared to becoming a scumbag, everyone is more concerned about whether their strength can become stronger. Without any hesitation, this is a time to temper one's own strength, and it is also a competition. No one wants to lose. Yechu has already reduced the difficulty of training a lot, but even so, it is only a rare case that he can successfully step on the wooden block he threw, and then successfully borrow strength. Because of her cultivation, Erza had forgotten the situation of the 3 of Natsu. When a few people arrived at Canal Island exhausted, the moonlight had already descended on the island. Compared with Yechu, whose clothes are neat and tidy, the image of the 4 girls is really not very good. The clothes are soaked all over, and the mood is not very happy. Do you feel it? Yechu frowned. Feel what? Fubuki looked dissatisfied. I really can't feel anything other than cold. I said Yechu, did you guys deliberately want to take advantage of us? I feel it now, Erza said before Yechu spoke. Hong Dongmei's fluctuations and Luojuan also felt a little bit, and they stared at the sky above their heads with condensed eyes. Although it is not very obvious, they can still clearly feel that the internal force in their bodies has begun to move. On this island that is said to be cursed, there seems to be a magical power affecting their inner strength. 897 is a good place. I haven't seen anything like a curse, but this island still has great benefits for us. At least I wish you a period of time to practice than the effect of cultivating internal skills outside. Twice, triple, or even more. Yechu said with satisfaction. The invisible power that blocks the sky is about to unblock the demon sealed by Ulu, but the pure and incomparable essence of the moon condensed by that power is simply a great supplement for cultivators. Even Yechu had to admit that even if it was his own words, he still wanted to practice here for a period of time in peace, so that his Juyang divine art would break through to a big realm in a short period of time. Should we practice here for a while? The wave spiral opened his mouth and proposed. In the past, she was very confident in her own strength, so she didn't care much about cultivation, because even if she didn't practice, she could use her terrifying quirks to successfully become the hero. Leaderboard. The top few exist. But now, after Yechu's attack, plus seeing the terrifying power of the trembling tornado, I also know that there are many other worlds outside their world, and there are even more powerful existence. The wave spiral has long since put away the little self-satisfaction in his heart. Now, the wave spiral is more about thinking about how to make his strength stronger. As long as you become stronger, you will be able to follow the hated Yechu, see more worlds, and see more wonderful beauty. It is true that the scenery of those unknown worlds and the opponents of those unknown worlds all made Wave Spiral feel extremely excited. It's a good proposal, but I guess this kind of good thing will soon disappear. So, you should take the opportunity to practice for a while. Yechu smiled mysteriously. Sooner or later, Natsu and the others are going to destroy the huge barrier in the sky, and then Garner Island will return to normal, becoming an ordinary island that is no different from other islands. What do you mean? Yechu, why do I feel that you seem to know a little bit about everything? Isn't your quirks more than just creating? The wave spiral looked at Yechu with a dissatisfied expression. Yechu, a special advisor, hates her most. One is that he is very powerful, and the other is that he always likes to play mystery. He can explain things clearly, but he always sells things. The key is that this guy really knows a lot things they don't even know. Those are not the things you need to care about. All you need to do is to become stronger. If you don't want to be left behind, then practice hard. Yechu didn't say much. Yechu didn't give too much explanation. Instead, he directly picked up the wind to catch the shadows, and swept towards the depths of Canal Island at a very fast speed. He was going to see Leon, but he used the magic of the moon to collect them. How many drops of the moon? For ordinary people, the droplets of the moon will contaminate their bodies, because their physical strength is not enough, but for Yechu, Juyang divine art has reached the current level, the purest power of the moon. For him, it is definitely a great supplement. It's a pity that, no matter it is my British world or One Punch world, he has no way to collect such pure power of heaven and earth. If Makarov were to look for him, Yechu wouldn't even remember the fact that there was still the moon drop in Garner Island. Now that he remembered it, he would definitely use the moon drop to improve his own strength. When Yechu quickly moved towards the purest direction of the moon's power on the island, he suddenly felt two incomparably cold auras colliding together. It looks like it has already started. Hey, Yechu, why are you here? No, it's better that you are here. Can you stop those two guys? If you let the demon Deliora out, there will be many innocent people by then unlucky. While watching the battle, Lucy, who was pulling Natsu, saw Yechu who suddenly appeared beside him, and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Does this count as what you want? Just now, she was still thinking, the last time she met the devil, it was only with Yechu that everything could be resolved smoothly in the end. If Yechu's powerful helper was there, then this time the matter would definitely be resolved smoothly. You don't need to stop the two of them. If you want to fight, just keep fighting. Man, you always have to fight before you can resolve the knot in your heart. Yechu didn't care at all about the battle between Gray and Leon. What pure moon spirit power, standing so close, his feeling became clearer and clearer. If he could integrate all those moon droplets into his body, the 7th level terror of Juyang divine art would be able to be cultivated to greatly complete. So, sorry. Before releasing that huge monster, please help me collect a few more moon drops. Lucy was about to say something, but when she saw Yechu's side, she directly rushed towards the group of guys who had summoned the magic circle and chanted words at the fastest speed. So fast? Everyone present was shocked by Yechu's speed. On Leon's side, seeing that Yechu seemed to know the boys like Gray, he naturally wouldn't let Yechu go and let him cause any damage to the things he was about to accomplish. Yechu, help me. Natsu, who was frozen into a ball over there, shouted to Yechu helplessly. Yechu randomly picked up a tiny flame in his hand, and smashed it towards Natsu. Sao. The power of fire collided with the power of Bing. What Yechu did not expect was that if it wasn't for the fact that there was a trace of 9 Yang True Chi in his flames, he would not even be able to leave any traces on the ice cube. This Leon is really strong? You can solve it yourself. The power of this ice cube is a bit strong, and I don't have time to help you for the time being. What? Yechu, how can you? Boom! Before Natsu's voice completely fell, Leon directly used ice modeling magic to create a crystal clear ice shield, blocking Yechu's forward path. Don't think about the past. Kind of troublesome? Yechu was too lazy to entangle with Leon and the others here, so he simply used the 9 Yang True Chi to the extreme. Vulcan-style dragon fights in the wild? A terrifying flame golden dragon instantly shattered the ice wall blocking the way forward. Are you the legendary flame dragon slayer magician of the fairy tale? Let me, Yuka, experience your strength. Apparently seeing the terrifying oriental flame golden dragon, the Yoka sorcerer who used wave magic, had a bit of a misunderstanding of Yechu's identity. Luojuan, this guy is handed over to you, is there any problem? Yechu said without looking back. No problem. Just as Yuka rushed towards Yechu, the figure of the wave spiral blocked between Yechu and Yuka at the right time. Compared with the speed of Yechu when he was running to catch the wind, the other people were indeed not as fast as Yechu, but after they landed on the island, Yechu didn't say that they would not be allowed to use their abilities. Hell Fubuki directly gave everyone an acceleration. With her acceleration and Fengshen's legs, the speed was not as slow as expected. At least the 4 girls were still behind Yechu, arrived at the point of conflict. There was another Toby who looked like a half-orc. He waved his claws and charged towards Yechu again. This time, Yechu didn't need to say anything. Hong Dongmei was already in front of him. He looked firmly at the opponent in front of him. Hell Fubuki and Isla felt a little helpless at this time. They found helplessly that there seemed to be very few subordinates that Leon could see, which made them feel extremely headaches. If there is no opponent, wouldn't it be in vain? Fortunately, seeing that the person she secretly loves is in danger, Shirley directly summoned her pet big mouse, Anrichka. In this way, it is exactly a 4-on-4 situation. On Gray's side, after Yechu and the others appeared, the tension that had been tense finally relaxed a lot, and looked at Leon with a serious expression. Leon, it's too late to give up now. It's not the right choice to release Deliora, it will make Ulu's efforts go to waste. Gray, shut up for me? What right do you have to ask Ulu in front of me? Leon scolded, and the mighty ice-shaped magic attacked again. The wave magic on Yuka's side, after encountering the quirks of the wave scroll, it can be said that he met his opponent. Between the two of them, countless stones became shattered, and the surrounding scenes were shattered, and even had some influence. The masked people doing the ritual over there. As for Toby, who used poison, relying on his extremely fast speed, he wanted to harass Dongmei and carry out guerrilla tactics. It's a pity that Hung Dongmei is really an opponent he can't face. The instant cast quirks of ice makes the surrounding coldness not at all lower than that of Gray and Leon's battlefield, and even more infiltrating and biting. Toby's speed was reduced all of a sudden. As expected of Fairy Tail, these famous names have no way to correspond with the members of Fairy Tail, but their strength is incomparably powerful. It's just that no one can stop what I want to do, and I will never fail. Leon is very firm in his heart. He also believes in his partners. He believes that everyone who gathers together for the same goal can definitely realize the ideal in their hearts, to defeat the devil who is causing harm to the world, and to completely eliminate that devil. For flowers. Yechu still admires people like Leon. Only, Leon has his own goals that he wants to accomplish no matter what, and Yechu's side is the same. For Yechu, he also wants to become stronger. As long as he keeps getting stronger, he can protect the people around him well, so he will not pass up any chance to become stronger. As for that demon, Deliora, anyway, it's just a scum-level demon. Compared with those real demons, the demons in the fairy tale world are still not enough to watch. Yechu thinks that Gray thinks too highly of Deliola's strength. It's just a shadowy memory of his childhood. If he were to choose, he would use his own strength to completely smash this nightmare from the front. Now, maybe Gray's strength is still somewhat insufficient, but by his side, he has gathered a group of very powerful partners, but he didn't realize it himself. Yechu felt that it was not difficult to deal with mere Deliola. Leon believed in his partner, but his partner felt very troublesome at this moment. Too strong? Those wizards of fairy tale are simply too powerful for no reason. One is the wave power similar to Yuka, but in terms of power penetration, even Yuka's wave magic is much stronger. Another Toby, who can instantly cast freezing magic and has extremely flexible movements, is already tortured. He can use his speed to attack with poison, but the premise is that his speed is useful in front of the opponent. Is now frozen and shivering, and the speed of action does not know how many times slower than usual. On the other side, Shirley herself and her pet mouse, Angelica, were also very anxious at this time. So sad. One is wind magic, and the other is Fairy Tale's S-rank magician, Elsa, the fairy queen. How do they fight? They are clearly looking for abuse? Little. With the help of 4 incomparably powerful teammates, he carried the flame of Juyang's infuriating energy, and was not afraid of Leon's ice modeling magic. Yechu rushed directly to the top of the condensed moon drop magic circle. In the horrified eyes of Leon and everyone else, Yechu actually sat cross-legged in midair, absorbing all the moon drops that should have been supplied to Daliao into his own body. For a while, a faint silvery white light condensed on Yechu's body, making him look extremely strange. Gray, stop that guy. No matter who he is, no matter how strong he is, the human body cannot forcefully absorb the moon drop. It will cause irreversible damage to the human body. Leon still has some conscience. It should be said that Leon's original intention is not bad. 897 just wants to use his own power to kill the demon who once destroyed his most admired teacher. Yechu, who inexplicably poured out a group of powerful people, really made Leon very unhappy. He even wanted to rub the group of guys who had destroyed his plan on the ground, but he didn't think of it. People who crossed the fairy tale died here. Gray's body was also shocked, and he wanted to speak to stop it. Don't worry, Yechu's strength is not the same as others. For you, completely irreversible energy, for him, is just a kind of energy for cultivation, and it can be absorbed. While suppressing the big mouse Angelica, Hellblow Snow blew its unique and incomparable body odor in the direction of Leon's group, while explaining, "Don't disturb Yechu. If you are cultivating internal skills, you are most afraid of being disturbed by external forces." Although she has cultivated to a very high level, this situation can be avoided, but she still does not want anyone to disturb Yechu's cultivation. Is it just an energy? Who does he think he is? Leon's heart was burning with anger, and subconsciously he wanted to use the ice modeling magic to directly shoot down Yechu, who was sitting cross-legged in the air. Even if it would cause a little damage to Yechu's body, it would be easier than directly. It is much better to absorb the moon drops. Only, when Leon's attack was about to reach Yechu's side, a violent hurricane blew away Leon's ice magic. It's kind of interesting. Fubuki showed a proud expression. In front of me, if you want to touch our boss, you are too young. Don't look at Hell-Blowing Snow is only the #1 existence of B-level hero, yes, but she has an incomparably powerful elder sister, and she has learned a lot of abilities by following Yahan, an incomparably powerful pervert, and she is still at the beginning, has the power of an S-rank hero, yes. The ice flowers that were scattered in the sky, the picture is a bit beautiful. Yechu was unmoved, and directly turned the speed of Juyang Divine Art to the maximum, trying to absorb the most drops of the moon. The process of absorbing the moon drops was similar to what Yechu had expected. When he was running the Juyang Divine Art, the purest and refined essence of the moon directly entered his body, turned into pure power, and was transformed into pure power. In the cycle of 1 week after another, he turned into the purest internal force. In the eyes of outsiders, Yechu's expression was a little strange at this time. It seemed that he was influenced by the drop of the moon, and it seemed that he was not affected by the drop of the moon. He will die. Leon growled. I think too much. That guy is a little broken, and there are quite a few people who want him to die, but as far as I know, among all the people I have seen, the one who is least likely to die easily is this one. A guy stronger than Xiaoqiang's vitality. Hellbuki sneered. Even a dragon-level monster like the Earth Dragon Elder could not cause the slightest trauma to Yechu's body, let alone absorb the purest energy for cultivation. For Hellblow Snow, it is the most amazing thing in the world. She never thought that there is still a world in the world that can connect the sky and the earth, as well as the breath in her body, and continue to cultivate and grow. Compared with their clumsy superpower cultivation method, the inner strength cultivation method seems to be more systematic and clear. At least after cultivating internal strength, Fubuki can clearly feel that his superpower has increased a lot. Leon did not give up, but continued to use his ice magic to attack Yachiu in midair again and again. However, no matter what angle he attacked from, either he was blown away by Fubuki's superpower, or he was directly blown away by the wave quirks of the wave spiral, and there was simply no angle that could succeed. In the face of the psychic control wind, and the spiraling quirks, Leon is really powerful and can't make it awkward. When Leon was trembling with fear, Yachiu's absorption of the moon drop was getting faster and faster. Not only did his complexion not change at all, it was even covered with a faint fiery red, and his breath was not disturbed at all. It's amazing. I can feel that Yachiu's breath seems to have become much stronger. Natsu looked surprised. He couldn't be more sensitive to the power of the fire element. Yachiu's current aura was much stronger than what he had felt before, and there was even one feel too strong. Natsu's fist was tightly clenched, and now the target he wanted to challenge was no longer Erza, but made Erza a lot stronger in a short period of time, even in terms of fire power. He felt the amazed Yachiu. Perhaps, defeating a person with the same type of strength is the best challenge for him? Isn't the moon of the moon extremely harmful to humans if it is absorbed directly? Could it be that that guy is not human like the inhabitants of the island? 3.8. Leon, who was astonished in his heart, had such an idea in an instant. He did not feel that any ordinary human being could resist the terrifying erosive power of the moon drop. The power to erase them all. However, the power of the moon drop is indeed enormous. After all, the essence of the moon has been purified infinitely through magic, and even if Yachiu is running the Juyang divine art with all his strength, he still cannot eat it. So domineering? Yachiu, who felt that he had reached the pinnacle, no longer competed for the power of the moon drop, but instead observed all the battles in the arena with great interest. Similar to what he expected, even if the power system of the fairy tale world is on the high side, the girls of Fubuki can easily face any magician below the S-rank magician. Are you a devil? For those demons created by the evil wizard's elf, the wine of the moon will definitely not hurt. Leon still couldn't accept it. If Yachiu was a human, why could he absorb the moon drop? Maybe this is a demon that can be transformed into a human form. After all, the abilities of those demons have always been very strange, and I don't know if there will be any demons of this ability. I am monster? Yachiu suddenly laughed. Maybe. Compared to some villain, Yachiu feels that sometimes he really deserves the title of devil. Is it really the devil? Everyone on Leon's side was shocked, and they did not continue to fight with the girls in Fubuki for a while. Instead, they carefully gathered around Leon, staring at Yachiu with extreme vigilance, in case he suddenly transformed things like that happen. Gray and the others were very speechless. How could Yachiu be a demon? However, the ability is a little weird. Anyway, it is the existence of the magic carriage that can use the legs to match the shoulders. No matter how magical it is, there is nothing surprising. The things that should be surprised, they have already been surprised. By the way, do you want to release Deliora? Yachiu asked casually. What you up to? Leon looked at Yachiu in confusion. Yachiu smiled. Since you all said that I am a demon, then as a demon, I naturally want to rescue my companions. You are too slow to use the moon drop method, or else let me help you. Yachiu, don't be impulsive. I know that your strength is very strong, but you have no idea how terrifying the strength of those demons created by Jerf, even S-rank mages. Can't beat those demons. Gray gritted his teeth, and almost didn't rush up to fight Yachiu. Yachiu was a little speechless. It was considered that he had been bitten by a snake for 10 years and was afraid of the rope. In Gray's heart, the power of those demons had been invisibly magnified, even if he had just defeated a demon. What an S-class wizard can't do doesn't mean I can't do it either, but don't underestimate me. BD, it's not a question of whether to underestimate or not. I've never underestimated you, and I know that you are much stronger than me, but if you don't kill Deliora, it will only make you more powerful. So many innocent people have been hit hard. What you said is good. But, have you ever thought that even without the influence of the moon cave, the seal will disappear sooner or later? Once the seal disappears completely, it will be time to deal with the devil's problem? This in the world, there are still many wizards who can solve these demon problems once and for all, but they all failed for various reasons. Since they have the strength, why not deal with the demons when they have the ability? Are there none of the mages after you who can outshine the blue and surpass the blue? Yachiu stood in the air, his Zanpakuto suddenly slashed towards the frozen monster below. No. Gray closed his eyes reluctantly. Even Leon, who had been expecting all this for a long time, had some inexplicable feeling in his heart at this time, and he did not expect that the most crucial final step would be completed by Gray's little BD's companion. How conceited is this, to feel that he can deal with Deliora alone? However, Leon smiled. At least from the strength that Ye showed Chu and the strength shown by his partners, he knew that this was a magician who was not weaker than himself. As for what magic he used, yes, it's hard to draw a conclusion for now. He agreed with that. He has the ability to deal with these demons, but instead he wants to let them fall into the seal blindly. If the power of the seal really fails, then who will deal with demons like Deliora? Therefore, even if Yechu releases Deliora, or even loses to Deliora, he will fight against Deliora without hesitation and win the final battle. Deliora, this is his prey. Arusha, who had been in disguise all the time, was in a very complicated mood at this time, and she did not expect that a person with great strength and mysteriousness suddenly jumped out of a perfect plan. Who is this person? Based on the multiple sources of information in Arusha, they did not have the slightest understanding of a sorcerer with such a powerful strength as Yechu. Appears out of nowhere. That's right, Yechu seems like a person who appeared out of nowhere. Roar. Deliola's voice broke through the sky, and in a split second, everyone seemed to really feel that the demon that once destroyed countless people's homes began to recover again. Ming, it seems that because of my help, this demon who lifted the seal in advance has completely retained the last bit of vitality, but I don't know that this vitality can't make me exercise more happily. If it is too weak, it will be meaningless. In fact, because of the special effect of Zanpakuto, it wasn't just the demon Deliola who recovered at this time. The special spiritual pressure that only Yechu could feel was gradually condensed from the underground cave. Gray and Leon should thank me. Why is Diorila alive? Why am I alive too? In the cave, Ulu, whose eyes were still dazed, looked at the Death Tyrant outfit, and was about to find someone to complain about it. I will answer your question later, but I released Deliola, and I also rescued you from that forbidden magic. Yechu fell directly into the cave. I looked at Ulu, who was wearing a Death Tyrant outfit. The spiritual pressure is very powerful, and it is indeed a magician who can seal Deliola alone. Even if the power temporarily turns into a death mode, its inner breath and potential are still very powerful. Wait, you said you released Dalio. Ulu, with short black hair, was full of heroism when he spoke angrily, but he had a temperament that Yechu had never seen before. Yeah, even if I don't let it go, your apprentice Leon will let Deliola out. I use my own plan to let Deliola out, and you can still live. If you use Leon's method to release that demon, what kind of result you will have, I think you should know very well. Absolutely freezing, no joke. Maybe, I can't say you're still alive now. Didn't survive? Ulu didn't quite understand Yechu's words, at least she didn't feel any difference between herself and normal people. The only thing that changed was that she had inexplicably a dress that she had never seen before. Speaking of which, this dress is a little nicer. Cough cough. That bad habit is coming again? Ulu's hand was already on the Death Tyrant outfit, and he almost couldn't help his hand and did some irreversible things. The corners of Yechu's mouth twitched. His temperament was indeed different, and this special habit was completely different. Fortunately, this one is not the same as Gray. Gray's habit has simply magnified Ulu's habits countless times, and has been able to achieve the level of mosaic without knowing it. Let's go out to meet your two disciples, both of which have not been seen for so many years. You must also want to meet. Of course, there is a special guest. Yechu was still looking forward to what kind of expression Alucia would have when she saw Ulu. However, the more important thing now is to fight with Deliola. This kind of demon is still worth studying. At least we need to collect some samples and let the guy from Kino see. For the research on genetic medicine, it is not a bit helpful. Go. Yechu didn't care whether Ulu was still sighing. He grabbed her by the shoulders and flew her out of the cave. Leon and Gray, these two brothers who were not friends, were the two people who knew Zariola the best, and they were also the few survivors of that disaster. Now that monster has been resurrected again, and the memory in the bottom of my heart is gradually recovering, but no matter whether their opinions were unified or not, they are now catalyzing the magic power in the body with all their strength, using the magic of ice shape, and constantly creating for Deliola obstacles to progress. On the other hand, the hero, ES, from Yechu's office were not so eager to attack. Instead, they were observing Deliola's strength. They knew themselves and their enemies, and they would not be in danger in 100 battles. Before causing too much damage, they should first observe the strength of their opponents. As for the danger, with the monster-like strength of Yechu, they are not worried at all. Huh? Yechu, I really didn't read you wrong. You said you were going to travel to other worlds, but in fact you are the girl who came to kidnap the girl. Fubuki glanced at Yechu with some contempt. How long has it been since then? Yechu, this BD, has another girl with outstanding looks and temperament next to him, which is really maddening. Speaking of which, as one of the bosses of the Fubuki Hero, ES, office, Hell Fubuki thinks that his appearance is not bad, and he doesn't know why Yechu's eyes are always on other girls. Humph. If it wasn't for learning his amazing ability, I wouldn't have wronged myself and be the manager of your hero, ES, firm. Hell Fubuki comforted himself. Yechu was a little speechless. He was just looking for new members of the firm. They, the hero, ES, firm, always needed many different power systems to be able to face the hero, ES, missions with different needs in each world. How strong is that big guy? Yechu didn't refute Hell Fubuki. Fubuki's expression immediately became serious. The strength of that big guy is definitely beyond your imagination. He definitely has the strength of S-rank hero, ES, and he is still the strongest among them? According to my estimation, if according to the strength you showed before may not be that guy's opponent. The most important thing is that the guy's life aura seems to be constantly growing, and with the strength of his life aura, his strength is also constantly changing. Powerful? Remnant? This is interesting. I didn't expect that because of my reasons, Deliora, the undead calamity monster, not only failed to die, but also gradually recovered in strength. Yet is very satisfied with this result. It just so happened that the terrifying energy of the drop of the moon just now made him practice the first level of Juyang Divine Art to a state of great perfection, and he can start practicing the 7th level of Juyang Divine Art. 72 changes creation? In Yechu's hand, just like when he was fighting with Erza before, a secret book appeared in an instant, and his eyes swept through the secret book very quickly. The incomparably surging 9 Yang True Qi revolved in the body along the 7th level Yunggong route, and the trace of Qi and blood deficiency brought about by running quirks was quickly replenished, and even that Qi and blood ratio was used. Before the quirks, there was a lot more to fill. Stronger again. Erza looked at Yechu with some envy. Before cultivating inner strength, she felt that Yechu was just like an ordinary person, but after cultivating inner strength, Erza has clearly understood that the more her inner strength practice reaches the perfect level, the more restrained her breath will be, as if they are like them. Like the guild's president, Makarov, he clearly has the power of the 10th level, and usually looks like an ordinary wretched little old man. Humph. I know that I secretly become stronger. Fubuki muttered a little aggrieved. Compared to other people, the actual manager of her firm, she doesn't spend as much time cultivating as she imagined, and Yechu doesn't teach her some powerful abilities. All are surpassed. Hung Dongmei is more admirable. With Yechu's current age, he is already so powerful, but he has no intention of stopping at all. He is still trying to make himself stronger through various methods. As for the fluctuation spiral, alas, there is no way to say anything more. Anyway, that BD consultant, relying on his own identity, has been bullying her weak and beautiful girl. Now, Chien Yazeo, the big villain consultant, has become stronger again. She can only be low-key, and when her strength becomes stronger than that big villain, she will find all the places back. Let me meet this so-called demon. I have never seen a real demon. The one who was defeated by Natsu and you guys last time seems to be too weak. This big guy is a bit good enough. While speaking, Yechu's figure was like an arrow from the string, rushing towards Deliora quickly. Vulcan-style Dharma phase world? With the burning fruit ability, Yechu quickly turned into an incomparably tall flame giant under the envelope of flames. The 7th level of Juyang Divine Art, Yechu has also improved this move, directly making the world of the Dharma look like Susanna of the Kaleidoscope Shaker, making the flame completely his own weapon, so that he can get rid of it. When manipulating the heaven and earth, the body may be in danger of being attacked. Fire magic? Have I slept a little longer? When, in this world, there is a kid who is as powerful as fire magic, and this level is at least an S-level wizard. Wula was not in a hurry to take action. From the time she woke up to now, she has discovered something different. For example, there is indeed a power in her body that can make her stronger at any time, but what she has practiced before magic, but no longer exists. As for how to manipulate that potential power, Ulu doesn't know without anyone's guidance. Boom! Yechu's flame Dharma image directly blocked Deliola's progress. Deliola's promotion to a demon is indeed the most powerful magical product in this world. With its immortality, the physical strength is very terrifying. Ordinary flames, even if condensed into a Dharma image, can't stop the devil's footsteps, but Yechu's flame Dharma image has a faint golden light all over his body. Power in flames. For any magician, it is unimaginable to use the power of the body to fight the terrifying existence of the devil, even if it focuses on the cultivation of the body on weekdays and turns the body into a sharp weapon. But Yechu did it. 897 The children of today are really amazing. It seems that this is an era of magic that I don't understand at all. Ulu looked at Yechu's golden flame Dharma with some emotion. As everyone knows, since the moment she appeared, Arusha's eyes in disguise were directly locked on her, and that familiar face also aroused memories of Gray and Leon's childhood. Impossible. There is only one consequence of the absolute freezing. Even if I use the secret method to use the moon drop to dissolve the magic power of the forbidden magic, it is impossible for people to come back to life. It must be that you use special a man whose face has been changed by life magic. Leon stared at Ulu in amazement, his hands shaking a little bit. Gray told you me, I said he wasn't wrong. Gray's situation is not much better than that of Leon. Such a scene has appeared in his dreams countless times. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a nightmare. The last relatives, and even the brothers and sisters turned against each other. But now, when he came back, that face with a somewhat cold temperament was someone he would never forget in his life. When he was a child, he used to hide in the corner of the fairy tale union countless times and cry secretly, but he never thought that he would grow up. When I grow up, I see that person again. Obviously, although Ulu still remembers her two disciples, she has always been a little nervous. Obviously, she has not thought about what her two disciples will look like when they grow up, so even if she feels these two, some people are familiar, and she did not guess that the two young people were her former disciples. I should not admit wrong. It is her. She is Ulu. Others may not be able to resurrect him, this miraculous thing, but if it is that man, it is impossible to say. From his appearance from the moment of fairy tale, there are countless miracles. Gray's voice was a little excited. It's Ulu? Absolutely Ulu? No matter who is wrong, Gray doesn't think he will admit Ulu wrong. A man who can absorb the moon drop that digests magic power into his body, maybe he can really bring miracles. You are. Ulu looked at the two somewhat familiar faces and asked with some doubts. Because Yechu entered the state of battle for the first time, and Ulu was familiar with the surrounding environment, and did not notice the ice modeling magic released by the two in the jungle just now. Gray and Leon looked at each other. Since Ulu asked about their identities, let's tell Ulu who they are in the simplest and most familiar way. Ice shape magic? The magic power of the weapon quickly condensed and formed in the air, and an incomparably huge ice shield greeted an incomparably sharp ice spear. Boom! The impact of the two caused ice and snow fragments to float in the sky. Ulu was stunned for a moment, and then laughed happily. I see, it turns out that those two hairy boys have grown so big. Don't worry, I still remember you. Don't look at you with that grievance expression. You are Gray, you are Leon, right? Compared to the warm picture of master and apprentice recognizing each other, the battle on Yechu's side was a little more intense. It was a little bit to simply want to live with the demon of Deliora with the power of the dragon and elephant. Barely. Hey, Erza, don't stop me. Some time ago, the demon named Lullaby was defeated by a few of us together. Yechu is obviously not the opponent of that demon. Will be implicated. Natsu muttered in dissatisfaction. It is a pity that Natsu, who has not entered the rampant mode, obviously cannot be Erza's opponent. Erza does not let him take action, so he can only choose to be a spectator. Don't worry, that little villain Yechu won't be defeated so easily. That's how he exerted 30% of his strength. That so-called demon, that is, his body is a little stronger, most of your magic can't hurt it. Hell, Fubuki said bluntly. 30% strength? It's already so strong, and the flames are still emitting golden light. If you want to continue, you have to consume a lot of magic power, even an S-rank magician can't bear it. All things are scattered, all will be turned to ashes. Those undead monsters in the world have no reason to be immortal before the god of death. Yechu held a single empty grip, and the flowing blade Ruohuo exuded a terrifying aura immediately began to dissolve, and the hand of the flame Dharma also extended a huge and incomparably long flaming sword. Take it, Song Ming? The flame Dharma immediately drew the knife, mixed with the power of burning fruit, the power of dragon elephant and the flame knife gas of spiritual pressure, and instantly wrapped Deliora. Cut in two. That terrifying body that could not be completely destroyed by absolute freezing was directly wiped out by Yechu. The dragon elephant carries a trace of the power of the Buddha, plus the power of the god of death. It has a terrifying lethality to this undead demon. As long as Yechu can continue to become stronger, the power to deal with this attribute will occupy absolute power. Score. Yechu, who lifted the flame Dharma and slowly fell from the sky, looked strangely at the melon-eating crowd with completely different expressions. Isn't that killing a demon? What are the expressions of these one by one? If you don't have any problems, this island will be our hero, office in the future. Absorbing the power of Yuehua here can effectively improve the cultivation efficiency of internal energy. For our group of people, it is a paradise. Obviously, Yechu was very interested in this slightly mysterious island. Inner strength? Isn't it youth magic? Yechu, is your cultivation method different from ours? Natsu was very curious and approached Yechu. It is indeed not magic. Compared with magic, the explosive power of our cultivation is not so great. However, long-term cultivation can improve one's own physical quality, which is much higher than your blind battle efficiency, and can also prolong life. Compared with magic, the practice of internal skills is indeed not so effective, and in terms of the power of the moves, it is simply that 10 internal skills practitioners can't stand up to one magic practitioner. Do you have a Dragon Slayer practice? Natsu was a little excited. He didn't listen to the words of slow cultivation and so on. Instead, he took Yechu's incomparably domineering performance in his heart. Think about it if he can also turn into a flame giant and cast dragon-slaying magic. No. He didn't want a flame giant to turn into a flame dragon, so the dragon-slaying magic displayed in that way was perfect. There must be no Dragon Slayer internal power, and the power I just displayed was not born out of internal power, but another power system, but that kind of power system does not need to be cultivated, you can have it when you get it. There are actually other power systems, even Erza, staring at Yechu with a strange look at this time, wondering how many cultivation methods this man has hidden. If it's Gardener Island, I'll take it with a smile. There shouldn't be any opinions here, right? Yechu's eyes swept across everyone, especially the guy who changed from Arusha. Leon's group. Yechu is not worried at all. The only thing that needs to be paid attention to is that the concept has not changed. For the time being, it still belongs to Uryusha, the heart of the devil. The ghost knows that after this woman returns to the Magic Council, will it give him any trouble? By the way, Mr. Saradili, your research on the moon drop seems to be very profound. I think it is necessary for us to talk about it. I am very interested in the moon drop now. Yechu's eyes narrowed slightly, directly draped over Saradili's shoulders. At this time, Arusha, who was disguised as Saradili, wanted to avoid Yechu's hand, but that hand seemed to follow her, directly sealing all the spaces where she could dodge. After changing his body shape, his strength was still greatly affected. Of course, even if Uryusha didn't disguise, she didn't feel that her strength in her heyday could pose any threat to Yechu. Don't worry, I won't expose your identity now, and I won't force you to recognize Ulu. Yechu directly used voice transmission to enter the secret, and his voice was only heard by Arusha. Sure enough, after hearing Yechu's words, Arusha almost didn't act directly. She didn't understand at all why Yechu could see through her identity so easily. Who the hell is this guy? When I return to the Magic Council, I must ask that guy Gerald to check this man named Yechu. If this terrifying existence that can block Deliora cannot be solved, not only will Erza, whom Gerard valued, be taken away, but many of her future opportunities will also be destroyed. Taking Arusha into the corner, Yechu simply revealed her identity directly. Arusha, let's talk straight to the point. The many qualities and abilities you possess, including the knowledge you know, are of great value to me. Who are you? Why do you know who I am? Arusha hid under the mask, and her changed face was full of horror. He did not know how many times he had used this kind of disguise to carry out missions. Even at the 10th level, the sorcerer had never seen through her disguise. Who am I? That's a good question, and I'd be happy to answer you. Actually, I'm a hero, yes, and of course it's not the kind of high-sounding term you're talking about. This is a profession. I have my own hero, office, and I will accept hero, tasks in any time and space. Of course, we will receive a certain reward for each task, and this time the reward I am looking at is Gana Urdeo and you, for flowers. This should be regarded as teaching them the Fubuki hero, office, the first time to perform a cross-world hero, mission. Compared with the cash reward in the original world, he needs more resources at this time, so that hero, each hero, of the firm becomes stronger. I don't know what you're talking about. Besides, any island is not private property to the kingdom. Even if you want to take this island as your own, it's impossible to escape the eyes of the Magic Council. The entire kingdom of Fiori will send wizards to encircle you. First of all, no one in the Fairy Tale Magic Guild will betray me. If anyone really betrays me, then only you, Arusha. So, if you're ready to bear my wrath, just tell the Magic Council about it and let them send people around me. Yechu added. My power is related to the new cultivation system, which is a system that everyone can cultivate, even if you don't have any magic aptitude. Of course I have a lot more valuable and useful to you here. If you want, we can make some transactions. Don't you call yourself hero, Would hero, do this kind of deal? Or with someone like me? Why not? What kind of person are you? You can't even judge yourself. After all, your life is not over, and it is not the time for others to judge you. How to evaluate you and advise you to choose what kind of road. I'm not interested in this kind of thing at all. What I need is you to help me condense the moon drop, and I need to be faster and wider. Agglomeration? This was within Arusha's expectations. After all, Yechu's way of absorbing the moon drops shocked her a lot. She never thought that any magician would dare to use his physical body to absorb the suitable of the moon. If you think about it now, it should be because the cultivation system is different. By the way, I still need you to build the magic wizard power. Of course, I don't need to charge any magic weapons. All I need is to charge myself. I want to try. I cannot absorb magic power. This guy even knows the magic power? Yechu's words still terrified Arusha. Sure enough, it was the same as his combat power. Hehe, do you know what magic wizard power is? Even if you are an S-rank mage, you are not qualified to possess magic wizard power, and you don't have the resources to create it. Alucia sneered. Yechu pondered slightly. Accurately speaking, I don't need the magic power, just the magic power of the magic power. For someone like me who likes to fight, it is very likely to be a good logistical supply. So what I need is just that huge magic power, the magic crystal you made. I think it is good. Arusha was startled, and as the chat deepened, Yechu brought more and more panic to her. However, for Yechu's proposals, she was still interested in what kind of valuable items this magical man could offer, which was very attractive to Arusha. 897. Let's not talk about what you want to trade from me. I can't look at the chips you can come up with. After all, every trading item you propose is sky high. There is no reason not to let me know about you first. Where the foundation lies. Arusha's mood quickly calmed down. After all, she was a woman of calamity level. This kind of small scene can still be managed. Yet you didn't have any unexpected deals. This kind of thing was about your love and my wishes. If he didn't even ask for it, he felt that the woman didn't really want to deal with him. You can get the cultivation method from me, which is completely different from the magic cultivation method. Of course, you may think that those training methods are not worth the price. I can also provide some other items, such as items that can help you quickly improve your magic power, or let you directly get an ability. I'm very interested in the ability to transform into a flame giant or kill Deliora. If you can provide me with all these abilities, I don't mind the idea of playing the magic wizard power for you. What type? You say a specific type, and I can give it to you. Yechu's answer caught Arusha by surprise. She thought that her lion's mouth would make Yechu start bargaining, but she didn't expect that this young man would agree to her so decisively. I need to be immune to physical damage like you, and be able to cast a wide range of moves, with similar power to magical attacks. Of course, it would be better if I could have the ability to recover. I don't like that violent fighting style too much, and never thought of fighting a demon like Deliora on the front. Arusha pondered for a moment, and then said all her requests. Yechu gave her a deep look. You really know how to choose abilities. Those abilities are unique abilities, and you have to combine them all together. You really want to embarrass me. It's difficult? If you think you can't do it, then forget it. Not all mages can do things like gathering moon droplets. Arusha said something unintentionally. It's too embarrassing. but I hope you will think about it and join my hero, firm. I'm pretty good at such a smart person like you. Just wait for me, I'll give you what you want right now, you. Yet you didn't care that his abilities were exposed in front of Arusha. He directly held the prepared hair and activated his quirks. After a faint light, a mysterious light appeared in his hand. Fruit of the breath. Phoenix fruit? After thinking about it for a long time, Yechu finally felt that the phoenix fruit was the most suitable for Arusha's request. The phoenix fruit is one of the 5 zoan fruits that can fly. When the opponent's attack causes damage, the resurrected blue flame surrounds the wound and then regenerates, which can nullify the attack. It's just that regeneration has a certain limit, and when it is injured to a certain extent, it will die even in the state of fruit. It can increase the speed, and has the ability to fly. It can be said to be one of the strongest zoan fruits. An interesting ability. Arusha likes to study imitations in more exotic directions. She is still very interested in Yechu's ability to create things out of thin air, or to extract items from other spaces. If she knew in advance that Yechu has this ability, not to mention the demands made are not what they were before. Eat this fruit and you will be able to get the ability you want. Yechu handed the phoenix's devil fruit to Arusha's eyes. Arusha, who took the fruit, looked at the devil fruit with a unique shape and looked like a fruit in her hands. Even though she had a lot of knowledge, she had never seen such a peculiar fruit. How would I know if this fruit is poisonous? Do you want to kill people? I think you even know the waste crystal, and you should be very clear about my follow-up plan. Arusha was not in a hurry to eat the devil fruit in her hands. The consumption of creating a devil fruit is not low. Even if the 9 Yang divine art reaches the 7th level, the consumption is still a bit large, and the hair appears a little gray. If you don't want to eat it, then you can give it back to me. Anyway, for me, it's not particularly important to complete this transaction. I just want to do a test. If you don't cooperate, I can give this fruit. Other people. Yet you didn't care at all. The mouth area. Arusha ate it, and the bite was very neat. Don't vomit, I forgot to remind you, devil fruit has a very special taste, but as long as you take a bite, it will be effective, don't spit it out. Yechu looked at Arusha, who was so disgusted that he couldn't even sustain transformation magic. This woman was too calm, and he felt bad about bargaining. Yechu didn't think that this woman would be so decisive when eating devil fruit, and he forgot to remind her about the taste of devil fruit. There was indeed a force that entered his body, and Arusha, who practiced magic, could clearly feel that magical force. You did it on purpose. Arusha, who had regained her true face, glared at Yechu fiercely. She swears that the fruit that looks very interesting is the worst thing she has ever eaten in her life. No one? I really didn't do it on purpose, it's just that your movements are quicker. Also, devil fruit has side effects. After eating it, it will be discarded by the sea. If you encounter a lot of seawater, your power will be completely lost. Arusha is completely speechless. This mysterious little devil is trying to kill her? Once this weakness is known to others, if she directly uses the water magician, she will be completely passive, and even the slightest fighting ability will no longer exist. Don't worry, this fruit called Phoenix has the ability to fly. Even if you encounter an opponent you can't face, as long as you use the fruit ability to leave, the opponent won't be able to keep you. Yechu said with a relaxed expression. You can now familiarize yourself with the ability of the fruit. This ability called devil fruit is much stronger than you think. Arusha had already determined that Yechu did it on purpose, but she was still looking forward to the Rakido of the Phoenix fruit. After all, they have the ability to fly. Even among the wizards, there are very few wizards who really have the ability to fly. Obviously, even if she felt the power of the Phoenix fruit, Urushiya still didn't have many ways to display it quickly. After all, the power of devil fruit had never appeared in her cognition. 12 Forget it. Looking at your appearance, you can't master the power of devil fruit in a short time, then I'll help you. As soon as the voice fell, Yechu's figure appeared beside Arusha. Feeling a trace of killing intent, Arusha subconsciously wanted to cast magic, but unfortunately, the speed of casting magic was far less than Yechu's attack speed. One finger Zen, broken? With the one-fingered Zen of domineering Zhuyang's true energy, he ripped through Arusha's shoulder without any hesitation. Yes, Arusha, who has regained her original appearance, is obviously an uncompromising beauty, but Yechu's attack is so merciless. It hurts? Arusha stared at Yechu with her beautiful big eyes. She knew that this BED just did it on purpose. What deal? It was clearly ready to kill her. Don't get excited, I just try devil fruit's abilities for you. I don't believe you can see the wound for yourself. Yechu spoke quickly. Arusha was ready to go all out, but she saw that her wound was wrapped in a blue flame. Not even a single scar remained. Even if Zhuyang true qi passed through the body, causing a small part of the internal injury, with the help of Qinjian, it gradually recovered completely. What an amazing ability. What a powerful resilience. Even Arusha has to admit that the power called devil fruit ability hidden in his body is very high in both potential and online. Very profitable? Very profitable? Looking at your appearance, I am also very satisfied with the ability I have given you. Since you are satisfied, I think the transaction between us can go on? At least for me, the manufacture of moon drops. Should I continue? If possible, could you collect the moon droplets and turn them into storable entities? Let the moon drop become a substance? Speaking of the moon drop, it is a name, and it mainly gathers a large amount of the essence of the moon. This essence of the moon can dissolve the powerful magic, but after all, it is the same as the magic, it is an invisible existence, which can only be pulled by magic's circle. It is possible, but not so easy. This idea is really as bold as you directly absorbing the power of the moon drop with your human body. Arusha gave Yechu a deep look. Yechu spread his hands indifferently. It's just energy, whether it's magic power or the moon drop that you provide to Leon and the others to dissolve the magic power, they can be absorbed and turned into their own strength, as long as you find the right method. It can be said that, facing a mysterious man like Yechu, Arusha's heart suddenly jumped. She thought of a person who, with the same mystery, also did countless inexplicable things. That is Jeff, the legendary existence in the magic world, the only strong man in the history of magic, whose name is almost called forbidden language by later generations, the ancestor of the black magician. The thought of this name made Arusha feel a chill down her spine. It is better to provoke this kind of person less. The plan of the magic crystal side is to discuss with him first, but the problem of the moon drop, help this guy to solve it, and gain his trust. No problem, I'll stay here for 3 days. I think 3 days should be enough. No one has been able to do it before because they never thought about it and never wanted to get in touch. Moondrop is a dangerous being, Arusha confessed. However, during these 3 days, she still had to change her appearance. After all, she still wouldn't admit that woman. Do you need me to speak to Ulu? Yechu asked casually. How dare you say it? Arusha stared at Yechu. Although I don't know where you know so much about me, but if you let me know, tell that woman about me. We may not even have the slightest cooperation. What you said, after all, she is your mother. Moreover, she is also a qualified magician. Without her, Deliola would not know how many people's lives would be harmed. 897. Yechu sighed. But she ruined my home. A trace of resentment flashed in Arusha's eyes, but it quickly subsided. Forget it, I don't need to tell you these things. I don't need you to worry about my affairs. I will complete the cooperation between us, but you want you to remember that we only have a cooperative relationship. Yechu nodded. I respect your opinion. How is your relationship with Ulu? It has nothing to do with me, but I will develop Ulu to become a member of our office. If you have ideas in the future, you can come to me and I'll reserve a place for you. You want me to join your association? Arusha looked at Yechu with a half smile. Yechu corrected, it's not an association, it's an office. As for the specific business of our office, and the scope of activities, you won't know until you join. What about Jeff, or those giant dragons that disappeared? For me, it is a small matter. As long as you join the firm, you will see more power than devil fruit. Are there any unknown places in the world that I don't know about? Arusha is a little moved. She has never seen any information about devil fruit. At least from the current point of view, the magic of the power of the phoenix fruit is no less than the magic of dragon slaying. Joining that so-called firm should have no conflict with any forces she joined. But now is not the time to join. Arusha plans to use these 3 days to take a good look at the mysterious character Yechu. If he can learn more about his hidden secrets, he might join that firm would be a good choice. I think it's better to study the topic of making the moon drop into a physical existence first. 3 days are not much time, so I will start the study now. If you can, please don't disturb me. No problem, I won't disturb you. Yechu turned around and left. After the deal was reached, the rest was to deal with the problems on Ulu's side. I believe that she should have communicated a lot with her 2 apprentices for so long. Erza, you take the rambunctious guys from the Fairy Tale Guild first, and go back to deliver the mission. I still have a few things to deal with here. After returning to the guild, can I still come here? Erza looked at Yechu with some anticipation. She is naturally very aware of the power of the moon drop, which has great damage to magic power, but for other mages, this is a great danger, but not for Yechu. If she can also use the moon drop to cultivate like Yechu, her strength should be improved very fast, and she can achieve her goal earlier. No problem. This place is originally a training place for inner strength practitioners, and my goal is to transform the moon drop into pure energy that is most suitable for inner strength practitioners to absorb. Yechu nodded. What is inner strength? It sounds very magical, can I practice together? Natsu looked at Yechu expectantly. Yechu nodded. No problem, I can leave a few exercises for inner strength cultivation in the Fairy Tale Guild, but not everyone can cultivate successfully, and you are talented in magic cultivation. Also there is no need to focus on the cultivation of inner strength. As long as you follow a path to the end, you will still become the strongest. Teaching Erza to practice internal strength is purely because of the limitations of dressing magic. The equipment that Erza possesses is indeed very powerful, and each set of equipment combined with the physical skills she has cultivated for so many years is indeed enough to form an S-rank magician's combat power. But on the whole, magic has helped her to improve her strength very little. For Erza, if she cultivates her internal strength, her combat power will definitely be improved to a great extent. However, for other people in Fairy Tale, internal strength may not be suitable for their cultivation. After all, like Natsu and Grey, they use elemental magic as the basis for their cultivation, and their internal strength is very limited. I want to practice internal strength. I want to defeat Erza. However, Yechu felt that his words seemed to be in vain. At least for a single solid creature like Natsu, it was of no use at all. This guy was already very excited, and he began to expect that after he had cultivated his internal skills, he would do a lot to Erza. hanged and became the strongest wizard in the fairy tale guild. Yechu shook his head helplessly and walked to the side of master and apprentice Gray. Thank you, Yechu. Gray and Leon said in unison. Ulu also looked at Yechu with a strange expression. When was the kid so strong? Thinking back to when she trained Gray and Leon when she was a child, the talents of these two kids are top-notch, but in Yechu with such a terrifying strength, it is simply impossible. However, absorbing the drop of the moon, killed Deliora with one knife, and even pulled his own life, which was impossible to save, from the brink of death. Horrible? Ulu's mood at this time was no different from her daughter Yuryushia. After a vertical comparison, Ulu also felt that Yechu was a mysterious young man like Jerf, possessing the same power that was enough to change the entire magic world. You don't have to thank me. I saved Ulu, not because of your reasons. The main reason is that I want to play against the devil, and the strength of Ulu is very strong. I still look forward to it. Ulu joins our office. Huh? Office? Is it a new magic guild? But I used to be a bit strong, but now I don't feel the existence of magic power. If I want to restore magic power, I have to practice again. Your magic guild, I've seen all of the members of the group, all of them are beautiful, and they are all very powerful. Is it a bit inappropriate for my age? Ulu showed a bright smile indifferently. Yechu waved his hand. You really don't have magic power now, but in your body, there is a new power. As long as you exert this new power, it will never be more. How weak are you? New power? There is power, but how to use it? Ulu looked at Yechu in confusion. Gray interrupted Yechu's words. I think it would be better for Ulu to join us in Fairy Tale. With President Makarov here, she will definitely regain her strength soon. Humph? What's the use of following you? I still think Ulu should follow me. Leon snorted in disapproval. Woola smiled helplessly. She really didn't expect that it's only been more than 10 years since she left. The two guys who had a very good relationship when they were young, but now they get along so awkwardly. As expected, it's better not to follow these two apprentices. She doesn't want to watch this pair of troubles every day. The children have grown up and don't need her shelter. I joined your guild. As for how to use the new power, please give me more advice in the future. Ulu said after thinking carefully. Correct, I'm not running a magic guild. None of our members can use magic, and of course there will be in the future. I can teach you new powers now, but you'd better not resist. After all, Yechu's hand, the flowing blade Ruohuo appeared again. For Ulu to awaken the power of the god of death, the best way is to let her experience the power of the god of death herself. Wait, what are you going to do? Chien Yazeo, Gray's eyelids twitched. He saw how domineering the knife just now was. Now that Yechu took out the knife again, how could he feel that Ye was going to do something earth-shattering? Don't worry, Ulu is different from you. She is no longer a living being, and is not as fragile as you think. So, now, realize the power of death that belongs to you? What? Not a living being anymore? Whether it was Gray, Leon, or Arusha, who was studying the moon drop, after hearing Yechu's words, they all showed extreme panic. Obviously Ulu was a living person. Do not believe? Yechu was too lazy to explain, seeing the existence of Neng Wollo is entirely due to the fact that these guys are full of magic power. In this world, people with the aptitude to practice magic basically have the ability to see souls. Of course, the premise is that the soul must be as strong as the soul of death. Yechu directly used Rakido, the god of death, against Ulu, and it was just pure and incomparable riotsu, covering Ulu's whole body. After this period of practice, Yechu has a perfect grasp of the power of the god of death, and will not cause the act of hurting Ulu's soul with the Zanpakuto when swinging the sword. The overwhelming Reiki, on the contrary, completely immersed Ulu in it. This is a power that has never been experienced before. Even if it was used when Yechu fought against Deliora before, and now I feel it myself, another completely different experience. So strong? The eyelids of Gray and Leon, who had no time to stop them, jumped, and the terrifying powerless force made them both retreat again, and even had a sense of crisis that their souls would be pulled out at any time. Death? Does it really exist? In the case of demons, they believed in the existence of this species. After all, the three Myra brothers and sisters practiced receiving magic to receive the power of demons to fight, but if there was a god of death, they would not believe it at all. But think about it carefully. After Ulu cast the forbidden magic, her body has been completely destroyed by the power of magic. Even if Yechu can save Ulu, there is no way to change her body back out of thin air, unless Yechu has the ability to reverse time and space. And it is a powerful and incomparably powerful force to reverse time and space. It's been over 10 years. But if it is said that the Ulu at this time is only the state of the soul, then everything makes sense. How? Do you feel a new power? If you feel it, say its name. It is a part of your soul, it is your power. As long as you master this power, sooner or later you can restore the previous power. The power is even stronger than before. Z? What is that name hidden in my heart? What is it? Under the pressure of Yechu's spiritual pressure, Ulu really felt a voice ringing deep in her heart, but if she wanted to call out that name accurately, she always felt that the words were on her lips, but there was no way. Shout out. My knife? Yes, that's my knife. It's called Bing Lunwan. When Ulu slowly spit these 3 words out of his mouth, a Zanpakuto that exuded a faint frost energy suddenly condensed in his hand. Okay, Yechu was stunned. He had thought that Ulu's Zanpakuto would definitely have something to do with the ice modeling magic she had practiced before. 9 times out of 10, it would be an ice element, but he really hadn't thought about it. Lu's Zanpakuto would actually be Hinomaru. What's your expression? Ulu held the ice wheel pill, and his face was filled with indescribable joy. Being alive and being able to regain her own strength, this kind of thing is definitely a happy thing for her. But the expression of Yechu, the initiator, is a bit too strange. She always feels that Yechu. What other meaning does the expression of this kid Chu mean? Cough cough. Yechu calmed down and said with a slightly embarrassed expression, I don't mean anything else, it's just that your Zanpakuto is too powerful. I never thought about your Zanpakuto. Pakuto would actually be this one. Is it strong? Ulu looked at Yechu with some excitement. Well, among the Zanpakuto that I know, there are definitely the top 10. The quality of the top 10 Zanpakuto is not much different. In the end, which one will be more powerful? I think it depends on the owner of the Zanpakuto. How much of the strength of the Zanpakuto can be used? Yes said straightforwardly. So, my Pakuto is stronger than yours. Ulu blurted out. It's almost well. One is from the fire element and the other is from the ice element. Who is stronger depends on who is stronger between the two of us. Yechu was non-committal. Well, I see. Thank you for rescuing me, and thank you for giving me this magical power. I also understand now that I am indeed the body of the god of death, and it is indeed not suitable to stay with those little guys. Together, please take care of me in the future. Ulu casually hung the ice wheel pill around his waist. Can I be a god of death? Gray asked suddenly. Yechu's strong performance in these few waves, coupled with Erza's recent learning of the so-called internal skills, has shown more and more strength, and it seems that the gap between them and them has become much wider. This gap is something that Gray cannot accept it. The power of death that Ulu obtained seems to be very compatible with the magic of ice modeling. If possible, he also wants to master this power. Do you want to die? Except for me, only after death, people with extremely powerful souls can unlock the power of death with my help. Don't think about your own death, I will save you. Don't think that you will definitely be able to obtain the power of the god of death. Compared with the Ulu of the year, you are much weaker in strength. Her peak strength is close to the existence of the 10th level. Do you think that you are the soul stronger than Ulu? Yechu stared at Gray disdainfully. After hearing Yechu's words, Gray immediately calmed down, and even Leon, who didn't say that kind of thought, didn't dare to think about this kind of thing again. Some powers are indeed incomparably powerful, but the price of obtaining power is also very high. I kind of want to try my current strength. Can I fight you? Ulu couldn't wait to look at Yechu. Yechu said helplessly, I can understand that you have mastered new powers, and you can't help but want to use them, but obviously fighting with me is not a wise move. At least for now, your opinion on Zanpakuto is obvious. The level of mastery is not enough. Let's practice internal skills well, and learn from Dongmei later. If you are a beginner in internal power, I will take you out to fight. Just recently, my strength has also been improved to rely on. You, the place where you practice magic, are very important to me. It's really not a little bit of improvement. After some repairs, it's time to go to a new place to see. New place? Gray and the others were also going to ask Yechu something, but in the end they were all pulled away by Erza's strength. Poor little transparent Lucy, when everyone was fighting, she could only hold the key to the celestial spirit magic and hid in the corner and shivered. Said it was impossible to intervene. Alas, as expected, the outside world is even more terrifying than the inside of the guild. What about the mission reward? As the head of the office, Fubuki stared at Yechu with bad eyes. The three of them came this time. It can be said that most of the combat power of the office was dispatched. If there is not enough compensation, she must write it down in the small book when she goes back. At the end of the month, the BD Yechu will be deducted. Salary, let him use his hair to become food every day, and sooner or later become a middle-aged man like Saitama? Reward? Isn't it already there? Haven't you noticed that I used the drop of the moon that the magician feared the capital to practice? Not only did nothing happen, but even raised the Juyang divine art to a new level. For those of us who cultivate, the best reward is the one that can make the strength stronger. Therefore, let the moon drop be materialized, convenient for storage, and become the most suitable cultivation item for us to absorb. This is what we will do this time. Reward for the task. That being said, this reward is indeed a bit good. Can we practice together? The big eyes that flickered suddenly looked at Yechu with incomparable anticipation. Of course. In our bodies, there is no power in the magic power. The drop of the moon is equivalent to the pure and incomparable essence of the moon. For those of us who cultivate inner strength, it is the most neutral and peaceful nourishment. There are not many opportunities like this. In the future, you will have to take shifts when you come here to practice. Before other people come, I think you should improve your strength, so that when you go back, you can give everyone a surprise. Yechu reminded. In the past 3 days, Yechu and others have made great progress, and this cursed island that others in the fairy tale world are afraid of has also become their best secret cultivation place. Leon originally planned to stay with Ulu, but in the end he left the island with his people, and chose to join the Magic Guild to continue his path as a wizard. The most terrifying thing is Arusha. This woman's talent is too strong, yet Yu also thinks that this woman may become the next Jerf in the magic world. There is absolutely no need to question Arusha's talent. After all, those who can learn time magic are the most terrifying and top-level talent owners. It's just that Arusha didn't think about using magic to create anything new. Now, after a little research for 3 days, the moon drop has been materialized. The materialized moon droplets have increased in concentration by an unknown number of times, turning into an incomparably clear moonlight silver color. Really, aren't you going to join us now? Yechu sent an invitation to Arusha again. The others didn't understand why Yechu asked an old man who was a little strange and full of intrigues to join them. Not this time. If there is a chance to meet in the future, I will consider it. However, about the previous transaction, you don't think about it for the time being. Arusha did not hide her heart at all. Magic crystal? She didn't want to give Yechu a chance to become stronger. She had already seen it in the past 3 days. Yechu not only cultivates internal skills, but also has the power of the god of death of Zanpakuto, and even has the ability of devil fruit. With this kind of monster, if he was given another chance to become stronger, she felt that she would never have the opportunity to have an equal dialogue in the future, and it would also have a great impact on her own plans. Arusha didn't give Yechu a chance to react at all, and completely disappeared in front of Yechu at the fastest speed. Of course, for Yechu, he had no intention of leaving Arusha at all. Do you like skinny girls? He has already given devil fruit. If Arusha doesn't act according to his request, then he will naturally make Arusha pay the price. It's just that the pure moon drop transformation method has been obtained. The power of the magic crystal cannot necessarily be absorbed by Yechu's current realm, and there is no need to forcibly leave Arusha for the time being. You go back first. There should be a lot of tasks to do in the 2 worlds recently. I will take Ulu to develop the tasks of the new world first. New world. Ulu looked at Yechu in confusion. That's right. With your cultivation base and vision, you probably haven't seen the power I exerted before. In fact, because these powers don't belong to this world, you haven't seen them. The mission of our office, it is to go to various worlds to carry out activities, and by the way, improve my own strength. So powerful? I've heard of time magic, but I never thought that there will be people in the world who have such control over the power of space, and I have never thought that other worlds will exist. If it really exists, then I will follow you to see. Ulu was a little impatient. In 3 days, the energy and blood that was consumed by the devil fruit created before Yechu's cultivation using the moon drop, coupled with the power of the 7th layer 9 Yang divine art, has completely recovered, and then created an arbitrary door. It's not what a big deal. I hope that this time the world can have many ways to improve their strength. Create. Pulling out a hair, Yechu directly activated the ability to create. An arbitrary door appeared directly in Yechu's sight. When Ulu was still amazed, Yechu pulled Ulu and entered the arbitrary door directly. Is this the smell of the sea breeze? Having stayed on the island for so long, Yechu was still very familiar with the smell of the sea breeze, but he did not expect that the world he came to was actually a nearby island. Who are you? Why are you on the island? Yechu lowered his head, only to see a small bald head. Well, the brightness is still a lot worse than that of teacher Saitama, but the appearance is somewhat familiar, especially the shape without the nose. Yechu directly guessed his identity. It was just guessing the identity that made his spine go cold. Ma Dan came to a terrifying world? Even with a heart like Yechu, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. This little bald head, who doesn't look tall, is obviously Kellen from the Dragon Ball world. This place is full of monsters that blow up the planet with one punch. Reaper's power? Inner power? Devil fruit's ability? Ask for flowers. In front of this group of monsters, it is obviously not enough to see at all. Wait, saw Goku when he was young. Yechu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Wukong, who was carrying a heavy tortoise shell on his back and was cultivating constantly. At least it was relatively safe here. We are martial arts practitioners, and we just came here by accident. I wonder if we can stay for a few days. Yechu thought for a while and asked. At this time, Kaylin was still relatively paid, and glanced at Yechu. There is no way you can stay. But the beautiful big sister over there, I think the teacher will be very happy to stay. If there is a relationship between her and the teacher, it's not impossible for you to stay with such a little super friendly relationship. Haha. It seems that the little devils in this world are really not very cute. Ulu's mouth twitched. Yechu is also very helpless. He can offend anyone, but he can't offend a woman. This kid, Kellen, is obviously not enlightened. Sometimes, women are more terrifying than turtle immortals. Whether to stay or not, I think it's better to use my fists to decide. I think my strength should be pretty good. After so many years, I have heard of Teacher Wu Tian's name, and it shouldn't matter if we compete. You actually know that Teacher Wu Tian lives here? It seems that everyone now thinks that they can fight against Teacher Wu Tian. If you want me to say, a guy like you, even us who are disciples of Teacher Wu Tian, can't beat it? Krillin said rudely. Really? Why don't we try? Yechu also wanted to see how much he was fighting now, based on Dragon Ball World's combat power. If you can't beat me, leave quickly. Although I don't know how you got here, we don't stay here. Krillin instantly put on a fighting stance. Wukong, who had completed his training, saw that he could fight here, and immediately became interested, and trotted in front of Yechu. Want to learn from each other? Can I be together? Wukong looked at Yechu expectantly. No problem, let's take action. If you don't want to be instantly defeated by me, I advise you to take off the turtle shell on your body. If Yahan remembered correctly, Wukong and Kellen in this period were completely within the understandable range of strength, and both of them together were not his opponents. Small Yahan defeated Wukong very smoothly, and also found the Dragon Ball he had been looking for in the Dragon Ball world. His wish was very simple, to look at his original world again, to see his relatives and friends in the original world. But Earth's Dragon Ball abilities are still a little weak. After countless years of practice, Yahan found the Dragon Ball of Namek, and even found the Dragon Ball in the universe, and finally achieved his wish. Only, seeing that a certain world is disgusting because of a certain author. 897. Yahan also just picked up his apprentices, leaving the world to fend for itself. The world of Dragon Ball is too dangerous, and in the end everyone decided to settle in the world of Fairy Tail. In the Cosmic Martial Arts Club, Yahan, who was a special guest, and his apprentices sat next to the two Quan Wangs to watch the battle, said to be watching. It's actually kind of embarrassing. Erza's expression was very solemn, even a little nervous. What's the matter, Erza? Yahan asked strangely. Erza said solemnly, Yahan, I can feel their incomparably powerful aura, and even those terrifying auras, they can defeat me with just a single thought. However, I can't see any of their movements, even those terrifying auras. In my opinion, it's just an empty space, with only occasional strange explosions. Yeah, I thought we had become very strong, but I didn't expect that there is still a huge gap between us and the real strong. It's really helpless. Alucia is also at a sentence. Myra also changed her past gentleness. The world is too big, there are too many strong people. We used to sit and watch the sky after all, but now it seems that S-rank mages are really nothing. We have to work harder to change, you have to be stronger. However, even if you work hard, even if you continue to persevere, you may not be able to reach the realm of strength of these people for a lifetime. Yahan laughed and said, what are you thinking? With me here, are you afraid that you won't be able to reach this level? If you can't do it in 10 years, then you can't in 50 years, if you can't in 50 years, then you can't in 100 years, you can't do it in 100 years, then 1,000 years, not 1,000 years, then 10,000 years, as long as you continue to work hard, there will always be a day to surpass them. Believe me, and believe in yourself, your talent is very powerful, it is just the power essence of the world, it is magic. As long as you have more contact with the power essence of other worlds, the harvest will be greater than imagined. The three girls were encouraged by Yahan and nodded. Yes indeed. These people are powerful, but as long as they are by Yahan's side, they will definitely become stronger. Both they and Yahan believe in this. The Cosmic Martial Arts Conference is still proceeding step by step. The power of the strong in the universe also makes Yahan feel a little bit of pressure, but he also believes that he has infinite possibilities and will definitely be stronger than everyone in the future. Ended as scheduled, Wukong also chose the wish that everyone unexpected. This competition also finally let everyone see the power of each universe, and the terrifying power of King Quan, and no one really disappeared. Decades later. Gaku, it's finally time for the two of us to fight against each other. At the top of the universe, Yahan took the strength from the cultivation of the world, and stood opposite Wukong in a sassy posture. He felt the fighting spirit that he had never had before. Ha ha ha, I can finally fight with you. After the martial arts conference, I really haven't met an opponent like you for a long time. Wukong's eyes are also very cold. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Bai Wukong made Yahan feel the terror of Xians. Holding the Zanpakuto and driving the power of the Thunder Fruit, Armament Haki is fully open, the Immortal Mode is open, and the 8 doors are fully open. Yahan, who has been solved, also allows Bai Wukong to experience the joy of battle that he has never had before. Powerful? Both sides are strong to a certain level. This is the strongest battle in the universe, there is no victory or defeat, and they are exhausted. The two just lie on the ground tiredly, looking at each other and smiling. Hundreds of years later. In the world of Dragon Ball, there is a family of 3.8 clan Ya family with the superpower quirks as the source of power. As the head of the family, Yahan, looking at the juniors who he trained with his own hands, also has more expectations for the future of the Earth and the future of the world. Earth warriors, starting from their generation, will no longer be weaker than anyone. Yahan, the head of the Ya family, sat with the turtle immortal with some relief and drank tea. The prosperous age of the Earth is coming. No matter how many cosmic emperors in the future, there is no way to bring devastating disasters to the Earth, and this Earth is not only protected by Xians. The next morning, Bert received 3 messages one after another. The first news was sent by Shield. The Tesseract was stolen. Shield wanted to borrow Dr. Banner and Yvonne to help and hoped that he would be prepared. There may be big events next. The second piece of news was personally sent by the head of the vampire police station, Slade, that there was an accident at the vampire police station in California, and a large number of vampires surrounded the vampire police station. The third news is brought by the war machine Rhodes. The military needs war abomination and war lizards as soon as possible. There are so many things in the early morning, and everything is a big event. In the office, Bert thought for a while and said to Lilith, reply to Shield, Dr. Banner and Yvonne will help. Lilith nodded, okay. Then, Bert asked Rhodes to come in and ask straight to the point, Rhodes, why did the military dispatch war abomination and war lizards? These two are big killers. Aliens appeared again? I don't know either. I'm only responsible for transporting war abominations and war lizards. Rhodes smiled bitterly. The military seems to have a big move, and the 5th Fleet has received orders and is ready to go. 5th Fleet? Could it be Wakanda? Didn't Shield kept it hiding from the military? Bert was stunned. He thought for a while and said, the war lizards have not been debugged yet. You can bring the war abomination. Also, ask the military if you would like to hire Frank, that big-tempered soldier. Rhodes was stunned for a moment, and then said, I'll ask. The military should be willing. Okay, you go to the base, and I'll let someone help you transport the war abomination. Bert nodded, and after Rhodes left, he took out the phone and wanted to call Nick Fury, but after thinking about it, he called Frank. After connecting, Bert and Frank talked about the military, and Frank asked, Bert, what do you want me to do? I want to know the purpose of the military. I suspect they want to attack Wakanda. Bert said with a headache, it's fine at other times. This time is really not suitable for war. The high-tech Wakanda you said. Frank was stunned, and he said, I'll take a look at it and report to you when the time comes. Bert said, okay, by the way, if you face Wakanda, hide behind. Frank asked, is Wakanda that good? It's more powerful than you think. Their technology is even enough to fight interstellar warfare. Bert put down the phone and asked Lilith to call Blade and Melinda in. After the two were seated, Bert asked with a sullen face, tell me, what happened in California? Blade looked at Melinda and motioned for her to speak. Melinda said with a blank face, York, the deputy chief of the California Vampire Police Department, secretly arrested a few vampires for experiments. Last night, this incident was discovered by other vampires. York fled back to the police station, and a large number of vampires came to the police station after hearing the news, surrounded the police station, and asked Chief Babo to hand over York. Babo refused, and the vampires were very dissatisfied. They gathered outside the police station and refused to leave, and conflicts might break out at any time. Blade said, Babo did the right thing. The police should not surrender to the thugs, let alone hand over the prisoners to the thugs because of their grudges. He did the right thing. Bert nodded and asked Melinda, what do you think York should do? Melinda said without any hesitation, it will be dealt with according to the internal rules of the police station. Besides, he is the deputy chief, and the crime is one more class. Since you have no conflict, why did you come to me together? Bert asked inexplicably, can't you handle this yourself? Blade said, the reason why we came to you together is that we found that someone wanted to take the opportunity to make trouble. Bert narrowed his eyes, take the opportunity to make trouble. Blade nodded and said, California's vampires are all gathering in Los Angeles, obviously to participate in this demonstration. Bert sneered, they want to overthrow the vampire police station? Are they floating, or is your blade not good enough? They don't have the guts, my blade is still very sharp. Blade said coolly, their purpose should be the blood of hope. Blood of hope. Bert narrowed his eyes, the blood of hope is the new vampire food researched by Dr. Stearns. After strict testing, after confirming that there is no problem, mass production and sales have begun? Yes, the blood of hope is delicious, you can add different flavors when diluted, and the high concentration can enhance the strength, and more importantly, it is cheap, many vampires want to buy it. Blade said, but we only allow registered vampires to purchase in limited quantities, and many vampires who have not registered are very dissatisfied. They want to force us to release the sale of blood of hope. Bert snorted coldly and said, who is behind it? If I guessed correctly, it should be the old pure blood family in California, the Hillock family. Blade said, in California, they are the only ones who can summon so many vampires in a short period. Hillock family. Bert turned to look at Lilith, and Lilith replied, Hillock family is the first pure blood family to come to the United States. However, they are very low-key. They have not participated in the parliament and have been staying in California. In this case, their strength should be preserved well, no wonder they dare to make trouble. Bert asked Blade and Melinda, you want me to fix this? Blade said, I don't want to move against a big family like Hillock, only you can do it. The timing is so coincidental. Bert sneered, since someone wants me to leave New York, then I will leave. Blade, you sit in New York, look after the vampire police station, and keep all the police on standby. Blade asked, what's going to happen? Something big. Bert didn't say more, he said, you ask Babo to spread the news that I'm coming there. I want to see how hard the Hillock family's neck is. Blade shrugged and left with Melinda. On the way, Melinda made an excuse and secretly reported the matter to Nick Fury. Director Fury gritted his teeth, Carlson. Melinda was stunned, what does this have to do with Carlson? It doesn't matter, Melinda, be vigilant and report anything at any time. Director Fury hung up the phone, his face was very ugly. Carlson, this bastard, how come he has never seen him so scheming before? Is he born to be a villain? On the SHIELD helicarrier, Yvonne, Banner, and Betty got off the Quinjet. Black Widow shook hands with them and said with a smile, Dr. Banner, you seem to be happier than before. Have a good fiancé, a good job, a good boss, why shouldn't I be happy? Banner laughed, I'm fine with everything now, except for a child who is not very obedient and grumpy. Betty said dissatisfiedly, Banner, don't say that, Hulk will be angry. Banner said helplessly, Betty, I think you care about Hulk more than me now. Betty said funnily, don't tell me, you are jealous of Hulk. At this moment, a strong man with a shield came over and nodded to everyone. I'm Steve Rogers, welcome you all. 3 months ago, Captain America officially joined SHIELD as a special commander. His appearance surprised all 3 of them. Banner stepped forward and shook hands with him, smiling. I heard that you came back before. It's a pity that I haven't had a chance to see you. You are my idol, remember to sign for me later. It's mine too. I wanted to beat you since I was a child, so I also learned to fight. Yvonne said carelessly, and Steve asked in surprise, aren't you a scientist? Carter once told me about you. Banner complained, he's a scientist, boxer, crime expert, and lifelong spokesperson for vodka. Everyone laughed. At this time, the Black Widow said, okay, everyone, go in, it will become impossible to breathe here in a while. Banner asked in surprise, don't you tell me that this ship is a submarine. Black Widow was just about to introduce when Yvonne said, this is the helicarrier of SHIELD, it can fly. Bert has a comment on it. That guy knows about the helicarrier. Black Widow was a little surprised. She asked, what's the evaluation? Yvonne said, Bert said that he dares to fly into the sky, even without protective gear. But this helicarrier, there's an 80% chance that it will fall. Banner shook his head, Yvonne, this is not a funny joke, if this ship falls, we will die. Don't worry, this ship won't fall. Black Widow said confidently. At this time, the helicarrier started, and the 4 huge turbine engines rotated at a high speed. While the seawater was expelled, the helicarrier slowly rose. Turbo engine? It's an antique? If you have money, I will design a plasma engine for you. Yvonne walked to the side and glanced at it, and sneered. At this time, along with the BGM, a golden and red figure fell from the sky. It was Iron Man Tony Stark. Tony walked out of the suit and said dissatisfiedly, Natasha, why do you want to invite this lunatic? I can do what he can, I can do it even better, but he can't. I didn't know you could be beaten up every day. Yvonne sneered, seeing that the 2 were about to quarrel. Black Widow hurriedly took them into the cabin, where a large number of SHIELD agents were controlling the mothership. In addition to these staff and Rumlow, there are Daredevil in red and Iron Fist Danny Rand, who just joined SHIELD some time ago. Daredevil is to fight criminals better, and Danny Rand is to get his company back. After a few people introduced each other, Director Fury came over and said, everyone, the Tesseract is of great importance. We must find it immediately. Dr. Banner, the cube will emit gamma rays. You are an expert in this field. Tune the spectrometer for me, and I'll make an algorithm to find it. Banner said neatly, and Director Fury nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Tony suddenly asked, Director Fury, I want to know why the 5th Fleet suddenly sailed to Africa and asked for War Abomination to accompany them. Is it about the cube that was stolen? Director Fury looked at Tony with one eye and said, this is a military secret, I can't tell you. Tony said without giving up, if you want us to help, you must tell us everything. That's right. Everyone nodded, including Yvonne. Director Fury was silent for a while and said, it's related. They went to Africa for Wakanda. Tony recalled for a moment, frowned, and asked, Wakanda? That super poor country that got relief from the United Nations. Yvonne said with contempt, sissy, Wakanda is the most technologically advanced country in the world, and they still have a whole vibranium mountain. The most technologically advanced country? Vibranium mountain? Madman, are you sure you have no problem with your brain? Tony sneered and said that many people have the same idea as him. Yvonne snorted, looking disdainfully. Director Fury sighed and said, Yvonne is right, Wakanda is indeed the country with the most developed technology on Earth. This secret SHIELD has been kept from other countries to avoid war. Director Fury added, but Coulson and Hawkeye told the American military about this, and their purpose should be to keep us out of the military's support and to turn off the war abomination and the war machine. Tony frowned, I don't believe that Wakanda is so powerful, why no one knows and still eat the subsistence allowances of the United Nations. How do I know what brain circuits those people have? Director Fury took out his mobile phone and played the original video of the fighter jet hitting the mountain. Tony took a deep breath after reading it. Energy defense cover? How is this possible? Shouldn't they be aliens in disguise? Others were also surprised. Director Fury shook his head and said, Wakanda, leave this for later. We will talk about finding the cube. By the way, there is even worse news. Steve shook his head and said, what could be worse than war? After I woke up, everyone told me that the war was over and the world was back to peace. Now it seems that everything is the same as it was 70 years ago. Director Fury said, Blood God, Bert, just got on the plane an hour ago and went to California. Is there any problem? He goes to the West Coast at a time like this. Black Widow stunned, Director, won't you stop him? He is the strongest fighting force on our side. Steve and the others also frowned. They had read the information and knew how important Bert was. If it wasn't for him, the lizardman from the last time might have been more troublesome. Director Fury shook his head and said, California is a little troublesome, and I can't stop it. What if Bert isn't here? Will the sky fall? Tony said arrogantly, with me, Tony Stark, the world will be safe and sound. Yvonne said disdainfully, I hope your naivete will collapse. If don't count on me, is it possible to count on you? Besides destroying, what else will you do? I'll beat you up. It's just you. I just upgraded my suit recently, so I can beat you with one hand. I don't even need a hand to deal with you. Seeing the two quarreling again, Banner sighed and said, Director Fury, I'm going to get the algorithm, do you have a special room? Of course, Natasha, take Dr. Banner with you. Director Fury said. He looked at Tony and Yvonne who were on fire, and everyone who was very estranged from each other, frowning secretly. Can this team save the world? Director Fury thought to himself, you must try. I can't always rely on Bert, he is a vampire. At an airport in Los Angeles, California, Bert along with Lilith came out of the private plane, and the resolute-looking California Vampire Police Chief Babu stepped forward and said, Blood God. Bert and Babu shook hands and said with a smile, since you came, it seems that the crisis will be resolved soon. Hearing the news of your coming, the vampires were scared and left. Babu said, those vampires are very afraid of you, Blood God Bert Wong. Bert smiled and said, how did you become the director when you are so incapable of speaking? The vampires police station was a startup, but there was a shortage of manpower. Seeing that my ability was good, Chief Blade promoted me to be the chief of this branch. Babu said with a sigh, before I became a vampire, I was a policeman for more than 10 years, and I never got promoted. You did a good job this time, I will let Blade give you more bonuses. Bert smiled, pointed to the old butler over there, and asked, who is that? Babu said, the butler of the Hillock family is here to invite you, Blood God. Seeing Bert and the others mentioning him, the butler stepped forward and said politely, Blood God, Patriarch Hillock sincerely invites you to visit Hillock Castle. Then let's go have a look. Bert did not refuse, and Babu hurriedly said, Blood God. Bert raised his hand and said in a cold voice, bring all the police to Hillock Castle, and if necessary, eradicate the Hillock family. The North American vampires only need one voice. Babu and the butler were stunned for a moment, and Babu immediately said, yes, Blood God. Lead the way. Bert said to the butler, who forced a smile and turned to lead the way, but was amazed in his heart, this Blood God is more decisive than the legendary one? I don't know if you made a mistake in this move, sir. In Hillock Castle, Bert shook the red wine and asked, Patriarch Hillock, you went out to welcome me in person and prepared a grand banquet. I would like to ask, what exactly do you want to do? I just want to see you, the Blood God, but I can't keep my old face down, so I have to do this. He has a childish face, and the Patriarch Hillock, who is like a noble, said, please forgive the weak self-esteem of an old fellow. Seeing Patriarch Hillock's attitude so low, Bert couldn't hold him accountable anymore. He drank the red wine and asked, Patriarch Hillock, you wanted to see me, do you have anything to ask me? Yes, I want to ask the Blood God, why do you have to register the vampires? Patriarch Hillock said, once these registration materials are obtained by humans, the vampires may be lost forever. First of all, these materials will not be obtained by humans, and I am very careful every step of the way. Bert said, in addition, these materials are not as important as you think. Technology is advancing with each passing day. Identifying the identity of the vampires is very simple. A large-scale body temperature scanner is enough. Human technology is indeed getting more and more terrifying. Patriarch Hillock asked, Blood God, you should have other plans, right? Yes. Bert did not deny it. He said, I want to prepare a way back for the vampires. One day, human beings will not be able to tolerate the vampires, so I will immigrate to the alien planet with the vampires. At that time, these materials will allow me to take the vampires as quickly as possible. I see. Patriarch Hillock suddenly realized, and he said, Blood God, you are farsighted. I will let everyone in the Hillock family register. This is for the best. Bert nodded with satisfaction, but he was a little suspicious. What did this old vampire want to do? To please him? The vampire's registration is just an excuse for Patriarch Hillock? At this time, Patriarch Hillock asked curiously, Blood God, what kind of creature's blood is the blood of hope? As far as I know, the vampires can only drink the blood of intelligent life. Bert was a little surprised. You seem to know a lot. The longer you live, the more you know. Patriarch Hillock stood up and said, Blood God, I have some collections, and I would like to invite you to watch it. Bert put down the wine glass, got up, and asked, what collection? Patriarch Hillock said with a smile, the mural that records the origin of the vampires. Bert narrowed his eyes and said, the origin of the vampires? Then I need to get a good look at it. In the storage room, Patriarch Hillock pointed to the first mural and introduced, our vampires was born from here. On the mural is a book, an ancient book that looks very evil and has a line of strange words on the cover. Bert frowned and asked, you mean, our vampires were born from a book? Patriarch Hillock pointed to the second mural and said, yes, this book created the first vampire, which is Dracula. The second mural is an open book. A blood-colored figure is flying out of the page, and next to it are written two words in ancient vampire writing, first ancestor? Lilith looked at Dracula in the mural with a strange look, but it soon returned to normal. Bert asked, what happened to the pure blood? It was also born from the book. The first pure bloods were created by Dracula with his blood. Patriarch Hillock looked at Bert and said with flickering eyes, the blood god ceremony is the ceremony of turning pure blood back into Dracula's blood. It turns out that, I felt a little wrong before. Only the 12 elders rushed into my body, and nothing else. Bert suddenly realized. He turned his eyes back to the first mural and asked, what kind of book is this book that can create our vampires? The Dark Hold, also known as the Book of Sins, the Book of Spells, or the Book of the Damned, is the origin of all dark magic. Patriarch Hillik said, and the Book of Vishanti, of light magic, its capabilities were considered the direct antithesis of the Darkhold. Darkhold. Bert was stunned. The Darkhold appeared in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is a book that can give you any knowledge. The villain in it even used it to create a virtual world. Bert knew about this book, but he never looked for it. On the one hand, he didn't remember the specific plot very well. On the other hand, this book was a bit wicked. Those who got it seemed to have no good end. Patriarch Hillik said, yes, the Book of the Dark God, Blood God. If you want to solve the problems of the vampires, this book is essential. Bert glanced at Patriarch Hillik and said, if it is the one that created vampires, then I must look for it. I have some clues about its whereabouts, I can give it to you, Blood God. Patriarch Hillik said happily. Bert narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this old guy's real purpose to make him look for the Darkhold? Thank you, Patriarch Hillik. Bert did not reveal it, agreed to come down, and then left Hillik Castle with a clue. At this moment, a circle of sparks suddenly appeared in front of him, and then it quickly grew larger. Bert was stunned. Camartage's portal. Immediately afterward, a fat man in a monk's robe who looked very happy walked out of the space door. Bert smiled and said, dude, if you were to be fatter, you probably won't be able to squeeze out. Why, it's very spacious, okay. The fat man shouted in dissatisfaction. At this time, he remembered something. His face became straight, and he said, Blood God, I am Wong of Camartage, and I am ordered by the Ancient One to give you these two things. Having said that, Wong took out two things from his pocket. One was a necklace in a box, and the other was a scroll of mysterious magic. Is this the battle armor that Ancient One helped me build? Bert looked at the necklace and asked excitedly. Damon's magic chain is relatively simple. It was done a few months ago, and his armor has been obtained now. Yes, as long as you recite the incantation silently, the necklace will become battle armor and will automatically deploy over your body. Wong said enviously, even our Camartage does not have such good armor. Bert took the necklace and the magic scroll and said, thank Ancient One for me. Wong said, Ancient One has another word for me to bring to you. While putting the necklace around his neck, Bert asked, what? Wong said, Ancient One said that those who possess the Darkhold will never end well. Bert was stunned for a moment, and then he understood why Wong came here. Ancient One asked him to exhort him. Bert hesitated, and said seriously, okay, tell Ancient One, I will not touch the Darkhold. Wong was a little surprised that the Blood God agreed so happily. It seems that he respects Ancient One. Wong thought to himself, all his dissatisfaction with Bert disappeared in his heart. Many people are dissatisfied with Bert. They feel that Ancient One is too good to Bert. Not only does she not care about anything, but also helps him refine the armor. Wong said, the things have been delivered, I'm going back. Bert stopped Wong and asked, wait, I heard Damon say that Camartage's computer is very poor. Wong said, it doesn't matter, we don't use it often. That's not good, now is the age of information. Bert said, I will give you an arc reactor, a set of holographic projection equipment, and 100 sets of top-of-the-line computers. For Camartage. Wong waved his hands, that's not good, Camartage doesn't accept gifts. What's wrong? It's just an external thing, and you Camartage don't care about money. Bert said, the holographic projection is very easy to use. It can make people immersive and use it to listen to music, just like at a concert. Really? Wong is a little moved. He is a music enthusiast. If he hadn't become a mage, he might have made his debut as a singer. Of course it's true. Bert nodded, and he said, okay, that's it. Wong, you go back first, and I'll have someone deliver things to Bleecker Street. Wong was stunned. It's settled? Wait, when is it settled? Just now. Bert didn't give Wong any time to react, and said, okay, Wong, I still have something to do. I'll treat you well next time. This is not necessary, I have to go back to Camartage. To report to Ancient One. Wong walked back to the portal in confusion. When did I agree? After Wong left, Bert turned to look at Hillik Castle. His eyes were extremely cold. Before, Bert could not determine the purpose of Patriarch Hillik, but even Ancient One warned that Patriarch Hillik wanted to harm him. There are always bad people trying to harm me. Bert took out his mobile phone and dialed Babu, saying, encircle Hillik Castle, get ready to do it. Babu asked, Blood God, do you want to kill him? If there is any resistance, shoot him to death. Bert put down the phone and strode towards Hillik Castle. The butler at the door saw him coming back, and hurriedly greeted him and asked, Blood God, is the car not here yet? I'll go and prepare. Bert smiled and said, no need, I just want to borrow it from you. The butler was stunned for a moment, and then said, borrow from me? Blood God, please tell me. Then I'm welcome. With a wave of Bert's hand, the butler flew out uncontrollably, knocking down the door with a bang. The castle guards were shocked and hurriedly surrounded them. With a few flicks of Bert's fingers, the guards flew out one by one. Then, Bert strode into the gate, and Patriarch Hillik asked in shock and anger, Blood God, what do you mean by that? Patriarch Hillik, I'll give you two choices. 1. Tell me, who wants to harm me? I'll spare the rest of the Hillik family. Bert said. 2nd, the Hillik family will be annihilated. Patriarch Hillik's heart suddenly burst, and he shouted, Blood God, how do I know who wants to harm you? Stubborn. Bert raised his hand at Patriarch Hillik. Patriarch Hillik was startled, burst out violently, and fled to the back like a shadow. At this moment, a powerful suction force came out from Bert's palm, and the surrounding wind was raging, and Patriarch Hillock stepped back uncontrollably. Bert snorted coldly, his right hand suddenly became longer, grabbed Patriarch Hillock's neck, and slammed him into the ground. With a bang, Patriarch Hillock almost fainted. Patriarch Hillock shouted in shock from the ground, "Blood God, let me go. I'm sorry, you've already missed the opportunity. Since you don't say it, I'll see for myself." Bert lowered his head and stared at Patriarch Hillock with his burning eyes. It was the signature ability of the Ghost Rider, the Penance Stare. Under the action of the Penance Stare, Patriarch Hillock's memory was like a reversed movie in front of Bert's eyes. Bert searched quickly and found the mastermind behind the scenes, a despicable old devil. Damn, Mephisto. Bert cursed in annoyance. That's right, Mephisto was the mastermind behind the scenes. He encouraged Patriarch Hillock to use the Dark Hold to pit Bert. Patriarch Hillock once sacrificed demons, so he knew Mephisto. Patriarch Hillock's life was full of sins, so his soul quickly turned to ashes in the fire. Bert threw his corpse on the ground and turned to go out to deal with the other vampires. 5 minutes later, the California vampires' giant Hillock family became history. The members were either killed or arrested. Baba reminded, "Blood God, the Hillock family has fallen, and many vampires will flee. Then let them escape. We only need vampires who are willing to abide by the rules." Bert said in a cold voice, "Let someone guard Hillock Castle, and I will search it later." "Yes, Blood God." Baba nodded. Bert let out a sigh of relief. His expression was a bit ugly, and being targeted by Mephisto is not a good thing, because this old guy can't be killed, and he will always disgust you. Bert scolded, "Isn't it just tricking one of your sons, destroying one of your projections, and destroying one of your layouts? That trash, Hillock, seems to be dead." On the private plane flying to Stuttgart, Mephisto glanced in the direction of the United States, his expression a little unswerving. He thought he would be able to pit the Blood God, but he died so quickly. Damn Blood God. Forget it, this side is more important. Mephisto scolded secretly and turned his attention back to the man in green in front of him. This man was watching the movie Thor, and while he was watching, he yelled, "The idiot who played Loki doesn't look like me, my hairline is not as high as his. Wow, the actor who played Thor is too similar, right? When I conquer the earth, I will arrest him and let him play the drama of Thor being beaten every day for me? Huh, wait, that's not right. Why does the writer know that I'm not Odin's son?" Thor didn't know about it at the time. Loki's brows furrowed deeply. Mephisto glanced at him, his body turned into a plume of black smoke and flew quietly into the scepter beside him. "Mind Stone, Space Stone, Cosmic Fleet, Blood God, Ancient One, it won't be long before I give you a surprise, a big surprise, ha ha ha." Loki didn't find Mephisto's existence from beginning to end. He watched the whole movie and stood up unhappy. At this time, Hawkeye came over and said, "It's time to go to Stuttgart." "Very good, everything went according to plan." Loki nodded, his body flashed, and the green suit turned into armor. "Okay." Hawkeye responded and took a group of mercenaries out of the private plane to the research institute to snatch the metal iridium. As for Loki, as in the movie, he went to the concert to pretend to be a jerk, but the ending is slightly different. In the movie, Loki surrendered immediately after Iron Man arrived, and was taken into the helicarrier unharmed, but in reality, Loki was beaten by the vindictive Yvonne and Iron Man in turn, and he couldn't be more miserable? God, it's nothing more than that. Yvonne swung the electric whip around Loki, and Loki was twitched by the electric shock, but he didn't die, he didn't even get hurt, but his hair stood up, the body of a god and the suit of a god, it was powerful. "You can't, I'll do it." Tony smiled disdainfully, a miniature missile blew up on Loki, and with a bang, Loki was blown away, and his whole body was charred. "Don't hold me back." Yvonne shouted in dissatisfaction, and at the same time waved the whip at Loki again. Tony shot Loki away with a pulse cannon, and then sneered, "It's you, don't hold me back." Loki gritted his teeth for a while. These two bastards didn't even give him a chance to surrender. He came today to make a fake surrender, okay? Steve couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, "You two, pay attention, Loki can't die before the cube is found. Let's see who knocks him out first." Yvonne shouted to Tony, and Tony said, "Who's afraid of who?" Again. Loki was furious, and at this moment, a dazzling thunder suddenly lit up in the sky, and Loki cried with joy, "Brother, you are finally here. Why are you so happy?" Tony asked suspiciously. At this moment, two thunderbolts slashed in front of him and Yvonne. Then, Thor, the god of thunder, came down from the sky with a hammer and said angrily to the two, "You dare to hit my brother." Seeing Thor, the besieging masses exclaimed, "Thor!" Tony and Yvonne did not recognize the wrong person, and Yvonne hurriedly shouted, "Thor, I am Bert's subordinate, do you remember? Bert's man." Thor was stunned for a moment, then recognized the armor of Tony and Yvonne, and said, "I remember you, you are all Bert's subordinates." Tony angrily said, "Who is that guy's subordinate?" Thor ignored Tony. He looked back at Loki and became furious again. "Why did you beat my brother like this? What's the problem?" Tony said without fear, "He killed more than 100 people in 2 days." Thor was short of breath. He said, "He's adopted." Everyone was speechless. It was a plastic brotherhood. Loki also glared at Thor. "So you are the big brother?" Meanwhile, the crowd of onlookers took pictures of Thor and whispered, "He can fly, he is the real Thor." The one just now was also the real Loki. Haha, I knew that Thor was real. I'm going to post the photo of Thor on Twitter to see what the bastards have to say. // There were a couple or more comments from onlookers, saying that the actor who played Thor in the Thor movie looks the same. How did the Norse mythology Thor become an Asian, etc.? The author made Thor an Asian-looking man in this novel. Had to remove all of those. If you guys want an Asian Thor, let me know, and I'll re-edit this chapter. // Not to mention the thoughts of the onlookers, Black Widow flew the Quinjet and shouted from above, "What are you doing, guys? Let's go back to the mothership. There are more and more onlookers around." Okay. Everyone nodded and flew into the sky with Loki. Captain America stepped on the glider provided by Carter. Looking at the people who flew away, one of the onlookers thought of something, and muttered with some worry, "Thor and Loki appear at the same time. Shouldn't there be another alien invasion?" Unfortunately, the concerns of the onlookers were right. On the helicarrier, Thor said to everyone, he has an army called the Chitauri. They're not of Asgard or any world known. He means to lead them against your people. They will win him the Earth. In return, I suspect, for the Tesseract. An army? From outer space. Dr. Banner frowned, and he said, that is to say, Loki wants to use the Tesseract to build a portal to bring the Chitauri into the Earth. He took Dr. Selvig for this. Hawkeye stole the metal iridium. It should be used as a stabilizer for the portal. Tony said next to him, the question now is, why did Loki come to the door and be caught by us? This is a problem. Natasha suggested, we can torture him. He doesn't look like a tough guy. Thor said loudly, no, he is the Prince of Asgard. You can't torture him. Natasha and Yvonne both frowned secretly but did not refute it. After all, Thor is very strong, and he has Asgard standing behind him. Then you can only play psychological tactics. I'll discuss it with Fury. Natasha left, and Tony leaned over to Thor and asked about the details of the 9 realms. He didn't want to put the safety of the Earth on this muscular man. In the specially made cage of the helicarrier, Loki was arranging his hair while gnashing his teeth and thinking, Ivan Vanko, Tony Stark, you two bastards, I must make you pay the price. At this moment, an agent came out of the cage. He and Loki looked at each other and he walked away silently. Everything went well. The show will start soon. Loki's eyes flashed slightly, and he continued to arrange his hair. This hairline could not be higher. Meanwhile, the African Wakanda, outer tribes, is invaded by a group of mercenaries who yelled to get the villagers together and then go to their homes to hunt for valuables. In the monitoring room of the base, Frank looked at the scene on the screen and frowned. General Hale, isn't your approach too rough? I also think it's too rude. Rhodes nodded, and Hale, a female general who looked very resolute, said coldly, we must find out Wakanda's strength as soon as possible. Only in this way can the Navy formulate a detailed attack plan. Are you going to go to war directly? Frank said dissatisfiedly, General Hale, war is no child's play. America does not allow threats. General Hale glanced at Frank and said very frankly, also, the people above are very interested in Viburnum Mountain. Frank sighed and said, I am a mercenary, and I am not qualified to question your decision. However, I hope you are careful. Someone told me that Wakanda has the strength to fight interstellar warfare. If that's the case, then it's even more important to find out their strength. General Hale said. At this time, the scene on the screen changed, and a group of Wakanda soldiers rushed into the village and fought with the mercenaries. Looking at these soldiers, General Hale frowned. Spear? Are they not natives? Frank glanced at it and said, that's a vibranium spear. What a luxury! Such a spear, how many firearms can I change? Deep greed flashed in General Hale's eyes when the mercenaries fired at the Wakanda soldiers, who pulled up their cloaks and used them to block the bullets. There was a burst of laughter in the base. It was primitive, but the next scene made everyone stunned. The cloak lit up with energy rays, blocking all the bullets. Immediately afterward, the Wakanda soldiers in the back row aimed their spears at the mercenaries, and a beam of energy shot out, and the mercenaries were directly shot through. Wakanda forever. The soldiers in the front row used their cloaks as shields and moved forward all the way. The soldiers in the rear row kept firing beams of energy from their spears. The mercenaries were not opponents at all and were quickly defeated and fled everywhere. There was a dead silence in the base, and General Hale said solemnly, energy weapon, energy cloak? It seems that the information we got is correct. Rhodes smiled bitterly. To be honest, I hope I'm wrong. General Hale ignored Rhodes, and she asked Frank, can War Abomination handle them? Frank said, it depends on whether they have vibranium planes or vibranium tanks. Rhodes couldn't help but said, General Hale, let's get in touch with Wakanda first. Maybe it can be resolved peacefully. General Hale said, when the army is overwhelmed, we will slowly get in touch with them and pass the video just now to the Navy. Immediately, a soldier replied, yes. Frank and Rhodes looked at each other and couldn't help sighing. Rhodes whispered, it seems that war is inevitable. Wakanda has such strength and will not give in. Frank nodded, and he said, now I just hope that the scale of the war will not be too big. Early the next morning, a fierce quarrel broke out in the aerospace carrier. The reason is very simple. Tony Stark, the repeated criminal, invaded the helicarrier system and found that the reason why SHIELD studied the Tesseract was to create weapons of mass destruction. Steve took the energy weapon he found and said loudly to Nick Fury, you are no different from Hydra. Of course, there is a difference, we are here to protect the world. Fury pointed at Thor and shouted, I just don't want the rest of the Earth to be destroyed by aliens like the small town of Antigua. None of my business, that was destroyed by Loki. Thor, the god of thunder, said dissatisfiedly, you study the Tesseract, which is equivalent to declaring to the universe that you are ready for advanced warfare, all of which are brought by yourself. We brought it on ourselves? We didn't invite you to come to Earth. A group of people became more and more fierce, and almost all superheroes participated in it. They did not find that the scepter on the table was glowing faintly. Their emotions were all affected by the scepter. At this time, Hawkeye took the No-66B transport plane to the helicarrier. Then, he took out his bow and shot the number 3 engine of the helicarrier with one arrow. Then, the arrow exploded with a bang, and the entire engine was blown up. Torn apart, the helicarrier shook violently, and Dr. Banner and Natasha broke the glass and fell into the next floor together. When the shaking stopped, everyone quickly got up from the ground, and Steve shouted, enemy attack. Tony, put on your armor quickly. Okay. Tony, Yvonne, and Rumlow hurriedly ran to the warehouse, while the others worked separately. For example, Nick Fury went to the command room to find out the situation. As soon as the 3 of them came to the warehouse, several electric shock bullets were shot at them. Tony and Rumlow were shot and fell to the ground and convulsed. Only Yvonne escaped in time. He had practiced. Seeing those SHIELD agents pointing their guns at him, Yvonne turned around and ran away, with no intention of saving people at all. Please, he might consider it if it was someone else, but Tony Stark? Oh, the weather is nice today. As for Rumlow, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with him. Seeing that Yvonne had escaped, the SHIELD agents did not pursue them. The leading agent said, the second target has been captured, and we will take him and Rumlow there immediately. Tony fell to the ground and asked feebly, target number 2, shouldn't I be target no 1? The lead agent lowered his head and said with a smile, Mr. Stark, the number 1 target is Yvonne, not you. Where can Yvonne compare to me? Why is he number 1? Tony was very dissatisfied. At this time, he thought of something and asked suspiciously, wait, your voice is familiar to me. It's an honor for Mr. Stark to remember me. The lead agent wiped on his face, took down a high-tech mask, and said with a smile, Mr. Stark, long time no see. Tony exclaimed, Coulson. Yes, it's me. I sneaked in early in the morning. By the way, the prototype of this high-tech mask is the UV protection mask you researched for vampires. Coulson smiled slightly and dragged the 2 to the cage with his men. In the cage, Loki had already escaped and brought back the scepter. He looked at Tony and sneered, did you enjoy the fight last night? Tony said frivolously, I'm pretty cool, but I don't know how you are. Loki snorted coldly, and the scepter was placed on Tony's chest. Tony's eyes quickly turned blue. In the movie, Tony has the arc reactor on his chest, so it's okay to be stabbed, but in this world, Tony has already removed the arc reactor. So, Tony Stark, the Iron Man who claims to protect the world, is under control. This feeling is so wonderful, without any restraints, I can do whatever I want. Tony Stark, whose eyes turned blue, said excitedly, I want to destroy all the armor. In this world, 1 Iron Man is enough, all the others will die. Loki laughed. He also turned Rumlow into a puppet, and then said, you go to equip the battle armor, and then destroy this place as much as you like. I want this helicarrier to fall. Tony and Rumlow shouted excitedly at the same time, no problem. After the 2 left, Coulson asked Loki, are we leaving now? Loki shook his head and said, no hurry, the show has just begun. I want to wait for someone here. You go to the fighter plane and wait for me. Okay. Coulson nodded and left. On the way, he took out his mobile phone and ordered, you can act now, tie that little girl. After finishing speaking, Coulson put down his phone with a look of excitement. He likes who he is now. In the lower area, Natasha's feet were pressed by the iron pipe and she was struggling to break free. At this moment, a loud gasping sound suddenly came from the side. She was shocked and turned her head sharply, seeing that Dr. Banner was in pain. Natasha hurriedly shouted, Dr. Banner, use the controller to control yourself. No, Bird's blood suddenly failed. Dr. Banner shouted, Natasha, Hulk will come out soon, you go to Betty. Dr. Banner, don't let him out. Natasha was shocked, but unfortunately, before she finished speaking, Dr. Banner turned into Hulk, roaring up to the sky. Natasha's face turned pale, and she tried hard to pull her feet out, but she couldn't do it. At this moment, Hulk came over and moved the iron pipe away in her terrified eyes. Bad woman, I don't like you. Hulk snorted at Natasha, crashing into the pipeline like a beast and rushing forward. Natasha looked at Hulk's back in astonishment. He didn't hurt me? Is it because of how beautiful I am? Let's go to Betty first, only she can control this big guy. Natasha hurriedly got up and ran towards the accommodation area. At the same time, the running Hulk was hit by Thor, and fell into the aircraft storage area together. Thor didn't know Hulk and thought he was an enemy, so he bumped into him. If it was someone else, he would explain, but Hulk didn't have this idea and rushed toward Thor. Big man, I'll play with you. Thor grinned and fought with Hulk in the plane area. The surrounding planes suffered bad luck and were destroyed by them one after another. While Thor was fighting the Hulk, Steve took Danny Rand to the area where the number 3 engine was, where a group of mercenaries was shooting at will. Steve was about to give an order when Danny rushed up and fought with the mercenary. Steve shook his head and smashed his shield at a big bald man. Contrary to Steve's expectations, his shield was caught by the bald man. What's even more amazing was that the bald man's body quickly metallized. With just a few breaths, he turned into a man made of vibranium. Metal man? Carlson said you would come here and let me wait for you here. The bald man threw away the shield and laughed loudly. Now that I have become a body of vibranium, who is still my opponent? Carl Creel aka the Absorbing Man, who can transform his body into substances he touches, has been imprisoned in SHIELD. Carlson secretly rescued him and turned him into a puppet to serve himself. Vibranium's body? This joke is not funny at all. Steve shook his head, and now he misses that era more and more. Vibranium? Try my iron fist to see how tough you are. Danny shouted, and his fist turned golden and slammed into the absorber. With a bang, the absorber didn't move, but Danny felt that his fist was about to shatter. Iron fist? It doesn't live up to its name. The Absorbing Man smiled disdainfully and punched Danny in the chest. Danny flew out like a kite with a broken string, fell to the ground, and couldn't get up for a long time. The Absorbing Man walked over to deal with Danny. Steve knocked over a mercenary and shot him with a gun, but all the bullets bounced off Vibranium's body. Since you want to die, I will fulfill you. Absorbing Man turned and rushed towards Steve. Steve tapped the watch on his hand, and with a bang, shot a missile at him, and the Absorbing Man was blown away. Immediately afterward, the glider flew to Steve's feet from a distance. Danny struggled to get up and asked in amazement, Captain, you have a glider from the Oscorp. Gift from my girlfriend. Steve laughed and jumped on the glider to deal with the Absorbing Man who got up. To the Absorbing Man with a vibranium body, missiles are nothing. While Steve was fighting the Absorbing Man, Yvonne was fighting Iron Man and the Peacemaker in the air. Yvonne scolded, Tony Stark, you are not only a traitor, but you are also a piece of shit. Yvonne Vanko, I've wanted to beat you for a long time. America only needs one genius, and that's me, Tony Stark. Tony shouted, and at the same time ejected a missile at Yvonne. Yvonne blew the missile with a whip, and then shouted, yes, America only needs one genius, but it's not you, but me. Peacemaker was silent and shot Yvonne frantically with a machine gun next to him. Yvonne was beaten furiously, but because of Tony's restraint, he couldn't fight back at all. Nick Fury, why not shut down the Peacemaker? Yvonne shouted, knowing that the Peacemaker can be turned off remotely, a feature specifically requested by Nick Fury. I tried it, but it doesn't work. Fury shouted, and Tony Stark laughed out loud. Are you wondering why the remote shutdown can't be used? Because I dismantled that function. Yvonne, your design is rubbish. Yvonne was furious. You die for me. At this moment, a black armor flew over and shot at the Peacemaker with a light machine gun, and the Peacemaker hurriedly avoided it. Natasha shouted, Rumlow, I'm sorry, I'm going to beat you. SHIELD ordered a total of 2 battlesuits from the Oscorp, and Natasha, named Black Widow, was specially made for her. Natasha? Let's see who beats who. Rumlow fired a missile towards Natasha. Natasha flexibly avoided it, then threw away the light machine gun, quickly rushed to Rumlow's side, and stabbed his right joint with a dagger. Black Widow and Mercury's suits are somewhat similar, both are melee agility types. The difference is that Natasha doesn't have a vibranium dagger. Without Rumlow, Yvonne was finally able to fight Tony. He waved his whip and shouted excitedly, Tony Stark, I can finally kill you above board. Me too. Tony smiled grimly, and the 6 mini-missiles on his shoulders blasted toward Yvonne. Looking at the battle of armors outside, Director Fury's face was quite ugly, and he shouted, Hill, can the number 3 engine be repaired? I don't know, no one can get close to that now. Hill shook her head. At this moment, Daredevil heard something and hurriedly pushed down Nick Fury. The next moment, a group of mercenaries rushed in and shot frantically toward the command room. Hawkeye was also among them. He drew his bow and shot a special device containing a computer virus into the computer interface. The special devices worked quickly, and the computer screens went black one by one. What's worse, the number 1 engine was also shut down, and the carrier swayed violently, falling towards the bottom. Varden. Director Fury was furious, and while shooting at Hawkeye, he shouted, Hill, hurry up and save the system. Hill took the risk and operated in front of the computer, and shouted helplessly, No, I can't figure it out, I have to find Tony or Yvonne. Damn, deal with Hawkeye first. Fury shouted, and Daredevil rushed towards Hawkeye immediately, and the two quickly fought. At the same time, Betty rushed to the plane area. She looked at the Hulk who was fighting with Thor, and shouted dissatisfiedly, Hulk, what are you doing? The Hulk, who was holding the plane wing and was about to smash it down, heard Betty's voice, and immediately threw the wing away, and then looked at Betty who came over. Thor rolled over and shouted at Betty with a hammer, Ma'am, he's dangerous. He may be dangerous to others, but to me, he is not. Betty shook her head and said to Hulk, Sit down. Hulk sat down very obediently. Thor's eyeballs almost didn't fall. Is this the big berserk monster just now? Betty asked, Why are you fighting? Hulk pointed at Thor aggrievedly and said, He hit me, I fight back. Betty turned to look at Thor in dissatisfaction. Huh. Thor's face is stunned. You have thick eyebrows and big eyes. You reversed black and white? But if you think about it carefully, it seems that it is indeed your mistake. This is embarrassing. Thor chuckled and said, I'll go see Loki. He might want to run away. After speaking, Thor immediately flashed. Betty couldn't help shaking her head. She picked up her phone and called Hill, saying, Hill, Hulk can attack at any time. Hill hurriedly said, "Great, let him deal with the absorbing man who has a vibranium body." "Okay." Betty nodded and explained to Hulk, "Hulk, you go out and deal with the absorbing man who looks like metal." "Okay." Hulk didn't talk nonsense, he rushed out. As long as there was a fight, it was enough, it didn't matter who the opponent was. Betty shook her head, started her watch, and 2 gliders flew towards her, one was for Banner, and the other was a benefit sent to her by the Oscorp. Hulk attack. On the deck, Hulk roared and charged fiercely toward the absorbing man in vibranium's body. The absorbing man didn't have time to escape and was hit by Hulk on the spot, almost falling from the sky carrier. Seeing that the absorbing man didn't fall, Hulk immediately rushed up to continue the attack. Captain America was about to help, and Hill's anxious voice sounded in the communicator, "Captain, hurry up and replace Yvonne. I need Yvonne to come back to solve the virus. The helicarrier has been falling." "Okay." Steve didn't dare to neglect and immediately flew in Tony's direction, Danny's side, and dealt with those mercenaries, who made him unable to fly and didn't have a rich girlfriend. When Steve got to the battlefield between Yvonne and Tony, he didn't talk nonsense and started the machine gun to shoot at Iron Man directly. Yvonne was a little dissatisfied and was about to let Steve leave. Hill said, "Yvonne, come back quickly to solve the virus? The ship is about to fall. I said earlier, this broken ship is unreliable." Yvonne scolded and flew towards the command room. Tony wanted to chase but was stopped by Steve. Tony angrily said, "Old antique, do you want to die?" Steve was also a little angry, "You rude guy, I will teach you a lesson for Howard." "Just you?" Tony attacked Steve directly, and the two fought fiercely in the air. At the same time, Yvonne rushed back to the command room. As he walked out of the battle armor, he said, "Give me the computer, and also, give me the password. I don't have time to decrypt it now." Hill immediately came to cooperate, right away. Seeing Yvonne coming, Director Fury breathed a sigh of relief and went to deal with Hawkeye with Daredevil. After a while, Hawkeye was knocked to the ground. Hawkeye, who had been punched heavily in the head, gradually regained consciousness. He was about to say something when Fury kicked him out. "Everyone put on the life jacket and prepare for a fall. Also, all pilots will fly the plane. Save supplies and personnel as much as they can." Fury ordered loudly. "Fortunately, there is a sea below, otherwise, it would be troublesome." "Okay." Everyone made preparations. At the same time, Thor was accidentally trapped in the cage by Loki. Then, in Thor's disappointed and heartbroken eyes, Loki pressed the button, and the cage broke away from the mothership and fell. "Why are you so heartbroken? You won't die." Loki rolled his eyes and went to meet with Coulson. All had been done, it was time to leave. Inside the Quinjet, seeing Loki coming up, Coulson said to the communicator, "Tony, Rumlow, prepare to escort us away." "Okay." Tony and Rumlow agreed at the same time, and Loki asked Coulson, "Is that guy back in New York?" "No, he's in California, and even if he leaves now, he won't be back in 2 hours," Coulson said. "Very well, let's go." Loki nodded with satisfaction. As for Hawkeye and other subordinates who were still in the helicarrier, he didn't care at all, it was just a puppet anyway. "Okay, take off." Coulson shouted to the pilot. The pilot started the plane immediately. At this moment, a big green hand suddenly grabbed the plane shook violently, and Coulson involuntarily fell towards the almost closed door. "Hulk!" Hulk roared, trying to pull the plane down by himself. As for the absorbing man, he had already thrown him into the sea. "Beast!" Loki snorted coldly and raised his scepter toward Hulk. The next moment, an energy wave slammed into Hulk's wrist, Hulk let go of the plane, and the Quinjet shot into the sky. "Loki!" Coulson shouted on the ground, but what greeted him was Loki's cold eyes. "I've long wanted to kill you, bastard." Loki sneered, "Talking every day about my hairline. Did my hairline provoke you? Also, you are now out of use." Looking at the departing Quinjet, Hulk roared angrily, but to no avail. He could only turn his head to Coulson. "This is an enemy and can be killed." Coulson shot Hulk with a gun without saying a word, but the small pistol was useless against Hulk. Hulk stepped forward and prepared to smash Coulson to death. Coulson was desperate, and at this moment, Betty's voice sounded from the speaker on the side. "Hulk, don't kill him, just knock him out." "Hulk." Hulk was very upset, but he didn't go against Betty's orders and grabbed Coulson with his big hand. "I'll do it myself, lest you accidentally kill me." Coulson smiled slightly, hitting his head on the deck and knocking himself unconscious. "Hulk hates you." Hulk was almost mad. How could there be such a person who would rather knock himself unconscious than let him do it? Betty was also speechless. This Coulson, what a ruthless man. At the same time, Tony and Rumlow escorted Quinjet to leave. Natasha and Steve did not pursue it. After all, the situation of the helicarrier is very bad now. "It's done." Yvonne typed the last line of code, and the system of the helicarrier began to return to normal. Hill was overjoyed and immediately started the number 1 engine. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Now it is only a few hundred meters from the sea, and it is too late to fly again. Of course, the behavior just now is not completely useless, it can greatly reduce the impact of falling, and if you are lucky, maybe you can still float up. In a minute, the helicarrier will fall into the water. 59, 58. The computer began to prompt, and everyone hurriedly prepared to fall into the water. Yvonne put on his battle armor and flew away from the command room. He was not interested in becoming a jerk. Hulk, Betty, and others were already in the air, and Betty said, "It's gone." Yvonne shrugged. Bert's words are very accurate, especially when he says bad things. Is it okay for you to tease the boss like this? Betty was speechless, and she asked, is Bert back? Now this situation can't be solved without him. I'll ask him. Yvonne contacted Bert, briefly explained what happened on the helicarrier just now, and then asked, when are you coming back? That guy Tony was controlled. Bert was a little speechless, but the plot changed a lot. He said, after the helicarrier falls into the water, you will go back to New York immediately. Loki should be preparing to open the portal in New York. Don't worry, I have prepared everything. With your words, I feel at ease. Yvonne smiled, and then asked, however, why wait for the helicarrier to fall into the water? Bert smiled and said, because I want to watch the helicarrier fall into the water, hurry up and live stream it. It is your character, in fact, I want to see it too. Yvonne laughed and turned on the camera to broadcast live. It didn't take long for the huge helicarrier to crash into the water, and the waves rose to a height of 100 meters, which was quite spectacular. Let's go back in time. After receiving the order of Coulson, a group of mercenaries immediately rushed to a small villa in Manhattan, where their target lived. It's summer vacation time, and Mindy has been staying at home for the past few days. At this time, she is entertaining her classmate and only friend of the same age. Mindy said speechlessly, little fat girl, how many family buckets have you eaten? A little girl with black hair and purple clothes stuffed the drumstick in her mouth and said dissatisfiedly, I'm not fat, I'm not as heavy as you. This is what makes me uncomfortable. You eat several times more than me every day, why are you still lighter than me? Mindy said dissatisfiedly, what kind of monster are you? My digestive ability is good? Mindy, do you still have more chicken drumsticks? The welfare center only has chicken drumsticks for a few days. It's better for your family, you can eat it as you like. The little girl ate all the meat on the chicken thigh in a few bites and then asked while biting the bone. This little girl is named Lena, an orphan of unknown birth, and Damon is planning to adopt her. It's not easy for Mindy to make a friend of the same age. Can you still eat? Are you human? Mindy complained, and at this moment, there was a sudden scream from outside. Mindy's eyes lit up, and she immediately turned on the monitor. She saw a man in a suit stepping on a trap clip and screaming. At the same time, next to the man in the suit, there are 3 guys. Anyone can see that it is not a good thing. Someone is looking for trouble, that's great, the hit girl is coming back. Mindy said excitedly, but before she could change her clothes, a group of people rushed out of the villa next to them and took the men in suits away, and there was none left. Mindy said a little frantically, Master is so hateful, he arranged a large group of bodyguards to live next to me. Lena blinked her big eyes and asked inexplicably, what happened? Nothing happened? Mindy said dejectedly, do you still want to eat chicken legs? We will order takeout. Hearing that there was something to eat, Lena immediately forgot about the outside world, drooling, and nodded again and again, okay, another family bucket. Eat to death. Mindy glared at Lena angrily and started calling. Mindy knew that Lena was a little unusual, but so what? Master is still a vampire? Ordinary people can't be Mindy's friend. In a small alley outside the villa, a mercenary in a red masked uniform hurried over, covering his bleeding stomach, which was pierced by a short knife. When he saw that all the mercenaries had been dealt with, he immediately knelt in despair on the ground. If I had known, I wouldn't have taught that driver how to kill a rival in love. I didn't even receive any money. The mercenary sighed. He specially came to inform Mindy that someone wanted to kidnap her, so that Mindy would forgive him. He had cheated Mindy of money before, and if he was lucky, he might be able to hold the golden thigh, so he won't have to worry about eating and drinking. To impress Mindy, the mercenary stabbed himself. Yes, the knife on his stomach was stabbed by himself. As a result, because of being late, everything was in vain, and this knife was stabbed in vain? It can't be stabbed in vain. Hurry up and collect the blood and sell it to those wanted vampires who are hungry for food. The mercenary thought of something and quickly took out a bottle from behind to pick up the blood dripping from him. As for why he carried the bottle with him, you had to ask yourself? Then, the mercenary got up, and while leaving there, he muttered to himself a little nervously, I always feel that I shouldn't be in this world. By the way, what's my name? Why do I keep forgetting? Hearing the report of the bodyguards, Bert, who was still in California, called Mindy and said, Mindy, go to my manor and stay there. I will send a helicopter to pick you up. I'm not afraid. Mindy said dissatisfiedly, a few thieves, they can't deal with Hit Girl. I'm afraid you will kill all those thieves. Bert said angrily, be good and go. When this matter is over, I will let Yvonne get you a small battlesuit to play with. Really? Mindy was overjoyed. She thought about it, and said, I want to take Lena with me. She is not safe alone. Sure. Bert nodded. He put down the phone, frowned, and said, which guy is so filthy? He wants to kidnap Mindy and threaten Damon. Lilith said, it must be someone from SHIELD. Loki doesn't know that much. S.H.I.E.L.D. Bert snorted. At this time, the phone rang, but it was Mage Wong who called. He smiled bitterly. Blood God, your efficiency is too high. It was delivered so quickly. I go up and down tens of billions in 1 minute. Of course, the efficiency is high. Bert smiled and said, Wong, do you need my staff to help you move it? No, there are other people in the temple. Wong frowned and said, however, Blood God, I didn't seem to agree to receive these things. Bert smiled and said, is there anything else to say? Now that everything has been delivered, do you plan to let my people move it back? It definitely won't work, Bert said. Wong smiled bitterly, this time I'm going to be scolded by Caecilius. Is Caecilius? Bert's eyes flashed and he said, it's just a small gift, don't worry about it too much. A gift of hundreds of millions of dollars is not a small thing. Wong hesitated for a while and said, Blood God, if you have time, you are welcome to come to Camartage as a guest. In the future, I will go. By the way, say hello to Ancient One for me. Bert laughed and said, after spending so much money, he finally made this statement. Camartage, Bert must go, but not now, but in the future? When the time comes, I will personally receive you. Wong nodded, hung up the phone, and Bert said, it's time to go back to New York, but unfortunately I don't know the space door, otherwise it would be convenient. Lilith poured cold water on Bert and said, Camartage will not accept vampires as disciples. Not necessarily. Bert shrugged and said, I'm going back now. You contact Trish and ask her to disclose the current situation. Loki and the others will soon be in New York. Okay. Lilith nodded, even though she couldn't help but sigh, the feng shui in New York is really bad. Bert stopped talking nonsense, walked into the silver sports car next to him, and used dragon fire to slightly transform the sports car. His talent is to strengthen life, and he can only modify a small amount of machinery. Then, Bert poured out a lot of blood from his hands and covered the sports car. After the preparations were completed, the sports car slowly flew up in flames. Bert nodded to Lilith, and disappeared into the sky in a bloody light. The straight line distance from Los Angeles to New York is only more than 3,000 kilometers. At Bert's speed, it doesn't take much time at all. At noon, the TV station suddenly showed a preview and temporarily broadcasted Trish talk, and the audience suddenly had a bad premonition. Every time Trish exploded, it was a big surprise. Facts have proved that the audience's hunch is still very accurate, or it is too accurate. At the beginning of the Trish talk, the sign of the S-class incident appeared. S-level incident? Last time the lizards were A-level, right? A-level is to destroy the city, S-level is to destroy the country. Is this a joke? The audience was in an uproar, and Trish said with a serious face, I know there must be a lot of people saying I'm joking, but unfortunately, I'm not. Thor's brother Loki is about to lead an alien army to attack New York. Loki? Alien army. Sure enough, it's New York again. New Yorkers are desperate. Is there any end to it? The Lizardman matter has not been completely resolved. Now the aliens are here again. Can we change the place? I heard that the feng shui in Washington is good. Then, Trish began to introduce the whole thing. Slade wanted to use the Tesseract, Red Skull and Hydra relics, to create weapons of mass destruction. As a result, it attracted the evil god Loki, who controlled the Slade with a scepter and snatched the Tesseract. Afterward, Loki designed the army to attack Wakanda, mobilized the war abomination, then pretended to surrender, destroyed the Slade carrier, and took control of Iron Man and the Peacemaker. Now, Loki is preparing to build a giant portal in New York to attract alien troops. According to the information we have obtained, Loki and Iron Man are about to arrive in New York, and the location of the giant portal is most likely Manhattan. Citizens, please leave as soon as possible. Trish said seriously, this is not a joke, New York is about to be invaded by aliens. After listening to Trish's introduction, the audience was stunned at first, and then yelled, not only scolding Loki, but also Slade, and even Iron Man was greeted, don't know how many times. Even Iron Man is under control, New York is over, run away. The whole of New York is panicking, and countless people are preparing to flee New York. At this time, the City Hall is most needed to organize, otherwise, it will cause chaos, blockage, and even disaster. The problem is, the mayor of New York, after watching Trish talk, fled New York on a private jet without saying a word. What a joke, it was an alien invasion, and I don't plan to run again for the mayor position. Why should I try so hard to protect the group of unscrupulous people who protest every day? The mayor of New York is only responsible for the votes? The chief of the NYPD, who had just taken office a few months ago, saw that the mayor had escaped, and immediately dispatched a helicopter to flee with him. Tens of thousands of New York police officers suddenly fell into an embarrassing situation of no leader. Just as the police were about to flee, a familiar and resolute voice sounded on the police communication channel. I'm George Stacy. I want to save New York. I want to protect the people of New York. Is anyone willing to support me? There was dead silence in the communication channel, and after a while, a voice shouted, Sinbuster, willing. Electro Man, willing. Spider-Man, yes. Well, I didn't eavesdrop on the police channel. I'm qualified now. The director of the 11th Division is willing. The director of the 22nd Division is willing. Chief George. There was cheering in the communication channel, and Chief George nodded with satisfaction and said, now, follow my orders, go to the streets to maintain order, divert traffic, and allow citizens to escape New York safely. Manhattan is the most dangerous place, and all the superheroes go there. Although the police are working hard, the situation in New York is still getting more and more chaotic, and the White House is still confirming the authenticity of the intelligence. President Ellis roared in the White House, why is the alien invasion such a big thing? I am the President of the United States, and I have to watch Trish talk to know? The FBI, CIA, and the military's intelligence system are all in the air. Right. SHIELD has withheld the news, and we don't even know it. The military immediately dumped the blame. Sir, unfortunately, what Trish said is most likely true. Damn SHIELD, fuck Nick Fury, and fuck aliens. President Ellis scolded a lot of foul languages and shouted, move the troops to intercept Loki and Iron Man, and never let the giant portal appear. Also, transfer the National Guard into New York. Say, what the fuck happened to New York? So many disasters? First lizardmen, now aliens. A general saluted and turned to leave. I'll do it right away. President Ellis thought for a while and said to Senator Stern, is that one in Manhattan now? Senator Stern knew who President Ellis was asking, and smiled wryly. He's in California. West Coast? Let him come back quickly. Without him, the military probably won't be able to handle it. President Ellis said, also, let War Machine and War Abomination return to America as soon as possible, and as for Wakanda, wait until the aliens are solved. I'll go right away. Senator Stern nodded and turned to leave. President Ellis leaned back on his chair and scolded, what kind of bullshit SHIELD, it's unreliable. When this is over, I want Nick Fury to step down. Everyone looked at each other and nodded in unison. Nick Fury should be responsible for this time. Boom boom boom. The 3 fighter jets that intercepted Loki were destroyed by Iron Man one after another. Iron Man said arrogantly, you fighter jets are all garbage, my battle armor is the future, ha ha ha. The military generals gritted their teeth angrily. After Iron Man was controlled, he was even more hateful than before. Vulnerable humans. Loki smiled disdainfully and ordered, go to Stark Building with all your strength. Dr. Selvig should have the portal ready soon. Jarvis will fully cooperate with Dr. Selvig. Iron Man flew in and said, Loki, the Oscorp has a battle armor manufacturing base outside the city, and the war lizards are inside. I suggest destroying it in advance. You go with the Carl, Absorbing Man, ... Loki knew that Absorbing Man was thrown into the sea by Hulk before, and he didn't die. Loki coveted his strength and asked Iron Man to fish him up. Okay. Iron Man didn't talk nonsense. He took the Absorbing Man and set off immediately, while Loki continued to the Stark Building. He was full of ambition, and soon, he would become the king of the earth. He Loki, born to be king, born to be bald. Wait, is there something weird mixed in? Coulson. Loki roared, all affected by that bastard? On the deck of the helicarrier that just floated up, Coulson touched his nose and said apologetically to Nick Fury, Director, I'm sorry. It's because of me, the helicarrier fell. Stop thinking about the past. It's not your fault. Fury glanced at Coulson. This guy has a much better future as a villain than an agent. Coulson smiled wryly. He felt that he enjoyed being the villain. Chief Fury asked, Loki is planning to open a giant portal in Manhattan. Yes, in Stark Building. Coulson said, only the arc reactor can activate the giant portal? At the speed of Dr. Selvig, it is estimated that it is almost completed. Fury frowned and said to Steve, Captain, you lead the team first, and I will try to organize some reinforcements to reinforce you. Okay, I'll lead the team right away. Can the Quinjet be used? Steve asked, knowing that the previous fall caused heavy losses to the helicarrier. Not only were the staff killed and injured, but most of the weapons were also damaged. Now, the helicarrier can barely float at sea, unable to take off again. There are still some that can be used. Natasha came over and said, Barton is ready, he is sober. Let's go then. Steve nodded, and he said loudly, we must not give up until the last minute, no matter what. We must stop Loki. Everyone shouted in unison, yes, Captain. Captain, I'm going too. I want to atone for myself. Coulson said with a look of admiration. He has admired Captain America since he was a child, and after meeting the real person, he admired him even more. Seeing that Coulson didn't feel sorry for himself, but actively fought, Steve nodded with satisfaction and said, Soldier, you are fine. Being praised by Captain America, Coulson's face suddenly blossomed with joy, and Natasha touched her nose. No wonder Coulson never looked at herself directly. It turned out that his hobbies were different. After Captain America and the others left, Director Fury picked up his mobile phone and called Bert, wanting to ask him for help. Who knows, the other party's phone was always on the call. At this time, there must be a lot of people calling him back to save New York. Fury sighed that his Avengers team had failed. To save the Earth, he still had to rely on Bert. Thinking of something, Fury took out an old-fashioned pager from his arms, but after hesitating, he put the pager away. Bert can't be trusted, and neither can that woman. How many years has she not been back to Earth? Senator, I will save New York, needless to say. Bert parked the car in the air and said with his mobile phone, however, I have one condition. Senator Stern asked, what conditions? I want a disclaimer. During the rescue process, I am not responsible for accidentally hurting people, and I am not responsible for destroying buildings. Bert said, I still need a certain number of deaths. Senator Stern hesitated. Senator, I'm not taking advantage of the fire, I just don't want the trouble afterward. Bert said, last time, our Oscorp worked hard to deal with the lizard people. As a result, hundreds of people sued Oscorp and demanded compensation, and members of Congress stood on their side. This kind of thing, I don't want it to happen again. Money, I don't care, I have more anyway, but I don't want to bleed and cry. I can understand. Senator Stern thought for a moment and said, I'm talking to the president, he should be willing to sign, but only on major matters, and, Bert, you must block the aliens, it's not only about us humans, it is also related to your vampires. Don't worry, leave it to me. Bert hung up the phone with a smile. Then, he called Lilith and instructed, fax the terms to the White House. Now, Hulk can mess around as he likes. Lilith nodded, okay. Just as Bert interrupted the call with Lilith, the phone rang immediately. After he connected, he received bad news. Bert said angrily, Tony Stark blew up my battle armor manufacturing base. James apologized, I'm sorry, Blood God, Tony, and that invulnerable guy are too powerful, the water demon couldn't stop them. Bert asked, how about the loss? The electronic biological brain of the war lizards are destroyed, and the unmanned battle armors are buried in the ground. It will take a little time to rescue. James replied, fortunately, no staff died. Tony Stark, I will settle this account with you. Bert ordered, count the losses as soon as possible, and then send the bill to Stark Industries. Seeing that the Blood God didn't pursue his intentions, James breathed a sigh of relief and said, yes, Blood God. Bert thought for a while, called Trish, and said, connect with Yvonne and let him talk about Iron Man's mutiny. Tell them how ugly it is. After that, Bert flew to New York again. Tony Stark is not controlled, he is a real mutiny. Yvonne looked at the camera and said righteously, he covets Loki's beauty and is willing to act as a rapist. When everyone sees him, don't keep your hands, because he won't hold back. Yvonne Vanko. In Malibu Villa, Pepper scolded swear words for 3 minutes. Happy, the security director of Stark Industries, was horrified. He doubted whether he would be silenced. After scolding, Pepper picked up the phone and dialed Yvonne, scolding, Mad Russian, if Tony has an accident, I will let you two, father and son be buried together. Don't tell me that, if he has an accident, I will kill you myself. Raise Manhattan with nukes and kill you and those damn aliens at the same time. Don't say it's impossible, don't forget, who invented the nuclear bomb? Shut up and get on TV right now to clarify. Even a fierce man like Yvonne was stunned by the scolding of the Pepper. After a while, he said, I can clarify on TV, but I have a condition. Pepper asked, what conditions? Yvonne said, have a meal with me, a sissy like Tony is not worthy of you. Wait until I have time. Pepper hung up the phone, and then called the military bosses one by one. Nothing can happen to Tony, otherwise the Stark Industries and I will never let it go. After the call, Pepper smashed the phone on the sofa. What the hell? Tony was controlled. Pepper turned to Happy and asked, Happy, how's the Stark building? The Stark building has been fully taken over by Jarvis, and I can't investigate. Happy said, fortunately, Jarvis didn't harm the employees inside. It's an empty building now. However, Tony has a production line for battle armor in the building, and it seems to have been working recently. Trouble. Pepper thought for a while, then picked up the phone again and dialed Bert, and said, Bert, you have to be responsible for me. What? Bert was so frightened that he almost threw his phone away. Not only he, but Happy was also dumbfounded. Does Pepper have an affair with Bert? God, am I going to be silenced? Pepper said loudly, you said that Tony and I will have a daughter, and you must be responsible. Can't you speak clearly? Bert said angrily, don't worry, Tony won't die. I will remember what you said. Pepper hurriedly said, she is not afraid that Yvonne might kill Tony, but she is very afraid that Bert will kill Tony, because then, Tony will die. The big play has just begun, how can the hero die? Bert smiled and said, if he wants to die, he has to wait until the curtain is about to end. When it's about to end. Pepper was stunned for a moment. What else did she want to ask? Bert hung up the phone? Damn. Pepper frowned, and for the first time in her heart, the idea of letting Tony give up being a superhero was born. This profession is indeed great, but it is too dangerous. Shaking her head, Pepper went to the basement. Dr. Yinsen, are you ready? Dr. Yinsen came out wearing the unpainted Mark II armor and said helplessly, Pepper, I don't want to be a superhero, I just want to be an assistant behind Tony, and I don't plan to be the main force myself. I don't plan to fight with Tony. There's no other way, only you can get on, others won't let Tony go. Pepper said, wait, Dr. Yinsen, there seems to be something wrong with this model. Why don't you change to a more advanced one? The control of the other armors belongs to Tony. Dr. Yinsen said, the only exception is this failure. If I want to deal with Tony, I can only wear it. Pepper, you don't have to worry, except for the high-altitude icing problem, the Mark II is fine. Little Pepper said, it's all up to you, Dr. Yinsen, please bring Tony back safely. I'll try my best, but it's a bit far from New York, and I don't know if I can catch up. Dr. Yinsen smiled wryly, spraying flames from his hands and feet, and flew quickly towards New York. Pepper shook her head, when this matter is resolved, I must ask Tony to change authority. This guy is unreliable at all. In a building in Manhattan, Dr. Reed looked at Stark Industries' stock price, and fell to his knees in despair. How is it possible? Stark Industries' stock price has plummeted. With Iron Man's betrayal, stock price plunge is normal. Ben laughed. Reed, could it be that you implicated Tony Stark? Dr. Reed glared at Ben. Are you kidding me? I'm going bankrupt. It's not the first time, I'm used to it. Ben said, Reed, it's time for you to accept your destiny. That's not scientific. Dr. Reed got up and said, forget it, don't talk about that. the aliens are coming soon, let's get out of Manhattan. Ben, you say, if the aliens take over the Earth, do I still need to repay the bank loan? Definitely, because the vampires in the bank will surrender to the aliens as soon as possible. While packing up, Ben said, Reed, when this matter is over, let's go to the Doom Industries. I want to see Doom go bankrupt. Dr. Reed said angrily, I said it all, that's not scientific. Ben said, Reed, science or not, this is the only way we can go now. Dr. Reed was silent for a moment and said, we'll talk about this later. On the coast of Africa, Frank and Rhodes were rushing to New York with War Abomination, and Rhodes asked, are we in time? Whether it's too late, we have to hurry. Frank said, I didn't expect that the war would stop because of such a reason. I didn't expect it. Rhodes said, however, when the New York thing is over, I am afraid that this war will continue. Let's talk about it then, at least, Wakanda and America can calm down. For now. Frank shook his head, focusing on his way. Stark building, Loki stepped off the Quinjet and asked Dr. Selvig, who was fiddling with the equipment, how is it? Can you open the portal? Almost. Dr. Selvig was about to nod his head when his eyes were suddenly attracted by the scepter in Loki's hand. He felt that there were a pair of eyes looking at him, a pair of eyes that could make people sink into hell. Seeing that Dr. Selvig suddenly stopped speaking, Loki shouted dissatisfiedly, Dr. Selvig. Oh. Dr. Selvig reacted and said, I have to revise it again. I just thought of a new idea that can greatly increase the diameter of the portal. As soon as possible. Loki frowned and let the Peacemaker stay here to protect Dr. Selvig, while he walked into Tony's bar and poured himself a drink like a master. After a while, Tony descended from the sky with the absorbing man. He asked the machine to help him take off his suit and shouted, Jarvis, is Mark 7 ready? Sir, it's ready. Jarvis said, besides, Ms. Pepper has called you for the 137th time. Are you not going to answer her calls? Don't answer, women are the most annoying. Tony said impatiently. Jarvis said no more, and started to activate Mark 7. Loki, it won't be long before our dreams come true. Tony poured himself a glass of wine and shouted excitedly to Loki, who asked, my dream is to conquer the Earth, what is your dream? My dream is to be the most unique, showy, and charismatic person in the world. Tony laughed, I'm going to destroy all the other armor. In this way, I'm the only one left in this world with armor. Iron Man, it should be unique. I like your words. As a person, you should be in the limelight and become the focus of everyone. Loki laughed, obviously he and Tony had a common language. At this time, the absorbing man suddenly asked, Iron Man, why did you stop me from killing people at the battle armor base before? Tony raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, I need to explain to you. What did you say? Absorbing man's eyes widened and he was furious. Loki seemed to see through Tony's thoughts and asked, are you afraid of that person? Tony Stark afraid of that high school student? He doesn't even know what calculus is. Tony snorted, put down the wine glass, and said, I'll go outside to help Dr. Selvig fix the device. I can't delay it for too long. I guess someone has noticed the Stark building. After speaking, Tony turned around and went outside, absorbing man sneering. The so-called Iron Man turns out to be just a coward. That's because you haven't seen that person's strength. Fortunately, this time he couldn't come back in time. Loki shook his head and said, don't talk about this. Can you still transform into a vibranium body? Not unless I touch vibranium again. Absorbing man shook his head, after I release the transformation, I have to touch that thing again to transform. Loki asked, Tony, do you have vibranium here? No. Tony replied with a bad attitude. Loki was taken aback for a moment, and he didn't understand why Tony was so angry. Forget it, I still have a piece of URU metal here. Loki thought for a while and said, this piece of URU metal was enchanted by dwarves. It can absorb and release energy. With your ability, you might even be able to absorb the enchanting ability. Let me try. Absorbing Mans excitedly nodded. He thought of something and reminded, Loki, you have to be careful of that monster, Hulk. He is very powerful. Loki said contemptuously, it's okay, the monster is just a monster after all. Tony guessed right. The military has discovered the strangeness of the Stark building. The military didn't talk nonsense, and directly let the fighter jets bomb the Stark building. Tony immediately put on the Mark 7 and dealt with the incoming fighter jets with the Peacemaker. The fighter jets desperately launched missiles at the Stark building, but to their desperation, 20 unmanned combat armors flew out of the building and hit the missiles. Burst? My Stark building is impenetrable. Tony laughed and fired missiles to smash the flanks of the fighter plane. The fighter plane spun and hit the building next to it with a bang, and countless flames, gravel, and glasses fell. Fortunately, there is no one around here, and now the crowd is mostly concentrated on the bridge out of the island, on the subway, and the pier. Although the police were trying their best to direct, several exits in Manhattan were blocked as a matter of course, because there were too many people, and what was worse, more people were rushing to the exits. Damn Tony Stark. When the military bosses saw all the fighter planes have fallen, they couldn't help but yell, and a general asked, where are the reinforcements from SHIELD and Oscorp? Never let the portal open. The people from the Oscorp have arrived. A soldier pointed at the screen and shouted. The generals looked up and found that Yvonne, Dr. Banner, Electro, Wind Demon, and Sinbuster had arrived at the Stark building. In addition to the 5 of them, there are 10 unmanned combat armors produced by the Oscorp. The remaining unmanned combat armors are buried in the base and are being excavated. Avon, who was holding the vibranium axe, looked at the unmanned battle armors and sneered, "Tony Stark, you copied my idea." Tony snorted coldly, "I didn't copy your idea. I originally planned to make unmanned battle armor. Humph, you can't even design a smart housekeeper, so why compare with me?" Yvonne was about to speak, and Sinbuster shouted, "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up, there are still a large number of citizens in the dock area, if aliens invade, many people will die." "Okay, I'll deal with Tony. Electro, Hulk, and the unmanned armors will deal with Tony's unmanned armors." Yvonne shouted, "Sinbuster, Wind Demon, go to the roof and destroy the portal instrument." "Okay." Everyone agreed, and Banner muttered to himself, "Hulk, I'll leave it to you, by the way, help me beat Loki, I hate him." The next moment, Hulk appeared, he shouted, jumped to the Stark building with force, climbed up quickly, and a lot of stones fell. "Hey, that's my building." Tony shouted in dissatisfaction, he was about to stop him. Yvonne swung over with an axe, and shouted at the same time, "Tony, you are lucky, I promised Pepper not to kill you, by the way, Pepper promised to have dinner with me." "What did you say?" Tony's anger skyrocketed instantly, and he shouted, "You dare to rob my Pepper, I'll kill you. You sissy, you don't deserve Pepper." Yvonne shouted, "Two mortal enemies, fighting again?" At the same time, the unmanned battle armors of the Oscorp and the Stark Industries turned on the anti-shooting mode in the air, and the bullets and missiles flew around like a battlefield. "Hulk, come help." Hulk struggled to climb up, and several unmanned combat armors changed their targets and fired missiles at him. He hurriedly jumped to avoid, but was still hit by a missile and fell towards the bottom. At this moment, the glider flew over by itself, caught Hulk, and flew towards the unmanned battle armor. Betty was controlling it remotely. The unmanned battle armor wanted to continue the attack. Suddenly, Electro Man held both hands, and a large amount of current bombarded several unmanned battle armors. The system of the unmanned battle armors immediately became disordered, and their body kept sparking. Taking this opportunity, Hulk jumped high, grabbed the head of an unmanned battle armor in the air, and smashed it hard at the wall. With a bang, the head of the armor was directly deformed. Then, Hulk threw away the armor in his hand and rushed toward the other armors, and the glider was ready to catch him at any time below. At the same time as Electro and Hulk fought the unmanned battle armor, Wind Demon and Sinbuster flew up to the top of the building. Peacemaker, Absorbing Man, and Loki was waiting for them. "Not only did aliens invade the Earth because of you, but you tried to kidnap my daughter. You all die for me." The Sinbuster roared, raised his hand, and fired 2 missiles at Loki. Loki snorted coldly, and destroyed one of them with the scepter, while the other missile was blown up by the Peacemaker's machine gun. Seeing this, the Sinbuster directly turned on the Ghost Rider mode, and the flame chain slammed downwards. "What the hell is this?" Loki was taken aback and hurriedly got behind Absorbing Man, who had turned into URU metal body. The chain immediately wrapped around the Absorbing Man, but to Damon's surprise, the fire of hell could not burn the Absorbing Man, but it is gradually absorbed by the Absorbing Man. "This feeling is great." Absorbing Man laughed, broke free from the chains, and pushed his hands towards Damon hard. 2 big fireballs roared out, and Damon hurriedly dodged. Absorbing Man inherited the enchanting ability of URU metal. "Ha ha ha, Carl, I like your abilities." Loki laughed, besieging Damon with the Absorbing Man. At the same time, Wind Demon wanted to destroy the portal instrument secretly, but the Peacemaker stopped him, and Peacemaker raised his hands and breathed fire at the Wind Demon while saying, "Shield has studied how to kill you. You are not afraid of bullets, but you are afraid of energy. A large area of flame can cause damage to you." Wind Demon turned into a wind and escaped from the attack range, and said angrily, "Are all of you Shield insane? Study how to kill me? I'm a superhero." "That's right, Shield is all lunatic." Peacemaker laughed, "Bear the pain. Only through the pain can you understand the true meaning of this world. You talk too much, go to hell." Wind Demon rolled up a sign next to it and smashed it hard at Dr. Selvig. Peacemaker struck the sign with a machine gun. With a push of Wind Demon's hand, the fragments of the sign continued to shoot at Dr. Selvig. Loki hurriedly turned around and sent out an energy wave, and all the fragments were annihilated. Loki asked impatiently, "Doctor, how long do we have to wait?" "It's now." Dr. Selvig laughed and started the instrument. The tesseract shined brilliantly, and the instrument began to rotate rapidly. Dr. Selvig shouted, "1 minute, just another minute, the portal will open, and then we can see the reality of this world." 1 minute. Damon was shocked, and hurriedly threw the Absorbing Man bound by the chains outside, and the Absorbing Man yelled, "This trick again? You bastards, why do you keep throwing me?" "Tony, send an unmanned battle armor to use as a flying machine for Absorbing Man." As Loki gave the order, he launched an energy wave toward Damon. Damon dodged sideways and then shot frantically at the portal instrument. Every bullet was burning with fire, it was a hellfire bullet. Peacemaker wanted to block the bullet, but Wind Demon hit him with a signboard, knocking him flying. "It's done." Seeing that the bullet was about to hit the portal instrument, Damon was overjoyed, but at this moment, an energy mask appeared on the instrument, and all the shot bullets were bounced off. Dr. Selvig laughed, "It's useless, this is a pure energy mask supported by the Tesseract, no one can break it." Aliens are destined to come, and I, Loki, am destined to be king. Loki opened his hands and laughed. Damon rushed down angrily and shouted, then I'll kill your king first. At this moment, Absorbing Man flew back with the help of the unmanned battle armor, and while he rushed toward Damon, he roared, I'm going to throw you down, you bastard. Seeing that the people from the Oscorp could not stop the portal, the military bosses were a little anxious, and a general shouted, blow up the Stark building directly? Never let the portal open. It's too late, the nearby fighter jets have all been destroyed, and the missile must be launched from the base in New York State. The staff officer said, but according to calculations, there is a 90% probability that the missile will be destroyed by the unmanned combat armor. Fuck. The general scolded bitterly, if the war machine and war abomination were still there, how could the military be in such a dilemma? The strength of the military is still far from enough. The general hesitated and asked, where is the nearest nuclear bomb? The staff checked the information and said, the helicarrier in Shield, but I don't know if it can still be used. They have fallen. The general said, connect me to the World Security Council. Although Damon and the others tried desperately to prevent the portal, wormhole, from opening, they still failed. The machine made by Dr. Selvig started completely, and the Tesseract shot a beam of light toward the sky, forming a wormhole that kept growing. Chidori has come. Loki laughed. At this time, he noticed the size of the wormhole and asked suspiciously, isn't this wormhole a little smaller? Dr. Selvig, doesn't this seem different from what you said before? Dr. Selvig also frowned, it's a little smaller. At this time, a group of half-human, half-mechanical cyborgs flew down from the wormhole on flying motorcycles and airships. Loki couldn't care less and shouted, destroy these superheroes and destroy all the humans you see until they kneel and submit to me, the great Loki. The cybernetically enhanced beings didn't talk nonsense, some of them shot at Yvonne with energy guns, and the other part went after the ordinary humans in the city. It's really in Manhattan, there are aliens. Some citizens who didn't believe in Trish at first saw the wormhole in the air, they were frightened and fled out of the city, but to be honest, it was a little too late at this time. Citizens, don't run to the street, hide at home, or enter the subway station. Now that the exit has been blocked, it is even more dangerous to escape. Chief George's anxious voice sounded on the radio. He and the police were trying their best to save the citizens, but in the face of such a disaster, they were too small. On the Manhattan Bridge, the citizens in the traffic jam saw the beam of light, got out of their cars in fright, and fled forward on foot. Spider-Man hoisted up a truck that had an accident and threw it into the sea while shouting, everyone, be careful, it is easy to be trampled. Citizens don't have time to listen to what Spider-Man has to say, they just want to escape Manhattan, escape New York. These people are not bad. Many people in the dock area jumped directly into the sea and swim toward the opposite side. Anyway, they are not far away. Damn New York, I'm moving. Jessica, the treasure girl, was hanging a hospital ambulance with a glider, and shouted, forget the lizard people. Now that even the aliens have come, why not let people live? Hellcat Trish hurriedly said, sister, be careful, keep your balance, there is a patient in the car, don't shake. I know, it's so annoying. Jessica scolded, and below them, Power Man and Fireman are helping people get out of Manhattan as much as possible. Fireman Chin Ho-yin complained, in the beginning, the company asked me to be a firefighter, but I didn't want to. Now, I hope to be a firefighter, instead of fighting lizardmen and aliens here. This place in New York is too evil. Power Man shook his head and said, don't talk about this, solve the problem of traffic jams as soon as possible, the aliens have come. And our army is still blocked outside the city. At the same time, the Shield people finally arrived in Manhattan, and while Steve ran off the Quinjet, he said, Daredevil, Danny, you two take Carlson and the others to help the citizens. Natasha and Barton go over there and see if you can help. Okay. Daredevil agreed immediately. He was originally a street hero. Danny was a little unwilling, but he did not refuse. After all, his strength is a bit low. Everyone split up. At this time, Carter's voice sounded on the communicator beside Steve's ear. Steve, I'll go catch Whitehall first, and I'll meet you later. Steve was stunned, this time. At this time, no one will doubt it. Carter said, knowing that Daniel Whitehall is one of the leaders of Hydra, and Carter has not touched him, to avoid stunning the snake, but now is undoubtedly a good opportunity. Steve said, be careful. Don't worry, Melinda will help me. I brought her into Shield, you can trust her. Carter said, you also be careful, don't try too hard, Bert is coming back soon, when he comes back, everything will be fine. If you say that, I'll be jealous. Steve ended the communication with a smile. He looked up, and the sign of the Stark building was shining in the sky. Stark building, with the continuous addition of the Chidori, Yvonne, and the others gradually fell into a disadvantage. Steve and others came at the right time. Steve smashed a Chidori with his shield and asked loudly, Yvonne, how do I close that thing above? No way, pure energy cover, can't be broken. Yvonne said, Bert said something about how when the sky is falling, there was a tall person in it. I'll leave this matter to him. Come and help me, let's wake up this bitch Tony first. Natasha, Hawkeye, you guys help deal with the Chidori. Okay. Natasha and Hawkeye nodded immediately, and Steve asked, are you sure you just woke up? I thought you wanted to kill him. I did want to kill him, but I promised Pepper that I would keep him alive. Yvonne said, Thinking about it carefully, being his savior, and letting him owe me a lifetime of kindness is quite cool. Your relationship is a bit messy. Steve shook his head and went to help Yvonne deal with Tony together. Tony shouted, an old antique, and a lunatic, you want to beat me just with these? Keep dreaming, I, Tony Stark, am invincible. Steve sighed, you are not like Howard at all. At the same time, Bert drove back to Manhattan in his sports car. Seeing that the portal had just opened, he couldn't help but nod. The time is just right. Bert was about to make his move. At this moment, accompanied by a burst of laughter that could be heard all over the city, the Tesseract shot a red beam of light downward. Then, the red energy swelled wildly on the ground and turned into a blood-red gate. This gate is composed of endless blood and skeletons. When it appeared, everyone in Manhattan shuddered. What was even more amazing was that the entire sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Except for the wormhole, all other places were shrouded in dark clouds, as if the end of the world had come. This is the breath of hell. Bert was shocked. The laughter just now was Mephisto's laughter. At this time, Loki's scepter suddenly flew out of his control, and then a black gas flew out of the scepter and turned into an old gentleman. Mephisto, who are you? Loki asked angrily. No wonder the wormhole is so small. It turned out that the energy was stolen. Little boy, you don't deserve to know my name. If you want to deal with me, let Odin come. Mephisto smiled contemptuously and flew to the gate of hell with the scepter. Then, he moved towards the gate slammed open, the endless breath of hell gushed out, and Mephisto's breath skyrocketed. Mephisto laughed, and at the same time, a large number of monsters rushed out of the gates of hell and roared excitedly in the land of Manhattan. After hundreds of years, they finally set foot on the earth again. This is a monster from hell. The high-level human beings who are watching this were dumbfounded. The aliens have not been solved yet, and the monster from hell has run out again. What kind of trouble is this? Nick Fury's mobile phone was about to explode. Didn't we give you funds to defend against extraterritorial demons? Why did the monsters appear, and you SHIELD didn't know anything about it in advance? Fury closed the phone silently. There is no explanation for this matter. He can't tell the council that he has transferred 1/3 of the money, right? Fury sighed and said to Hill, who came over, as far as possible, dispatch people to help. Manhattan Island is completely blocked, only the Air Force can enter. Hill said, also, the council wants you to attend the meeting. A meeting at this time. Fury was a little dissatisfied, but he could only go in for the meeting obediently. He thought that the directors wanted to ask what was happening with these monsters of hell. Who knows, they wanted to launch a nuclear bomb? Motherfucker! At the same time, in a mysterious place, a woman with dark circles and ragged clothes suddenly got up and looked at the void in disbelief. The seal is shaking, what's going on? The woman sensed carefully and quickly guessed the truth. It's the space stone. The space stone left by the old guy was activated, and a space channel appeared between the earth and hell, so the seal would vibrate. Haha, here's my chance to get out. This woman is the queen of Asgard and the goddess of death, Hela. Odin used his power to seal her in the satellite space on Earth, and left the space stone to strengthen the seal. For thousands of years, this seal has been reinforced to the extreme by the space stone. This time, because of the space stone, there was a problem with the seal. The space stone creates a space passage connecting the world and hell. The two powers of the same source, because they are too close, they resonate with each other, causing the seal to vibrate. As long as the resonance continues, the seal will be broken, and Hela will have a chance to escape. I can't escape by myself, but it shouldn't be difficult to send a clone out. Hela immediately dug out her heart, turned it into a villain with a secret method, and anxiously waited for the flaw to appear. Hela thought to herself, no matter who is inspiring the space stone, you must persevere, Odin. I will pay back thousands of times for everything you have done to me. Next to the gate of hell, Mephisto laughed, and the monsters started to rush out. Mephisto. Bert's figure appeared next to a building with an extremely ugly expression. He had counted Loki's actions, but he had no idea that Mephisto would also intervene. Movies are movies, the reality is reality, and bosses, in reality, will not stay there and wait for the plot to happen. They are alive, and they will take action whenever they have the chance. Bert gritted his teeth and thought, in the future, I can't follow the plot anymore. Breathing out a breath, Bert instantly appeared behind the arrogant Tony Stark, then grabbed his head and activated his secret technique, shake left and right. In less than a second, Tony has shaken hundreds of times. When Bert let him go, he directly opened his visor and vomited without morality. Steve stepped back in a hurry, and he looked at Bert in surprise. This blood god is as powerful as the legend? Blood god is here. Yvonne, Electro, and a large number of high-level officials watching the battle breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. When Tony finished vomiting, Bert asked him, are you awake? Tony swirled and said, can't you change the way? Besides, who will get me a bottle of water? Go get it yourself. Bert said, Tony, Yvonne, you two find a way to solve the portal, even if you blow up the Stark building, it doesn't matter. Yvonne grinned and said, I like this. Hey, Bert, you're taking revenge. Tony said dissatisfiedly. Bert ignored him, turned into a bloody light, and shot in the direction of the gate of hell. There's not much time, two great scientists, let's get started. Steve said, Tony, stop your unmanned armors. Stop now, Jarvis. Tony immediately gave the order, and then shouted to Hulk, big man, I have recovered, don't tear down my unmanned armor. Hulk blinked, and still smashed the unmanned battle armor in his hand against the wall. Tony gritted his teeth but didn't have time to think about it. He flew up and said, "Deal with Loki and the others first. Madman, you go up with me, the others, go and help Bert deal with the monsters below. Who do you think you are to give orders? Traitor." Ivan snorted and flew into the sky with all his might, while the others rushed to the gate of hell. Leaving aside Tony and Ivan's actions for a while, Mephisto gave a grim smile when he saw Bert coming. He had prepared a feast for the blood god. At this moment, the space in front of Mephisto suddenly shattered like glass. Mephisto snorted coldly and did not stop her. Although he was just a projection, with the scepter of Mind Stone, he would not lose to Ancient One. Looking at Ancient One wearing a yellow robe in front of him, Mephisto sneered, "Ancient One, we meet again." Ancient One shook her head, "I don't want to see you at all. It's not up to you." Mephisto said, "Ancient One, your protection of the earth has ended. Next, the earth will become the hunting ground of hell just like hundreds of years ago. I won't allow it, the young man outside won't allow it, and the superheroes on earth won't allow it either." Ancient One said, "Mephisto, you are doomed to fail because the earthlings will never yield. I'll make them yield." Mephisto pointed to the blood light outside the mirror space and said, "The first one is the blood god. I have specially prepared an opponent for him, a good opponent." At the gate of hell, Bert saw that Mephisto suddenly disappeared. He knew that it was Master Ancient One who took action, and he was relieved. He was just about to deal with those monsters. "Hello, I am the Labyrinth Demon. Lord Mephisto said he would trap you for 10,000 years until you surrender." A confident voice suddenly sounded, "There are not many people who can make Lord Mephisto so angry. I hope you can hold on for a little longer." Labyrinth Demon. Bert snorted coldly and ran at full speed in the maze while making a mark, but to his surprise, the maze seemed to be endless. He ran for a full 5 minutes, and there were still new mazes around. At Bert's speed, he could circle New York several times in 5 minutes. Your speed is very fast, but no matter how fast you are, it is only speed, and my ability is space. The Labyrinth Demon said, "Space is higher than speed. Then you haven't seen real speed before." Bert said disdainfully, "Real speed can surpass time and space, but unfortunately, he can't reach it." Bert thought for a while, turned the necklace into a spear, then destroyed the walls of the maze, and rushed forward. Unfortunately, it is still useless, the maze is still endless. The Labyrinth Demon sneered, "You don't understand the mystery of space." Bert gritted his teeth and said, "Mephisto, you are well prepared. Since you want to play, I will play with you. Let's turn the time back a few minutes." Seeing Mephisto and the blood god disappearing one after another, everyone was very surprised. However, they were very confident in Bert, so they didn't care much and concentrated on their own business. Tony and Ivan flew to the top of the building with a group of unmanned battle armors. Here, Damon and Wind Demon were fighting with Loki, Absorbing Man, and Peacemaker. Because of the addition of the Chidori, Damon and the others are in a very bad situation. Completely downwind. Upon seeing this, Tony and Ivan immediately sent unmanned armors to deal with the Chidori, while they fell on the roof, ready to deal with Loki. At this moment, a thunderlight flew up, but it was Thor who was long overdue. Although he was betrayed by Loki many times, he still did not change his original intention and said to Loki, "Loki, it is not too late to look back now, let's go together. Deal with the demons, and humanity will forgive you." Tony shouted, "No, I'm not going to forgive him, this guy made me a big fool." Loki looked disdainful. If Thor didn't say those words, he might cooperate with humans, but since Thor said it, he will definitely refuse. Anyway, whatever Thor does, he is against that. This is Loki? The Chidori are not as weak as you think, everything is just the beginning. Loki raised his hands high, and a huge roar sounded from the wormhole. Then, a huge leviathan creature with a metal carapace was squeezed out of the wormhole, like a whale swimming freely in the sky. Such a big monster. Everyone looked a little ugly, and Tony shouted, "The one who is on fire, go to the sky to contain that monster, and we will deal with Loki as soon as possible." Thor, now is not the time for love between brothers. If this continues, the earth will be in danger. I know, I'm going to contain that monster, and I'll leave Loki to you. Thor sighed, turned into thunder and rose into the sky, and fought against the Chidori with the unmanned battle armor. Tony and the others did not talk nonsense, and immediately attacked Loki and the others. Loki opened his hand and did not stop it at all. The next moment missiles passed through him and rumbled against the wall. A bunch of idiots. Loki's voice came from a distance, and everyone turned their heads to see him fleeing away on a flying motorcycle. How cunning. Ivan was about to chase when Tony shouted, "Don't waste your time, go and wake up Dr. Selvig, and let's study how to close the portal together. Don't give orders, you traitor." Ivan sneered, turned, and flew towards Dr. Selvig. While dealing with the Absorbing Man, Tony said with contempt, "You are just a coward. When I was attacked, you ran away." Ivan sneered, "It is good that I didn't make up for it." "Huh, blaming me? Blame yourself for being too weak." Soon, Dr. Selvig was awakened by Ivan. The Peacemaker and Absorbing Man were also restrained by Damon and Wind Demon, successfully cured by physical therapy. Damn Loki, damn Coulson. Rumlow, who was cured, scolded repeatedly, but luckily he didn't reveal his identity, otherwise, Hydra would be in danger. He flew up and said, "I'll go down and help." Damon also said, "I'll go down with you." The threat of hell monsters is much greater than that of aliens. After the two left, Wind Demon said to Absorbing Man, Carl Creel, there are two ways: one, continue to return to Shield as a prisoner, and the other, I will hire you on behalf of my boss, and you will work for him. Absorbing Man rebelliously asked, who is your boss? Chairman of Oscorp and Blood God Group, the richest man in America. Wind Demon said, these are your only choices. The richest man in America. Absorbing Man's eyes brightened. He asked, can he help me get all kinds of rare materials? Wind Demon said, of course, he can. Vibranium for example, he has it. That's great, I'll follow him. Absorbing Man nodded. He thought of something, turned to look at Tony, and said with contempt, following him is better than following someone who can't even afford vibranium. Tony almost vomited blood. Can't I afford vibranium? It only means there is no place to buy vibranium. Okay, does this count as being shot while lying down? Tony scolded, those with low IQs, hurry up and don't affect our performance. Wind Demon cut a sound, rolled up Absorbing Man, and flew down. There is an urgent need for them at the Gate of Hell? Because of Mephisto's calculations, the Gate of Hell is much larger than the space vortex in the sky, which leads to the number of hell monsters far exceeding the Chitaruis. Although the Hulk and the others are fighting hard, but because the number is too small, only a part of it is contained. Many monsters have rushed into Manhattan, and some citizens who have not had time to escape have unfortunately become food for the monsters. Hulk roared and smashed at the Minotaur in front of him. The Minotaur resisted with his fists. With a bang, the ground under their feet burst. Minotaur laughed and fought with the Hulk. He didn't fall behind at all. He was the commander of Mephisto. Electro blasted an 8-legged monster with a super electromagnetic cannon, and said while panting, these monsters are much harder to deal with than aliens. Damon waved the chain of flames to set all the monsters on fire, and shouted, we have to deal with it. Manhattan can only rely on us now. Natasha drove the Black Widow armor to harvest the life of the monster, and shouted through the communicator, the portal must be closed as soon as possible. Tony, have you guys done it? No, Dr. Selvig said, to stop the device, we must use the scepter. Tony said irritably, the scepter disappeared with the previous monster, and now I don't know where it is. Steve asked, is there no other way? Like, destroy the Stark Tower. Why do you all want to destroy my Stark building? Did it provoke you? Tony shouted unhappily. Yvonne was too lazy to talk nonsense, and bumped the platform on the roof of the Stark building directly. Bang bang, the platform broke and fell towards the bottom, but to everyone's disappointment, the portal instrument floated in the air and was completely unaffected. Yvonne shook his head, it doesn't seem to work. I said before that it can't be done, can you use your brain before you blow up? Tony groaned, grabbing Dr. Selvig just in time to keep him from falling. Practice brings true knowledge? Unfortunately, the firepower is not enough, otherwise, I will directly bomb the Stark Industries. As Yvonne flew into the sky, he said, Thor can't stop it, I'll go up and help. Tony sent Dr. Selvig to the bar and followed him. What did he think of and asked, by the way, what happened to your Oscorp? Only 10 unmanned armors. You still have the nerve to ask. Yvonne said angrily, who blew up the battle armor manufacturing base so that those unmanned battle armors couldn't fly out. Tony was a little embarrassed when he remembered what happened before. He snorted coldly, who made your defense so bad? Yvonne snorted coldly, although your mouth is hard, Bert will settle the account with you. By the way, you have killed several pilots before. When the war is over, the military will not let you go. Tony had a headache. He said, I was being controlled. The one who is being controlled is not responsible for anything. Hope the military and Bert will accept your explanation. While bickering, the two joined forces to fight against the Chitaurus, but as more and more biochemical soldiers and Leviathan beasts poured in, the situation gradually began to get bad. T'Challa, Prince of Wakanda, was watching the battle in Manhattan with a group of elders via satellite. Prince T'Challa, who had just been recalled, couldn't help but said, I think we should send troops to support America. An elder said very disappointedly, send troops to support the United States? Did you forget that they are preparing to invade us? The other elders also looked at T'Challa with dissatisfaction. T'Challa said bravely, helping at this time, not only can morality stand on our side, but also take the opportunity to show our strength and eliminate the scourge of war. Joke, Wakanda doesn't have the tradition of being slapped on the left cheek and showing the right cheek. Yes, Wakanda will not help the enemy. When America's Fifth Fleet launches an attack, they will naturally know our strength. Even if we help America, they won't stop invading us. T'Challa, you are so naive. The elders were unanimous in disapproval. T'Chaka coughed and said, keep watching, that's America's business, and it has nothing to do with us. The elders nodded one after another, and T'Challa couldn't help but sigh. In this case, the war would be unavoidable. Time is on my side. In the mirror space, Mephisto said proudly, you are restrained by me. The blood god is trapped by the labyrinth demon. Without you, humans can't stop the hell monsters and the Chitaurus, and it won't be long before Manhattan will be in ruins, and this is just the beginning. Ancient One said with an unchanged expression, I have confidence in the blood god. The labyrinth demon can't stop him. The labyrinth demon can't stop him. Mephisto laughed, of course, a labyrinth demon can't stop him, but I have sent 10 labyrinth demons. Ancient One, I, Mephisto, will not fall in the same pit twice. 10 labyrinth demons. Ancient One was a little surprised, and then shook her head. So what? Even 10 labyrinth demons can't stop him. You have that much confidence in him. Mephisto snorted coldly, and he said, if that's the case, I'll give you another big gift. Today, I have everything ready. Even if humans send nuclear bombs, I can stop them. Accompanied by Mephisto's voice, a huge fire rushed out from the gate of hell. Even Damon was startled and quickly retreated. The fire flew up and kept expanding, and the surrounding office buildings quickly burned. In the blink of an eye, there were several huge torches in Manhattan, which was amazing. Immediately afterward, the fire spread its wings in the air, and it was a huge hellfire crow. It laughed loudly, and a large number of small fire crows flew out of its wings, croaking and flying in all directions. While flying, these little crows fired small fireballs downward, and the fireballs bombarded the buildings and streets like grenades. In just a short period, the surroundings were plunged into a sea of fire. Can't let these crows go, stop them. Damon was shocked and hurriedly flew into the sky. At this moment, a chain suddenly wrapped around his feet, pulled him down from the sky, and hit the ground with a bang. What attacked Damon was a monster covered in chains, and it said hideously, Ghost Rider, Lord Mephisto told me to say hello to you. While speaking, the chain monster controlled more than a dozen spiked chains to stab Damon fiercely. Damon shouted, fired a missile at the chain monster, then turned over and cut off the chain that was entangled in his feet with a sword. When Damon fought the chain monster, the Peacemaker, Black Widow, Steve, and other flying superheroes flew into the sky, and Yvonne and Tony rushed to help. These little fire crows are just like bombers. If they go to the dock area or the bridge area, the consequences will be disastrous. The sky belongs to me. The hellfire crow swung its wings vigorously, and the flaming feathers and arrows were densely packed, shooting the superheroes flying into the sky overwhelmingly. The superheroes hurriedly evaded and counterattacked, but the rockets were so dense that even they were beaten so badly that they even had to retreat to the ground. The monsters rushed over immediately and entangled everyone so that they could not stop those little crows. Without the obstruction of superheroes, little fire crows bombed all across Manhattan. In just a short period, half of Manhattan fell into a sea of fire. I don't know how many innocent citizens were killed and burned. To make matters worse, a group of little fire crows found a large number of humans in the dock area and flew over excitedly. Seeing this, Danny Rand, who was working with the police and soldiers to stop the monsters and buy time for the citizens to escape, shouted in despair, it's over. No. Daredevil yelled unwillingly, but he couldn't do anything at all, because he couldn't fly. Even superheroes are like this, not to mention ordinary people. Many soldiers are frantically shooting into the sky, but it is useless at all, and the range is not enough. Ha ha ha, blow up this place, I like this place, and in the future, it will be mine. The hellfire crow laughed in the air, the breath of death, the breath of the soul, it was so intoxicating. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly resounded throughout Manhattan, yours? Have you asked me? With this sound, a 1,000-meter-long fiery red dragon appeared out of thin air over Manhattan. It was just a phantom at first, but it solidified immediately, like a real dragon soaring in the sky. Immediately afterward, the fiery red dragon flapped its wings almost covering the sky, and uttered a dragon roar that shook the entire Manhattan. The sky is the territory of the dragon. The danger in the dock area is instantly lifted. Dragon. Unlike the last time when others couldn't see the dragon, this time, everyone saw the dragon appear with their own eyes. They were shocked and inexplicable. In the world, there is such a noble, sacred, and powerful dragon? Some native Manhattanites looked at the dragon in the sky and, for some unknown reason, suddenly burst into tears of joy, as if they had seen their relatives who had been protecting them. Where did this dragon come from? Tony was shocked for a while. Yvonne glanced at Xiaolao, pointed to the badge of the Oscorp, and asked, don't you think it looks very similar to this? Is this what Bert summoned? Tony was stunned. That guy is too terrifying. Can such a dragon be summoned? I am the king of the sky. Seeing that his subordinates did not dare to lift into the air, the hellfire crow was so angry that he immediately rushed towards the dragon. Before the crow arrived, the dense fireballs had already whistled. In front of me, who gave you the courage to be king? Xiaolao smiled disdainfully and swept over with a tail, and whether it was the fireball or the fire crow, all were swept away. The hellfire crow slammed into a building, almost breaking it. It flapped its wings and flew up, shouting in disbelief, how can you be so powerful? How can the power that Manhattan has accumulated over thousands of years not be strong? Xiaolao didn't bother to answer the hellfire crow at all. It opened its mouth and sucked hard, and the surrounding flames poured into his mouth. Then, the dragon spewed an overwhelming dragon fire towards the gate of hell below, and the monsters near the gate of hell instantly disappeared. They were directly burned to ashes by the dragon fire. However, there is no damage to the gate of hell. It does not know what material it is made of, and it is not afraid of dragon fire at all. Be careful, don't burn us. Natasha hurriedly retreated, and the Hulk and Tauren, Minotaur, Damon, and the chain monsters were also hurriedly moved from the battlefield. That guy in the sky is too dangerous. Xiaolao's dragon eyes stared at the gate of hell, searching for the location of the labyrinth demon. It didn't burn out. Where is the body of the labyrinth demon? Maybe it's not in this world. That would be troublesome. Seeing Xiaolao completely ignoring him, the fire crow was furious and turned into a huge fireball and slammed into the Xiaolao. Xiaolao snorted coldly, and his mouth suddenly became larger, as if swallowing the heaven and earth. He swallowed the hellfire crow. After a while, Xiaolao spit out a ball of fire and said, crispy, chicken flavor. Seeing the Hellfire Crow being swallowed directly, the monsters were terrified and quickly fled to the area away from the dragon. Those little fire crows on the ground were also like chickens, madly fleeing. This dragon is too strong, isn't it? I didn't expect such a strong thing in Manhattan. Carlson exclaimed, this time, we are safe. Iron Fist, he is Iron Fist. Danny smiled wryly, the other party was stronger than last time. Iron Fist like you. Carlson was stunned, and he asked, Danny, isn't that impossible? The gap between you and him is similar to the gap between heaven and earth. Although it is unbelievable, he is indeed the same Iron Fist as me. Danny said bitterly, even if there are 100 of me, I can't beat one of him. At this time, an old lady and a young woman came over tremblingly with a cane. She said as she walked, if I were you, I would give up the identity of the Iron Fist. In front of him, you are not qualified to be the Iron Fist. Danny was taken aback by the old lady's words and asked, who are you? At this time, a few little raging crows happened to run towards this side, and a soldier hurriedly shouted, old lady, be careful, monsters are coming. Monster. The old lady turned her head to look at the little raging crows, stretched out her hand, pinched it in the air, and several little raging crows exploded directly and died tragically on the spot. The soldiers were stunned. This old lady has special abilities. Chi. Danny was taken aback. The other party's chi was very strong, even stronger than him. Danny ran. Consider my advice. Madame Gao glanced at Danny and said nothing more. Then, she turned to look at the commander and said, the boss has allowed me to come out and let me do my part for Manhattan. Let me help you guard this place together. That's great, old lady, thank you. The commander is overjoyed. The more superpowers, the better. What did he think of? He called the headquarters and said, transfer all the superheroes to the front line. Don't let them help people in the back. They are needed more here now. Chief George nodded. Okay, I'll let Spider-Man and the others go there. Are you telling me to give up the title of Iron Fist? That compared to the one in the sky, I'm nothing. Danny was a little confused. At this time, he noticed Colleen Wing behind Madame Gao. His eyes lit up, and he stepped forward and asked, do you remember me? We met on the street when you were posting an admissions advertisement. I don't recognize you. Colleen said coldly, also, now is the time to fight. Please don't leave your post without permission. Danny was stunned and wanted to say something, but saw Colleen staring at the dragon in the sky, her eyes full of admiration and love. Danny knew that the other party already belonged to him, and what was even worse was that he would never catch up with that person in his entire life. Seeing Danny in a daze, Carlson hurriedly pulled him back and said, Danny, now is not the time to strike up a conversation. I see. Danny said in a low mood, perhaps, from the beginning, he shouldn't have left Kunlun behind and returned to New York. Leaving this aside for a while, after swallowing the fire crow, Xiaolao's gaze locked on the pattern above the gate of hell, where there were 10 distinctive skeletons. The other skeletons on the gate of hell were not identical, only these 10, they looked almost the same, and their bodies are very square, like a table. No wonder I can't get out no matter how I run. It turns out that there are 10 labyrinth demons. Mephisto, you look down on me too much, right? The dragon snorted coldly, and a mouthful of dragon fire spit out above the gate of hell. The 10 labyrinth demons wanted to escape, but it was too late, and they turned to ashes on the spot. Immediately afterward, the void twisted, and Bert appeared in front of the gate of hell. Mephisto, you pissed me off. Bert turned his neck, his body flashed with fire, a set of cool scarlet armor appeared on him, and the cloak behind him fluttered in the wind, like a burning flame. Immediately afterward, Bert's spear stabbed and retracted. Dozens of holes appeared in the chain monster that was fighting against Damon, and the chain monster turned into ashes with thick disbelief. Cool. Damon shouted, and the whole person relaxed. With Bert present, everything is not a problem. Damon, go and demonize the giant beast in the sky. It is half biological and half mechanical. You should be able to demonize it. Bert said, Tony, Yvonne, and others, you focus on dealing with the Chitaurus. Leave the hell monsters to me. I will solve it. Okay. Everyone nodded and didn't talk nonsense. If Bert said that he could solve it, it would be solved. When everyone flew into the sky, Bert turned into a fire and quickly moved around the city like a shadow. Wherever he passed, all the monsters were drained of blood and turned into ashes. What just happened? A beauty who was about to die at the mouth of the monster looked at the monster that stopped in front of her and suddenly turned into ashes with a stunned expression. At this time, she noticed the distant flame and hurriedly shouted, Thank you, I am Sky. I will repay you. Sky shook her head. She thought of something and sighed secretly. I don't know where Carlson went, and he doesn't answer the phone. I always feel that the people around me often have accidents. On the street, in the building, at the subway gate. With a flash of fire, the monsters disappeared quickly. In less than 10 minutes, all the monsters that ran out before were eliminated, and the new monsters that came out of the gate of hell, just when they appeared, they were burned to ashes by dragon fire. The Tauren, Minotaur, who fought against Hulk was also easily resolved by Bert. Hulk was very dissatisfied and bared his teeth at Bert. Bert glanced at Hulk lightly, and Hulk instantly admitted his cowardice and jumped on the glider to deal with the Chitauri people in the sky. Bert stopped at the Hell's Gate, stood there with his spear, and waved to the inside, Come out, you come out. I haven't killed enough. The gate of hell was dead silent. No monsters came out. What a joke. They are monsters, not idiots. They knew if they come out, they will die. They are not that stupid. A bunch of rubbish, Mephisto, your monsters are just like you, they're all rubbish. Bert laughed. Everyone who saw this scene was amazed. They knew that the blood god was powerful, but they didn't expect it to be so powerful that monsters would not dare to come out from hell. What a mighty force this is. Absorbing Man exclaimed, no wonder Tony Stark is so afraid of him, this thigh must be hugged. With the blood god, we can rest assured. President Ellis laughed, and he said to Senator Stern, call Congressman Malik and ask him to veto the council's plan to drop a nuclear bomb. With the blood god, there is no need for the nuclear bomb, that's Manhattan. You also shouted to throw nuclear bombs before, didn't you? Senator Stern secretly complained, got up, and went out to call Congressman Malik. He pretended to talk for a while, and then quietly asked, why are you against dropping the nuclear bomb? Wouldn't it be better to blow up all those freaks? Are you sure that a nuclear bomb can kill the blood god? Congressman Malik sneered, if he's not dead, do you think he'll let the guy who threw a nuke on his head go? Certainly not. Senator Stern smiled awkwardly and said, Malik, will he affect our plan? Don't worry. Congressman Malik put down the phone and sneered. Dropping a nuclear bomb, what a joke. If Oscorp is gone, who will help him build the spaceship? Who will help him bring his god back? God. Thinking of Bert's performance before, Congressman Malik's eyes flickered slightly, and then he returned to the council's video conference. Congressman Malik solemnly said to the other 4 chiefs, America will never allow anyone to bomb Manhattan with a nuclear bomb. Seeing this, the other chiefs could only give up this wonderful plan. Nick Fury secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned. The blood god is getting stronger and stronger. If one day he wants to rule mankind, how could Shield stop him? In Wakanda, the king and the elders looked at the extremely mighty figure, frowning. They are not afraid of America, but this blood god, it's troublesome. Prince T'Challa has a look of admiration, and the thoughts in his mind can be described in one sentence, man, it should be like this. In the mirror space, Ancient One asked Mephisto with a smile on her face, Mr. Mephisto, who is accurate and good at everything, why don't you continue to use your methods? If this continues, the morale of hell will be gone. Mephisto's face was black. He gritted his teeth and asked, what happened to that dragon? Why did the blood god suddenly summon a dragon? Ancient One said, blood god, isn't it normal to have a dragon? This is normal. Mephisto snorted coldly, he calculated everything, but he didn't count the dragon, but now is not the time to admit defeat. As long as the scepter is still in my hand, I will not lose. Mephisto turned the scepter toward the outside, and the gate of hell shrank rapidly. At the same time, the wormhole in the sky suddenly became larger. The Chitaurus were overjoyed and immediately sent more troops to attack the earth. Mephisto said, let the Chitaurus be a wave of cannon fodder first, and wait until I solve you, then I'll deal with the blood god slowly. If you came here in real form, you might be able to win against me with the help of the mind gem, but let's forget about that, with just your projection. Ancient One shook her head. If you were in your prime, I really can't deal with you, but Ancient One, do you think I didn't find out? You are entangled in other things, and now you don't even have half of your strength. Mephisto sneered, that's why you focus on cultivating the blood god and let him take your responsibilities, isn't it? Ancient One said lightly, maybe. Then let me see how much skill you have now. Mephisto waved his scepter towards Ancient One. The battle between the Hell Demon and the Sorcerer Supreme officially began. Outside Hell's Gate, Bert looked at the gate of hell that became smaller and frowned. What the hell happened? After thinking about it, Bert waved the vibranium spear and quickly slashed the gate of hell, but as expected, even the vibranium spear could not destroy the gate of hell. I hate this broken door. Bert scolded and waved away the dragon behind him. The dragon is indeed very powerful, but it consumes too much, so it must be used sparingly. The disappearance of the dragon's soul made many people feel lost, as if they have lost their support. In the sky, while dealing with the Chitauri, Tony asked Bert with a communicator, Bert, where is the scepter? Only the scepter can close the portal. Wait a minute, Mephisto is not as easy to deal with as Loki. Bert shook his head and said, hey, it would be great if the opponent was Loki. I can easily crush him no matter what he does. Loki, who was hiding in the dark, gritted his teeth secretly. At this moment, a circle of sparks appeared in front of Bert, and then Wong came out in a hurry and said, Blood God, the Master asked me to tell you, she will give you the scepter as soon as possible, and you should guard the Hell's Gate. Don't leave quickly. Bert asked, why? Wong said, there may be Mephisto's backhand in the Gate of Hell. You must keep an eye on it until it closes. I see. Bert nodded immediately. Ancient One can foresee the future. If she said that there is a backhand, then there must be a backhand. In addition, I just swallowed the blood of so many monsters, which was just digested. It has been proved by experiments that swallowing monsters can also increase the number of lives. Bert wouldn't waste that, so he added tens of thousands of lives. Seeing that Wong was in a hurry to leave, Bert asked, Wong, why don't you show up to help? There's no time. The defense net of the 3 major temples is full of loopholes due to the impact of the Tesseract. Now there are hell monsters and other exotic monsters in many places on the earth, and we are trying our best to solve them. Wong said, damn Mephisto, he's looking for trouble. I see. Bert nodded, grabbed Wong, and said, don't rush to go, pick up 3 people for me, it will be less than a minute. This. Wong hesitated a bit, but Bert said, this is not a worldly thing, this is fighting against aliens and hell monsters. Wong gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, I'll pick them up. Bert asked Frank to open the video, and Wong opened the portal according to the scene in the video. Looking at the aperture in front of him, Frank was a little confused. Bert walked through the aperture and shouted, Frank, come in quickly, there is no time to waste now. Okay. When he saw Bert, Frank was determined, and immediately rushed into the aperture with War Abomination, followed by War Machine. Blood God, I'm leaving first. Wong returned to his aperture, and when he turned his hand, both apertures disappeared at the same time. Frank asked in shock, Bert, what kind of technology is this? Isn't it awesome? It sent us back to New York in one fell swoop. It's magic. Bert pointed to the sky and said, no time for nonsense, you three hurry up, we've been waiting for you for a long time. We also waited a long time. Frank didn't waste more time and soared into the sky with War Abomination and War Machine. Joining the fray? This is unscientific. Tony shouted to Yvonne, madman, what happened just now? Why did Frank and the others suddenly appear in New York? A few seconds ago, they were still in the Atlantic. That's magic, turtle. Yvonne sneered, led a Leviathan beast to rush towards War Abomination, and shouted excitedly, hack him, Abomination. War Abomination roared, and an axe slammed into Leviathan's neck. The indestructible vibranium axe directly slashed Leviathan's neck in half, it screamed and fell. Bang! The fallen Leviathan directly smashed several shops into ruins. Well done, Abomination. Yvonne laughed, and at this moment, 3 Leviathan beasts swam out of the sky. Yvonne scolded and hurried up to contain them. Hulk, attack. Hulk jumped on the back of a Leviathan excitedly and smashed it for a while. The Leviathan beast wailed and fell. Even with its thick skin, it couldn't stop Hulk's fist. I never thought that I'd fight aliens in Manhattan. Isn't this scope of work for a personal bodyguard too big? While shooting frantically with the Vulcan cannon, Frank scolded, a bunch of pussies, come on, try my Vulcan cannon. Frank, it's sexist. As Natasha spoke, she used a dagger to kill 2 Chidori soldiers, and then controlled the airship to ram it toward the other airships. Then let me change the word, you bastards, come on. Frank shouted. Natasha rolled her eyes, is this different from before? Ha ha ha, really, I can control this behemoth. At this time, Damon suddenly shouted excitedly, everyone turned their heads, and saw the Leviathan beast under his feet was covered in fire, which was under his control. Go. Damon didn't talk nonsense and controlled the Leviathan behemoth full of spikes on its head to slam into another Leviathan. With a bang, the Leviathan was directly pierced, and it fell to the ground with a scream. Damon laughed and rammed into other Leviathan like driving a giant ship. Everyone also attacked desperately, so that the Chidorus could not leave this area. Seeing this, Loki frowned secretly. He contacted the leader of the Chidori and said, come on. Battleships can't pass through, only energy bombardment. The leader of the Chidori said, the first time is the best, which ones should we mainly deal with? The one wearing the red armor. Forget that one, you can't hit him. Loki glanced at Bert in front of the Hell's Gate in fear, and said to the leader of the Chidori, you choose the rest, the one with the hammer must be dealt with. Okay. The leader of the Chidori did not talk nonsense. The battleship began to condense energy, and after a while, 4 huge energy cannons shot down towards the bottom. The targets were Thor, War Abomination, Hulk, and Damon. Thor and Hulk were blown away on the spot, and slammed into the ground like a meteorite falling, setting off a lot of dust. Although War Abomination raised the vibranium shield in time to block it, it was still pushed and dropped to the ground, blasting a big hole. Damon hid behind the Leviathan, and the Leviathan was directly shot through and died on the spot. This is not over yet, and then, more than a dozen energy cannons that are slightly smaller than before fell from the sky, and everyone had to hide in embarrassment. Taking this opportunity, the Chidorus sent a large number of troops into the earth, the energy guns kept firing, and several unmanned battle armors were blown up. Yvonne shouted while dodging, Bert, come and help quickly, we can't stop it. Don't worry, reinforcements are here. Bert smiled slightly. The next moment, hundreds of missiles roared from a distance and exploded in the position of the Chidori army. The Chidori army suffered heavy losses. Blood God, here we come. Immediately afterward, Mercury drove the battle armor and led hundreds of unmanned battle armors to fly over in a mighty manner. Besides Mercury, there is Peggy Carter, Blade in armor, Spider-Man, Earth Demon, Water Demon, Hell Sisters, Power Man, 10 guards, etc. Everyone is here. Those who can't fly, have gliders underfoot. You are finally here. Bert nodded with satisfaction. He spent tens of billions of dollars to build unmanned battle armors just for this battle? Wow, you have prepared so many unmanned battle armors. Tony shouted in surprise, and Yvonne said angrily, if it weren't for you, these unmanned battle armors would be able to play before, how could it be so troublesome? Tony was a little embarrassed. At this time, a large number of biochemical soldiers appeared in the wormhole again. Tony hurriedly shouted, they are here again, ready to fight. By the way, be careful of the energy cannon, there should be their mothership opposite the wormhole. Open the battlefield, there is no one around here, you don't have to stay under the wormhole. Bert instructed, as long as the Chidorus don't escape from this area. Okay. Everyone moved away one after another, taking the surroundings as the battlefield, and fighting fiercely with the Chidori army. There were gunshots, cannons, and explosions everywhere. War Abomination climbed up from the pit, flew into the sky again, and charged at Leviathan with a roar. He had a vibranium shield and was not injured just now. Damon was also uninjured. He jumped on the back of the other Leviathan and injected the hellfire into its body frantically. Thor's injury was not serious. Loki took the opportunity to find him, and the two brothers fought again. Hulk was also injured, but the wound healed quickly. He roared into the sky, grabbed the wall all the way, and climbed up quickly. He was angry, and he was going to smash all those damn aliens to death. The biochemical soldiers are just cannon fodder for the Chitaurus, and they will not feel distressed at all. Therefore, there are constantly biochemical soldiers flying out of the wormhole, and the high-level Chitauri plan to use the number to pile these Earthlings alive. At this time, the support of the military and SHIELD finally arrived. Although the fighter plane is not as powerful as unmanned battle armor, it can still come in handy. As reinforcements entered the field, the battle became more and more intense, and the surrounding area was almost smashed into rubble. Yinsen also came, and Tony immediately complained when he saw him. Can you come any later? The movie is almost over, and why are you wearing the failed battle armor? Because only the Mark II is out of your control. Yinsen said angrily, is it easy for me to come all the way? By the way, Pepper said, prepare to sleep on the sofa when you go back. Tony said dissatisfiedly, why? I am the victim. Yinsen said, Pepper said it wasn't your fault that you were being controlled, but it was your fault that you didn't answer her calls. Humph, want me, Tony Stark, to sleep on the sofa? She's dreaming. Tony said, unless she gets me a pair of comfy slippers, I would never agree. Can you be more cowardly? Yinsen despised, he said, I will be your helper and fight with you. Okay, Yinsen, you will be my helper from now on. Tony nodded and officially accepted Yinsen as his assistant. In this day and age, fighting alone will not work, unless it was as powerful as the Blood God. Jessica killed a biochemical soldier with a machine gun. The biochemical soldier and his motorcycle crashed into the building next to him. The gravel and glass fell. Jessica blinked and asked Bert with a communicator, Master, this area is broken, do we have to lose money? Jessica lost money all day, and she lost her psychological shadow. Bert said, no, I have signed an agreement with Washington, all exemptions, you don't have to worry about anything, fight to your heart's content. That's great. Jessica was overjoyed. She flew into the sky and the missiles exploded. She could finally be reckless. Anyway, she didn't have to lose money. No need to lose money? When did the White House become so generous? While leading the biochemical soldiers to crash into the building, Tony said, that's fine. My Stark building is badly damaged. A certain bastard fights next to the Stark building, and he always leads monsters over there. Yvonne sneered, I like to smash the Stark building, can't I? It's me who doesn't have to lose money, not you. Bert said lightly, based on your previous performance, the White House and major groups will ask you for money, so you don't have to worry. Depend on. Tony scolded angrily, this time, Stark Industries is afraid that it will lose a lot of money. Tony doesn't care about money very much. What he cares about is that he is getting farther and farther away from Bert. If this goes on, when will he be able to surpass him? When will the title of the poor ghost be returned to him? Looking at the raging battlefield, Bert sighed. Compared with the movie, the human side is several times stronger. If it wasn't for Mephisto to disrupt the situation, playing Loki would be like playing a grandson. Bert scolded, damn Mephisto, I must settle this account with you. At the same time, in the mysterious space where Hela was sealed, a dark gap suddenly appeared in the void. Hela was overjoyed and immediately put her clone into the gap. As soon as the clone enters the gap, it is immediately sent to the space channel between the world and hell, the resonance of the power of space. Just as I expected. Hela laughed, and immediately controlled the clone to go to Earth along the passage. In the mirror space, Mephisto, who was scolded by Bert, is being trapped at the moment, by his son. Blackheart, you helped the Ancient One to deal with your father? I'm your father whose blood is thicker than water. Mephisto, who was trapped in armor, roared. Before, he and Ancient One were having a lively fight. Who knows, Blackheart quietly approached him with the same breath as him, and then suddenly attacked, trapping him inside the armor. Do you think of me as your son? Blackheart sneered, if you treat me as your son, pass the throne to me, I don't want to be a prince forever. Just because you want to be a demon king. Mephisto said disdainfully, please look in the mirror and see what virtue you have. Mephisto, go to hell. Blackheart roared to activate the arrangement on the armor, and the armor shined brilliantly, madly absorbing the power of Mephisto. Mephisto shouted in shock and anger, Blackheart, what are you doing? Why don't you ask? Of course, using this armor to absorb all your power. Blackheart sneered, at that time, as long as I put on this armor, I can regain my strength. Mephisto turned his head and shouted at Ancient One, what kind of armor is this? Why haven't I heard of it? It was just built some time ago. Ancient One smiled and said, you metal containing Odin's divine power is useful, Mephisto, you are defeated. I, Mephisto, will not be defeated. Mephisto turned to Blackheart and said, us father and son should join forces to kill the Ancient One, and then use the Earth as our hunting ground. Blackheart's eyes flashed, and then he said, I'm not interested, I'm going to swallow your projection and go back to hell to grab the throne from you. I, Blackheart, am born to be the devil. Mephisto scolded, fool, do you think Ancient One will let you go? Ancient One said, of course, why not? Mephisto was stunned for a moment and then reacted. Ancient One wanted the Blackheart to launch a rebellion in hell so that Mephisto would not have time to come to Earth to make trouble. Mephisto shouted to the Blackheart, "Idiot, what's so good about being the king of hell? Let's join forces, and I'll make you the king of the earth. Since there is nothing good, why did you refuse to abdicate after serving for tens of thousands of years?" Blackheart sneered, and he said, "Mephisto, don't think I'm stupid. If I let you go, you will tear me apart as soon as possible. How can I, Mephisto, have a son of a fool like you?" Mephisto sighed. If it wasn't for Blackheart, the blood god would not have greatly increased his strength and destroyed his overall plan. If it wasn't for Blackheart, he would not have been trapped in the armor, and his success wouldn't have fallen short. Everything is because of Blackheart. Why did I create it in the first place? Ancient One, I admit defeat. Mephisto gritted his teeth and said, "I will give you the scepter and give up this game, on the condition that you let me go and let me return to hell with Blackheart." Blackheart was shocked and hurriedly said, "Sorcerer Supreme, do not worry." Ancient One waved her hand and said, "Mephisto, why should I promise you? If you don't promise me, then I can only burn everything." Mephisto said, "In Hell's Gate, I have arranged means. As long as I have a thought, it will transfer the space channel, from connecting hell to connecting to the dark dimension." Dormammu. Ancient One's face sank. Dormammu of the dark dimension is Kamartaj's biggest enemy? I won't do this unless I have to, because it will cause me to completely lose the earth. Mephisto said, "Ancient One, agree or disagree?" Blackheart's complexion changed greatly. In his opinion, Ancient One must agree. Just beyond the expectations of Mephisto and Blackheart, Ancient One smiled lightly and said, "What if I don't agree? Then die together." Mephisto didn't talk nonsense, directly activated the backhand. The Hell's Gate outside quickly twisted and deformed, and transferred the space channel. How could this be? The complexion of Hela in the mysterious space changed, and the space channel was collapsing? How can I miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Hela hurriedly passed all the power to the clone, and the clone struggled to run forward. As long as she reached the earth, she could get away. Seeing the sudden change in Hell's Gate, Bert's expression changed, but he didn't know what to do. At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in his ear, "Take the power of the dragon and move towards Hell's Gate. The flashpoint will be split down." At the same time as this voice sounded, a golden light that kept wandering appeared on the Hell's Gate, as if special effects had been added. This golden light was projected by Ancient One on Bert's retina. Okay. Without wasting time, Bert jumped into the air and poured the power of the blood god and the dragon onto the vibranium spear at the same time. Immediately afterward, Bert shouted and rushed down like electric light, and the vibranium spear smashed the Hell's Gate where the golden light flickered with the power of thunder. With a bang, the Hell's Gate burst open, and Bert was thrown out on the spot. A terrifying shock wave swept the surrounding, and all the remaining buildings collapsed, including the Stark building. "My building!" Tony exclaimed. "Bert, are you so vengeful? Now that it's all over, you haven't forgotten to blow up my Stark building?" "No." The collapse of Hell's Gate caused the space passage to be shattered on the spot, turning into a space storm. Hela's clone screamed and was involved in it and lost contact. Hela spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. In the mirror space, Mephisto shouted in disbelief, "You've been waiting for this moment." Yes, the Hell's Gate is indeed very strong, but when the space channel is transferred, its defense will drop significantly. At this time, as long as you attack the most vulnerable point with powerful force, you can break it. Ancient One waved her fan and said lightly, "Mephisto, although I am not omniscient, you dare to say that I am not well prepared in front of you? Do you think that I have defended the earth for hundreds of years, relying only on just brute force? You knew my plan early on? Then why didn't you stop me in advance?" Mephisto asked with an ugly face. Ancient One glanced at Blackheart, but did not speak. "Is it to make the Blackheart rebel?" Mephisto smiled bitterly. "Good Ancient One, I underestimated you, far underestimated you. Ancient One, you are indeed very powerful, but your power has been decreasing, and you won't be able to live for long." Mephisto said coldly, "When you are dead, who else can resist us?" Ancient One turned her head to look at Bert, who was getting up outside. Without speaking, Mephisto sneered, "He can't, he is too young and doesn't have enough experience. Not now, there will be in the future, he has so much money, he should take more responsibility for this world." Ancient One said. "Interesting, Ancient One, you are so interesting." Mephisto laughed, his body dissipated quickly, and only his last words were left in the air. "When I clean up this pit, son, let's play slowly. When the time comes, it won't be me who will play with you. I've worked for hundreds of years, and it's time to retire." Ancient One moved her hand, and the scepter flew into her hand. Then, she said to the excited Blackheart, "Go back to hell, take back your place." Blackheart turned around and said very respectfully, "Thank you, Ancient One, I swear, I will never be enemies with Earth and Kamartaj." "Good." Ancient One nodded and signaled Blackheart to take care of himself. Blackheart immediately put on the armor, and then opened the passage to hell. "When I defeat Mephisto and become the Demon King of Hell, I will return this shame you brought me, back to you 1,000 times. Before stepping into Hell's passage, the eyes of Blackheart suddenly became extremely vicious, and Ancient One turned a blind eye to this because Blackheart couldn't defeat Mephisto. She just used him to delay time. "From the moment you put on that armor, your fate is doomed." Ancient One shook her head, and when Blackheart left, she took a step and came to a mysterious space where a group of people in the same uniform were trapped outside the wall. Ancient One said lightly, "Go back, this is not your past, this is a parallel world." The group of people was stunned, and the leader of them hurriedly shouted, "Hello, we are here to save half of the lives of the universe. I know what you came for, but I'm sorry, I can't let you in." Ancient One said, "Any action you take in this world will cause unimaginable disasters, go back, don't come again." A big man shouted, "It won't have any effect on your world, once we are done with the stones, we will return each one to its timeline at the moment it was taken. It will have no impact at all. Let's not talk about whether you can send it back or not. Even if you can, will the process of obtaining the stones have no effect?" Ancient One said, "Furthermore, those who play with time will pay the price for it." When the group was about to say something, Ancient One interrupted, "Go back, next time you come again, it won't be me who will stop you." After saying that, Ancient One waved her hands, and all the people disappeared. Ancient One shook her head, "These future people in parallel worlds are just minor troubles, the real trouble is another matter." Ancient One raised her head and looked at the chaotic void blocked by the Eye of Agamotto in the distance. Mephisto was right, she only has half of her power now, and the remaining half is all over there. To make matters worse, there will be more and more power needed over there, that is to say, Ancient One will become weaker and weaker, which is why she is in a hurry to drive Mephisto back completely. When will I be able to retire? I've been working for hundreds of years without pay. Ancient One sighed, returned to the mirror space, then stretched out her hand and handed the scepter to Bert outside. Seeing the sudden appearance of a hand and the scepter, Bert was stunned for a moment, then took the scepter and said respectfully, "Thank you, Ancient One." Ancient One's voice sounded in Bert's ears, "Mephisto has been driven back to hell, and will not appear again in a short time. Blood God, there is not much time left for you." Bert was stunned, was Ancient One talking about Thanos? When Bert wanted to ask more, the hand in front was suddenly retracted. Bert rolled his eyes, why do these big guys always like to sell things? Bert shook his head, flew up with the scepter, and called Nick Fury at the same time, saying, "Director Fury, get 2 nuclear bombs over here for me to play." What? Director Fury wondered if he had auditory hallucinations, and someone asked him for 2 nuclear bombs to play with. "I said, shoot 2 nuclear bombs at Manhattan," Bert said. "Why?" Fury frowned and asked, "The World Security Council wanted to launch a nuclear bomb before, and I spent a lot of effort to stop them." "You have such a big face." Bert sneered, "Send it here, it's not my character to be beaten and not fight back, I'm going to blow up the mothership of the Chidori. Besides, if we don't destroy them, they might come back sooner or later." Fury was silent for a moment and said, "I'll go and ask the Security Council's opinion." A minute later, Fury said, "The plane with the nuclear bomb has taken off. Bert, this nuclear bomb must not explode in Manhattan. Don't worry, I'm not as unreliable as your S.H.I.E.L.D. Bert flew into the sky, and threw the spear forcefully, it pierced the body of a leviathan, and flew back into his hands. Tony Stark flew over and said angrily, "Bert, why did you blow up my building?" Bert said, "Find the White House to pay for it. I have an exemption clause." Seeing Bert's fearless appearance, Tony gritted his teeth angrily. Bert glanced at him and said angrily, "Okay, stop acting, you and I will write off your account." Tony was relieved, but he snorted coldly on the surface, "You are cheap. It is you who is cheap." Bert said impatiently, "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you, I'm going to kill the aliens." Tony shouted dissatisfiedly, "You already got the scepter, what aliens are you killing? Hurry up and close the portal. We'll talk about it later." Bert turned into fire and killed the Chidori everywhere, and the battlefield was empty. Unfortunately, these are not real lives, and the number of resurrections cannot be increased. In Blood God Manor outside New York City, Mindy was watching the live news in the house when suddenly, there was a loud bang on the grass outside. She turned her head and saw a little girl in tatters lying on the grass. When the guards heard the sound, they immediately gathered around. Mindy blinked and rushed over along with Lena, who was still eating. "Don't do it, I'll ask her." Mindy motioned for everyone to stop, then walked up to the little girl and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The little girl got up. She was a girl with dark circles around her eyes, like a girl with gothic makeup. She looked around at everyone, raised her head, and said proudly, "Kneel in front of your queen." What? Everyone was stunned. If this was said by an adult, it would be very imposing, but a little girl said such a thing, it will only make people feel funny. Mindy stepped forward, pinched the little girl's cheeks with her hands, and said, "Again." "Whoa." The little girl screamed and wanted to resist, but she had no strength, so she could only look at Mindy pitifully. Mindy let go and asked, asking again, "Who are you, and why are you here?" "I am he. Who am I and why am I here?" The little girl, or Hela's clone, little Hela, shouted in a little panic. The previous space storm had seriously affected her? Amnesia? So old-fashioned. Mindy looked disgusted. She said, "In the future, you will be called Hi, and I will help you find out your identity. By the way, call me eldest sister first." Lena joined in the fun while eating, "Call me second sister." Little Hela is unwilling. Although she has amnesia, with how arrogant Hela is, how could she recognize someone else as her eldest sister? Impossible in this lifetime. Mindy raised her hand, and little Hela instantly confessed and shouted, "Big sister, second sister. Good. I'll take you to take a bath, butler, buy a set of clothes and come back. Mindy nodded with satisfaction, and the butler said from the side, Miss, the origin of this person is unknown, let's leave it to the guards to investigate first. No, she's my third sister, and I'm in charge, Mindy said, thinking it's better if the origin is unknown. To be clear, what else she has to play? Leaving aside the fact that little Hella became Mindy's third sister, Bert, who was wantonly slaughtering the Chitaurus, suddenly received a call from Nick Fury. The nuclear bomb has arrived. Bert stopped and said, shoot directly. Okay. Fury gave an order, and Bert put the scepter on the lower back, turned into a bloody light, and flew in the direction of the nuclear bomb. Soon, Bert saw 2 nuclear bombs. He didn't waste time. He turned the blood into 2 ropes to tie the 2 nuclear bombs, and then he took them to the wormhole in the sky. Is this outer space? It's very interesting. When I get tired of playing on Earth, I'll go play in the universe. Outside the wormhole, Bert floated in the air, and while shrinking the 2 nuclear bombs, he looked around curiously. What? Why put the nuclear bomb away? For him, of course. To deal with the Chitauri, does he need a nuclear bomb? A few hits and they're done? What Captain Marvel can do, he can do now. At this time, the Chitaurus found Bert and were shocked, and quickly dispatched a large number of biochemical soldiers and Leviathan monsters to surround him. Bert smiled disdainfully, turned into flames, and flew all the way, and wherever he passed, whether it was a biochemical man or a Leviathan beast, all turned to ashes. The Chitauri mothership hurriedly fired energy cannons at Bert, but at Bert's speed, these energy cannons couldn't hit him at all. He galloped all the way and quickly rushed to the mothership. Without any nonsense, Bert directly broke through the gate and rushed in. A large number of biochemical soldiers came to block him. Bert waved his spear, and a crimson light was cut out. All the biochemical soldiers were divided into 2 and turned into ashes. Rats, where are you? Bert closed his eyes and sensed it for a while, then strode towards the command cabin. The Chitaurus were startled. How did that guy know they were there? Because of the blood, the high-level Chitauri are real people, and the smell of blood is completely different from that of biochemical people. Stop him at all costs. Chitauri's executives gave orders frantically, but no matter how many guards they sent over, the only result would be to ashes. Boom, the door of the command cabin was kicked open by Bert, and he said with a smile, welcome you to Earth as a guest, I will greet you back and forth. Let's die together. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, the leader of Chitauri pressed the destroy button frantically. This guy is too terrifying, and he must be destroyed for Lord Thanos. At this moment, an invisible force slammed into the chest of the leader of Chitauri. The leader of Chitauri screamed and flew out, hitting the wall and falling. Bert came over and said coldly, it's quite decisive, but are you faster than me? The leader of Chitauri roared on the ground, Lord Thanos will not let you go. Wrong, I won't let him go. Bert snorted coldly, stepped forward, and kicked him unconscious. The other high-level officials wanted to resist, but a blood shadow flashed, and all the high-level officials fell to the ground. The subordinates of the lunatic are indeed lunatics. Bert shook his head. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, he might have capsized. Thanos is a lunatic, and so are his subordinates. The strength of human beings is far from enough. Bert appeared outside the mothership out of thin air. Then, he took out a lot of PIM particles to shrink the mothership and put it into his body. Bert's body can isolate the breath and signals. Those biochemical and Leviathan monsters, as soon as they can't sense the signal from the mothership, are immediately paralyzed and fell with a crackle. Seeing a Leviathan falling, Blade hurriedly avoided it. He looked at the squashed cars and roads, and scolded, these aliens are disgusting, and they still cause so much damage when dead. At this time, Blade saw Spider-Man looking at him all the time, and asked angrily, what do you want? I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask, does your sunglasses have any special function? Spider-Man asked curiously, yes, Blade's battle armor also has a pair of sunglasses. Blade said, of course, it makes me look cooler. What? Spider-Man was stunned, and Blade said, being cool is a lifetime thing, when you grow up, you will know. After speaking, Blade flew into the sky and asked the others, what's the situation? Why are all these aliens lying down? It should be Bert. Tony was talking and suddenly a bloody light fell from the sky and stopped beside the portal instrument. It was Bert? Bert picked up the scepter and asked, I'm closing this, anybody want to take a picture and post it on Twitter? Who's taking pictures and tweeting at this time? Tony despised it, and at this moment, Natasha, Blade, Yvonne, Electro, Hell Sisters, and others came to take photos with the portal with their mobile phones. Tony was stunned, and Yvonne said with contempt, old antique, you don't even tweet. Who are you calling an antique? Tony said angrily, after the poor ghost, he ushered in the second impossible nickname, old antique. He, Tony Stark, the most attractive man in the world, turned into an antique? Who else but you? Natasha said, everyone, let's take a group photo and end this damn thing. After taking the very old-fashioned group photo, Bert destroyed the portal with the scepter, and the wormhole in the sky quickly disappeared. The survivors in Manhattan were unbelievable at first, and then cheered and even cried with joy. This is finally over. Damn aliens, damn hell monsters, finally solved. The high-level human beings also breathed a sigh of relief. President Ellis immediately asked people to prepare a press conference to announce that the United States had won against the aliens. Now is not the time to rest. Colleagues, go to the city to save people. There are many people in Manhattan who need our help. Chief George shouted, and the policemen agreed. This is their duty. In Wakanda, King T'Chaka said to everyone, prepare for war. America will not let it go. Except for T'Challa, who was sighing. The other elders snorted coldly. Neither will we. Bert held the cube in his left hand and the scepter in his right hand, and suddenly there was an urge to possess them all. Fortunately, Bert woke up immediately. He looked at the scepter, his eyes flickered slightly, and the Mind Stone was manipulated by Thanos. Tesseract can be used, but Mind Stone is not suitable for me. Bert put away the cube and the scepter, and said to everyone, there is one last thing. The crowd asked, what's the matter? Bert pointed at Loki, who was about to run away, and said, beat up Loki. Everyone heard the words and looked down, their eyes full of murderous intent. Being stared at by so many superheroes, even Loki was a little cowardly. He spread his hands and said, can I surrender now? Hulk. Hulk jumped down first, knocking Loki away fiercely. Loki got up from the ground in embarrassment and shouted angrily, enough, you idiots, I am a god. Before Loki could finish speaking, Hulk grabbed his calf and smashed it left and right. The sound of bang 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 made everyone feel relieved. Good smash. Natasha cheered while taking pictures. Big guy, add some force, but don't kill him. Hulk. Hulk smashed harder. He promised Banner to smash Loki. The injured Thor felt a little distressed about his brother and came over to try to dissuade him, but Tony and Yvonne immediately stopped him. Tony hugged his shoulders and said, dude, let's have some barbecue. There is a shop over there. Looks like it was smashed. Yvonne said, let's drink some vodka, a vodka that only men can drink. Thor, who was entangled by the two, couldn't save Loki at all. He could only smile bitterly. Speaking of which, this was what Loki deserved, but unfortunately, he was quite resistant to beatings. At this moment, Bert's cell phone suddenly rang. After he connected, Senator Stern said, Bert, the president asked me to thank you. Bert smiled and said, I promised. Senator Stern asked tentatively, Bert, Tesseract, Scepter, and Loki, what are you going to do with it? I can't see you in the fight, but you're very active when I divide the spoils. Bert snorted coldly, and said, did you know? Odin can use Gungnir to destroy a star with one blow, a star like Earth. What? Senator Stern couldn't help swallowing and ask, are you kidding me? What do you think? Bert said, the Tesseract, and the Scepter, are my trophy. As for Loki, I will give him to you, you can decide for yourself. Senator Stern almost yelled, you take all the benefits and throw hot potatoes at us? Aren't you too cruel? What if Odin threw that Gungnir directly at the White House? I'll discuss with the president first. Senator Stern hung up the phone. At this time, Thor finally couldn't help it. He shouted, Hulk, it's time to stop. Hulk threw Loki on the ground like throwing garbage, and then said with contempt, puny god. Loki lay in the pit without love, as if he had been ravaged by 100 strong men. Electro, Natasha, Spider-Man, etc. took pictures in succession, and this photo is sure to be very popular on the internet. Bert. Thor glanced at Bert and said, I'm taking Loki and the Tesseract back to Asgard. No, Loki must be held responsible for the crimes he committed on Earth. Tony immediately objected, and Thor said, he will go back to Asgard with me, and father will decide his punishment. How do I know you won't cover him up? Tony said, he killed so many people, how can he just walk away? The other superheroes also looked at Thor dissatisfiedly, and Thor had no choice but to ask Bert for help. Bert walked up to Loki and said, you know what? Last time you sent the destroyer to Earth, I vowed to teach you a lesson. Bert. Thor was shocked and wanted to rush to protect Loki, but was surrounded by other superheroes and couldn't move. Loki reluctantly sat up, looked at Bert, and shouted sternly, teach me a lesson? Do you dare to kill me? I am Loki, the Prince of Asgard. If you kill me, you will have to fight the whole of Asgard. Odin, he won't let your Earth go. Bert sneered, and he said, don't worry, I don't plan to kill you, but it's not because I'm afraid of Odin, but because Thor is my friend. I don't want him to be sad. Thor said gratefully, thank you, Bert. Loki also breathed a sigh of relief, but sneered on the surface, it sounds nice, you aren't afraid of Odin. However, the death penalty can be avoided, but the life penalty is inevitable. Bert took out a magic scroll from his chest and said, this is the scroll I specifically asked for from Kamartaj. It was opened with the blood of 72 pure virgins. Okay. Everyone looked at Bert in unison and seemed to have heard something extraordinary just now. Don't think so filthy, a tube of blood for $10,000 is sold by people. Do people of my status need to use filthy methods? Bert said angrily, the function of this magic scroll is very simple, gender reversal, that is, turning a man into a woman, and unless the spellcaster dies, it cannot be resolved. Men become women. Loki's complexion changed drastically, and after the others were shocked, they whistled, and Tony shouted, Bert, I support you in punishing him like this. Damon also said, Bert, it turns out that you prepared it for this guy, I support you. Natasha shrugged and said, I won't protest this time, it's a good idea. Yes, a man becomes a woman. Bert nodded and said, it's not a bad thing for you. After you become a woman, you can marry Thor and become his wife. What? Thor was stunned, and he said angrily, Bert, what nonsense are you talking about? Yvonne patted Thor on the shoulder and said something rather obscene in his ear. Thor pushed him away angrily and shouted, Bert, don't joke around. This is not funny at all. Loki said in shock and anger, Odin won't allow this kind of thing. Bert said with a teasing face, you are only worried about whether Odin will allow it, that is to say, you don't resist. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly, and Tony said to Thor, congratulations, wish you 100 years of harmony, an early birth of a precious son. Thor was embarrassed and angry, he glared at Loki, I'm your brother, you want to sleep with me? Loki was also embarrassed and angry, and he shouted, you are talking nonsense. Odin will allow it. Bert said, Thor is brave and extraordinary, but his political talent is zero. After you marry him, you can help him handle internal affairs. In this way, Asgard can not only eliminates internal troubles but also gets a qualified heir. Not only that, but you are the prince, princess of Jotunheim, and with the union of the two, you will bring peace to Asgard and Jotunheim. So many benefits, you say, would Odin agree? Also, I believe that God King will not have any opinion. It is quite profitable to replace a son with a daughter-in-law. The two of them are a match made in heaven. Tony touched his chin and said, Thor angrily said, shut up, it's disgusting, okay. Also, I have a girlfriend. Loki also said, Odin will not allow such a scandal to happen. It's a good solution. Declare that Loki is dead, and then Thor met Laufey's illegitimate daughter and decides to stay together forever. Bert looked up at the sky and asked, Odin, do you have any opinion on this arrangement? Odin in Asgard looked at the earth in astonishment. How could he do that? To be honest, he was a little bit moved. Neither Thor nor Loki is a qualified successor, but if the two of them can cooperate sincerely, then Asgard may still have hope. Immediately, Odin shook his head. This method is only suitable for use when Loki is just picked up. Now, it's too late. I just hate that I didn't think of this method back then. In Manhattan, Bert looked back from the sky and said, since you don't object, then I'll take it as your agreement. Yvonne, stop Thor, I'll start. Loki and Thor were speechless. Is this an agreement? Odin, why didn't you strike this guy with lightning? Okay. Everyone nodded excitedly. Hulk and Ghost Rider pressed Thor's shoulders from left to right. Thor shouted, Bert, stop joking. Who is free to joke? Dare to invade our Earth, how can he not pay the price? Bert sneered, Thor, don't worry, I will give you a complete Loki back, although it will be less, but also more. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Seeing Bert was about to open the magic scroll, Loki shouted in horror, wait, to tell you the truth, Chidori and I are just pioneers. It was another person who wants to invade the Earth. Bert knowingly asked, who? Loki bargained, I will say, but you can't turn me into a woman. Bert continued to open the scroll with an expressionless face, and Loki hurriedly said, it's Thanos. He is the strongest and most notorious terrorist in the universe. He often invades other planets and kills half of their population. Everyone frowned, why did he kill half of the population? How do I know? The crux of the matter is that he has set his sights on your Earth, and he will come in person sooner or later. Loki said, I can help you fight him together. Bert turned to Thor and asked, Thor, do you know any information about Thanos? No some, that's a very big trouble. Thor nodded and said, but don't worry, Asgard will help you fight Thanos together. Thinking of something, Thor said to Bert, Bert, I need the Tesseract to repair the Bifrost Bridge. Without the bridge, Asgard can't support the Earth. Thor, I'll talk to you about the Tesseract in a while. Bert first nodded to Thor, then turned to look at Loki, and said, since you have told me the information, I will. Don't make me a woman. Loki asked in surprise, and Bert said with a smile, I will fulfill your wish to become a woman. When did I have this wish? Loki was furious, but Bert didn't care so much, just started the scroll, and an extremely complicated magic circle appeared out of nowhere, covering Loki. Immediately, Loki's body began to change, his hair became longer, his face softened, and even his skin became whiter. No way. When the magic circle disappeared, Loki hurriedly touched down, his face suddenly turned white, and he changed. His hands went up all the way, and he glared at Bert immediately. He became a woman, but no boobs. Don't look at me, I don't know what's going on. Bert spread his hands and said, but you don't have to worry about this, Thor likes small ones. Bert, Thor saw that Bert turned Loki into a woman, and he cursed in anger. The others were a little surprised, too, but it was more of a pleasure, Loki, to let you come to Earth to do something, and now you've lost yourself? Deserve it? No one should offend Mr. Wong in the future. It's terrible. Spider-Man shrank his neck secretly, he didn't want to be sisters with Gwen in the future. I am so satisfied with this punishment. Natasha kept taking pictures around Loki, and she must be gaining fans super fast today. Loki glared at everyone, and they all stared back. Loki thought of something, and said shyly, don't look at others like this. The scene was deadly silent. After a while, everyone turned their heads and vomited. Loki laughed, you bastards, weren't you very proud just now? While vomiting, Bert said to Thor, Thor, hurry up and bring Loki back to your Asgard, it's disgusting. You know it's disgusting now, didn't you do it? Thor yelled, he felt that the future was dark, why don't I just leave Loki behind? Thor shouted, Bert, get rid of it. Sorry, this is irreversible, unless I die. Bert said. Thor and Loki shouted at the same time, Bert, you are a devil. Maybe. Bert shrugged. At this time, he saw a Quinjet coming, and snorted coldly, trouble is coming. There are always flies that disturb us from protecting the world. Tony snorted and said, Bert, in a few days, we'll talk about Thanos. Next time, war must never happen on Earth. We have to fight the enemy outside the Earth. Bert said, with our current technology, it is very difficult unless we win Wakanda. Tony's eyes flashed, Wakanda. At this time, the Quinjet landed, and Alexander Pierce, Secretary of the World Security Council, came over with a group of people, and he said very strongly, thank you very much for defeating the enemy, but now, please hand over Loki, the Tesseract, the scepter to us. Tesseract and scepter are my trophies. Bert looked at Pierce and said lightly, just in case, let me ask you solemnly, are you planning to rob me of my trophies? Pierce felt an incomparable chill, and said solemnly, Blood God, the Tesseract is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s property. What's that matter to me? Bert said domineeringly, Tesseract was snatched from Loki who invaded the Earth, and it belongs to me now. Pierce said dissatisfiedly, Blood God, are you trying to rob S.H.I.E.L.D.? No, it was Loki, who robbed S.H.I.E.L.D. Bert said, if you don't agree, you can sue me. However, I declare in advance that the battle is not over yet, and the disclaimer in my hand is still valid. Disclaimer? That stupid president, actually agreeing to such a condition. Pierce's expression was extremely ugly, but he didn't dare to be tough with Bert. He changed the subject and said, what about Loki? He committed so many crimes, do you want to cover him up? Don't put a big hat on me. Bert snorted coldly, President Ellis said that I could deal with Loki however I want. Minister Pierce, please remember that this is the territory of the United States. President Ellis. Pierce gritted his teeth and said, Blood God, I won't let this go. Bert said indifferently, whatever. Pierce turned away angrily, Blood God is much tougher than before. Nick Fury is right, the Blood God cannot be trusted. Hydra? You won't be able to jump for a few days. Bert snorted coldly, Tony whistled and said, I've long wanted to fight SHIELD like this, but Bert, are you sure, isn't this too arrogant? No problem, I know what to do. Bert said, don't talk about this, the battle is over, let's go to my manor to celebrate. Jessica said excitedly, I like to celebrate, Master, I want to drink all the red wine in your wine cellar. Spider-Man said a little embarrassedly, this may be a bit embarrassing, but there are still many people in need of help in the city, and I want to help them. Everyone was speechless. Save people first, then celebrate, it's the same thing. Bert smiled and said, Yvonne, take Loki and Thor back to my manor first. Thor, we will discuss in detail later. By the way, tie Loki up, don't let him escape, and also, gag his mouth, it's disgusting. That is for sure. Yvonne immediately blocked Loki's mouth with a machine, and Loki whimpered, but no one paid him any attention. Thor said to Bert, Bert, I'll wait for you. By the way, you have that, smartphone? I want to have a video chat with Jane. Smartphone? Are you sure you're not humiliating me? Bert was speechless, and he said angrily, don't worry, there are not only smartphones but also holographic projections, you'll be very satisfied. After Yvonne and the others left, Bert and others began to rescue the people in the city. Looking at the ruins, everyone was a little silent. Before half a day, it was the most prosperous place on Earth. The Manhattan War has officially come to an end, but the troublesome things have just begun. Rescue, aftermath, compensation, accountability, reconstruction, summary, reflection. All kinds of things have made the government devastated. After the incident, 4 groups of people were scolded the worst: New York City Hall, the White House, SHIELD, and Iron Man. Needless to say, in New York City Hall, the mayor and the police chief ran away, and the angry citizens almost rushed to the mayor's house and beat him to death. It is natural for the White House to be scolded. No matter how President Ellis boasted that the United States had defeated the aliens, it could not cover up the fact that half of Manhattan was turned into ruins, not to mention that the performance of the military was very unsatisfactory. The reason for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s trouble was because of Trish talk. Everyone knew that Loki was brought in by SHIELD, how could they not scold him? In this regard, Director Fury is very depressed, but he has no time to pay attention to this now because he has received news that someone is going to impeach him. In the movie, SHIELD relied on this battle to become famous and flourish, but in the real world, they are not so good, they are famous now, but they are notorious. As for Iron Man being scolded, it is entirely because, the higher the expectation, the higher the disappointment. They worshipped Iron Man so much, thinking that he is omnipotent, but he was controlled and reduced to a puppet, which is too disappointing. If they don't scold him, how can they come down? In addition to being scolded, Tony has to deal with claims and accountability from all walks of life, which is extremely miserable. Some people were scolded, and naturally, others were praised. For example, the New York Police Department received a lot of praise this time, and Chief George, who turned the tide at a critical time, was completely whitewashed, and his reputation soared. Many people supported him to run for mayor, and the most praised are undoubtedly the superheroes. This time, they saved Manhattan, saved New York, and saved mankind. The stock prices of Oscorp and Watchmen have been soaring, and superhero merchandise has even been sold out of stock. This time, superheroes are completely popular, not only in New York but also in the United States and the whole world. It is worth mentioning that after the incident, a large number of reporters and netizens asked what happened to the dragon of the Oscorp. Oscorp did not answer but only said that the copyright of the dragon belonged to them, and then began to sell the merchandise of the dragon unceremoniously. Leaving these aside, at Blood God Manor, Bert handed a beer to Thor, who was sighing, and asked, "Have you quarreled with Jane?" Thor drank his beer and said, "Jane wants me to accompany her, but I don't have time. I have to go back to Asgard immediately. The Bifrost Bridge is broken. There are rebellions in many places. Bert, Asgard needs the Tesseract." "I know." Bert said, "I can lend you the Tesseract. Listen clearly, it's borrowing. When you finish repairing the Bifrost Bridge, you must immediately return it to me." This. Thor hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, I promise you." Bert looked at Thor and said, "Thor, I trust you, but just in case, I want you to swear." "Okay." Thor glanced at Bert and swore loudly, "I, Thor Odinson, swear in the name of All-Father that once the Tesseract is used, it will be returned to Bert immediately." "Good." Bert nodded with satisfaction. He was not afraid that Thor would not pay back, but he was afraid that Odin would default on his debt. After negotiating the Tesseract, Thor breathed a sigh of relief. He thought of something and asked, "Bert, is it true that Loki can't change back?" Bert nodded and said, "Yes, I can't change it." "Thor, this punishment is already the lightest for Loki? If he is not your brother, if he is not the Prince of Asgard, he deserves this." Thor sighed and said, "Forget it, I'll lock him up when I go back, so I can't see it." "Bert, when will you give me the Tesseract? Do you know how to use it?" "Illiterate." Bert said with contempt. Dr. Selvig and Dr. Banner are working on a miniature device that activates the Tesseract, which can be done in a day or two. At that time, as long as you enter the space coordinates of Asgard, you can directly teleport back to Asgard. Thor said excitedly, "Thank you so much." Bert said, "Don't worry about Loki, but we have to go through this scene. In any case, we must explain to humans." Thor asked, "What scene?" Bert said, "Trial on Earth." Thor was a little dissatisfied. The Prince of Asgard is on trial on Earth. Bert asked in a deep voice, "Thor, do you know how many people died in Manhattan this time? Although most of them were killed by monsters, the initiator was Loki." Thor was silent, and after a while, he said, "In 3 days, I must go back." Bert nodded, "Okay, you go to see Jane, and I will arrange everything." "Thank you." Thor stopped talking nonsense and swung his hammer into the sky. "This is unscientific." Bert shook his head and turned back to the house. Inside the house, President Ellis' holographic projection thanked Bert, "Blood God, thank you so much this time. I'm part of the Earth too." Bert smiled and then said, "President, what are you going to do with Loki?" President Ellis smiled bitterly. "This is a hot potato." He asked, "Blood God, what do you think should be done?" "I propose to try Loki, convict him, and let Thor take him back to Asgard to be punished." Bert said, "In this way, we will not only give the public an explanation but also will not offend Odin." President Ellis' eyes lit up and hurriedly asked, "This is a good method, but will Thor agree?" Bert said, "He will agree, but time is short. He is only going to stay on Earth for 3 days. I will arrange it as soon as possible." President Ellis said excitedly, "The trial of aliens, or alien princes, will increase his approval rate. After all, this is the first time in the history of the Earth." At this time, President Ellis thought of one thing and asked Bert, "Blood God, I heard that you have a good relationship with Nick Fury." Bert was stunned. "Who said that?" "I have a very ordinary relationship with him, and we don't usually say hello when we meet." Nick Fury said that. "It seems that he wants to use you as a shield." President Ellis snorted coldly, and Bert was speechless. "This guy is shameless, and he used me to deter high-level leaders." Bert said, "President, you don't have to worry about me. I'm not familiar with him at all. That's easy to handle. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director, it should be replaced by a capable person." President Ellis nodded and stopped the communication. Then, Senator Stern's holographic projection appeared. He said, "Bert, SHIELD has been protesting that you robbed their Tesseract. Tesseract is mine, it is impossible to give it to them. If they want the scepter, they can discuss it." Bert said, knowing that there is a problem with the scepter, it is better to use it to harm Hydra. The birth of Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch, and Vision are all related to the scepter. "Scepter? That's okay too. What are your conditions?" Senator Stern's eyes lit up. Compared with the Tesseract, the scepter seems to be more important to Hydra. "I want S.H.I.E.L.D's first 0-8-4 item." Bert said. 0-8-4 is a term used by SHIELD to denote an object of unknown origin, and the first 0-8-4 item is the obelisk. Carter got it from Whitehall. Senator Stern looked puzzled. 0-8-4, what is that? "You transfer my words to SHIELD, they know." Bert said, "Senator Stern, I traded with them just to give you face. The meaning of this sentence is, you don't want to go further." Senator Stern laughed and said, "I will tell S.H.I.E.L.D." After Senator Stern went offline, Bert thought about it, called Carter, and asked, "How did it go with Whitehall? Not only did we fail, but he tried to persuade me to join Hydra." Carter shook her head. "Before, they successfully caught Whitehall, but this guy has lived for decades, and he is not so easy to deal with." "Then you work hard." Bert said, "By the way, President Ellis wants to use Nick Fury as a scapegoat. I think this is a good opportunity." "You're thinking." Carter thought about it and asked, "Are you sure? That guy is very cunning." "Of course I'm sure, I'll let you know when the time comes." Bert put down the phone and sat in the chair to count the harvest this time. The harvest of this battle is still quite good. In addition to the invisible prestige and money, there are 3 big harvests. The first big gain is to get the Absorbing Man. The ability of Absorbing Man is very good and can be very useful. The second big gain is to get the Space Stone. Although it has to be loaned out for a while, since Thor has sworn, he will return it to him in time. As for the third big gain, it is naturally the mothership of the Chidori. It was hidden underground in the manor by Bert. When there is a chance, he will bring Anton Vanko to study the technology of the Chidoris. Although the Chidori is not too strong, they are still good. Whether it is an interstellar spaceship, a flying motorcycle, an energy gun, or an energy grenade, the technical content is quite high. Not to mention, they also know how to make biochemical people, which is very good cannon fodder. In addition, the downfall of Nick Fury is also a windfall. This guy should have retired long ago. Next, in addition to digesting the harvest this time, it is time to deal with Shield and Wakanda. Bert thought for a while, called James, and instructed, control that leopard. Putting down the phone, Bert squinted his eyes. Tichola, I hope you won't disappoint me, otherwise, I can only use the new ability I researched before. Shield? After listening to Pierce's retelling, Nick Fury frowned and asked, Item 0-8-4? What does Blood God want to do with the obelisk? Pierce asked, how do I know? Do you think we should exchange? Fury thought for a while, nodded, and said, yes, that scepter is more dangerous. Okay, I'll notify someone to bring it. Pierce nodded with satisfaction, and he also intends to exchange it for the scepter. The obelisk, inside the Hydra, except for the missing White Hall, everyone else doesn't care about it, but everyone wants the scepter. After a moment of silence, Pierce said, Fury, I'm afraid you won't be able to pass this time. Fury asked blankly, so serious? The whole world needs a scapegoat to take responsibility for the alien invasion. Pierce smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, we Shield are the scapegoat. Fury sighed and said, I hope you can buy me some time. 3 days, I will try my best to delay it for 3 days. In addition, I will let Hill take your place temporarily. Pierce said, you don't have to worry too much, I will try my best to help you deal with it and prevent you from going to jail. I know too much, they won't let me go. Fury shook his head and said, thank you, Pierce. Old friend, what are you talking about? Pierce patted Fury on the shoulder and turned away. Damn, these damned guys will only hold me back. Without me, what would the world's safety be like? After Pierce left, Fury cursed bitterly. Then, he shook his head, and hurriedly started the arrangements. Go to jail? In their dream, how could he possibly go to jail? He, Nick Fury, has to protect the world. No one can put him in jail? 3 days later, Nick Fury was taken away by the World Security Council's special agent from the headquarters of SHIELD. This news made countless people applaud. As a senior victim of paranoia, Nick Fury's popularity is not ordinary. At a mysterious base in the United States, Coulson held a tablet and smiled at Nick Fury, who should have been in prison. Director, many people are shouting to sentence you to death. Then sentence him. Anyway, it's not me in prison. No one can catch me. Nick Fury snorted and asked, how's your special team going? Already set up. Coulson said, but, Director, what is my mission? Your mission is to observe the Blood God, who has become the greatest threat to mankind. Nick Fury was talking when suddenly, the door was slammed open, and then the mighty Captain America and Carter walked in simultaneously. Captain? Ms. Carter. Fury and Coulson were both stunned. Why did they appear here? Just then, Steve smiled slightly and shouted, Hail Hydra. What? Fury and Coulson opened their eyes at the same time, looking stupid. At this moment, they even suspected that they were hallucinating. Captain America is a Hydra? Just when the two were horrified, Steve smiled and said to Carter, judging from their expressions, they should not be Hydra. Steve, such jokes should be avoided. Carter slapped Steve angrily, and then she stepped forward and said, Nick Fury, I suspect you are a Hydra, and now I'm officially arresting you. What? Fury reacted, he frowned, and asked, Captain, Ms. Carter, what the hell are you doing? Isn't the Hydra destroyed long ago? Unfortunately, Hydra has not been destroyed. It has been hidden in SHIELD. At least 30% of SHIELD are Hydra agents. Carter sighed and said, not only that but there are also HYDRAs in the core executives of SHIELD. You, Pierce, are all suspicious. 30%? That's impossible. How could there be a 30% Hydra in the SHIELD led by me? Fury shouted, you can insult my character, but you can't insult my ability? I didn't find out about 30% of Hydra in SHIELD. Am I Nick Fury an idiot? It's at least 30%, not 30%. I'm not at the top of Hydra, and I don't know how many HYDRAs there are. At this moment, the 8th level agent of SHIELD, John Garrett, walked in from the door with his adopted son Grant Ward. Seeing Ward, Coulson finally knows how Captain and they found him. Grant Ward is the heart of his new team. Fury turned his head and asked, are you a Hydra? I was. Garrett nodded, and he said, however, I've switched sides now, and I'm Blood God's subordinate now. Blood God. Fury was stunned for a moment, then shouted, Captain, Ms. Carter, this is Blood God's conspiracy. He wants to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. If this is Blood God's conspiracy, then I would wake up laughing in my dreams, but unfortunately, this is not. Shield has become a snake S.H.I.E.L.D. Carter sighed and said, if we want to destroy Hydra, we must first destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury exclaimed, you want to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. No, we're going to destroy Hydra. Carter said, okay, let's get out of here Fury, and then we'll have some time to chat. Fury's eyes flickered, and his right hand was quietly stretched out toward his pocket. At this moment, he suddenly flew uncontrollably, suspended in the air. Immediately afterward, Bert walked in. With a gesture, the pager in Fury's arms flew towards him. Bert took the pager and said to Fury, it's not the time for her to come back. Fury asked angrily, you know her? No some. Bert put away the pager, put Nick Fury down, and said, Director Fury, make a good transformation, and strive to be a good man again as soon as possible. Fury gritted his teeth and said, don't expect to get any information from my mouth. I have taken special measures and will not be controlled by you. If you forcefully control me, I will die immediately. Bert was too lazy to pay attention to Fury, and said to Steve, Captain, Thor is leaving today, do you want to send him off with me? Steve shook his head, no, I still have something to do. Okay. Bert didn't talk much, turned around, and left. He came here for the pager. As for other matters, Carter and Steve will handle them. The agent's business, the agent will solve it himself? After Bert left, Carlson couldn't help asking, Captain, are you going to kidnap the director? Steve walked over to Carlson, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Carlson, do you trust me? After being beaten by the captain, Carlson's bones softened, and he said involuntarily, I believe in you, Captain. Fury rolled his eyes sharply, and he sighed. This time, he fell. Blood God Manor, Bert, Tony, Yvonne, and others all came to see Thor, but they didn't mean to say goodbye at all. Instead they urged Thor to leave quickly. Even the good-natured Dr. Banner couldn't help but shout, Thor, take Loki away quickly. If he keeps looking at us like this, Hulk will come out. Everyone nodded. Loki was so disgusting. He kept looking at them with resentful eyes. It's not all Bert's fault. I came to look for my brother, and I'm bringing home a sister. Thor said angrily, and Bert handed Thor the instrument containing the Tesseract and said, isn't that your fiancé? I want to punch you. Thor took the instrument and said, Bert, thank you for this time. I will send it back as soon as we finish repairing the bridge. Bert said, well, don't worry about Jane's side. She works in our company and will receive the best care. Thanks. Thor turned to look at Loki, and said dissatisfiedly, can you stop being so disgusting? Loki didn't speak anymore, but his eyes became more resentful. Everyone was horrified, and they urged Thor to leave quickly. Thor sighed, turned on the instrument, and disappeared with Loki into the light. After Thor left, Tony nodded to everyone, turned around, and left in a hurry. He still has a hearing to attend in the afternoon. These days, he has been very busy, and the worst part is that he has to sleep on the sofa at night. Yvonne said maliciously, Bert, the stock price of Stark Industries is about to fall below. Do you want to take the opportunity to buy it? The most important asset of Stark Industries is Tony Stark. Without Tony Stark, Stark Industries is worthless. Bert shook his head. He took out the pager and said, Yvonne, I'll give you a task to study the communication technology here. Remember, don't break it, and don't send a signal. Yvonne was stunned. What is there to study with such an old pager? The signal from this pager can be transmitted beyond the Earth. Bert said, the biggest weakness of the unmanned combat armor is long-distance connection. If we can get this done, we can deploy unmanned combat armors around the world. At that time, the Earth will wear armor and have the ability to protect itself. Can it be transmitted to the outside world? Is it quantum communication? Ivan's eyes brightened. He immediately grabbed the pager, and Bert hurriedly said, be careful, don't break it. Yvonne said, don't worry, although I drink vodka every day while studying things, I have never broken anything. Bert was speechless. He is now very doubtful whether it is the right decision to hand over the pager to Yvonne. If this guy accidentally calls Captain Marvel, it will be trouble. Bert's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, I don't know if I can beat Captain Marvel now. Asgard, the atmosphere is a little weird. Odin wanted to reprimand Loki, but seeing his sore eyes, he felt uncomfortable, and he didn't know what to say. Thor was also embarrassed. At this time, Loki suddenly said in a very gentle voice, I think that the vampire's proposal is good. What do you think? Vomit? Thor and Odin both felt sick. Loki laughed, I can't beat you, but I can disgust you to death. Odin waved his hand hurriedly, take Loki and imprison him. The guard hurried forward to take Loki down. Odin sighed and said, I hope this lesson will make Loki understand his mistake. Hope so. Thor didn't give up hope at all. He lifted the Tesseract and said, this is the Tesseract that Bert lent me, and I have to return it to him after I use it up. Borrowed. Odin frowned, and then said, let's borrow it. It's not bad for the Tesseract to stay on Earth. For Asgard, one of the biggest threats is Hela, and she is sealed on the Earth, and the Space Stone can ensure that the seal is safe. While this would result in Earth having 3 Infinity Stones, this is a matter for the Ancient One and the Ancient One will be responsible. A few days later, in the lowest underground space of the Blood God Manor, Anton Vanko looked at the mothership of the Chidori and said incredulously, Blood God, you captured an interstellar carrier and kept it hidden underground. Magic is omnipotent. Bert smiled and said, Anton, I hope you stay here to concentrate on researching the technology of the Chitaurus and crack them all. No problem, I'll stay here for research, but you have to find me some helpers. Anton Vanko said excitedly. That guy Howard left a new element for Tony. I, Anton Vanko, also want to leave a big gift for my son. Then I'll trouble you and make it up for you. Bert nodded with satisfaction. He added, by the way, I have captured all the high-ranking members of the Chitauri, and they are locked in the prison over there. I will try my best to find a way to get them to cooperate. It's a pity that the Purple Man virus is ineffective for aliens, otherwise, everything would be simple. As for the penance stare, it can be used, but the memory flashes so fast that it is impossible to remember much. Anton said, if they don't cooperate, we can directly find a way to retrieve their memories. Can consider it. Bert smiled, turned, and left the bottom layer, went to the top to find the experts who studied the Purple Man virus, and gave them a new order, research how the Purple Man virus can control the aliens. Inside the manor, Mindy, Lena, and little Hella were watching the news, mourning the news from Manhattan, and none of the three little girls were sad. Mindy said, Master and Dad are too much, they didn't let me participate in the battle, I'm also a superhero, okay. While eating chicken legs, Lena said regretfully, a lot of food has been wasted, what a pity. The indifferent little Hella said, still only a few people died. By the way, who is the guy with the hammer? Why do I want to beat him when I see him? The butler beside them secretly wiped his cold sweat. Are the little girls now so scary? At this time, Bert came back, and Mindy hurried over and pointed at Lena and little Hella. Master, Madame Gao said that Lena and Hei are both rare martial arts geniuses, seen only once in a century. I hope you will accept them as apprentices. Wait, isn't this too much to meet once in 100 years? Bert asked suspiciously. You are, so is Peter, and now there are 2 more. It's 4 people in 2 years. Mindy spread her hands. How do I know? That's what Madame Gao said. I'll ask her next time. Bert turned his head to look at Lena and little Hella, and asked, Are you willing to worship me as a teacher? Lena tilted her head and asked, I'll take you as my teacher, do you have anything to eat? Bert took out a gold card from his pocket and said with a smile, Take this, you can dine for free in all restaurants under the Blood God group. Really? Lena's eyes were bright, and she didn't even care about eating chicken thighs, ran over to grab the gold card and said, You are so good, I'll worship you as my master. Mindy covered her face. This girl is so embarrassing, she apprentices for the sake of food. Very good. Bert smiled and didn't think there was anything wrong with Lena's gluttony. He was the blood god, couldn't he afford a little girl who loved to eat? Then, Bert turned his head to look at little Hella. He looked up and down and sighed, You have dark circles under your eyes, you really have a special personality, and you don't even need makeup. Little Hella glared at Bert in dissatisfaction. She didn't want a teacher at all, but under Mindy's threatening gaze, she nodded and said, I can take you as my teacher, but you must teach me how to destroy life. Destroy life? Why do you want to destroy life? Bert was stunned. Hit girls' friends are not easy. The butler came over in a hurry, explained what happened to little Hella, and then said, I have investigated her, but I can't find any information about her at all. Appeared in my manor out of thin air? Amnesia. Butler's words made Bert a little stunned. He thought for a while, and then whispered, Continue to investigate, and also, keep an eye on her. Butler nodded respectfully, Yes, blood god. After Bert and the butler finished talking, little Hella said coldly and arrogantly, Destroying lives is not the purpose, and making them surrender is the purpose. Only the threat of death can make people obedient. Bert smiled and said, To make people obedient, death is indeed a means, but it is not the best means, nor can it be the only means. Death isn't the best means. Little Hella snorted coldly, You are wrong, death is the best means. What you need to learn is not the method of killing, but the method of ruling. Bert shook his head and said, I will find a teacher to teach you history. At that time, you will know what kind of ruling method is the best. Death, of course. Little Hella still wanted to argue with Bert, but Mindy couldn't listen anymore and coughed fiercely. Little Hella gave Mindy a dissatisfied look, and pouted, I am willing to worship you as my teacher. Very good, study hard in the future. Bert nodded with satisfaction, and then the 2 little girls served him tea together. After he drank it, he officially accepted the 2 disciples. Without any hesitation, Bert threw them to Madame Gao to teach them. Mindy despised, Master, you are so lazy. What do you know? Your master is busy with national affairs. Bert touched Mindy's head angrily. Mindy was about to say something when Frank came. Seeing so many children, he gestured to Bert with his eyes. Look, another national event is coming again. Bert spread his hands to Mindy and took Frank to the study. In the study, Frank said straight to the point, Bert, the military called me back, and they want to attack Wakanda. Unsurprisingly, the United States will not allow anyone to be stronger than itself, and the government needs to deflect the conflict caused by the alien invasion. Bert sneered, and he asked, Has the military moved? Not yet, but the 5th Fleet has reached the coast of East Africa, and the army is landing. Frank said, The military is asking me, War Abomination, and War Machine to return immediately. Reply to the military, War Abomination, and your Punisher needs to be repaired and cannot return. Bert said, Oscorp will send 3 unmanned combat armors to support. Okay. Frank nodded first, then asked, Bert, are you not optimistic about the military? Bert said, in this battle, the US military will undoubtedly lose. The technology of the two sides is too different, and it is not at the same level at all. Well, it's time for the US military to show off its power after so many years, and it is time to learn a lesson. Frank frowned. The soldiers are innocent, and if the US military is defeated, the scale of the war will expand. Only after small defeats will they expand. If it is a big defeat, even the United States will choose to admit it. Bert said, Frank, don't worry so much, because it's useless if you worry. Frank directly gave Bert a middle finger. Bert smiled and said, no kidding, don't worry, I will keep an eye on this matter, and there will be no major problems. Frank breathed a sigh of relief and said, with your words, I'm relieved. Bert smiled. He looked at the TV on the wall and said, if I guessed correctly, the government will soon start the public opinion propaganda. The public opinion propaganda came earlier than Bert imagined. That night, the government started it? A lot of people have asked me recently why the US military is going to attack Wakanda, causing War Abomination to leave New York. Here, let me explain. The spokesman said, on the surface, Wakanda is a poor country receiving relief from the United Nations, but in fact, they are a high-tech country with great strength. The speaker first introduced Wakanda, and then accused Wakanda that it had powerful technology, but did not help to deal with aliens, and also suggested that Wakanda might have colluded with aliens. Under the government's lead, many in the United States have developed anger towards Wakanda. You are so powerful, yet you receive the subsistence allowance from the United Nations. Aren't you embarrassed? Pretending to be weak, there must be something wrong, maybe they are aliens' lackeys. Loki invaded the Earth, maybe it's the way they pointed. Down with Wakanda and defend the Earth. In general, public opinion is one-sided. Although some people defended Wakanda, not many people care about it. Even black people didn't help Wakanda very much. You didn't help us when we were being trafficked, so why should we talk to you now? In the turbulent crowd, the United States issued an ultimatum to Wakanda, asking them to surrender and let the United States enter the real Wakanda for an investigation, otherwise, the United States will start a war. Standing on the moral high ground, wielding a moral stick to beat people, America is still the same old way. King T'Challa of Wakanda snorted, quite disdainful, while Prince T'Challa frowned and asked, Baba, are we going to go to war with America? It's not that we're going to war with America, it's that America's going to go to war with us. T'Chaka said, I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, the scale of the war will not expand. We will beat them up in one battle. The worst development is just a cold war. The problem is, they have Blood God. T'Challa said, we can't stop the Blood God. The Blood God may not be able to take action, he is a vampire, not a human. T'Chaka said, even if he does make a move, we are not afraid. Shuri is researching how to deal with him, and we have the Panther Goddess. Panther Goddess. T'Challa was stunned. Although the Panther Goddess, Bast does exist, it has never really appeared. His father believed in this myth, while he did not. Seeing that T'Challa was still a little hesitant, T'Chaka handed him a document. T'Challa was furious after reading it. The friend he made some time ago was an agent of SHIELD. T'Chaka said, this battle must be fought. Only in this way can we block the greedy eyes from outside. T'Challa finally made up his mind, and he said, Baba, how should we fight? This battle is easy. T'Chaka nodded with satisfaction and said, send a large number of the Royal Talon fighter using stealth technology to sneak over the 5th Fleet, and then launch EMP bombs and energy cannons to smash them. Afterward, we reveal ourselves and force the American troops to surrender, and if they didn't, we destroy the fleet and sank it. After doing this, we can go home and wait for the United States to send people to negotiate. Baba, this is a good way. T'Challa thought. The best thing about this method is that not many people would die. T'Chaka laughed. Soon, the whole world will know that Wakanda is not a fish for them to slaughter. The 5th Fleet was defeated. The war machine was captured. All the US troops surrendered. At the White House, President Ellis roared with a bit of panic and a bit of disbelief. Didn't you tell me that even if we can't beat Wakanda, we can still get out? What's going on now? Do you know that once this news spreads, I will be impeached and stepped down immediately? A military boss smiled bitterly. We didn't expect Wakanda to be so powerful. There's no other reason. That is correct. There is absolutely no reason. They are so powerful. Why should they hide? Wouldn't it be better to directly unify the world? Another general also said that the reason why they dare to attack Wakanda knowing that Wakanda has energy weapons is because of this. Since they hide, they must not be stronger. Who would have thought that Wakanda could crush them? Now, all the military is sitting on wax. Is there a way to defeat Wakanda and save our people? President Ellis asked a little crazy. For example, use a nuclear bomb. The military executives looked at each other and shook their heads. President, with their technology, it is difficult for our nuclear bombs to take effect. More importantly, they can retaliate. Damn, what should we do? Are we waiting here to step down? President Ellis scolded. I'm telling you, if I am going to step down, I will drag you all together with me. The senior management smiled bitterly, and Senator Stern said, President, there is another way. What method? You mean? President Ellis was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly shouted, go to New York and invite the Blood God. In the manner, Bert looked at the holographic projection of President Ellis and said, President Ellis, it's not that I refuse, but I'm not a human, so I can't help you fight the civil war. President Ellis said, Blood God, Wakanda is an alien spy. Bert smiled and said, President Ellis, stop kidding. Blood God, please help. The lives and deaths of the thousands of officers and soldiers of the Fifth Fleet are all up to you. President Ellis begged bitterly, and if the Blood God did not take action, he would be finished. Bert pretended to hesitate for a while and said, well, I will help you to negotiate with Wakanda to see if you can get the prisoners back. However, I have one condition. President Ellis was overjoyed, and he hurriedly said, Blood God, what conditions do you have? Just say it. Bert said, I want to build a space station in space, a space station that may be equipped with weapons. A space station equipped with weapons. President Ellis was stunned. He hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said, I will let the military sign it, but it must be supervised. For President Ellis, keeping the position is the most important thing, and the rest will come later. This is natural, I just want a better way to protect the Earth. Bert smiled and said, President Ellis, I don't dare to promise anything else, but I will help you get the thousands of officers and soldiers back. That's great. President Ellis said happily, Blood God, I will send a professional team to you, everything is up to you, and I will honor all the conditions you promised. Bert laughed, President Ellis, if you don't get re-elected, it will be a loss for America. President Ellis smiled bitterly, there have been two such big things in a row, and it would be good to end this term smoothly. Not necessarily. Bert didn't say much, he said, when your team is formed, I will set off immediately. Okay, Blood God. President Ellis nodded and stopped the communication. Frank on the side couldn't help sighing, although I know that Wakanda is strong, I didn't expect them to be so strong. The Fifth Fleet is not their opponent at all. Interstellar level versus planet level, crushing is normal. Bert said, not to mention, the Fifth Fleet knows almost nothing about the true strength of Wakanda. Frank said, Bert, do you want me to come with you? No, this time, I'm alone is enough. Bert shook his head. At this moment, the butler came in and reported, Blood God, Camartage's mage, Wong, come to visit. Bert hurriedly said, hurry up and invite him in. Soon, Wong walked in with a pile of books. Bert got up and said with a smile, Wong, we met again. By the way, why didn't you send it directly to me? That's impolite. Wong put the book in his hand on the table and said, these are the books that Ancient One lending to you. Remember to return it after reading it. Ancient One lends me books. Bert was stunned. He picked up the top book, and there was a line on the cover, Space Overview. Bert asked, a book about space? Not only that, but there are also books about hell and souls. Wong said, Ancient One said that if you want to use the Tesseract, you must first master the corresponding knowledge. As for hell, Mephisto will not give up. Thank the Ancient One for me, I will read these books carefully. Bert said, knowing that, this time he has to study hard and make progress every day. I hope so, Ancient One treats you very highly. Wong said with a complicated look, there are not many people who can let Ancient One deliver the book in person. There is a saying in Camartage now that Bert is the illegitimate son of Ancient One. Bert thought of something and asked, by the way, Wong, have the defense nets of the three major temples been repaired? Repaired. Wong said, however, some of the monsters that slipped into the earth last time have not been resolved. We have been busy chasing them recently. Bert said, if you need anything, feel free to come to me. If necessary, I will. Wong smiled politely. He didn't think Camartage needed help from others at all. He said, Blood God, the situation in Camartage is very busy, I'll go back first. Sure, I'll visit you when you're not so busy. Bert said. Wong nodded, opened the portal, and left. Frank exclaimed, although it's not the first time I've seen it, it still feels amazing. Magic is of course magical, I'm going to read these books. Bert smiled, sat on the sofa, and flipped through the space overview. Frank got up and said, I'll make a round of patrol before I get off work. Bert waved his hand, signaling Frank to decide for himself. Half an hour later, Frank came back from patrol and found that Bert had fallen asleep leaning on the sofa with his eyes closed. He immediately said with contempt, so you are also a student who gets sleepy while reading. Who are you talking about? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded next to Frank. Frank turned his head sharply, and saw a translucent blood-colored Bert floating in the air with a book. He was startled, and he asked in amazement, Bert, what's the matter with you? This is called astral projection. Bert said lightly, this spell was in the book given to him by Ancient One, and he learned it a long time ago. Frank asked inexplicably, what are you doing with astral projection? Is it possible to peek at the maid's bath? Do I need to peek? Those maids already want me to watch. Bert sneered, in this state, I can sense the space more easily, please call me, Bert Peerless Magic Genius Wong, in the future. Frank looked suspicious, really? Bert waved his hand, of course it's true, scumbag, hurry up, don't interfere with this scholar's reading, the future of the magic world depends on me. Frank gave Bert a middle finger and turned to leave. Bert shook his head and continued to float in the air to read. Bert didn't lie before. Although this book was super obscure and difficult to understand, that's why he didn't sleep. He knew when to have fun and when to work hard. If he doesn't have enough strength, how can he have fun all the time? I have so much money. If one day my strength is not enough and got killed by my opponent, what will I do? Bert thought to himself, I will study hard every night with astral projection. My current strength is far from enough. In front of the tribe that Wakanda used as a disguise, King T'Chaka stretched out his hand to Bert, Blood God. Hello, I am King T'Chaka of Wakanda. Your Majesty. Bert and T'Chaka shook hands and said with a smile, you don't have to worry about me. You are a superhero, I can trust you. This is my son T'Challa, he admires you very much. T'Chaka pointed to T'Challa next to him and introduced. T'Challa said, Blood God, it was so cool when you saved Manhattan. Bert smiled and said, I want to say, I think so too. Do you think I'm too narcissistic? Everyone couldn't help laughing, and Bert glanced at T'Challa up and down and said, you are a good seedling. If you want, I can accept you as a disciple and help you become a superhero. T'Challa's eyes lit up, and he was greatly moved. T'Chaka hurriedly said, Blood God is joking. If I remember correctly, you are not as old as T'Challa, right? Bert said, I am a vampire, immortal. I am over 100 years old. T'Challa believed and said, no wonder you are so powerful. T'Chaka looked contemptuous, more than 100 years old my ass, you think I don't know that you are only in your 20s? Also, which 100-year-old man changes girlfriends every day? Hollywood actresses are almost finished by you? T'Chaka said, Blood God, let's get down to business. Okay. Bert said, Your Majesty, do you mind if we send someone to visit the prisoners first? T'Chaka smiled, don't mind, don't worry, they're fine. Bert nodded and ordered the colonel beside him, Colonel Tarbert, you go meet the people of the 5th Fleet and tell them that they will be able to go home soon. Okay, Mr. Wong. Colonel Tarbert nodded and left with the people from Wakanda. Then, Bert and T'Chaka entered a thatched hut and began to negotiate. Yes, this tribe lived in thatched huts. Blood God, we Wakanda don't want war. T'Chaka said, as long as the United States promises not to attack Wakanda, and everything is business as usual, I will return the prisoners to you. I can also promise that we won't mention anything about this war internationally, we can pretend that it never happened. I believe in your sincerity, and I believe you have no ambition. Bert smiled, then said another thing, Your Majesty, do you know, Loki's invasion is just the beginning. Behind him, there is a more terrifying existence called Thanos. Thanos. T'Chaka frowned, and he said, Blood God, if Thanos invades, we Wakanda are willing to fight side by side with you. That's not enough. Although Wakanda is strong, it is not as good as Thanos and his army. Bert said, to enhance the power of the earth, I hope your Wakanda can open up exchanges and sell vibranium. T'Chaka immediately shook his head, no, vibranium is our national treasure, and we don't have much, so we can't sell it. Your Majesty the King, you're kidding. Bert had a look of contempt on his face. You have more than tens of thousands of tons of vibranium. That's not much for you? Vibranium is a non-renewable resource, and it will be used up sooner or later, and it is indeed not much. T'Chaka said with his face unchanged, Blood God, don't mention it again, Wakanda will never sell vibranium. As for open communication, that is also impossible. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little stiff, T'Challa hurriedly said, Blood God, Wakanda exists because of vibranium, and vibranium is our life. We'll talk tomorrow, Your Majesty, and I hope you'll reconsider my proposal. Bert got up and left. T'Challa and his son sent them off in person. At this moment, Bert's voice suddenly sounded in T'Challa's ear, at 8 o'clock in the evening, I will wait for you at the beach. T'Challa was stunned for a moment. He looked at T'Chaka and found that he hadn't heard anything. He was even more surprised by the Blood God's ability. This ability's name is voice transmission. It was researched by senior martial arts enthusiast Bert himself. The principle is very simple. Use chi to build a channel directly to the other party's ear, and then pass the sound through. Over the past year, Bert has never slackened in the cultivation of chi, because he loves martial arts. At 8 o'clock in the evening, T'Challa appeared on the beach. He looked at Bert, who was sitting on a rock reading a book, and asked inexplicably, Blood God, why did you ask me to come here? I can't decide against my father's decision. Bert closed the book, motioned for T'Challa to come over, and then asked, that is to say, in your heart, you agree with Wakanda selling the vibranium, right? T'Challa smiled bitterly, I think Wakanda should be open, the times are different, but neither the father nor the elders agree. Bert said, you think the same as your uncle Enyobu. Uncle Enyobu. T'Challa was surprised, Blood God, you know him? He died when I was very young. Bert looked at T'Challa and asked, what if I told you that he died at the hands of your father? T'Challa exclaimed, this is impossible. Sit down and listen to a story. Bert smiled and said, back then, when Enyobu saw the tragic situation of black Americans, he thought he should help them, but your father didn't agree, so he joined hands with Ulysses Clay to steal vibranium from Wakanda. A batch of vibranium has gone. Ulysses Clay. T'Challa was taken aback. He knew about Ulysses' stealing of vibranium, but he didn't expect that there were members of the royal family participating. T'Challa thought of something and asked with a frown, is this why my father killed Uncle Enyobu? Bert took out a document from the side and said, this is Enyobu's death certificate. There were panther claw prints on his body. T'Challa flipped through the information, looked up, and asked, Blood God, why did you tell me this? Look at this document again, about your cousin. Bert handed T'Challa the information on Eric Stevens. T'Challa was stunned and hurriedly took the information. He was a little happy at first, after all, he had more relatives, but the more he read, the more he frowned. Killmonger. Bert said, yes, his heart is full of hatred, hatred for your father, hatred for white people. This hatred has turned him into the Killmonger. T'Challa asked with a bit of dissatisfaction, why didn't father bring him back in the first place? You have to ask him this. Bert continued, Eric has always wanted revenge. After the conflict between the United States and Wakanda, he realized the opportunity and went to the American military to cooperate, but I stopped him in advance. T'Challa frowned, what do you mean? If we can't agree this time, I will release him and let him challenge for the throne in the name of Enyobu's death following your Wakanda tradition. Bert said, to be honest, I don't want to do this until the last minute. The hatred in Eric's heart is too deep. Once he inherits Wakanda, Wakanda will inevitably start a war. T'Challa asked loudly, why do you want to do this if you don't want to? For vibranium. Bert said, I don't want to say too many high-sounding words, but without vibranium, we can't stop Thanos and his army. T'Challa asked, is there no other way? Of course there is. Bert looked at T'Challa and said, you become the Black Panther. T'Challa was stunned at first, then shocked. Blood God, do you want me to stage a coup to overthrow my father? Bert said, yes, you become the king and open up Wakanda. After that, I will hand Eric to you, and you decide what to do. I can't do that. T'Challa shook his head, rebelling against his father. He never thought about it. Either you do it or Eric does it, you decide. Bert said, trust me, neither you nor your father is Eric's opponent. He is a real murderer. T'Challa hesitated for a moment, and said to Bert with a determined face, Blood God, I will not betray my father, let Eric come, I will not lose to him. After speaking, T'Challa returned all the information to Bert, turned around, and left firmly. The family is full of dead brains. Bert shook his head. He had already given T'Chaka and his son a chance. Since they didn't want it, he could only be the villain once. Kindness is done. Without wasting time, Bert turned into a streak of blood and rushed to the bottom of the sea, where a submarine was waiting for him. After receiving Bert, James respectfully saluted, Blood God. Bert asked, you're welcome, is Eric still quiet? James said, he's always been quiet, completely different from his character. That's terrible, he knows his worth and is waiting for us to make a deal. Bert said, if this person is not full of hatred and lost his heart, he can be called a hero. James reminded, Blood God, we cannot let such a person like a tiger back to the mountain. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with him. Bert smiled and walked towards Eric's position, while saying, drive the submarine farther away, so as not to be monitored by Wakanda. James nodded, yes, Blood God. In the cabin, Eric looked at Bert who came in, and said in amazement, I've guessed many people, the military, the SHIELD, and even the Hydra, but I never thought it was you, Blood God. I didn't plan to deal with you from the beginning. Bert shook his head and said, but the situation is out of control. Eric sneered secretly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense, and said straight to the point, Blood God, your purpose is for vibranium? Help me get Wakanda, and I will give you half of the vibranium. Bert asked amusingly, do you know how much vibranium is in Wakanda? Eric said, I don't know, but there must be a lot. Bert said, tens of thousands of tons, that is, tens of millions of kilograms. So much. Eric was shocked, and Bert nodded, it's so much, but unfortunately, the king of Wakanda is too stingy. With so much vibranium, he won't give a few £100 to superheroes to protect the earth, so I can only come to you. Eric said excitedly, Blood God, my previous promise is still valid. It is heroic, and because of this, I can't keep you. Bert said, Eric, if I let you conquer Wakanda, the world will break out of war. I don't like war, I just want to enjoy the world in peace. Eric shouted, that's not a war, it's revenge, it's a struggle. The white people have bullied us black people for so many years. I will lead them to resist and make the white people pay the price. What's wrong with it? If you didn't have such a strong hatred, I would have helped you control Wakanda. Bert shook his head, but now, there is only another way. Eric finally found something wrong. He shouted, Blood God, what do you want to do? Want to be you? Bert didn't talk nonsense. He directly stretched out his hand, and his fingers turned into blood and flew into Eric's body. Eric was instantly controlled and stood there stupidly. Then, Bert opened his mouth and took a long breath. Eric's blood and soul were all sucked into his mouth, but Eric's body did not become shriveled, because Bert's blood was helping to maintain his vitality. As for absorbing souls, Bert has always had this ability. While he sucks blood, he is also absorbing the soul of the other party. These souls were all floating in the river of blood, waiting for one day to die instead of Bert. Bert didn't know about this before until he learned the secret magic from Kamartaj. He figured out his abilities. After that, Bert developed the Blood God's ability in depth, combined with the soul secret technique to research a new ability, and now, he is going to use this new ability on Killmonger. Bert's mind moved, and his body turned into a rolling river of blood. Then, a large number of vampires and monsters' souls floated from the blood river, like white spots of light. This is the river of blood that contains the souls he swallowed? Bert took all the other souls back to the blood river, leaving only Eric's soul light spot to continue to float in the air. Then, his soul came out of the body and floated beside Eric's soul light spot. No problem with the theory, now let's put it to practice. Bert waved his hand gently, and Eric's soul light spot flew into his soul, and then he injected a large amount of soul power into Eric's soul. Eric's soul struggled instinctively but was quickly suppressed by the power of Bert's soul. As the power of the soul gradually increased, Eric's soul turned red. When Eric's soul turned red like Bert, his appearance began to change, and after a while, he became similar in appearance to Bert's soul. Success. Bert, who seemed a little weak, was overjoyed and immediately released Eric's soul, and then sent it back to Eric's body along with the blood. After doing this, Bert's soul returned to his body and changed back into a human form. Because of the weakness of his soul, he almost couldn't stand still, so he quickly leaned against the bulkhead behind him. It's almost like splitting my soul. Bert shook his head. Now there is only one last step left, that is, Eric's body recognizes his new soul. As long as the two are successfully fused, this new ability is complete. Without letting Bert wait for long, Eric opened his eyes, the two looked at each other, and both laughed. Bert greeted Eric through consciousness. Hello, my avatar. Hello. Eric replied, yes, Bert's new ability is to create clones, and the two can communicate through consciousness and even share memory. Bert asked, can you fully control the body? Eric nodded and said, yes, after all, my essence is still Eric, but I was eroded by you, like a system that was rewritten and covered. 90% is Eric's soul, and the rest 10% is my soul. Bert said, this trick should be used sparingly in the future. My soul will need to rest for at least 3 months before it can recover. Will it affect your combat effectiveness? Eric asked, the people of Wakanda are nothing, but the Panther Goddess is not easy to deal with. In the whole earth, it was the only one that was not driven out by Ancient One. Of course, it is not easy to deal with. Bert said, I can still exert about 80% of my strength. With Ancient One, the Panther Goddess should not dare to come in person. Even if she does come, it is not a big problem. I'll just threaten her with a nuclear bomb. She is the patron saint of Wakanda, and she will not sit back and watch Wakanda's destruction. Eric smiled and said, you are becoming more and more like a villain. No way. I'm forced to do this. I'm burdened with a glorious purpose. Bert shrugged and said, the Panther Goddess may not take action. After all, the prince's seizure of the throne is an internal matter of Wakanda. Eric smiled and said, of course. Bert laughed and recovered a lot. He stood up straight and said, I'll pass you some chi, master it in a while so that you can defeat the Black Panther tomorrow. Eric said confidently, with your experience and my body, T'Chaka is not my opponent unless they cheat and didn't lift the Black Panther's strength that is given by heart-shaped herb. It's still a safety point. I don't want to be capsized in the gutter and change the plot from a superhero movie to a funny movie. Bert shook his head, when I recover a little, I'll help you with chi. With Bert's current cultivation level, he can help people quickly get chi, but it can only be at the lowest level. Eric nodded, suddenly thought of something, and asked with a little doubt, you say, if I have a child in the future, whose will it be, mine or Eric's? Bert thought for a while and said, genetically, it should be Eric's. Eric asked, Eric has a girlfriend. Bert was silent. After a while, he patted Eric on the shoulder and said, a great king doesn't need women. In the future, just focus on reading at night. Women will only hinder you from swinging your knife. Without a woman in your heart, draw a sword and be a god. You just want me to help you study, right? Eric said with a blank face, help you fight during the day and studying at night. Can I resign? Young man, there's no harm in reading more books. Bert laughed. He didn't expect the clone to have this effect. Unfortunately, the consumption is too high. Otherwise, if he made a few more, this scumbag will become a master of the school. Eric directly gave Bert a middle finger. After Bert left, he became familiar with his memory. From now on, he will be the Eric Killmonger? In the Wakanda palace, T'Chaka heard T'Cholla's report and said in shock, what? Enyobu's son fell into the hands of the blood god. Yes. T'Cholla nodded, then asked, Baba, did you kill Uncle Enyobu? T'Chaka was silent for a while and said, yes, but it was a mistake. I originally wanted to bring him back for interrogation. Your uncle Zuri can testify. T'Cholla chose to trust his father, asking, Baba, what should we do next? Leave it to me, I will block the blood god and save Eric. T'Chaka said. T'Cholla nodded and turned to leave. After T'Cholla left, T'Chaka immediately walked to the computer and searched for Eric's information. Never let this murderous guy enter Wakanda. T'Chaka made a decision. He used Kimoyo beads to contact the defense force and instructed, once you see this person, kill him as quickly as possible. Then, T'Chaka passed Eric's photo to the defense force. As the king of Wakanda, he will never allow anyone to disturb Wakanda, and Eric is the source of the trouble? It's just that T'Chaka didn't expect that at noon the next day, he met Eric in the palace, and next to him was the blood god. Blood god, why are you here? Guards. T'Chaka's complexion changed drastically, and he was on guard. How did the blood god enter Wakanda? With his strength, he can kill most people of Wakanda within an hour? Hearing T'Cholla's shout, T'Cholla and Dora Milaje's escort, composed entirely of women, rushed in immediately and aimed their spears at Bert and Eric. Bert said lightly, King T'Chaka, this is not the way to entertain guests. T'Chaka shouted, Blood God, how did you get in? I brought them in. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from outside, and T'Chaka turned his head and saw W'Kabi, the defense and military commander of Wakanda, walking in with a group of elders. W'Kabi, you betrayed Wakanda. T'Cholla asked incredulously. W'Kabi is his friend and also the fiancé of General of the Dora Milaje, Okoye. Although the blood god brought Ulysses Klaue to me to avenge my parents, I did not betray Wakanda. WKB shook his head, pointed at Eric, and said, everything I do is in line with Wakanda's traditions. Elders, this is the son of Enyobu, Enyadaka, birth name. What? Son of Enyobu. The elders were stunned, and an elder with a plate in his mouth asked, what's the proof? Eric took off the necklace, and said, this is the proof, I am the son of Enyobu, and I am here to indict your king T'Chaka. The elders examined the necklace and asked, what is his sin? He has 3 sins. Eric said loudly, the first, killing my father, Prince Enyobu. This is my father's autopsy report, with obvious panther claw prints on it. Eric projected the report with his smartphone. The elders looked at T'Chaka in astonishment. T'Chaka said, that was a mistake. I didn't intend to kill him. Eric continued to accuse, King T'Chaka's second sin is knowing my existence, but not taking me back to Wakanda, leaving me alone in America. King T'Chaka, did you kill Enyobu just by mistake? We'll talk about it later. An elder said dissatisfiedly, but why didn't you bring him back? He has royal blood on him. All the elders nodded. T'Chaka was silent and did not answer. Eric snorted coldly, and continued, King T'Chaka's third sin is, he tried to prevent me from returning to Wakanda, intending to murder me. T'Challa shouted, it's impossible, Baba wouldn't do it. Eric looked at WKB. WKB released yesterday's order and said, King T'Chaka ordered us to kill Eric, that's why I brought Eric in. Everyone was in an uproar, including T'Challa, who looked at T'Chaka in disbelief. T'Chaka explained, I am protecting Wakanda, he has already taken refuge in the Blood God. My master, Blood God, is a hero who fought against aliens and saved New York. How could he endanger Wakanda? Eric said loudly, King T'Chaka, today, I, Enyadaka, challenge you as a member of the Wakanda royal family. T'Chaka shouted, you are not qualified to challenge, you have taken refuge with outsiders. Eric is my apprentice. Today I am here to ensure fairness. Bert said lightly, if your Wakanda is fair, then I will not do anything, but if you are unfair and bully my apprentice, then don't blame me for what will happen. T'Chaka asked, Blood God, are you threatening us in Wakanda? Asking for fairness is a threat. Bert sneered, is Wakanda so domineering? What else did T'Chaka want to say? The elder of the merchant tribe said, King T'Chaka, Enyadaka is qualified to challenge you. Yes, you have to pay for what you did. The other elders also said, whether you can keep the king's position or not, you must explain your 3 sins to us afterward. Seeing that the elders were all standing on Enyadaka's side, T'Chaka was about to nod and agree to the challenge. T'Challa stood up and said, my father is injured, I will fight in his place. Eric said, I have no opinion. T'Chaka glanced at T'Challa and said, 3 days later, above the waterfall, decisive battle. Okay. Bert nodded with satisfaction. He said, in these 3 days, we will live in the frontier tribes. The frontier tribes welcome you. WKB immediately said. T'Chaka's face was ugly, but he couldn't drive the Blood God out of Wakanda. He could only say, okay, but Blood God, you can't wander around Wakanda. Don't worry, after 3 days, I will have more time to go shopping. Bert sneered. Eric left with WKB, and the other elders also left. T'Chaka motioned for Dora Milaje's guards to step back, then turned to T'Challa and asked, are you confident? T'Challa took a deep breath and said firmly, Baba, I will try my best. I believe you won't let me down, go get ready. T'Chaka smiled and patted T'Challa's shoulder. T'Challa nodded, and left. What I want is not to try your best, but to win. After T'Challa left, T'Chaka shook his head, went to the laboratory to find his daughter, Princess Shuri, and asked, how is the research on the Blood God? Only 16 years old, but already the super genius and leader of the Wakandan design group, Shuri said confidently. It's almost finished. I'm sure to control the Blood God. Very good. T'Chaka was overjoyed, and he warned, Shuri, this instrument is of great importance, and there must be no mistakes. Shuri laughed and said, Baba, when have I let you down? That's good. T'Chaka nodded with satisfaction. His eyes were very firm. No matter what, Eric should not become the king, otherwise, Wakanda would be over. At the headquarters of SHIELD, consultant Tony Stark sat opposite acting Director Hill and asked, Director Hill, what's the matter with calling me in such a hurry? Director Hill said with a headache, after Director Fury was arrested, the World Security Council sent someone to check the accounts, and it was found that Fury had embezzled a lot of public funds. Tony shrugged and said, this is very normal, isn't it? The first time I saw him, I thought he must be the type of guy who was greedy for money. The problem is that he is not so greedy. Let's not talk about other things. Last time, the council approved hundreds of millions of funds to defend against foreign evil gods, but he used up about 2/3 of it for other things. Hill sighed, I always knew that he was corrupt, but I didn't expect him to be so corrupt. To be honest, his image in my heart has completely collapsed. 2/3? I suggest shooting him immediately. Tony said. The council also proposed the same. Hill said, because of this incident, the council was furious and cut off the funds of SHIELD and sent someone down to check the accounts. Tony, SHIELD has no money, and even coffee can't be supplied. After speaking, Hill looked at Tony with hope, and the meaning couldn't be more clear. Gold Master, sponsor some money. In terms of money, Tony has always been generous, but this time, he was a little embarrassed. He spread his hands and said, Director Hill, you know, the stock price of Stark Industries has been cut in half again. How should I say it? Hill asked, it's nothing to you, right? Then, the military, and all walks of life demand that the Stark Industries should compensate for Manhattan's losses. Tony continued, in this case, Stark Industries must retain sufficient liquidity, so Pepper ordered to suspend all investments and sponsorships of more than 1 million. In other words, you don't have any money. Hill sighed. Why don't you ask the richest bastard in America for money? Tony asked. He not only didn't have to lose money, but he also took on the rebuilding and cleanup projects in Manhattan and made a lot of money. Also, that guy bought alien invasion insurance in advance, and several insurance companies were going to go bankrupt to compensate him. I have some doubts that he directed this alien invasion, otherwise, why everyone is losing money, but he was making more. You know the reason, he is a vampire after all. Hill said, Tony, please help me think of a way. If this goes on, the hearts of SHIELD will be scattered. Today, someone sent an anonymous letter scolding me for canceling his vacation. Tony was stunned. Someone dares to do that? You are the chief of secret agents. They are also agents who are ready to strike for canceling their vacations. Hill sighed. Sometimes, I want to leave this mess, but Tony, the world needs SHIELD, and humans need S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony was silent. He took out his mobile phone, and said, maybe you can try to commercialize superheroes. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes. Yes, it's the model of the Watchmen Company. They are super profitable, and today's market value is already over 10 billion. After a pause, Tony added, in fact, Stark Industries has also been selling Iron Man's peripherals. Before the Manhattan War, the sales were good. Hill frowned. Commercialization of superheroes? That's not good. We are an official secret service organization, so it's not suitable to be too high profile. What's wrong? Superheroes can't keep a low profile. Tony said, the commercialization of superheroes can not only bring a lot of wealth to SHIELD but also enhance the image of SHIELD. Your current reputation is quite bad. Isn't that because of Trish talk? Hill felt resentment. She thought about it and asked, does the Avengers team have enough commercial value? Of course there is. Tony projected the screen, pointed to the photo above, and said, this Avengers' popularity on Twitter is not ordinary. Hill looked at the pictures of welfare and complained, Tony, you follow Natasha? Don't forget, you already have a fiancé. Natasha Romanoff, the most popular beauty on Twitter, although she has never shown her face, her various welfare pictures are still mouth-watering. Not to mention, she often posts photos with superheroes. Many people on Twitter are discussing who she is. I only follow to get information. Tony coughed and defended, besides, a lot of people from SHIELD are also following her. Okay, Hawkeye and Coulson do too. Hill is speechless. Those guys are shameful. I heard that some people use the SHIELD dedicated network to watch Victoria's Secret. Back to the point. Tony said, Natasha's popularity is high. If you hype it a little, you can attract the attention of the whole people. At that time, you will take the opportunity to launch the Avengers team, which will be a hit. In the entertainment industry, as long as it is popular, it will make money. It's a pity that the copyright of the captain is in the Ministry of the Army, otherwise, he alone could make billions of dollars for SHIELD a year. Captain is so valuable. Hill's eyes brightened, and then she shook her head regretfully. The Ministry of Army would not give up this cash cow. Tony, SHIELD can't come forward directly. After thinking about it, Hill said, we can only authorize a certain company to help commercialize superheroes. Tony said, the Stark Industries can cooperate with you, but you also have to invest, and you can't share much money just by licensing. Hill nodded, okay. When I finish consulting with Minister Pierce and the Avengers team, I will discuss it with you formally. Okay. After the discussion, Tony turned around and left. When he reached the door, he glanced back. His eyes were full of coldness. SHIELD, or Snake Shield, you guys won't be around in a few days? On the private plane, Tony looked at Carter's holographic projection and asked, Aunt Carter, did Whitehall surrender? Not yet. Carter shook her head, and she asked, what do you gain from going to SHIELD today? The harvest is great. If I guessed correctly, Nick Fury is the leader of Hydra. Tony said coldly, in other words, it was him who killed my parents. Why are you so sure? Carter was stunned. She said, Steve and I both think Fury is not a Hydra. That means you don't know how much money he stole. Tony sneered, and Carter was stunned after hearing this. No one would believe that Nick Fury was not a Hydra, right? Steve and I will interrogate him again. Carter said, Tony, don't be impulsive. We not only have to avenge Howard but also have to eradicate the Hydra. I know. Tony nodded, and then he talked about the commercialization of superheroes, and then explained, I proposed the commercialization of superheroes for two purposes. One is to make SHIELD short of money. This project can indeed make money, but they need to invest a lot in the early stage. If they want to make money back, it will take at least half a year. Another purpose is to find opportunities to meet superheroes and make them our people. This is okay. Carter reminded, however, among superheroes, there may also be HYDRAs. Tony said, I will be careful to distinguish. Carter asked, Tony, why are you making SHIELD even more short of money? Do you have any plans? Lack of money creates chaos, and for us, the more chaos at SHIELD, the better. Tony explained. In addition, this can help us identify the Hydra. SHIELD is short of money, but the Hydra may not be. Carter praised. Good idea. The best thing is that it won't startle snakes. Tony said arrogantly. What Tony Stark came up with will of course be a good idea. Your arrogant look is the same as Howard's when he was young. Carter laughed. She thought of one thing and asked, by the way, Tony, are you familiar with Sinbuster? Tony asked, a little. What's wrong? Carter said, Bert told me that the Sinbuster's penance stare can see memories, and I want him to use it on Whitehall. At least, we can know who is the leader of Hydra. This is possible. Tony's eyes lit up and said, leave it to me, I'll contact Sinbuster for help. Okay. Carter nodded and went offline. Tony thought about it and called Bert. As soon as he was connected, he complained, Bert, can you take care of Yvonne? That lunatic asks Pepper for a date every day, believe it or not, I'll hit him with a missile someday. Bert shrugged and didn't say anything. Tony asked, I heard that you want to build a military space station and put armor on the Earth. Bert nodded, yes, if Loki didn't lie, Thanos will come sooner or later, we must be prepared. Tony said, count me in, I'll do it with you. Bert glanced at Tony and asked, are you rich? Tony Stark going to run out of money? I'll fix all this shit in a month. Tony angrily said, when the time comes, I will pay as much as you pay. Then you have to be prepared, the military space station is related to the safety of the Earth. Bert said, I plan to spend hundreds of billions to build it. Tony sucked in a breath, hundreds of billions? Are you going to use vibranium to make it? Yes, there will be at least hundreds of kilograms of vibranium on the space station, otherwise it will not be able to stop the attack of aliens. Contrary to Tony's expectations, Bert nodded directly. He said, it is not only a space station but also a space fortress. Hundreds of billions of dollars are just estimates. In the next 10 years, I will keep investing in it. Hundreds of kilograms of vibranium. Even Tony was stunned by Bert's generosity. He asked, do you have so much vibranium? You can't buy this with money, right? Bert sneered, in a few days, let alone hundreds of kilograms, I will have thousands of kilograms. It seems that you have gained a lot in Wakanda. Tony gritted his teeth and said, in terms of funds, I will find a way, but I must have half of the ownership. This is not only for myself but also for you. Only in this way will the human side be at ease. Wait until you have the money. Bert directly turned off the holographic projection, and Tony cursed angrily. This guy is getting more and more arrogant. Hundreds of billions of funds. Tony has a headache. The total market value of Stark Industries is only hundreds of billions of dollars? Tony thought to himself, it seems that I have to find a way to make money. In Wakanda, above the waterfall, a large number of people gathered. Today, Eric, the son of Enyobu, will challenge T'Challa, the son of King T'Chaka. For this challenge, the Wakanda people have different ideas, but one thing is consistent, that is, this challenge conforms to tradition and rules. That is, whoever wins, will take the throne. Bert was sitting on a big rock, quietly reading a book. At this moment, a little girl came over and said to Bert dissatisfied, aren't you a hero? Why did you come to rob us of vibranium? This woman is Princess Shuri? Bert turned his head to look at Shuri, and said lightly, I'm not stealing it, I'm just helping my apprentice. Shuri said dissatisfiedly, after Eric wins, you will make him open Wakanda. What's the difference between this and stealing? Even if it is open, it is to buy vibranium, not to rob vibranium. Bert said, little girl, if you are about to die, there is only one thing that can save you, and this thing, which no one else has, is all in the hands of another person, but this person is unwilling to give it to you. In that case, what would you do? Bert added, by the way, there are so many with these people, and all you need is just a little bit. Shuri knew that Bert was talking about vibranium, and she said, how can you exaggerate it like that? It's not an exaggeration. Without vibranium, the Earth can't stop Thanos. At that time, half of the population will be slaughtered. Bert said, little girl, perhaps in your eyes, I am an intruder, but you must know that if I want to invade your Wakanda, your people will probably not be alive right now. At that time, all your vibranium will be owned by me alone. Shuri was startled, and then shouted in dissatisfaction, we Wakanda are not that weak. Bert laughed without saying a word. Shuri snorted, but her hatred for Bert was reduced a lot. She asked, what Thanos, is it as scary as you said? He slaughtered at least hundreds of planets, but he is still safe. Do you think he is terrifying? Bert said, in addition to Thanos, there are many enemies on Earth, such as Mephisto. That's Mephisto? American officials have been promoting them as aliens too. Shuri asked curiously, can you tell me about Mephisto? I'm curious about hell. Okay, it just so happens that I'm also reading books about hell. Bert smiled and said, there are many levels in hell, and on each level, there is a demon king. Mephisto is one of them, and in addition, there are demon kings such as Lucifer and Hades. Shuri listened with relish, and T'Chaka in the distance frowned greatly when he saw this scene. What the hell? The battle is imminent, but his daughter is socializing with the enemy? T'Chaka hurriedly sent Okoye to call Shuri back, and then he said to T'Challa, don't be nervous, trust yourself. T'Challa took a deep breath and said, Baba, I will beat him. Soon, the duel began. T'Challa first drank the potion to remove the heart-shaped herb powers, and removed his top. Standing topless, face to face with Eric in the water. With one sword and one shield, T'Challa shouted to Eric, I know you are strong, but I will not lose to you. You have no idea how strong I am. Eric pointed to the dense marks on his body and said, every time I kill a person, I make a mark on my body. Do you know how many people I have killed so far? Looking at the mark on Eric's body, T'Challa took a deep breath. Did he kill more than hundreds of people? T'Challa said, if this is the case, then I can't lose to you. Wakanda doesn't need a murderer. Childish. Eric smiled disdainfully. He was too lazy to talk nonsense anymore. He put on a posture and waved, T'Challa, come on. T'Challa didn't talk more. Holding the shield, stabbed Eric's shoulder with the sword. Eric blocked T'Challa's long sword with a machete, and then swept his left leg. T'Challa fell into the water. Your intent is too obvious. Eric said. He has 10% of Bert's soul power, and his sense of power far exceeds that of ordinary people. T'Challa didn't give up, got up, and continued to fight. Eric snorted coldly and attacked him fiercely. In just a few rounds, T'Challa's shield was knocked into the water by Eric. Eric yelled, you know what? I've been preparing for this battle my whole life. I don't care, I just want to protect Wakanda. T'Challa yelled and attacked again. Eric blocked a few times and found that his opponent's strength is growing. That old guy cheated. Eric scolded angrily and attacked with all his strength. The attacks were extremely fierce, and T'Challa kept retreating. Seeing this, T'Chaka above couldn't help but sigh. Although he knew that T'Challa was not Eric's opponent, he didn't expect that the gap would be so big. Fortunately, he had already made preparations. The antidote Zuri gave T'Challa was incomplete. As the battle progressed, T'Challa would gradually restore the power of the Black Panther. Mortals can't beat Eric, but Black Panther certainly can. Eric hates us to the core and will try to torture T'Challa. T'Challa has enough time to regain his strength. T'Chaka thought to himself. At this moment, Eric knocked T'Challa into the water, then put the machete across his neck, and shouted, surrender, otherwise die. T'Chaka almost fell. What about torture? Why did it end suddenly? Fuck. T'Chaka scolded and squeezed the bead in his hand, which means that the action has begun. Blood god, I'm sorry. Shuri gritted her teeth, pressed the button, and the stone behind Bert turned into a sophisticated instrument out of thin air. Then, a powerful sound wave enveloped Bert, making him unable to move. This instrument is somewhat similar in function to the sonic cannon but more powerful. This is not over yet. 4 Royal Talon fighters appeared in the sky out of thin air, and they fired energy cannons toward Bert's position, booming red. A lot of flames and black smoke emerged from the position of the blood god, and the whole mountain was shaking. Everyone ran out in panic. What was going on? Success. T'Chaka was overjoyed. Even the blood god couldn't stop the bombardment of the energy cannon. Baba. T'Challa shouted in disbelief, and Eric sneered. Your family is shameless. T'Challa was speechless. Couldn't help but ask Eric, aren't you worried about your master? A mere energy cannon, you want to stop him with that? Eric sneered, you should start thinking about how to calm his anger. Before Eric could finish speaking, Bert's figure appeared beside the sonic instrument. Immediately afterward, Bert turned into a bloody shadow and rushed toward T'Chaka. Stop him. T'Chaka was furious, quickly equipped the Black Panther helmet, and shouted. Okoye immediately led the Dora Mileage to raise the spear and shoot frantically at the rushing Bert. Unfortunately, all these energy shots were easily avoided by Bert. With a big wave of his hand, all the guards flew backward screaming. T'Chaka wanted to run, but with a flash of blood, Bert came to him, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him high. T'Chaka immediately grabbed Bert's arm with his claws. Bert snorted coldly and slammed him into the ground with a loud bang. Next, Bert stepped on T'Chaka's chest and forcibly took off his hood. At present, Princess Shuri has not yet developed a nano-panther suit. King T'Chaka, you pissed me off. Looking at T'Chaka who was still struggling, Bert said coldly, since you want to die, and you Wakanda want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. Don't. T'Challa and Shuri hurriedly shouted. Bert ignored it, and at this moment, Eric also shouted, Master, please wait. Bert turned his head and asked, Eric, do you want to kill him yourself? Eric said, Master, I am the new king of Wakanda, please leave this matter to me. T'Challa knelt on one knee toward Eric and said loudly, Eric, as long as you let Baba go, I am willing to honor you as king. I am the king, this time, I won. Eric said loudly, Mileage guards, as the new king, I order you to retreat. Okoye and others hesitated. At this moment, an elder roared, Go back, do you want to destroy traditions like T'Chaka? Another elder also shouted angrily, T'Chaka, you are guilty. Okoye sighed and led the Dora Mileage to retreat. The elder of the merchant tribe said to Eric, Enyadaka, you will handle this. Okay. Eric nodded and shouted to Bert, Master. Bert snorted, grabbed T'Chaka, and threw him at Eric's feet. Eric looked at T'Chaka and said slowly, I've hated you since I was a child. To be honest, I hate you more now. I'd love to kill you, but I can't, because I'm the king and I should focus on Wakanda. T'Chaka looked at Eric in surprise. He was completely different from the murderer in the data. T'Chaka, you murdered your brother, destroyed traditions, and committed several major crimes. Now, in the name of the king of Wakanda, I will expel you from Wakanda. Eric shouted, you will be completely removed from Wakanda, and you will never be able to return to Wakanda. Both T'Challa and Shuri breathed a sigh of relief. This was the lightest punishment? T'Chaka got up, looked at Eric with complicated eyes, and lowered his head. It was my fault. I am willing to accept the punishment. Enyadaka, you are a benevolent king, and Wakanda is lucky to have you. The elders were also very satisfied, and they saluted, Your Majesty the King. Your Majesty the King. Okoye led the mileage guards to kneel in front of Eric, the Dora mileage, only to serve the king? Eric raised his machete high and shouted, Wakanda forever. This is a phrase in English, but for some reason, when they heard this sentence, all Wakanda people felt their blood boil and couldn't help shouting, Wakanda forever. Since then, Wakanda has changed. In the palace, T'Challa and Shuri came to say goodbye. Your Majesty, thank you for your kindness. We will leave with Baba. I didn't expel you. Eric said, T'Challa, Shuri, I hope you stay. Wakanda needs you. To be precise, Shuri is a super genius. Most of the reason why Bert showed mercy to T'Chaka is because of Shuri. T'Challa hesitated, then shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I need to take care of Baba. It doesn't matter. Eric waved his hand and said, we will soon have peace talks with the United States. At that time, Wakanda will set up an embassy in New York. I want you to be an ambassador. On the other hand, help other black people. New York ambassador. T'Challa's eyes lit up. He likes New York very much? T'Challa nodded. Your Majesty, I am willing to accept this position. Shuri, how about you? Eric turned his head to look at Shuri and said, Wakanda can't improve without you. When it comes to technical exchanges, you are compared to Tony Stark and Ivan Vanko. Tony Stark, Ivan Vanko. Shuri's eyes brightened, and she immediately said, Your Majesty, I am willing to stay and continue to develop technology. Shuri said proudly, I'm currently researching the Nano Panther suit. When that time comes, the Panther suit will no longer have the disadvantage of a helmet. Continue your research. Eric nodded and said to T'Challa, by the way, T'Challa, I license you to take heart-shaped herb. New York is too dangerous for ordinary people. T'Challa asked hesitantly, is that bad? It's not bad, times have changed, and many things have to be changed. Eric said, the next goal of Wakanda is to become the 6th permanent member of the United Nations. Only in this way can we help black people better. 6th member? Your Majesty, this is a good idea. T'Challa breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Eric did not intend to start a war. Eric said, it's not easy, but I'll try to do it. We will support you. T'Challa nodded respectfully, and said to Eric, Your Majesty, I want to see the blood god and apologize to him. Master is resting in the back, you can see him at any time. Eric said, don't worry, he is not angry, I promised to compensate him with vibranium. Speaking of which, T'Challa, you have more than 10,000 tons of vibranium, and you keep them in the warehouse all the time. T'Challa smiled bitterly, this is the tradition of Wakanda. Waste. Eric shook his head, motioning T'Challa and Shuri to go to the back. After a while, Bert, who had dealt with T'Challa and Shuri, walked in and said, everything is going well, Wakanda is ours. Eric said, my personality has changed so much that T'Chaka will doubt it. Then let him be suspicious, the big deal is the DNA test. Bert sneered. He touched his chin and asked, speaking of which, am I the richest man in Marvel now? It must be counted on Earth, that's more than 10,000 tons of vibranium. Eric said, however, we still have one more level to pass, Panther Goddess Bast. She has never appeared, there should be no problem. Bert thought for a while and said, however, just in case, you still don't consume heart-shaped herbs. Eric nodded, okay. Anyway, there are many other ways to improve the strength. The next day, Eric consumed the heart-shaped herb. Bert came to watch it in person just in case. It should be fine. Just when Bert was thinking like this, his soul suddenly flew away from his body uncontrollably, and then the surroundings changed. From the house to the prairie? Bert looked confused. He said, did I make a mistake? I didn't drink the heart-shaped herb. In Wakanda, I can take anyone's soul, because Wakanda is my domain. An elegant black panther appeared in front of Bert, and said slowly, she is the goddess of Wakanda, the panther goddess, Bast. Bert asked cautiously, are you here to deal with me? If I wanted to deal with you, I would have done it already, why would I have to wait until now? Bast said, however, blood god, you are really brave, you dare to occupy the magpie's nest and turn Eric into a clone to occupy the throne of Wakanda. It's all about the big picture. Bert said, Panther goddess, I have done very restrained. Everything is done according to your tradition. As for Eric, I believe that the fake Eric is 10,000 times better than the real one, will only make Wakanda better. You are indeed very restrained, even T'Chaka is not dead. Bast didn't deny it, she said, if it wasn't so, I wouldn't stand by. If you dare to kill in Wakanda, even if you're with the Ancient One, I won't let you walk out alive of Wakanda. Bert asked curiously, do you know the Ancient One? Bast lay lazily on the grass and said, of course, I know. She planned to drive me away back then, but I didn't want to leave, so she could only give up. Bert was amazed, is it still possible? Of course. Bast seemed very proud, but she didn't specifically say why she didn't go. She yawned and said, no nonsense, I allow you to be the king of Wakanda, but I have a few conditions. Bert stretched out his hand and said, please speak. First, this throne, you must return it to the descendants of T'Chaka in the future. Bast said, that is to say, you can't pass the throne to yours or Eric's descendants. Yes, Eric will have no descendants. Bert directly agreed. What descendants do the clones want? Secondly, save some of the vibranium. Don't think that if you are the king, vibranium is all yours. Bast said, a few tons can be negotiated, more will not work. Bert was speechless. The Wakanda people, from Panther Goddess to commoners, were all misers. He said, don't worry, I won't use too much. My goal at the beginning was to make T'Chaka sell it to the outside world every year. At the least hundreds of kilograms of vibranium. This time it was Bast's turn to be speechless. It was only 100 kilograms. Even if it was sold for decades, it would be a drop in the bucket for Wakanda. It's a shame that he lost his throne. Bast shook her head. I won't say more about the rest. You are with the Ancient One, and you do things in a measured way. The last condition is to settle the anger of the previous kings of Wakanda. Bert was stunned. The anger of the previous kings. Yes, you stole the throne from their descendants, and naturally you have to pass their level. Accompanied by this voice, hundreds of Black Panthers in Black Panther suits appeared in front of Bert at the same time. These are the previous kings of Wakanda. These hundreds of former kings looked at Bert with rather unkind eyes. Bert shrugged and asked Bast, Wakanda people will come to you after they die. The population of your place, or in other words, why hasn't it exploded yet? Bast was speechless. She yawned again, and said, you better deal with these late kings first. Bert asked the former kings, how can I quell your anger? An old king said, it's very simple, defeat us. Bert pointed to the previous kings and asked, you, that is to say, you will all fight together. Yes. The first king said, if you win us, you can take the Wakanda throne, but if you lose, you and Eric must leave Wakanda. Okay. Bert did not object. He said, although I am weak now, it should not be difficult to win against you all. All the former kings snorted coldly, but Bast laughed. Blood God, I like your arrogance. In my name, the arena is here. With Bast's voice, a giant arena appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterward, the bodies of Bert and the previous kings quickly solidified, as if they were real. In the arena, everything is the same as reality. Bast said, same? That's easier. Bert smiled, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of a former king, reaching out to grab his hood, but to his astonishment, the other's hood could not be taken off. The former king kicked Bert with one kick, but only hit the phantom. Bert said to Bast in dissatisfaction, isn't it the same? Why can't it be taken down? It's the same. A former king said, however, the Black Panther suits on us are specially made and sealed together, and only with special equipment can it be taken off. You Wakanda, you like to cheat. Bert said angrily, forget it, since you want to play, I will play with you. Then let's have fun. Hundreds of Black Panthers rushed over in unison. They were invulnerable, and with so many people, there was no reason why they couldn't defeat a weak blood god. Bert sneered, and with a sway of his body, he brought a Black Panther into the sky. Then, he activated his secret technique, shake M left and right. In 1 second, the Black Panther has shaken hundreds of times. When Bert let him go, he fell to the ground and vomited wildly. The problem was that he was wearing a mask, and this mask could not be taken off. So, the poor Black Panther was stunned by his vomit? Sure enough, let's continue. Bert said with a smile on his face. All the Black Panthers took a step back together. It was nothing to be knocked down, but it was too disgusting to be fainted by their vomit, right? Thinking about it makes them vomit? Bert was about to take another shot when one of the former kings raised his hand and said, the blood god is really powerful, I admire it, and I believe that Wakanda will flourish in your hands, so I'll leave. After speaking, hundreds of kings disappeared, and Bert was speechless. These guys are too good at the wind, right? Bert shouted, what happened to the anger? What about Wakanda forever? Don't shout, they didn't have much opinion at first, they just wanted to come out and play. Bast said, but you kid, are interesting. You can think of such tricks. Bert smiled and said, I've always been smart. Sometimes, being smart isn't enough. Bast looked straight and said, blood god, to drive away the demon gods, Ancient One used extremely cruel methods. The bodies of gods and demons even piled up into mountains. She is here, and so no one dares to take revenge, but if she is not there, those demon gods will wash the earth with blood. Bert frowned, what do you mean? Bast said, I'm trying to prepare you, the Ancient One can't protect the earth after a few years. There is nothing wrong with protecting the earth, I have been doing it. Bert asked in amazement, but shouldn't the next Sorcerer Supreme deal with those demon gods? Bast smiled, did not speak, and directly sent Bert's soul back to his body. Bert said angrily, again? Can you big guys stop saying only half and keep the other half to yourself? A group of waiters who were planting flowers looked at Bert in amazement. Bert said angrily, Eric, get up, the heart-shaped herb you just drank is not enough, drink it again. Oh, then get me another cup. Eric stood up straight from the ground and said, the group of waiters was stunned, can this still be refilled? Under Eric's strong request, the waiters did so, and then Eric drank it again. Trouble, there are more dangers in this world than I imagined. Bert frowned, why is it so difficult to be a god in peace? Should I orchestrate a car accident and send Stephen Strange to Camartage in advance? Bert's thoughts moved. Doctor Strange or Stephen Strange is currently working for him in his hospital. To be honest, this guy is a bit annoying, his temper is too arrogant, and he is somewhat similar to Tony Stark at the beginning. Immediately, Bert shook his head, and it was better to let everything take its course. After a while, Eric got up from the ground again. He jumped twice and said, "It feels pretty good. The heart-shaped herb has not only improved my physique but also greatly increased my spirit." Bert smiled and said, "That's good, Your Majesty. It's time for you to prepare for your enthronement ceremony." In a certain room in Wakanda, the former King T'Chaka sighed after listening to a waiter's report. The Panther Goddess acknowledged Eric. T'Challa said, "This is normal. Eric is not only powerful but also kind. The Panther Goddess will acknowledge him." T'Chaka glanced at T'Challa but didn't speak. Eric's character was different from the one in the data. Either the data was wrong, or Eric was controlled by the blood god. That's why T'Chaka paid special attention to Eric when he has consuming heart-shaped herb. If Eric was controlled by the blood god, the Panther Goddess will find out. It seems that Eric is fine. Forget it. The situation is not bad now. T'Chaka shook his head and said to T'Challa, "I'm going to the United States with you. It's not so easy to be an ambassador, especially in the case of Wakanda." T'Challa was overjoyed. "Great, Baba." A few days later, on behalf of the United States, Bert officially signed a contract with King Eric of Wakanda. The two sides formed an alien resistance alliance, cooperate, and fight against invading aliens together. In addition, Wakanda also promised to export at least 100 kilograms of vibranium every year. In short, everyone was happy. As for those prisoners and warships, they will be returned to the United States in secret, and neither side will admit this war ever happened. Bert asked, "President Ellis, are you satisfied with the contract I made?" "Satisfied, very satisfied." President Ellis smiled from ear to ear. This contract not only solves the big problem from before but also allied them with the United States to deal with aliens. It can't be better. Blood God, about the space station, the military has approved it, but they require a certain degree of supervision. President Ellis reciprocated and said, "Shield originally wanted to supervise, but I rejected them. What else can those moths do except corruption? Don't worry about Shield, the purpose of the space station is to guard against aliens, and it has nothing to do with the inner dealings of the Earth." Bert said, "President Ellis, it is a pleasure to cooperate, and I will support your re-election as much as possible." Then, "Thank you, Blood God." President Ellis smiled brightly. With the wealth of the Blood God and the influence of superheroes, he has great hope for his next re-election. After the communication ended, Bert stretched his back, and the trip to Wakanda came to a successful conclusion. Although the harvest was not much, it was barely acceptable. The position of the King of Wakanda? Bert said, "This is not too much. With the help of Wakanda, the vampires are completely stable." Eric sneered and asked, "By the way, about the black people, how much should I help?" Bert said, "Everything is based on regularity." "I understand." Eric nodded, and he said, "Go away with your 500 kilograms of vibranium. Wakanda people don't like me walking too close to you." Bert gave Eric a middle finger and explained, "Other things are easy to say, don't kill people, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Also, study hard and don't waste your time. Those books given by Ancient One are super incomprehensible." The new king of Wakanda scolded rudely, "Go away." Looking at the flaming skull that was getting closer, Whitehall, one of the Hydra leaders, shouted, "What the hell is this? Don't come near me." Whitehall, or Reinhardt. He is the Ghost Rider. His unique ability is the Penance Stare, which can see people's memories of a lifetime. Carter sneered, "If that person is evil, his soul will be burned by the fire of hell. I don't need to look at his memory to know that he is sinful." Damon sneered. He resisted the urge to burn Whitehall, and said to Carter, "Ms. Carter, please hurry up, the guy in me wants to burn him very much." Carter said to Whitehall, "Whitehall, this is your last chance, confess, or turn to ashes." Whitehall glanced at Carter, and sneered, "Carter, do you think you can scare me with a burning skull? What kind of penance stare? I don't believe it at all. If that's the case, then I'm welcome." Damon couldn't wait to get close to Whitehall and shouted, "Look into my eyes." "Wait." Carter tried to stop it, but Whitehall's eyes met Damon's. Carter sighed helplessly. Fortunately, at least she can know who the leader of Hydra is inside Shield. After a while, Damon raised his head and threw Whitehall's body away. What a scumbag. For the sake of longevity, he dissected a woman alive. This is Hydra. Carter shook her head and asked impatiently, "Damon, who is that leader of Hydra?" Damon said, "Alexander Pierce. He is the head of the Hydra you are looking for." "It's him." Carter couldn't help but sigh. She thought for a while, and said to Damon, "Damon, you change back first. It always feels like you want to burn me too." "Okay." Damon nodded and changed from the skull to its original shape. He gasped and apologized, "I'm sorry, Ms. Carter, your sins are a little heavy. My hands are already dyed red." Carter didn't care. She reached out to Damon and said, "Damon, thank you for your help. Small matter, if you need it, come to me at any time. Hydra should not exist." Damon and Carter shook hands, and turned to leave. Carter picked up the phone and called Tony and Steve. "It's not that guy, unbelievable." In the room, Tony shook his head and said, "Why do you think that guy is not a villain? Which good person would run into other people's houses in the middle of the night, without turning on the lights, to scare people?" It turns out that Nick Fury is not a Hydra, the real Hydra leader is Alexander Pierce. Carter smiled bitterly, "To be honest, I didn't expect it, you know? Pierce once rejected the Nobel Peace Prize." Steve said, Pierce has a high position, and there is no actual evidence. We can't touch him. Tony's eyes flickered, as if he was thinking of something. Carter hurriedly said, Tony, calm down. I don't want you to change your profession from a superhero to a supervillain. Tony took a deep breath and said, Don't worry, I have my senses. Aunt Carter, what should we do next? According to the original plan, we will introduce the elites of SHIELD into our SWORD bureau, and at the same time collect evidence secretly and wait for the opportunity. Carter said, in addition, I will go and talk with Fury. If we want to deal with Pierce, Fury is very important. It's okay to talk, but Fury can't join the S.W.O.R.D. Tony said, this is not only Bert's opinion but also my opinion. The SWORD does not need a highly paranoid person. Steve couldn't help shaking his head. Although Fury is not Hydra, who would like to be his colleague in this kind of situation? Don't worry, Fury will retire after this last battle. Carter laughed, and Steve suggested, Coulson is good, I think he can join the SWORD. It can be considered. In short, any new member must be approved by all three of us before joining. Carter nodded, and then she went to Nick Fury and told him what they had found. From the time you gave me the ledger, I knew that Pierce was the leader of Hydra. Fury smiled bitterly. In just a few days, he seemed to be aged 10 years more. He looked at Carter with one eye and said, I can help you, but only if you keep S.H.I.E.L.D. You're not helping me, you're helping yourself. Carter said, SHIELD must be destroyed. Nick Fury, will you do this last job? Ms. Carter, without SHIELD, who will deal with aliens like Blood God? Fury asked loudly, Blood God is getting stronger and stronger, don't you see it? It won't be long before he will become the biggest threat to mankind. He won't. Because he is already the ruler of this world, why should he turn against himself? Carter said, the biggest difference between the SWORD and the SHIELD is that the SWORD advocates compatibility and great tolerance. Ridiculous. Fury wanted to refute, but Carter waved, I'm not interested in arguing with you, Fury, if you don't want to, I won't force, when everything is over, I will let you go. Fury was silent for a while and said weakly, I will help you. Pierce has been preparing the Insight plan for the past few years. This should be Hydra's plan to rule the world. You can start from there. Carter's eyes lit up, Insight plan? Be specific. After listening to Fury's introduction, Carter couldn't help cursing, put a gun at everyone's head. Nick Fury, you are no different from Hydra. In New York, the recently renovated Blood God building, Bert smiled at Victor Doom who came in. Dr. Doom, you are welcome. Von Doom Industries, Chairman Victor Doom and Bert shook hands and said excitedly, Mr. Wong, you are finally back in New York. I am waiting for your news every day. It's a pity you're not a woman, otherwise, I'd be very happy. Bert smiled and said, Dr. Doom, sit down, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Sitting opposite Bert, Doom couldn't wait to ask, Mr. Wong, the old man who opened the gates of hell in the Manhattan battle, is it Mephisto, the devil? Bert did not deny it, nodded, and said, yes, that old man is Mephisto. Doom asked, I want to ask, what happened to him in the end? Bert said, he was beaten back to hell by the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Sorcerer Supreme. Doom was stunned, and he asked again, why just send him back to hell? Why not just destroy him? Bert said, that was only his projection, not his main body. Mephisto is very cunning, how could he come to Earth with his main body? That's it. Doom hesitated and asked, Mr. Wong, I want to know, is there any way to get a soul back from Mephisto? Bert looked at Doom and said nothing. Doom knew what he meant and said, Mr. Wong, please tell me, I, Victor Doom, will return this favor to you. Doom's expression was both serious and arrogant. He will pay back this favor, and he can pay it back because he is Victor Doom. Why do you want to know this? Bert asked. Dr. Doom's favor is very valuable, although the movie version of Dr. Doom is a weakened version. My mother was a gypsy witch who sacrificed her soul to Mephisto for her country. Doom took a sip of red wine and sighed. Unfortunately, she was deceived by Mephisto, and Latveria did not get better but got worse. I wanted to save her, so I came to the United States to find a way through technology, but the current technology is not at that level. In the past 10 years, although I have earned a net worth of tens of billions, I have not made any progress in saving my mother. / In the comics, Doom became obsessed with developing a machine that could project the astral form of a being into other dimensions, seeing it as a way to free his mother's soul from Mephisto's clutches. / Bert smiled and then asked, Dr. Doom, why don't you study magic? Magic is more likely a good way to save your mother, right? Doom shook his head, I want to learn it too, but I can't find a way. The mages hired with high salaries are all liars. I see. Bert said, Dr. Doom, if you want to get back the soul from Mephisto, you must first find something that he can't refuse and trade with him. Doom was stunned, is it that simple? Of course, it's not easy. The purpose of this step is to let Mephisto bring out the soul, but everyone knows that Mephisto will not trade honestly. Bert said, so, next, you have to fight Mephisto's wits and courage, and at the same time keep the trade goods, grab the soul from him. I understand. Doom suddenly realized, he thought for a while, and then asked, Mr. Wong, can you introduce the Sorcerer Supreme to me? Sure. Bert nodded, briefly explained the matters of the Sorcerer Supreme and Camartage, and then said, I don't know where Camartage is. If you are interested, you can go to Kathmandu for a walk. Kathmandu? I see. Doom nodded, and he said very sincerely, Mr. Wong, thank you very much for your information. I will repay your favor in the future. It doesn't matter. Anyone who has a grudge against Mephisto is my friend. Bert smiled, and asked, by the way, I heard that you invested in Dr. Reed's project. Yes, Richards is my college classmate, and I am very optimistic about his cosmic radiation project. Doom nodded, and he asked, Mr. Wong, do you know Richards? Bert said, I have met him once. He is a very talented person, but his luck is not very good, and his career is always not smooth. Doom said confidently, in 6 weeks, we will be on the space station, and the stocks of Doom Industries and Reed will both skyrocket. Bert looked at Doom, who was about to go bankrupt, with a smile on his face, and said, then I wish you success. Thanks. Doom nodded, got up, and left. Bert shook his head and muttered to himself, in 6 weeks, the Fantastic Four will appear, and this world is getting more and more lively. After thinking about it, Bert picked up the phone and called Lilith, get ready to short the Doom Industries. If you have money, why not earn more? Although not much, it is still hundreds of millions. Doom Industries, Doom was thinking in the office when suddenly, the lights dimmed, and then a female voice suddenly sounded, Doom, have you thought about it? Doom said angrily, turn on the light, what's wrong with you? You play this set every time you come? The first time was indeed very mysterious. The question is how many times is it now? It's getting annoying. The female was silent. After a few seconds, the light was turned on, and a very heroic-looking red-clothed ninja appeared in front of Doom. Her name is Elektra Nachios, Daredevil's love interest, and Black Sky of the Hand. Elektra said coldly, if you weren't needed, Doom, you'd be dead now. Rich people in America don't die so easily. Doom sneered, I just went to see the Blood God today. If he knew of your existence, how many days would you live? Hearing the Blood God's name, Elektra's expression changed, and then she became furious. Are you threatening me? I'm just telling the truth. Doom said, to cooperate with you means to be an enemy of the Blood God, so I naturally have to be cautious. To be honest, Blood God is a good person, and his strength is strong. If there is a choice, I would like to become a friend of his. Doom, only we can help you save your mother's soul. Elektra took a deep breath and said, cooperating with us is your only choice. Doom said with some headache, it's not that I don't want to cooperate with you, but there is something wrong with your method, right? Elektra asked, what's the problem? That device will work. That high-tech contraption is the problem. Doom said, the Hand Association and the monsters behind you are all mysterious. If you were to give me a magic circle, then I won't have any problems believing you, but you gave me a high-tech device, how can I trust you? The style is completely different, isn't it? Elektra was silent. This style is indeed different, she said. This has nothing to do with you. Your mission is to take this device to the space station, and then control it to bombard the New York Sanctum from the sky when the cosmic storm strikes. The defense net that has not been fully repaired will be broken again. After a pause, Elektra looked at Doom and continued, behind me, there are not only beast, demon, but also many other demons and demon kings. If they join forces, even Mephisto has to hand over your mother's soul, obediently. Doom, this is your only chance. Doom was silent for a while but still shook his head. Doom, won't do anything unsurely. If you want me to cooperate, you must tell me how that device came about. Elektra was a little irritable, she thought about it, and then said, this device comes from the Darkhold. Doom was at a loss. Darkhold. Yes, the Darkhold. Elektra said, the Book of Sins allows users to see all the knowledge they want. Although I don't know why it gives scientific and technological knowledge this time, there is no problem with that device, and all major demons have certified it. Is that so? Doom thought for a while and said, I want to read the Darkhold. I don't mind you reading the Darkhold. Elektra smiled, but I want to remind you that not everyone can read the Darkhold. People who are not talented enough will go crazy because of too much knowledge. Doom smiled contemptuously. In this world, are there any books that Doom can't read? The next day, Elektra brought the Darkhold. Doom opened it, stared at the Darkhold for 3 hours, and then closed the book calmly. Elektra was a little surprised. She had seen many people reading the Darkhold, but they were nothing like Doom. I see, I'll help you transport that device up. Doom said, however, can the demons behind you be able to defeat the Ancient One? One certainly won't do, but there's a bunch of them. Elektra said, more importantly, the Ancient One has become weaker, which is why the demon gods dared to act. If it was the Old One, they would not dare to be so arrogant. Doom asked again, will Ancient One notice it in advance? No, when the cosmic storm is coming, all the hidden monsters will be dispatched to create disasters all over the earth, so that Camartage has no time to be distracted. Elektra said, no matter how powerful Ancient One is, it is impossible to guess that we will use technological means this time. Perhaps this is the reason why the Dark God book gave us technological knowledge. That's good. Doom's eyes flashed and he said, I don't want to be hunted down by the Blood God and Camartage afterward. There will be no Blood God and Camartage after this. Elektra said bitterly, the blood debt that the Blood God owes the Hand Association, it's time to repay. In a blink of an eye, 6 weeks passed. Bert watched the news of the launch of the Von Doom Industries space shuttle on TV and couldn't help but shake his head. Dr. Reed's character is quite good, but his career luck is really bad? Bert looked away from the TV and asked Lilith, what's the approval rating of George Stacy? Much more than his opponent. Lilith said, in fact, that opponent is just running with him. No one wants to be the mayor of New York. God knows when the aliens will come again. There should be no more disasters this year, but not sure about next year. Bert laughed. When George Stacy takes office, donate a sum of money to him to let him raise the police's salary. Okay. Lilith took it down and continued, the Wakanda embassy officially opened this afternoon, and you promised to go there. Got it. Bert nodded, picked up the book on the table, and said, I gotta read the books. If it is not important, please push it away for me. Okay. Lilith nodded and left. Bert looked at the space advancement in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more interesting it became. Unfortunately, he had no magic power on him, so he couldn't cast the spells recorded in it. That's right, there are spells in space advancement, camouflage space spells. Ancient One, even passed the books about portal and mirror space to me. What do you want me to do? Bert muttered to himself. He and Ancient One are not related, so there is only one possibility for the Ancient One to help him like this, that is, Ancient One has something for him to do. The current Bert, although he has not entered camouflage, is already half a disciple of camouflage. Doom Industries space station. Reed looked at Doom who was pushing the instrument, and asked in amazement, Doom, this instrument doesn't seem to be on the list, right? A big client's request. Doom said with his expression unchanged, you don't need to pay attention, I'll handle it. Okay. Reed nodded, hesitated, and said, Doom, don't worry, I will never fail this time, and I will not implicate you. Doom was puzzled, why are you telling me this? I never doubted you. Reed smiled awkwardly. He is just afraid that he might cause Doom to go bankrupt. At this time, the other three people in the space station came over, namely Ben Grimm, the Thing, Susan Storm, the Invisible Woman, and Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, who looked very similar to Captain America. What are you talking about? Susan walked over to Doom and asked. Susan was Doom's girlfriend, and she was Reed's ex-girlfriend. It's nothing, you guys are busy, I'll take care of this. Doom nodded to everyone and pushed the instrument away. Johnny looked at his back and asked, don't you think Doom is a little weird these days? Ben nodded, it's true, he didn't put his arms around Susan to show off to Reed. Ben. Susan glanced at Ben angrily and said, maybe he's too nervous this time, don't worry, I'll watch him. Reed felt a little sour in his heart, but he couldn't say anything. After all, Doom was their financial master. In the room, Doom installed a special instrument with a muzzle, then took out a pitch-black knife, and carefully carved a magic circle on the instrument. That's right, the magic circle. In just 6 weeks, the true magic genius Doom has become a mage. His talent is on the same level as that of Doctor Strange. When the carving was finished, Doom looked at the magic circle and muttered to himself, Mother, I will definitely save you. The cosmic storm is still 8 hours and 30 minutes away. Ben, you go out and set up the plants. Reed looked at the screen and shouted to Ben through the communicator, his project is to study the relationship between cosmic storms and the evolution of life. Once successful, a large number of human diseases can be cured. Okay. Ben changed into his spacesuit and was about to go out when Doom suddenly asked everyone to gather in the safest command room. Reed asked in confusion, Doom, what happened? It's something? Doom was about to speak. Suddenly, a warning came from the computer next to him. Reed glanced at it and said in shock, no, the clouds of the cosmic storm are accelerating, and they will arrive in 10 minutes. Everyone was stunned. Susan thought of something, and said to Doom, Doom, you called us here because of this, right? Doom, thank you. Ben said gratefully that without Doom, he might not have to come back and wander outside. Doom blinked. I want to say I don't know either, would you believe it? Of course, it's because of this. Doom said proudly, you stay in the command cabin and don't go out, I will adjust the system. Doom, let me help you. Reed was feeling very guilty, he made a mistake in his calculation, and this project is about to fail again. People who invest in him won't end well. No need. Doom didn't know why Reed looked at him so weirdly, and he didn't have time to think about it now. He waved his hand and turned to leave the command module. Outside the door, Doom activated the system and completely blocked the command module. Susan, I won't let you get hurt. A tenderness flashed in Doom's eyes, and then it became firm. He ran back to the room as fast as he could and put on the prepared anti-cosmic radiation suit. Then, he picked up the communicator and contacted Elektra on Earth. The cosmic storm will arrive in 20 minutes, launch it now. Elektra hurriedly asked, why is it earlier? How do I know? The dark hold can only give knowledge and cannot predict the future. Doom said, this is not entirely a bad thing, at least, as long as it lasts for 20 minutes, the plan can be completed. That's right, we'll start right away. Elektra nodded, she put down the phone, took out a scroll, and tore it open. I can finally vent, I'm so uncomfortable hiding. When the hidden monsters received the news, they walked out of their hiding places with excited and hideous expressions. In New York, a two-headed wolf monster crawled out of the sewers, one head raised to the sky and roared, and the other head spewed fire at the pedestrian opposite, and the pedestrian instantly turned into a torch, rolling and wailing on the ground. Monsters. The citizens were shocked and hurriedly fled into the distance. At the same time, they called the police station and asked them to send superheroes to save people. This situation has been staged one after another in major cities around the world. Monsters are excited to attack humans and destroy buildings as if they have returned to hundreds of years ago. Camartage found that something was wrong, and immediately sent a large number of mages to major cities to destroy the monsters. The situation in New York is better than in other places. On the one hand, the citizens are experienced in this kind of thing. When they see a monster, they immediately turn around and run away. On the other hand, it is natural because there are superheroes in New York. Spider-Man kicked an 8-legged spider flying with his web, then leaned on the wall, and said to Electro, who flew over, "I smell an ominous breath. I'm afraid this is another big event. Shut your crow's mouth. New York is miserable enough." Electro Man scolded the Spider-Man angrily while bombarding the 8-legged spider with electric current. Spider-Man shrugged and said, "I have a spider's mouth, not a crow's mouth." The monsters in New York are quickly solved by superheroes, but other places are not so smooth, and it was getting worse. Camartage is indeed very strong, but they also have weaknesses, that is, they have too few people, and now there are monsters all over the world. Camartage simply doesn't have so many people to solve them all in a short time. It has started. Inside the Wakanda embassy, Bert looked at the contents on the tablet, his eyes flickered slightly, and at this moment, a spark circle suddenly appeared next to him, getting bigger and bigger, and the surrounding guests were scared back and forth. "Evacuate the guests." Bert immediately shouted to the guards, who nodded and took the guests to a safe place. One of the female guests in high heels blinked and hid behind the pillar quietly, blending with the darkness. "Blood God, there are too many monsters, and Camartage is understaffed. I need your help." Wong said anxiously. It is worth mentioning that his face was a little red. He said some time ago that Camartage didn't need help from others, but he was slapped in the face. "It's a matter of duty." Bert said, "But only in the United States. I have no permission elsewhere." Wong immediately nodded. "Okay, all the monsters in America will be handed over to you, and I will stay with you to open the portal." Bert immediately said, "Okay, Frank, let Yvonne and the superheroes gather immediately." "Okay." Frank immediately called someone, and T'Challa came over and said, "I can help too." "Good." Bert smiled, and soon, the superheroes gathered. Wong immediately opened the portal to send them to major cities. Los Angeles? Mage, your portal is not scientific at all. Spider-Man stared at the unfamiliar scene in front of him and was stunned. Jessica stepped on the glider and shouted impatiently, "Come up quickly, there is fire over there, they need us." "Okay." Spider-Man jumped up immediately, and he greeted, "Hello, Treasure Girl, I'm Spider-Man. Although we have cooperated many times, this is the first official introduction." Jessica glanced at Spider-Man with contempt. "What are you pretending to be? Who doesn't know you are Peter Parker? It seems that tonight at training, I will beat you a few more times." With the addition of superheroes, the situation in major cities in the United States improved immediately. Hill couldn't help but call Bert, "Blood God, how did you do it? You can't go so fast by rocket, right?" "Camartage's portal." Bert said, "Director Hill, if you want to help, just speak up." Hill was not polite. She said, "Blood God, please help me send the Avengers team. The situation in London is very bad. The Queen made more than 10 calls to SHIELD. Okay, come to the Wakanda embassy." Bert nodded. At this time, President Ellis called. He first asked about the portal, and then said, "Blood God, some countries in the European Union, EU, need your help. I need the authorization to act from those countries." Bert said, "Not just a temporary one, it should be long-term." President Ellis knew that this was Bert's condition, and smiled. "No problem, the American superheroes should save people all over the world." "President, what you said is good." Bert smiled and said, "Report the name of the city, and I will arrange for someone to help." Then, Bert called Mercury and said, "Bring the guards and prepare to go." "Yes, Blood God." Mercury nodded immediately. She liked fighting more than being the president of Oscorp. Wong looked at Bert in surprise and sighed, "Blood God, I didn't expect you to obey the secular rules so much. I am a vested interest in the rules, why shouldn't I follow them?" Bert shrugged, and after a while, Steve rushed over with the Avengers team. When Danny Rand saw Bert, he immediately stayed where he was in fright and did not dare to go forward. Daredevil turned his head and asked, "Danny, what's wrong?" Danny swallowed and said in a low voice, "The one on the left is the Iron Fist from last time. Mr. Wong is Iron Fist." Daredevil was stunned. He remembered Bert's heartbeat. At this time, Wong had already opened the portal. Steve and Bert greeted him and walked in with everyone vigilantly. Daredevil heard the greeting and took Danny to the front. Danny didn't dare to look at Bert, so he lowered his head and rushed into the portal. When he couldn't see Bert, he breathed a sigh of relief. Wong closed the portal and asked Bert, "That one just now, is Kunlun's Iron Fist?" "Unworthy of the name." Bert shook his head, too lazy to mention him. Wong shrugged and didn't say much. Thanks to the efforts of superheroes, the number of monsters around the world has rapidly decreased, but the masterminds behind the scenes are completely unconcerned because these monsters are just cannon fodder to attract the attention of Camartage. In the space station, Doom, who is wearing a full-body suit, starts the instrument, and now everything can be completed just by waiting for the cosmic storm to come. At this moment, Susan's anxious voice came from the communicator, "Doom, where are you? The storm is about to come, why haven't you come back?" Doom silently turned off the communicator. Susan and others became more anxious. Reed even wanted to open the door to find Doom but found that the door was completely closed. Reed asked with a frown, "The door is closed by Doom, what does he want to do?" Ben said, "Dom's behavior this time is really weird." Susan said, "No matter what he wants to do, we can't ignore him. The cosmic storm is coming soon, and nothing else can stop the storm." "I agree." Reed nodded and began to think of a way to get out of there. For others, this might be impossible, but Reed, as the smartest man in Marvel, the small command module could not stop him. Soon, Reed opened the blocked door, and the four went out together to find Doom. Because the space station is small, the four quickly found the armored Doom standing next to the special instrument, and Reed asked loudly, "Doom, what exactly do you want to do? Why did you come out? Hurry back, the cosmic storm is coming soon." Doom hurriedly shouted, "You hide in there for a while, everything will pass soon." Reed was about to speak when the communicator in Doom's hand suddenly rang. "Doom, everything is going well, Camartage and the Blood God have been restrained. Next, as long as the New York Sanctum is broken, the Earth will become our paradise." "Earth becomes your paradise." Everyone was stunned. Reed said, "Doom, what are you doing? It doesn't sound like a good thing." Doom wanted to curse. "What is a pig teammate? Elektra is." Doom was too lazy to talk nonsense, took out the gun from his waist, and said, "Go back to the command cabin, and I will explain it to you in detail later." The four hurriedly raised their hands, and Susan couldn't help but said, "Doom, what are you trying to do?" "Doing what I've always wanted to do." Doom was talking when Johnny suddenly threw the plant in his hand. Doom ducked, and Ben rushed up, hugged his waist, and slammed him into the bulkhead. With a bang, Doom slammed into the bulkhead heavily, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground with a bang because he didn't hold it firmly. "Get out of here." Just as Doom pushed Ben away, Reed and Johnny rushed over, and several of them scuffled together. Reed held Doom's hand and shouted, "Susan, stop that instrument and unplug it." "Okay," Susan hurriedly said, but at this moment, the cosmic storm came. Except for the armored Doom, all the other four were involved in the cosmic storm, and their bodies were quickly twisted and deformed. At the same time, the instrument was activated, frantically absorbing the energy of the cosmic storm. "Has it begun?" Ancient One glanced at the sky and her eyes were cold. At this moment, the Beast and a group of extraterrestrial demons suddenly appeared outside the Earth dimension and launched a violent attack on the defense network in the New York area. The defensive net in the New York area has just been repaired. It is very fragile and can't stop the attack of the demons. Ancient One snorted and went to stop them in person. Of course, Ancient One didn't forget what happened in the sky. With a wave of her hand, a portal appeared in the embassy. Ancient One shouted, "Blood God, go and destroy the instrument in the space station." Bert didn't say a word, and immediately rushed towards the portal, but at this moment, the surroundings suddenly became dark, and he fell into a mysterious space. "This again? When will Thor return the Tesseract to me?" Bert shouted gloomily. Just at this moment, a light lit up in front, and a ninja beauty who looked very heroic came over with two special three-pronged daggers. "Blood God, hello, I'm Black Sky of the Hand." Elektra raised the daggers and said, "The hand is here, I will ask you to pay back." Elektra couldn't finish the last two words because her head was pierced by the elongated fingers. I make tens of billions of dollars a minute, how can I waste my time listening to your nonsense?" Bert retracted his finger and smiled disdainfully. At this moment, Elektra, who should have died, suddenly winked at him. At the same time, the bloody hole on her forehead healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although Bert was not frightened, he was a little stunned. Is this a scene from a ghost movie? As expected of a blood god, I died without reacting. Elektra touched the healed forehead and said, "Unfortunately, I'm not dead." The next moment, Elektra's head flew up, but only a moment later, she came back to life again. The head flew back to her neck, and there was a scar on it. Bert walked up to Elektra and asked, "It's not self-healing ability, it's resurrection. Is this the power given to you by the beast?" "Yes, in fact, I have died once before." Elektra nodded. "It was Alexandra who resurrected me with the last elixir. After that, I became Black Sky. No matter how many times I was killed, I could be resurrected instantly. Blood God, I can spend a lifetime with you. Although you're a beautiful woman, I'm sorry, I'm the kind of person who likes the new and hates the old." Bert snorted coldly, and opened his mouth. Two fangs pierced deeply into Erica's neck, and in just an instant, the blood on Erica's body was absorbed by him. But Bert frowned because he didn't absorb Elektra's soul. In fact, Elektra's soul was not in her body at all. Black Sky, the saintess of the beast, has the power of the beast in her body, and the price is that the soul is occupied by the beast. To put it bluntly, Elektra is just a puppet, and she cannot be killed without destroying her soul residing in the beast. It's a little troublesome, she's not dead, and I can't get out of here. Bert released Elektra. Elektra was quickly resurrected. She touched her neck and asked in surprise, "It seems pretty cool to be sucked off blood by you. Is this your problem or mine?" "Mine." Bert said angrily. When a vampire sucks blood, it secretes a special substance to intoxicate the other party so that the other party won't struggle. "I see." Elektra said, "Blood God, I can't beat you, but no matter how many times you kill me, I will be resurrected." "Yes." Bert snorted coldly and waved a ball of dragon fire to burn Erica to ashes, but soon, Elektra was reborn from the ashes, and even the clothes were there. That cool ninja suit was a magic suit. Elektra smiled proudly. "I said, you can't kill me. Bert secretly used the Purple Man virus to control Elektra, but it was equally ineffective. He pretended to be annoyed and asked, "What exactly are you trying to do? As of now, there is no need to hide from you." Facing Bert's question, Elektra laughed and explained their plan in detail. "Blood God, it won't be long before the beast will officially descend, and then you will pay the price for what you have done." Elektra said proudly, "You, and the New York you want to protect, will be destroyed by the fury of the beast. A bunch of idiots." Bert sneered to himself, and murmured anxiously on the surface, "It seems that I have to get out as soon as possible. If you want to go out, you must kill me, but unfortunately, I am immortal." Elektra laughed, "Blood God, just wait here in despair for death." "No, there is another way." Bert said, "You take the initiative to let me out." "Why should I take the initiative to let you out?" Elektra said disdainfully, "You want to torture me and let me take the initiative to let you out? You think too much. No matter how you torture me or kill me, I will not give in." Bert glanced suspiciously at Elektra, who was blushing, and asked, "Why do you feel a little excited?" Elektra, like a cat that was trampled on her feet, blushed and shouted, "Who's excited? Am I that kind of person?" Bert looked at Elektra speechlessly. Could it be that the condition for becoming Black Sky is to have special hobbies? Elektra was embarrassed by Bert's look, and she shouted, "Kill or not? Where does all this nonsense come from?" "Never mind." Bert shook his head and said, "Uncle will give you an injection to cure your problems." "Injection?" Elektra was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "Men are all the same. Why do you feel more excited?" While complaining, Bert took out a syringe from his pocket. Elektra was stunned, "It's just an injection." "Of course, what do you think it was? Who doesn't know that I Blood God am a gentleman?" Bert looked contemptuous. Elektra wanted to say something, but Bert stabbed the needle into her arm. Elektra looked at the syringe and asked, "What did you inject me with?" "The human body strengthening agent has been improved many times by the Oscorp, and there is only a 1% chance that something will go wrong." Bert finished the injection and took out another syringe. Elektra was stunned, "There are more." "Mostly, this is a lizard serum, and it will turn you into a lizard woman after the injection," Bert said. Elektra was shocked and wanted to escape, but Bert snorted coldly and bound her firmly with blood, turning it into a rope. "This is just the beginning," Bert said with a smile on his face. "Next, there are Hulk serum and Hope serum. I want to see if your immortal body is immune to these serums." The Hope serum is the original version of alien blood that Dr. Stearns made. Whoever injects it will die. Don't. Looking at the needle that's getting closer and closer, Elektra shouted in horror, "She can indeed be resurrected, but resurrection only guarantees her immortality. Unless her entire body disappears, the resurrection will not help her return to her best state. Don't back out now, it's too late." "I'm getting excited, let's see what the serums will do." Bert laughed and stabbed the needle into Erica's body. "Let's move the time forward a few minutes." Seeing Bert's sudden disappearance, Wong was stunned for a moment, and then immediately rushed towards the portal. Wong originally wanted to rush into the portal to complete the task given by Ancient One, but as soon as he arrived at the portal, he had to stop. There was a cosmic storm inside, and he would die if he entered. No wonder Master only let the Blood God in. Wong smiled bitterly. He thought about it, opened the portal, and brought back the superheroes. Then, Wong explained, "There may be a big event in New York, so you guys stay here. In addition, the Blood God is trapped, can you find him?" When Ivan heard the words, he scanned the surroundings with the instrument and asked, "That is to say, the ones in front are just appetizers, and the main dishes are in New York?" "It should be." Wong replied, "New York's defensive net is the most vulnerable, and the mastermind behind it will choose to break through from there." "Why am I not surprised at all?" Frank shrugged, and everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. New York is a place full of disasters. Ivan finished scanning and scolded, "Can't find Bert, this damn magic. Is there something wrong with magic?" Wong was a little dissatisfied and then said, "By the way, just now, Ancient One asked us to destroy the instruments in the space station. Is there anything you can do?" "Space station?" Everyone was stunned. Ivan said, "We need to contact the military for that. Unfortunately, our space station has not yet started construction, otherwise it will be simple." While everyone was discussing, in the space station, Doom couldn't help laughing as he looked at the instrument that was already full of energy. "Reed, Susan, don't blame me, it's you who came out on your own." Doom glanced at the 4 people on the ground, no longer wasting time, reached out to activate the instrument, and the muzzle of the instrument quickly lit up. "New York Sanctum, here I come." Doom aimed the muzzle at the New York Sanctum, pressed the switch, and a crimson beam of light shot down from the sky toward the New York Sanctum. The mages in New York Sanctum sensed the danger and immediately lit up the golden magic shield. At the same time, mages should be moved to a safe place, as the Ancient One requested. The crimson beam of light collided fiercely with the golden shield, and after a while, the golden shield was destroyed by the beam of light, turning into light spots and dissipating. Then, the beam of light bombarded down, the New York Sanctum was shot through and exploded, and a large hole appeared in the defense net protecting the Earth's dimension. The defensive net is broken. Outside the Earth dimension, a group of demons was overjoyed. The beast was the first to rush towards the big hole. Ancient One wanted to stop it, but the demons joined forces to stop her. The demons laughed, "Ancient One, if you can't stop us, the Earth will soon become a purgatory on Earth." Ancient One said coldly, "The Earth will never become a purgatory on Earth. In New York, the sky suddenly became dark, not the darkness covered by the dark clouds, but complete darkness, without a trace of light. Immediately afterward, an extremely cruel, evil, and chaotic monster appeared in the sky of Manhattan, and everyone in the city couldn't help but shiver as if encountering a high-level creature. Not only that, but all kinds of evil thoughts popped up in everyone's mind. For example, killing the boss who made them work overtime every day, or taking the beautiful woman downstairs home. They usually have these thoughts, but they don't implement them at all, and now, under the influence of the evil power of the beast, many people are roaring and rushing towards their enemies. Not only ordinary people, but even superheroes couldn't avoid it. Yvonne flew straight up, planning to kill Tony and Pepper. Ancient One, you wouldn't let me enter the earth. I'm in now, what can you do to me? If you have the ability, come stop me again, ha ha ha. The beast laughed, and the darkness on his body turned into countless monsters and flew towards New York below. They were the beast servants he found from various dimensions to collect souls for him. Just when New York was about to become hell, a kilometer-long fiery red dragon suddenly appeared, like the light of the sunrise, instantly illuminating the whole city. This is my territory, and it's not your turn to go wild. Xiao Lao roared, opened his mouth, and spewed out billowing dragon fire, burning most of the beast servants. At the same time, a heartwarming force poured out from the earth, and everyone was shocked and regained their senses. It's the damn beast again. Frank scolded and shouted to the crowd, go and help Bert. Okay. Superheroes such as Yvonne, Hulk, and Electro all nodded and flew out. A dragon soul that resembles an earthbound spirit. Seeing the Xiao Lao appearing, Beast was a little surprised, and then turned into a sneer. A mere Xiao Lao couldn't stop him, not to mention other demons that are coming soon. At this moment, Doom on the space station suddenly flashed his eyes, tapped the magic circle on the instrument with his finger, and the magic circle was instantly activated, illuminating a faint light. As the magic circle took effect, the beam of light that was bombarding the New York sanctum suddenly disappeared. Then, in Mephisto's hell, a crimson beam of light descended from the sky and slammed into Mephisto's palace, and the palace was instantly destroyed. Haha, Ancient One, you will fall today, what's the situation? Mephisto was watching with excitement what was happening to the Ancient One with a smile on his face, but he suddenly sensed that the palace was attacked. He was furious, and immediately got up and flew out of the palace. Seeing the beam of light, Mephisto was stunned for a moment, and then roared, what do you bastards mean? Why did you bomb my palace? Doom's voice came from above, Mephisto, give me back my mother's soul, or I will blow up your hell. Mephisto was stunned for a moment and then laughed angrily, this is the first time I, Mephisto, have been threatened like this. Doom, son of Cynthia, you are really good, come on, blow up, I will never be threatened. Really? Doom sneered, and he shouted to the extraterritorial demons, let Mephisto hand over my mother's soul, or I will destroy this instrument and make your plan completely fail. The noses of all the demons are going to be crooked. Mortal, you are so bold, how dare you threaten us? So what if I threaten you? Isn't Ancient One, the one who beat you up, still immortal? Doom looked disdainful. Although the demons were furious, they couldn't deal with Doom. One of the demons said, Doom, after this is done, we will naturally return the soul to you, and now continue to bombard the New York sanctum. I want it now. Doom said, how could such an arrogant person give up the initiative to others? The demons had no choice but to leave the dimensional void and go to Mephisto's hell. Seeing the demons leave, Ancient One immediately started repairing the defense net of the New York sanctum. However, she did not repair all of them and deliberately left a small hole so that Doom's beam of light could enter hell. Even the devil is being played around by you, Doom, you are very interesting. Ancient One smiled slightly, then turned her eyes to New York, Beast, it's time to fix you. In the sky over Manhattan, New York, the Xiao Lao is fighting against the Beast. Generally speaking, the Xiao Lao is not the opponent of the Beast, and can only barely contain him. This is normal, considering Beast is an extraterrestrial demon. As for the superheroes, they are all on the ground to deal with a huge number of monster servants and protect the citizens of New York. At the Wakanda embassy, a ripple flashed across the void, and Bird appeared with an indescribable object. Wong glanced at the object and almost spit out. It should be a person, but it seems to be chopped into pieces. What is even more terrifying is that it still grows its head, hands, and feet from time to time, and it was disgusting to see. Wong endured his nausea and asked, Blood God, what is this? Servant of the Beast, Black Sky. Bert said. At this time, a green head grew out of that mass and begged Bert, Blood God, kill me, you promised me, I will let you out, and you will use dragon fire to burn me to ashes. This mass is Elektra. Her genes have completely collapsed. She has died many times, but every time she is resurrected, he continues to torture her. I said, I would burn you to ashes, but I didn't say when, bear with it, don't you like pain? Bert sneered and strode towards the portal. Elektra roared desperately, no. Wong was horrified, and the blood god looked so peaceful. Wong didn't expect him to be so ruthless. At this moment, Ancient One's voice suddenly sounded, Blood God, you stay and deal with the beast, don't pay attention to the space station. Bert was stunned, and he shouted, Master, I'm not sure that I can defeat the beast, so I can only contain it. Ancient One smiled and said, it's fine, you'll be able to beat it in a while. As soon as I came in, a dragon soul was sent to the door. It seems that today is my lucky day. Beast pressing down on the dragon laughed. At this moment, he suddenly sensed that the defense net in the New York area had been repaired, and was shocked. He turned around and tried to escape, but a yellow figure appeared in front of him. Looking at the small yellow figure, the beast's body was icy cold. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Ancient One, I'm really just passing by this time. You've passed by twice, so just stay as a guest, lest people say that we people on Earth don't know how to treat guests." When Ancient One spoke, the entire sky turned into colorful lights, and then, these colorful rays of light gathered together and turned into a huge colorful holy sword-like mountain, and the whole of New York was visible. "It's the sacred sword of Vishanti again," the beast exclaimed. Black light burst out from its body, forming layers of defenses. Ancient One smiled slightly, and the colorful giant sword fell. All the defenses of the beast were destroyed like paper, and then the colorful giant sword pierced the beast abruptly. Beast let out a shrill scream, like 1,000 ghosts howling in unison, and many people in New York City covered their heads in pain. Ancient One shook her head and tapped her finger lightly. The colorful giant sword burst open, and turned into countless colorful rays of light penetrated the beast's body from the inside. The beast wailed again, and its body was riddled with holes, like a sieve. However, the beast didn't die. He flew in the air and roared, "Ancient One." Ancient One didn't take care of the beast, waved her hand, the mirror space appeared, and the beast and its blood that fell were all taken in. Then, Ancient One turned her head and said to Bert, who flew over, "It should be fine now. By the way, don't drink the blood of the beast. His blood is too evil and too chaotic, and needs to be purified first." "Yes, Ancient One." Bert nodded, and with a flash of fire on his body, battle armor appeared on the upper body, and at the same time, the dragon turned into a ray of light and flew into his body. Ancient One smiled slightly and sent Bert into the mirror space, and then her figure disappeared. "Wow, I finally know what it means to be a boss today. We are so lucky to have such a guardian." Yvonne couldn't help whistling, and everyone nodded. Ancient One was really powerful and charismatic. No wonder the blood god respected her so much. "Okay, the beast is gone, let's get rid of these monsters as soon as possible to end this disaster," Frank shouted. At this time, he thought of something and asked, "Why didn't Iron Man come this time? I didn't see him being sent flying, and I always felt something was wrong." Frank's words made everyone burst into laughter, and Electro said, "He's cleaning up monsters in Los Angeles, and he doesn't have time to come here." Yvonne sneered, "It's better if that guy doesn't come. What else will he do besides dragging his feet? Who holds back who? That monster has not been eliminated, maybe I will have to deal with it later." Tony's voice came from a nearby speaker. He said, "The monsters in Los Angeles have been cleaned up. Whoever it is, open that unscientific portal." Everyone laughed, but no one paid any attention to him, focused on cleaning up the monsters, and Tony yelled in anger, "These bastards!" In the mirror space, Bert looked at the beast riddled with holes, and sneered, "It was a good fight just now, wasn't it?" Beast glanced at Bert contemptuously, and shouted to the sky, "Ancient One, what do you mean by sending a little doll to deal with me? To deal with you, this little doll is enough." Bert snorted coldly and turned into a ray of blood that rushed into Beast's body through the wound. Beast smiled disdainfully, controlling the blood in front of him and turning it into a vortex, waiting for Bert to throw himself into the trap. At this moment, Bert stopped suddenly, took out a small thing from his arms, and threw it in the blood. After doing this, Bert turned and ran back at the fastest speed, as if something terrible would happen soon. Before the beast could figure out what Bert was doing, the object he dropped before suddenly became bigger, and then the object exploded. White light filled the sky, and the entire mirror space was shaking violently. "Wow." Looking at the mushroom cloud rising in front of him, Bert couldn't help but whistle. He wanted to throw a nuclear bomb for a long time, and today he finally got his wish. That's right, what Bert threw into the beast's body was a nuclear bomb, which was kindly provided by SHIELD. The power of the nuclear bomb was huge, and most of the beast's body was annihilated on the spot, and the rest was torn apart and sputtered to the side. Ancient One, who was repairing the defense net, couldn't help but glance at the mirror space. "This brat is too fat, right? Actually, used a nuclear bomb in the mirror space? Good that this mirror space was arranged by Ancient One herself. If it was anyone else, it would have been collapsed by a nuclear bomb long ago. Blood God, I won't let you go." After being hit hard by this, Beast still didn't die, and the remaining flesh and blood roared wildly. Bert sneered, his body burned with raging fire. "It's not that you won't let me go, but I won't let you go." After finishing speaking, Bert set the flesh and blood of the beast on fire. Although Beast resisted with all his might, in his current state, he couldn't stop Bert's dragon fire at all. It didn't take long for the beast to be completely burned to death by Bert. His soul rose to the sky and roared at Bert, "Vampire, I curse you, and curse you to die." At this moment, a golden magic circle descended from the sky, wrapping the soul of the beast, and the beast roared, "Ancient One." Bert sneered, "What are you shouting? No one invited you to come to Earth. Since you dare to come, be prepared to die here." Ancient One nodded. Before being sealed, Beast used his last strength and shouted, "I was just passing by." Bert and Ancient One couldn't help laughing. The golden circle quickly shrank, turned into a golden stone, and fell to the ground, completely slammed into the street. Let's push the time back a little. In Mephisto's hell, a group of demons stared at Mephisto. Mephisto said angrily, "You want me to surrender to a human?" A demon squeezed his fist and made a crackling sound. Then, he said with a grim expression, "You have two choices, one is to submit now, and the other is to submit after being beaten by us, you choose." Another demon said, "Mephisto, choose quickly, beast won't last long. You bastards, I Mephisto, will be afraid of you." Mephisto yelled, and when everyone thought he was going to strike, he suddenly took out a soul crystal and said, "Take it, I don't care about you as much." There were boos all around. Mephisto was thick-skinned, and pretended he didn't hear it. He gritted his teeth and looked at the void, shouting, "Doom, next time, we will have some fun." Doom snorted coldly, and said to the demons, "Check, is that my mother's soul?" "It is indeed your mother's soul." A demon checked the soul crystal and said, "Doom, as long as you continue to bombard the New York Sanctum, we will give you the soul crystal immediately." "I can't trust you." Doom said, "You give me back my mother's soul first, and I can swear that if I don't continue to bombard the New York Sanctum by then, I will be forever in hell." In front of so many demons, he promised, "This oath will take effect." The demons looked at each other and sent the soul crystal to the earth dimension. The soul crystal is very small and will not be intercepted. Doom got the soul crystal and looked at his sleeping mother Cynthia inside. At this time, the demons urged impatiently, "Doom, change your target quickly." "Okay." Doom didn't talk much, cancelled the magic circle, and the beam of light continued to blast towards the New York Sanctum. But what angered all the demons was that the beam of light became extremely small, and it was estimated that it could only hit mosquitoes. The demons were furious. "Doom, are you kidding us? It's none of my business, the cosmic storm has stopped, and the energy in the instrument has run out." Doom said lightly, "What a joke, if he shattered the defense net, he will be the first one to die. Mephisto and the demons would never let him go." "Doom, we won't let you go." The demons roared furiously. It was nothing for the plan to be unsuccessful. It wasn't the first time, but they couldn't accept being played by Doom. There is no doubt that Doom will be the man who will be paid full attention to by the demons. Doom smiled disdainfully. The demons, it was nothing more than that. He, Doom, was the most powerful. At this moment, a phantom appeared behind Doom out of thin air. Then, the phantom stabbed the dagger in his hand into Doom's back. The hard armor was as weak as paper in front of the dagger. Doom screamed. He turned his head slowly, and found that it was Cynthia, his mother, who stabbed him. "How so?" Doom slowly fell to the ground with resentment and unwillingness. Cynthia suddenly woke up, screamed, and threw the dagger in her hand to support Doom, but her hand slid past Doom. "Ha ha ha." When Doom fell to the ground, Mephisto's laughter sounded. "Doom, is it fun to be killed by your mother? By the way, your mother was controlled before, but she will not forgive herself. Next, she will suffer for the rest of her life." Mephisto, well done. The demons also saw this scene, and they all laughed. Mephisto deserves to be the most cunning demon king in hell. It wasn't easy, and he did tricks in Cynthia's soul in advance. Mephisto sneered. "A mere mortal dared to plot against the demons, who gave you the courage." Doom smiled bitterly. He wanted to raise his hand to touch his mother's face, but just halfway up, his hand fell weakly. Cynthia was crying, and her heart was full of despair and remorse. Mephisto's figure appeared on the space station. He was about to take away the souls of the two of them. At this moment, a portal appeared out of thin air, and then, Bert, who was wearing battle armor, came out. When Bert saw Mephisto, he yelled, "Mephisto, why is it you again? You think I want to come?" Mephisto moved towards Cynthia at top speed, but a spear slashed him, splitting him in half. "Blood god, we're not finished." Mephisto cursed at Bert, and his body quickly dissipated. "One day, I will go to hell, to find you to settle accounts." Bert snorted coldly, then he walked to Doom and said to Cynthia, "I can save him, but he will become a vampire, are you willing?" Cynthia hesitated for a while, and at this moment, Ancient One's voice suddenly sounded. "He has a curse on him, only the heart-shaped herb can save him." Bert took off Doom's helmet and fed the precious heart-shaped herb into his mouth. Doom's aura that was about to disappear immediately became stable, but his injuries were still serious. Ancient One instructed, "Bring Doom and the others back. By the way, bring back that dagger too. It is a cursed dagger. It is very dangerous." Bert looked at the Fantastic Four on the ground and asked, "Do you want these four too?" Ancient One smiled and said, "These four, I think it's better to send them to the hospital." "That's true." Bert smiled, picked up the dagger, and said to Cynthia, "Do you know Ancient One? She is the only one who can save your son." Cynthia said gratefully, "I know, thank you, and thank you Ancient One." "You're welcome." Bert shrugged, picked up Doom, and left the space station through the portal, followed by Cynthia. Opposite the portal was not the embassy, but the mirror space, where Ancient One and Wong are waiting for him. Ancient One motioned to Wong to take Doom, and then smiled at Bert. "Blood god, we meet again." Bert handed the dagger and Doom to Wong, then bowed respectfully to Ancient One and asked, "Should I call you Master or Ancient One?" Wong on the side was shocked. Ancient One smiled and said, "It's not the time yet. By the way, these two are for you?" Saying that, Ancient One handed 2 crystals to Bert. One of them seemed to be made of fresh blood. It was the purified blood of the beast, that is, the blood of the demon, which could greatly increase Bert's strength. The other crystal is a soul crystal, and there is a woman's figure in it. Bert took the crystal and asked, "Is this Electra's soul?" "Yes, Electra's soul was in the beast's soul, and I just stripped her out." Ancient One nodded, and she said, "This crystal is made with the power of the beast. Before it is exhausted, Electra will always be resurrected." Bert shook his head. I think it's better to send her on the road. She's not worth much. She used to be of little value, but now it's different. Ancient One smiled and then said, Blood God, keep working hard. This world is more dangerous than you think. Bert looked at Ancient One and asked at a super fast speed, next, do you plan to send me out of the mirror space so that I won't have the opportunity to ask questions? Ancient One, who had just raised her hand, was a little embarrassed, then she waved her hand and drove Bert out of the mirror space. I knew it, you masters, can you be less tricky? Bert complained angrily. Yvonne and the others gathered around and asked, Bert, has that demon been wiped out? Just now, all the monsters suddenly disappeared, and even the sky became bright again. Yes, the beast of the hand has been resolved. Bert nodded and said, I'll deal with the rest. You go to the city to save people. New York is a crappy place. It's really easy to invite disaster. That's right. Everyone said in unison. Bert shook his head and rushed to the embassy. Inside the Wakanda embassy, the mass on the ground had disappeared. Bert looked at the shadow in the corner and said, Come out, I know you are there. Blood God. With a voice full of hatred, Elektra came over. Bert looked at her up and down, and asked in surprise, You succeeded in fusion. Yes, I succeeded in fusion. After dying more than 1,000 times, I succeeded in fusion. This is all thanks to you, and I will repay you. Elektra gritted her teeth and shouted, and then, her body began to swell and deform. In just a few seconds, she changed from a beautiful woman to a humanoid lizard dragon more than 4 meters tall. That's right, a human-shaped lizard dragon. She has a dragon head and dragon wings, but her body is similar to a lizard, and there is a tail behind her. Looking at it, she looks a bit like a green half-dragon. Is this the mixed effect of human enhancement serum, Hulk serum, lizard serum, and hope serum? Bert was amazed. In this world, only Elektra can succeed. Except for her, no one can be resurrected so many times. Elektra waved her hand casually, and the pillar was easily swept away like tofu. Then, she roared at Bert, Blood God, I want you to die. After roaring, Elektra rushed towards Bert with all her strength. Every step made a big hole in the ground. Bert slowly took out the soul crystal and said, Change back. Elektra immediately transformed back into a human form uncontrollably. She looked at the soul crystal and shouted in disbelief, How come my soul is in your hands? Because your god has been killed by me. Bert said with a smile, Kneel. Although Elektra was unwilling, she could only kneel obediently, and she shouted in disbelief, This is impossible, the beast is invincible, how could it die by your hands? If he is invincible, what is Ancient One? Bert sneered disdainfully. He said, I will be your master from now on, do you hear me? Elektra lowered her head unwillingly and said, Yes, master. Bert thought of something and asked, Can you fly? Elektra replied, It should be possible. Very good. Bert narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the dragon head and dragon wings. The owner of that alien blood that made hope serum should be a lizard dragon. Bert thought to himself, Mandarin raised an alien dragon? Interesting. After I finish dealing with the Hydra, I will have a good chat with him. The battle against the demons came to an end, the demons were defeated and returned, and the beast fell on Earth, which was enough to keep them honest for a while. Ancient One may have become weaker, but she can still protect the Earth, the whole thing. It is obvious that Ancient One is setting up the game. This time, monsters appeared all over the world, and the loss was not small. There were parades in many countries, demanding an explanation from the government. New York is naturally the same. This is not the first time. Is there any end? In a sense, what happened this time is more terrifying than the last time with aliens, because many people are out of control, and the people are eager to know the truth. Are those monsters aliens or demons? The American government was very troubled at this time. To avoid the impact of the scientific system, it took them several days to finally come up with an explanation. It was the same aliens who invaded the Earth last time. They were unwilling to yield after their last defeat. They used the space station and the cosmic storm to open the quantum portal and transmit a huge biochemical beast to the Earth. This biochemical beast contains a special virus, and it used the virus to control New Yorkers. Fortunately, the superheroes joined forces to kill the biochemical beast. As for why major cities are attacked, it is because aliens want to attract the attention of humans, lest humans discover their plots. In short, everything is done by aliens. As soon as this explanation came out, there was an uproar around the world. Do you think we're stupid? Bullshit biochemical virus. If it were a virus, New York City would have been blocked long ago. The dissatisfied people joined the protest one after another, and the momentum was even greater than before. Officials turned a deaf ear to these protests. Whether you believe it or not, we already gave an explanation. If the beast knows that it has become a biochemical beast, it will come back to life, and then die of anger. Bert looked at the nonsense press spokesman and couldn't help shaking his head. At this time, Lilith said, Blood God, someone applied to the New York City government to establish a dragon god cult, and many people responded. Everyone is not stupid. The resurgence of faith is inevitable, and the Vatican is probably going to die of joy. Bert thought for a while and said, the Oscorp will lead the dragon god cult. But that's all. I have no interest in becoming a god. Lilith asked, isn't it good to be a god? Many people want to be gods. What's the difference between me and God now? Bert shrugged. At this time, President Ellis called. He expressed his thanks first, and then asked, Blood God, will this kind of thing continue to happen? In the short term, probably not anymore. Bert said, no one can say for sure in the long run. United States is really full of disasters. President Ellis sighed, and then said tentatively, by the way, Blood God, this time nothing serious happened thanks to Camartage. I want to thank them in person. They're not worldly people and don't care about worldly things. Bert said, President Ellis, it's better not to disturb them as much as possible. It's a pity. President Ellis smiled and hung up the phone. Bert shook his head, and human beings began to be dishonest again. If I guessed correctly, Project Insight will start soon. At this moment, a figure emerged from the dark corner, and Bert said angrily, can't you come through the gate? Why do you have to sneak in? Electra, who was carrying a large bag, said, I'm an assassin. Where have you seen an assassin walk through the door? Bert said, Mercury, the first assassin of the vampire clan, walks through the gate of Oscorp building every day. Electra was speechless. She threw the big bag in her hand on Bert's table and said, this is the dark hold you want. Besides, I have killed all those monsters, and there is no one left. Bert didn't answer, because his attention was all drawn to the package. He untied the package as quickly as possible, and then touched the cold cover of the dark hold with a fascinating face as if he had finally found his home. Vampires are born from the dark hold. Should I open it and take a look? Bert hesitated. At this moment, the words on the cover of the dark hold suddenly lit up with a faint light, and Bert seemed to hear someone calling him to open the book. Open it, and you can become a god, and you can have everything you want. This voice, like the whisper of a devil, made Bert touch the corner of the dark hold. At this moment, he suddenly woke up, snorted coldly, and slapped the dark hold away with his palm. Bert let out a breath and said, Lilith, bring the instrument and seal the dark hold. Really? Lilith and Electra were a little surprised. Bert leaned back on the chair and said, how many of those who owned the dark hold will end well? Even Doom almost died. Lilith shook her head, took out the vibranium instrument, and sealed the dark hold with it. It's a waste. Electra said, Master, can you give me some vibranium? I want to make a dagger. Bert asked, a little. Electra hurriedly said, a little is enough. Bert waved, you are my bodyguard. How can a little bit be enough? I'll give you 10 kilograms of vibranium, and you can make it yourself. 10 kilograms. Electra was stunned. This is hundreds of millions of dollars. More importantly, there is no place to buy vibranium, even if you have this much money. This new master is arrogant. What will happen if I were to tell you that I am the king of Wakanda? Bert smiled slightly, took out the phone, and called Wong, and soon, a portal appeared. Wong looked at the book wrapped in vibranium on the table, and asked in amazement, is this the dark hold? Yes, you helped me give it to Ancient One. Bert said, by the way, Wong, how is the reconstruction of the New York Sanctum? Do you need my help? No, it's almost done. Wong picked up the dark hold and said, building a house with magic is very fast. The real trouble is rebuilding the magic circle, which requires a lot of time and effort. I can't help you with that? Bert asked, by the way, how is Doom? Speaking of this, Wong's expression was a little weird, and he said, Doom has been accepted as an apprentice by Ancient One. What? Bert was stunned. Dr. Doom takes Ancient One as his teacher. The plot change is too great, isn't it? There are also many people who can't accept this at Camartage. After all, the New York Sanctum was blown up by Doom. Wong sighed, however, no one can change Sorcerer Supreme's decision. Master must have her ideas. Bert shook his head and said, Wong, I will visit you when I have time. Welcome, I will treat you well then. Wong nodded and left through the portal. Doom became a disciple of the Ancient One. What about Doctor Strange? Bert touched his chin, and at this moment, James called and said, Blood God, Stephen Strange, who we are focusing on, had a car accident. He was seriously injured and his hands were destroyed. Bert became more and more astonished. Isn't this a coincidence? As soon as I thought of Doctor Strange, he had an accident, and the timing of the car accident was many years earlier than in the movie. Bert thought for a while, then explained, keep observing him, don't worry about the rest. At SHIELD headquarters, Alexander Pierce, in a meeting with the 5 members of the World Security Council, Congressman Malik praised, SHIELD has done a good job this time, saving many cities. This is what we are supposed to do. Pierce said humbly, members of the board, it is far from enough to remedy the incident. We should prevent it from happening in advance. I implore you to allocate enough funds to restart Project Insight. A director asked, can your helicarriers stop the extraterritorial demons? This is not possible, but we can't always rely on Blood God and Camartage, right? Pierce said, we know almost nothing about Camartage, and the Blood God, he is a vampire after all. Your argument sounds familiar. A female director sneered, I remember, Nick Fury talks like this in every meeting. That Nick Fury who stole 2/3 of our money. Another one said, has he not been shot yet? Compared to the Blood God, I think he is less trustworthy. Pierce's face was a little ugly. These people were referring to him and scolding Fury. It seemed that the rumors were true, and they wanted him to step down as well. 2/3 of the funds have been embezzled, and just firing the director is not enough to quell the anger of the council. Seeing this, Congressman Malik hurriedly made a round, let's try to build an helicarrier first, at least it can deal with ordinary monsters. The directors looked at each other and nodded, yes, but we will send commissioners to monitor the use of funds. Pierce took a deep breath and said, okay. Then, except for Congressman Malik, all the other directors were offline. Pierce turned on the anti-listening system and asked, "Are you going to dismiss me? I will try to delay it as much as possible, about half a year." Malik said, "It's not that I'm not helping you, but you and Nick Fury were greedy. Who would have thought Nick Fury would be this greedy? I thought I was the only one." Pierce was also helpless. He said, "One helicarrier is not enough, at least 3. You help me cover, I will pay to build it myself. Anyway, more than half of it has been built." "Pierce, don't be in such a hurry, I think it's better to bring our god back first." Malik persuaded, "With the help of Wakanda, Oscorp will be able to make a spaceship in a few years. I'm running out of time, I'm going to finish the Insight plan before I'm fired." Pierce said firmly, as he was not interested in the so-called god at all. Hydra was also divided into factions. Malik sighed, "With the Blood God and Camartage, can Project Insight succeed? I have a way to deal with the Blood God. As for Camartage, they don't care who rules this world." Pierce said, "Rest assured, I will work with the Oscorp. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. I'll give you a cover, but you can handle the funds yourself." Malik left a sentence and went offline. Pierce snorted, picked up the phone, and called Baron Strucker, another big boss of Hydra. "After Project Insight starts, I will give you the scepter, but you have to provide me some money first." "Not now, Hill is watching very closely, and can only give it to you after the plan is completed." "Don't worry, I told you, and I will give it to you." After getting the answer, Pierce nodded with satisfaction, and then he started to contact others. "Baroness, I want to borrow some money from you. When I succeed, I will pay you back tenfold." "Banker, I have a lucrative investment." "Chief, my plan is about to start. You can become the ruler of this world with just a little money." Pierce dropped the phone after a full hour of phone calls. In addition to fatigue, there was a deep joy on his face. He got enough money. When the Project Insight begins, the world will receive its greatest gift, Order, the Order of the Hydra. Pierce looked frantic. He thought about it and went to the secret base, where the bald Dr. Lizard was admiring his masterpiece in front of the cultivation tank, and he succeeded, just like before. That's right, Dr. Lizard got mixed up with Hydra, which is why SHIELD and the police haven't been able to find him. "Doctor, we don't have much time." Pierce asked Dr. Lizard, "Have you finished your research?" "Most of it is done." Dr. Lizard said, "Only this one is in front of me. It's still a little short. However, I have solved the most difficult part. In another month, I will be able to complete him." "That's great." Pierce was overjoyed. He looked at the figure in the cultivation tank and couldn't help asking, "Can your research deal with the Blood God?" "Of course, it can, otherwise what do I study them for?" Dr. Lizard said angrily, "I have prepared 2 trump cards for the Blood God, each of which is enough to kill him." Thinking of something, Dr. Lizard added, "The premise is that he can't be in New York. I can't think of a way to solve that dragon." "That's good, don't worry, we will transfer the Blood God out of New York by then." Pierce nodded with satisfaction. Without the Blood God, who else can stop the Hydra from ruling the world? A week later, Spider-Man, who was patrolling in Brooklyn, suddenly received a communication from the police. "Spider-Man, there is a stone man on Cranberry Street. We need your help." "Come on, stone man, is this an adjective?" Spider-Man immediately swung towards Cranberry Street. When he arrived at the scene of the incident, he was stunned, because the troublemaker was really a stone man. The whole body was composed of stones, wearing pants and a cape. The stone man was shouting something under a house at the moment, and Spider-Man stepped forward and asked loudly, "Hey, buddy, are you an earthling or an alien? Go away, it's none of your business." The stone man turned his head and scolded in dissatisfaction. Spider-Man said, "This is not good. You broke the ground and scared the people around you. I hope you can go to the police station with me." At this moment, on the balcony of the apartment, a woman ran out and shouted in horror, "Spider-Man, save me, I don't know the monster below." The stone man hurriedly shouted, "My dear, I'm Ben, don't you know me? I'm your fiancé, Ben." The woman scolded, "You are a monster, get out of here quickly." The stone man was sad and angry and wanted to rush into the house to explain to his fiancé, but Spider-Man hurriedly shot a spider web to trap him. "Get out of here." Spider-Man's blocking him made the stone man more furious. He tore open the spider web with all his might, then turned around and rushed towards Spider-Man, and one after another dents appeared on the concrete floor. "Dude, you are so strong." Spider-Man whistled, and a piece of spider web shot into Stone Man's chest, and then pulled hard. The Stone Man lost his balance and fell to the ground with a bang. "Spider-Man, great." Seeing that Spider-Man defeated the Stone Man, the citizens next to him cheered. "It's not over yet, stay away." Spider-Man hurriedly waved to the crowd, signaling them not to approach. Then, he said to the stone man who got up, "Dude, I don't want to hurt you, stop and follow me to the police station." "But I want to hurt you." The stone man grabbed the signboard next to him and smashed it hard at Spider-Man. Spider-Man jumped away and then shot a spider web toward Stone Man's face. While the stone man was busy pulling the spider web off, he shot a large web at the stone man again, and then quickly circled to the other side, knocking him out. Tied him up firmly from top to bottom. Spider-Man pretended to wipe his sweat and said, "Wow, it's almost done now." While struggling, the stone man cursed, "You little bastard. Don't be rude, there are children around." Spider-Man shouted, and at this moment, a flame suddenly fell on the stone man, burning his clothes and spider web. It was Human Torch, Johnny Storm, who came, and he shouted to the stone man very frivolously, "Big man, I'm here to save you." The stone man, that is, Ben, threw away the burning windbreaker and shouted dissatisfiedly, "Why did you burn me? It doesn't matter anyway, stones can't be burned." Johnny shrugged. "Also, I'm here to take you back," Reed said. "We can't leave the hospital for the time being. Did you take the opportunity to run out?" Ben shouted in dissatisfaction, and at this time, Spider-Man said, "This friend who looks like Captain America, this stone man destroyed public property. I will take him back to the police station." "It's you? Spider-Man, I've long wanted to meet you." Johnny smiled, his hands lit up with dazzling flames, and then he threw it hard, and 2 flames flew towards Spider-Man at the same time. "I hate fire." Spider-Man hurriedly avoided it, and the flames hit the big tree behind. Spider-Man looked back and said, "Friend, you're going to lose money. You better take care of yourself first." Johnny kept smashing fireballs to attack, Spider-Man flexibly dodged, and then a spider web shot toward Johnny. Johnny laughed, his body was burning with a raging fire, the spider web was immediately burned, and Spider-Man blinked with a headache. How to deal with this? "Haha, I'm invincible." Johnny laughed and threw a fireball at Spider-Man again. At this moment, a metal human came in front of Spider-Man and blocked it, absorbing all the flames. "My friend, Carl, here you are," Spider-Man said happily. The person who came was the absorbing man, Carl Creel, who used URU metal to become a metal man. "Spider-Man, when will you stop your habit of calling everyone your friend? Isn't that why Electro hates you?" Absorbing man shook his head, strode towards the Human Torch, and the Human Torch roared, firing flames at the absorbing man one after another, but they were all swallowed by him. "Your fire is much worse than that of the Sin Busters." Absorbing man shook his head, walked toward Human Torch, and raised his fist to stun him. Just at this moment, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed his wrist. Absorbing man turned his head and saw an arm several meters long. He asked the middle-aged man opposite in shock, "Are you mutated?" "My body became rubber," Reed said. Absorbing man, "It's just a misunderstanding, I can explain it. Go to the police station and explain that you have committed a crime by setting fire to a lot of trees and trash cans." Absorbing man used these righteous words, as he's familiar with them because others have said this to him before. "You want to arrest me? I don't believe you can't be burned to death." Human Torch was furious and was about to throw more fire, but Absorbing man kicked him away. Then, he pulled hard, and Reed flew towards him involuntarily. "That's not good." Reed's body instantly softened, entangling the absorbing man like rubber. Absorbing man shouted angrily, and the whole body burned with fire, the flame that was absorbed before. Reed was burned and hurriedly backed away, and the absorbing man was about to pursue him when the stone man rushed over and knocked him away, sending him flying. Spider-Man immediately fired web at the stone man, and the Human Torch immediately threw flames at him. At this moment, a gust of wind blew, and the flames were blown away. Then, Wind Demon appeared in front of everyone in the form of a gust of wind. "It's very lively here." Power Man and Jessica also appeared here. It was the police who asked for help. Spider-Man shouted, "Hey, stone thing, pyro guy, rubber guy, it's not too late for you to surrender." "I will not surrender." The flames of the Human Torch soared. He was furious and attacked the Wind Demon, and the Wind Demon turned into a gust of wind, either avoiding or scattering away the flames. "I'll do it." The absorbing man got up and prepared to deal with the Human Torch. Reed entangled him again, and the absorbing man said angrily, "Do you know that your move is disgusting? I'm not interested in men." Reed shouted, "I'm not interested either, but it's just a misunderstanding. You let us go, we're not bad people." "What's the matter? Go to the police station and explain." Absorbing man sneered. He thought for a while, turned himself into a rubber body, then stretched his arms and hit Reed on the head. Reed immediately counterattacked, and the 2 rubber men entangled and fought. Stone Man was about to go to help Reed when a row of bullets hit him suddenly. Jessica controlled the glider to shoot. Seeing that the Stone Man was completely unharmed, she whistled and said, "Your body is quite sturdy. You want to kill me?" Stone Man was furious, and rushed towards Jessica with a rumble. Power Man blocked him and was directly got hit by the Stone Man. Seeing this, Jessica immediately jumped down to help Power Man. Spider-Man wanted to help Power Man and the others but was stopped by Susan Storm. Susan shouted, "Spider-Man, this is just a misunderstanding, let us go." "I'm sorry, you have already committed the crime, and I must arrest you." Spider-Man shook his head, the surroundings were damaged like this, how could it be possible for them to leave? "Then I have no choice." Susan sighed and started to undress. Spider-Man was stunned. "What's the situation? Why do you want to undress?" At this moment, Susan suddenly disappeared, leaving only a few clothes floating in the air. Then, Susan took off all the remaining clothes and disappeared completely. "Ah, invisibility? Does this ability require you to take off your clothes?" Spider-Man was stunned. At this moment, he sensed something and jumped to the side. Susan kicked in the air. "Ma'am, it's not good for you to fight without clothes on." Spider-Man scratched his head. He didn't want to fight a naked woman, even if he couldn't see her. "It's okay, no one can see it anyway," Susan said proudly, and at the same time launched attacks on Spider-Man one after another. Spider-Man did not dare to fight back at all and kept dodging in embarrassment. Susan couldn't help laughing. This Spider-Man is just a child. At this moment, Susan's invisibility suddenly failed, and a beautiful lady without clothes appeared in front of everyone. Spider-Man quickly covered his eyes. Wow, what a great figure. Power Man blew a whistle, and the crowd took out their mobile phones one after another. Susan was embarrassed and vanished again, clutching her body. Everyone was disappointed and continued to watch the fight. At this moment, the Sin Buster flew over and shouted, "Enough, stop immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Seeing the Sin Buster, Reed's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Wait, I know Mr. Wong, we are not bad people." Huh. Damon turned his head to look at Reed. He was taken aback by Reed's current situation. Reed and the Absorbing Man were tightly intertwined like two rubber bands. It looked so weird. "Your style is unique." Damon shook his head. He called Bert and explained the current situation. Bert said, "Project me?" "Okay." Damon nodded and Bert's holographic projection appeared. "Reed, Carl, what are you guys doing?" Bert looked at Reed and Carl, who were entangled together, a little speechless. "This is too philosophical, right?" Both Reed and Absorbing Man were a little embarrassed, and the two wanted to change back, but couldn't be separated because they were so wrapped up with each other. Susan shouted, "Mr. Wong, we don't want to cause trouble, we will go back to the hospital obediently." Bert didn't see Susan, knowing she was invisible, shook his head, and said, "This is not good, you have to go to the police station after causing such a big incident." "Well, you go back to the police station with Sin Buster first, and I'll bail you out later." "Why?" Johnny roared, and Bert said to Damon, "Knock that kid out, he probably caused this incident." "Just you? I'm invincible." Johnny shouted arrogantly. Damon waved the chain expressionlessly, and with a bang, Johnny was smashed and flew out and fainted on the ground. Then, the flames on his body went out, revealing a naked body, and the crowd picked up their mobile phones again. Today, they first saw a beautiful naked woman, and now a strong naked man. "Johnny," Susan shouted worriedly, and Damon said, "Don't worry, I held back. You three surrender without causing more problems. In your case, Mr. Wong guarantees you, so as long as you pay for the loss, you can come out immediately." Reed hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Okay, we'll go back with you." "Very good." Bert nodded with satisfaction, and said to Damon, "Look after them, they are not bad people." Damon nodded, "Understood." Then, Bert disappeared, and Ben sighed, patted his head angrily, and said, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I've hurt you all." Reed smiled bitterly, "Ben, it's me who implicated you. If I hadn't asked you to go to the space station with me, you wouldn't be like this at all. When you come to the police station, you will have plenty of time to talk." Damon came over. He looked at Reed and Carl, and said with a headache, "How are you going to separate? You can't be carried into the police station like this, right? Forcibly separate us, the rubber physique will not be easily injured." Reed shouted. Damon thought for a while and asked Power Man to help. Reed's posture with Absorbing Man was so bad that he was afraid of having nightmares at night. Seeing that the matter was over, the invisible woman hurried over to get dressed. Spider-Man saw the clothes floating one by one, couldn't help but remember the previous picture, and quickly covered his nose. Susan came over, and glared at Spider-Man, then picked up a piece of cloth from the side and covered Johnny. Spider-Man was greatly embarrassed and quickly went to put out the fire with Jessica. After a while, the firemen came, and several people joined forces to extinguish all the flames. Then, Damon took the four back to the police station. The whole thing was over. Although the New Yorkers were curious, they didn't care much. After all, there are too many such things in New York. In the experimental base, Bert put down the phone and turned his eyes to the ruins below. That's right, the ruins, that were forcibly beaten by two monsters. These two ferocious monsters, the humanoid lizard dragon Elektra and the Hulk, attacked each other frantically, and wherever they passed, whether it was trees or buildings, they all collapsed. Elektra has completely mastered her power. Her current level is comparable to the Hulk, who is not completely angry. Betty held a tablet recording various information and said to Bert, "However, Elektra has limited potential, and Hulk has unlimited potential, and his power has been slowly increasing. The Hulk is a growing kid." Bert smiled and said, "Betty, it seems that you are completely used to the existence of Hulk. It was scary at first, but I feel better now." Betty smiled, and at this moment, Elektra below threw Hulk heavily to the ground. The ground rumbled and vibrated. Elektra opened her mouth and bit Hulk's neck. Hulk slammed Elektra's head, almost knocked out all of her teeth. The two started to fight again, and Bert shouted, "This is the end for today, Elektra, Hulk, change back." Both of them roared at Bert in dissatisfaction at the same time, obviously wanting to continue fighting. Bert looked at them with a smile on his face, and the two of them felt a chill in their hearts. Elektra was naturally the red-clothed ninja, while Banner was sitting in the ruins wearing big pants. He looked at Elektra enviously and asked, "Where did you buy your clothes?" Elektra asked, "Why, do you want to wear women's clothes? There should be a men's model, right? Even if there isn't, it's better than it is now." Banner smiled bitterly, "It's better for you, being on the magic side, and you can change clothes at any time. Wait for a few days. I'll get you a suit." Bert smiled and said, "Banner, go back to rest with Betty first." "Okay." Banner got up and said, "Bert, I have an experiment to do recently. Try to delay the next test." Bert nodded, "No problem, we'll test it after you finish the experiment." When the two left, Bert asked Elektra, "Are you okay?" No, except that I'm not used to the new fighting style, everything else is good. Erica said, I am a top assassin. Rush in and kill all of them, leaving no one behind. They are also top assassins. Bert shrugged. At this moment, his phone rang again, and Damon called again. Bert, Tony Stark came to bail those 4 guys. Tony? This guy moves fast. Hearing Damon's words, Bert snorted and said, don't worry about him, I'll be there in a while. Okay. Damon put down the phone and said to Tony, if you want to bail Reed and the others, you must first compensate for the losses they caused. Small thing, I'll take care of it. Send the bill to Stark Industries. Tony said proudly, this is mere compensation. That's good. Damon didn't care either and took Tony to the cell to meet the 4 people. Tony waved to Reed in the cell and shouted, hey, Dr. Reed. Tony, I didn't expect to see you here. Reed smiled bitterly. He and Tony, as the top scientists, had known each other early on, but their friendship was not deep. Tony said, okay, let's go out and talk about it. I'll help you get your bail. Great. Reed was overjoyed. He was about to agree. Susan grabbed him and said to Tony, Mr. Stark, we will wait for Mr. Wong to bail us out. Tony asked dissatisfiedly, why must he come to bail you? Reed looked at Susan in confusion. Susan sighed helplessly. Reed's IQ is high, but his EQ is very low, and that is the reason why she broke up with him in the first place. Mr. Stark is a busy person. He will not bail us for no reason. If I guess correctly, he is interested in our mutation ability. Susan explained, that is to say, he wants to win us over. Reed, if you go with him, you will betray Mr. Wong. Reed suddenly realized, that's it. Tony shouted, hey, you don't have to be so serious. You didn't sell yourself to Bert, right? I didn't, but Reed did. Susan said, without Mr. Wong, his company would soon go bankrupt. Tony, I'm sorry. Reed smiled bitterly. Mr. Wong was right, his career luck was a mess. It turned out to be a matter of money, trivial. Tony was about to use his banknote ability when he suddenly thought of something and asked, how much capital turnover does your company need? A few $100 million. Reed said, a few $100 million. Tony felt a big headache. If it was normal times, he wouldn't care. Now Stark Industries doesn't have that much spare money, and Pepper will never approve of it. Facing Susan's teasing eyes, Tony coughed and said, Reed can't leave, you guys should be able to, right? Only Mr. Wong knows where Doom is. I can't leave. Susan shook her head. As for Ben, he sat down dejectedly, not interested in paying attention to anything. Johnny, who was wearing a blanket, stood up and said, I'm leaving with you. I don't care who Mr. Wong is. I was careless, otherwise, I wouldn't have lost to the Sin Buster. Well said. Tony looked up and down at Johnny and asked, by the way, are you Steve's illegitimate child? Reed said, in terms of age, it should be an illegitimate grandson or even a great-grandson. Why does it have to be illegitimate? Johnny said angrily, I have nothing to do with Captain America. I asked my grandma a long time ago. You asked. Tony was speechless. He glanced at Reed and the others and sighed secretly. It seems that he could only poach one. Bert's people are hard to dig, but it's better than nothing. Tony shrugged, went through the formalities, and left with Johnny. Susan wanted to stop him, but Johnny didn't listen at all. Before he got the power, he was very rebellious, and now he is even more rebellious. Not long after Tony left, Bert came with Ben's fiancée. Ben immediately jumped on the fence when he saw his fiancée, and his fiancée backed away in fright. Don't be afraid, he is Ben, your fiancé. Bert explained, the reason why he became like this is that he was radiated by the cosmic storm, but his heart has not changed. Ben hurriedly shouted, yes, my heart has not changed. Ben's fiancée shook her head repeatedly. She couldn't accept this kind of Ben. Bert sighed and said to the thing, Ben, you are here to chat with her. Remember, don't come out, or I will ask her to leave. Ben nodded, okay, I won't come out, I just want to talk with her. Reed, Susan, let's go. Bert waved to Reed and Susan and led them out of the prison. Reed said apologetically, Mr. Wong, I've caused you trouble. Small things. Bert said, but Reed, having superpowers does not mean that you have privileges. Even superheroes must obey the law. It's our fault. Reed smiled bitterly, and he said, we just got the ability, and it made us a little gloated. I don't blame you, if it wasn't for Johnny, it wouldn't be like this. Susan said, Mr. Wong, I'm sorry, Johnny followed Mr. Stark. It doesn't matter, everyone has the right to choose freely. Bert waved his hand indifferently. The current Johnny is feisty and vain, and is not qualified to be a superhero at all. Thank you, Mr. Wong. Susan breathed a sigh of relief. She thought of something and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Wong, where is Doom now? Hearing Susan mention Doom, Reed felt a little bitter in his heart. These 2 days, the two of them had a bit of a revival of old love, but Doom was always between them. At Camartage, wait, I'll make a call. Bert took out his mobile phone and called Wong, saying, Wong, can you give Doom the phone? Someone is looking for him. Okay, wait. Wong nodded, and after a while, Doom's low and weak voice came out, who is looking for me? Bert handed the phone to Susan, and Susan said, Doom, it's me, are you alright? Doom was silent for a while, and said, I'm fine. You are solely responsible for Von Doom Industries affairs. If you can't handle it, sell it. I will send the authorization letter via email. Doom, wait. Susan wanted to say something, but Doom hung up the phone directly. Susan wanted to dial again, but Bert took the phone and said, "Contact by email, there is an internet connection there." "Okay." Susan smiled wryly. She didn't care about Doom Industries, she just wanted to have a good talk with Doom. She found that she seemed to love Reed more, even though he had no emotional intelligence and was always annoying. Reed didn't know Susan's entanglement at all. He asked curiously, "Mr. Wong, what exactly is magic?" "It's a different kind of science." Bert smiled. At this moment, Ben's fiancée ran out with tears on her face. Bert looked at her back and sighed. The engagement ring on her hand is gone. It seems that she still couldn't accept the current Ben. It's really hard to accept. Reed smiled bitterly, and he said, "Mr. Wong, how do you plan to arrange us?" "I'm not going to arrange for you." Bert smiled and said, "Dr. Reed, I will lend you an interest-free loan. You can arrange yourself, but within 10 years, you must repay the money to me." Reed was stunned. This condition is not bad, but too good, so good that he can promise. "Don't be surprised, Dr. Reed, your wisdom is important to the world." Bert smiled and said, "To help you is to help the world." "Thank you, Mr. Wong." Reed was very grateful. At this time, he thought of something and asked suspiciously, "Mr. Wong, you didn't buy my company, are you worried that I will implicate you?" Ouch. Reed's scream was because Susan pinched him in his waist. Susan said to Bert, "Mr. Wong, if you have anything in the future, come to Reed, he will help you do it." Reed reacted and hurriedly said, "Mr. Wong, please come to me if you have anything." "Dr. Reed, you should concentrate on your research and leave the company to others." Bert shook his head. At this moment, heavy footsteps came from behind. Everyone turned their heads and saw Ben walking out with a gloomy face. Ben asked Reed, "Reed, can you change me back?" Reed solemnly promised, "I will do my best to help you change back." "Just do your best." Ben sighed, thought for a while, and said to Bert, "Mr. Wong, can I join your watchman company?" Bert asked, "Do you want to be a superhero?" "It's better to be a superhero than a monster." Ben smiled bitterly and said, "After becoming a superhero, she might change her mind." "The watchman company welcomes you?" Bert nodded with satisfaction and gained another hero. As for Reed, he owed him so much money, which was no different from his subordinates. Since Reed is here, the invisible woman Susan can't run away. At this point, the plot of Fantastic Four is over. Bert had a good harvest, God's Blood, Elektra, Fantastic 3, Superhero Overseas Action Right, and by the way, also put a nuclear bomb to play. Camartage. Doom looked at the half-metallic face in the mirror and clenched his fists hard. Doom had miscalculated earlier. That suit of armor didn't stop the cosmic storm, and he was mutated just like the Fantastic Four. Doom has two mutation abilities, one is to metallize his body, and the other is to control electric current. Doom's face, unable to return to its original state, has been maintained in a metallic state. That's why Doom didn't say much to Susan. "Mephisto, I will make you pay." Doom gritted his teeth, and then, he put on the mask, put on the armor, and went out to find the Ancient One. When the mages of Camartage saw Doom, they avoided him. Doom didn't care at all. Lions are loners, and only sheep are in groups. "Master." Doom saluted Ancient One respectfully, and then asked, "Has my mother's soul been reincarnated?" Ancient One nodded and asked, "Yes, don't you blame her for leaving you. She left because she knew that if she was still there, I would study forbidden spells to revive her." Doom shook his head and said, "Master, why did you accept me as your apprentice? My heart is inclined towards darkness, which is not in line with Camartage." Ancient One said, "Because this world needs your wisdom and ability, moreover, you and those demons will never die." "I understand." Doom nodded, and he said very frankly, "Master, I will try my best to maintain this world to repay your life-saving grace and teachings, but I will not follow the rules of Camartage. I, Doom, will only go my own way." Ancient One didn't care. She said, "It's okay, I won't interfere with you. After you learn, you can leave Camartage at any time." "Thank you, Master." Doom resigned respectfully. When he was going out, senior brother Mordo just walked in. Doom glanced at him and left without saying hello. Mordo was annoyed for a while. Why did Master accept this kind of person as her apprentice? "I always feel that Master has changed a lot." Mordo shook his head, and after he saluted Ancient One, he reported, "Master, the New York Sanctum has been rebuilt, but Master Daniel is a little dissatisfied with your decision of taking Doom as your disciple and is unwilling to serve as the New York Sanctum's guardian again. Then let him come back." Ancient One said, "Let Wong take over." Mordo frowned. "Master, Wong's qualifications are a little short, right? Besides, he is more suitable for the Hong Kong Sanctum." Ancient One said, "Don't worry, someone will help him." Mordo asked, "That blood god?" "Master, he's a vampire, and vampires are bad." Looking at the dead-hearted apprentice, Ancient One said, "Mordo, race cannot represent a person's quality." Mordo asked, "Do the demons also have good people?" Ancient One nodded, "Yes, New York's superhero Wind Demon." Mordo had a headache. God knows why demons are running to be superheroes. He said, "He must be in disguise." Mordo, a person's quality is not determined by his race and background, but by his actions. Ancient One said, "I treat the blood god favorably, not because I have a relationship with him, but because he has been saving the world." Mordo said stubbornly, "Vampires are vampires after all. Saving humans now doesn't mean they won't destroy them in the future." Mordo. Ancient One sighed helplessly, and she asked, "Do you have anything else to do?" Mordo said, yes, Caecilius wants to borrow the Darkhold. Ancient One blinked and said, apart from me, no one else can read the Darkhold, this is to protect you. I'll tell him your reply, but Caecilius seems to be very interested in that book. Mordo nodded and left. Ancient One sighed, there are some things that even she can't change, such as people's hearts. The troubled year of 2009 has finally passed, and the time has come for 2010. On this day, Bert rarely performed the duties of a master at home and taught little Hella homework. Hi, you answered this question wrong. Killing all the slaves who resisted is not the real solution to the problem. Bert said, where there is oppression, there is resistance, and cruel rule cannot last long. Someone dares to resist, it means that there are not enough deaths. As long as there are enough deaths, everyone will be obedient. Little Hella said dissatisfiedly, also, the reason why those empires collapsed was not because of cruel rule, but because of internal problems. An empire without vitality will have internal problems sooner or later. Bert was talking when suddenly, a colorful light fell from the sky and landed on the lawn of his house. Bert, here I come. Thor, the god of thunder, came out of the colorful light with a laugh. Bert looked at the burned grass and said angrily, can't you change the place? Tidying up the grass is troublesome, okay. Thor was a little embarrassed. He took out the tesseract and said, Bert, I will return your tesseract. This is good. Bert was overjoyed. He had been waiting for the tesseract for a long time. Without the tesseract, the space magic he had learned during this time would not be able to be used at all. Bert took the tesseract and said, Thor, stay for dinner, Jane is in the next state, and I will send someone to pick her up. Thor was a little moved, and then shook his head, no, I'm going back to suppress the rebellion, and I'll talk about it next time. Bert was surprised, it's not so short of time, is it? Odin's order, he won't let me stay too long. Thor shook his head, he was about to leave, when he heard the movement. Mindy trotted over with Lena. Mindy looked at the hammer in Thor's hand, and asked excitedly, is that the hammer of Thor? Can I pick it up? Little girl, you can't handle this hammer. Thor threw the hammer and smiled, this is Mjolnir, the hammer of the king, only the king of Asgard and the future king can hold it. In other words, I can become a king by picking up a hammer. Mindy's eyes brightened, and she said coquettishly, Brother Thor, let me try it. Thor laughed. He put the hammer on the table beside him and said, okay, let's give it a try. Mindy immediately grabbed the handle of the hammer, but no matter how hard she tried, the hammer would not move at all. Bert shook his head and asked Thor, Thor, the first thing you do when you wake up every day is check whether you can take the hammer or not, right? Thor was puzzled, why should I take the hammer as soon as I wake up? Bert asked, if you don't take it, how do you know that the hammer still recognizes you? I am Thor, the prince of Asgard, how could the hammer not recognize me? Thor said arrogantly, little girl, don't try, you can't take it. Broken hammer. Mindy, who was sweating all over, cursed. She felt that she couldn't make a fool of herself, and said to Lena, Lena, this hammer is good, you can use it to smash walnuts. Walnuts are delicious. Lena's eyes lit up when she heard the words, and she immediately walked toward the hammer. Thor smiled and said, little girl, this hammer is not for smashing walnuts, Thor was so shocked, almost cursed. Mjolnir was picked up by Lena, who brandished the hammer and shouted, smash the walnut, smash the walnut. Thor couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Did he see it wrong? The hammer was picked up by a little girl who wanted to smash walnuts? Mjolnir, where is your dignity? What about your pride? Bert and Mindy were also stunned, and Mindy said incredulously, Brother Thor, what's going on? Why can Lena pick up the hammer? Didn't you say that only the king and future king of Asgard can hold it? How can she do it? Hey, is Lena the illegitimate daughter of Odin? What? She's my sister. Thor was stunned. He didn't expect Odin to have an illegitimate daughter on Earth. Don't talk nonsense, Lena is not Asgardian. Bert glared at Mindy angrily, and he was also very puzzled, why Lena could hold Thor's hammer. Is it because of a pure heart? Thor reacted, and hurriedly came to Lena's side and asked, little girl, can you give me the hammer back? Lena shook her head, no, I'm going to smash walnuts with it. If you smashed walnuts, Mjolnir would cry. Thor became impatient and said, I'll buy you walnuts, and you give me back the hammer. Really? Lena was overjoyed, and immediately returned the hammer to Thor, saying, remember to buy me walnuts, I want 10 pounds. No problem, I'll buy you a ton. Taking the hammer back, Thor was overjoyed, and Bert was speechless. The dignified Mjolnir was only worth a carload of walnuts. Mindy scolded, stupid, if you become the queen of Asgard, you will have as many walnuts as you want. Lena asked, what is the queen of Asgard, can I eat it? Queen of Asgard. Little Hella on the side blinked, walked over, and asked, can I become the queen of Asgard by picking up a hammer? That was an accident just now. Thor didn't learn from his mistake. He put the hammer on the table again and said, only the king of Asgard can pick up this hammer. Really? Little Hella held the Mjolnir, and Thor said, of course it is true, you won't be able to pick it up, I will. Thor cursed for real this time because Mjolnir is picked up again. As little Hella picked up the Mjolnir, some images flashed through her mind. She subconsciously held Mjolnir high and shouted, I am the queen of Asgard. With little Hella's sudden shout, the sky suddenly darkened, giving people an ominous feeling. In Asgard, Odin stood up abruptly and looked at the earth in disbelief. What's the matter? Why does the breath of Hela appear on the earth? Odin immediately ordered, Heimdall, look at the earth immediately and look for Hela's breath. Yes, Alfather. Heimdall immediately looked at the earth but found that New York was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. The other places were not affected, and there was no breath of Hela. New York? It should be Ancient One who blocked it. Odin's face was extremely ugly. He thought for a while, summoned the crow Hugin, and let it go to the earth to check the seal. In the blood god manner, everyone looked at the little Hela under the black clouds, dumbfounded, and Mindy said angrily, Thor, what's going on? Why can Lena and Hai hold the hammer? I can't. Are you bullying me? How could I know? Thor is going crazy. You are the mighty hammer, Mjolnir. Can you not be so casual, and let everyone lift you? Looking at little Hela with fluttering black hair and obvious dark circles under her eyes, a thought suddenly popped into Bert's mind, and he was shocked. She looks a bit similar, but why did she turn into a child and come to my house? Could it be that I have a child with Hela in the future, and then the child came back through time to meet her father? Bert thought about it, but little Hela didn't care about anything. She waved the hammer excitedly and kept shouting, I am the Queen of Asgard, I am the Queen of Asgard. Thor hurriedly said, Little girl, there is something wrong with the hammer, you should return it to me first, it is very dangerous. Little Hela said dissatisfiedly, you said the hammer is yours, if you call, will it come to you? Yes. Thor laughed immediately after hearing this and opened his big hand towards the hammer. Under normal circumstances, the hammer would immediately fly back to his hand, but this time, the hammer didn't move. Your move is very interesting. Little Hela blinked, and suddenly threw the Mjolnir aside, then opened her hand, and the Mjolnir flew back into her hand with a whoosh. It's fun. Little Hela became very playful, kept throwing Thor's hammer out, and then took it back again. Thor was dumbfounded. He had a feeling of being cheated. His childhood sweetheart hammer ran away with others. Could this little girl be Odin's illegitimate daughter? Why am I thinking that again? Fuck, she's related to Hela. Bert swallowed and felt a pain in his head. He said to little Hela, Hi, stop playing, return the hammer to Thor, Mindy was joking with you, which country will rely on the hammer to determine the heir? That's right, if there is such a country, it will die sooner or later. Little Hela thought about it too, and threw Mjolnir to Thor, as if throwing a piece of garbage. Thor quickly caught it, fearing that it would be snatched away. As the hammer changed hands, the black clouds in the sky quickly dissipated. Bert looked up and narrowed his eyes. Bert, I'm going back first, and I'll see you when I'm free, Heimdall. Thor hurriedly shouted to the sky, if he stayed any longer, he would collapse. The colorful light flashed, and Thor disappeared. Although Heimdall couldn't see New York, he could still hear Thor's call. Bert looked at the scorched grass and pointed his middle finger to the sky. Lena also cursed at the sky, Bad man, where's the walnut you promised me? Mindy looked contemptuous, even Thor deceives children. Thor's reputation is completely stinky. Bert laughed dumbly. He looked at little Hela and said, Hi, go back and do your homework. Okay. Little Hela honestly went back to do her homework. She was still very interested in those histories, but she completely disagreed with those conclusions. What contradictions are not contradictory? The only reason for the collapse of those empires is that there are not enough deaths. Bert stepped aside, picked up the phone, and called Ancient One, Master, something has happened. First, you haven't officially apprenticed by me. Second, there is no major event on Earth. And third, I want to make tea. After finishing speaking, Ancient One directly hung up the phone. Bert rolled his eyes, and Ancient One was as concise as ever. Since Ancient One said it's fine, there shouldn't be a big problem. Bert thought about it and passed the photo of little Hela to the technical department so that they could analyze what little Hela would look like when she grew up. In Asgard, as soon as Thor came back, Heimdall and Odin were staring at him. He had the breath of Hela. Odin asked in a deep voice, Thor, where have you been, and who have you met? I met your illegitimate daughter. Thor said resentfully. Odin almost jumped up. How did Thor know about Hela? Wait, no, Hela is the eldest daughter, not some illegitimate daughter. Odin said dissatisfiedly, where did I get an illegitimate daughter? Thor said angrily, why not? There are two, Odin, I misread you, I want to expose you to my mother. Odin shot down directly, nonsense, tell me in detail what happened. When did I talk nonsense? Those two little girls who can pick up Mjolnir must be your illegitimate daughters. Thor recounted the matter dissatisfiedly. Odin and Heimdall looked at each other. Two little girls, what's going on? Heimdall asked, Alfather, are they your illegitimate daughters? Go away, where did I get illegitimate daughters? I only have one daughter in total. Odin stopped, and Thor shouted, Odin, you admitted it, you have an illegitimate daughter, I'm going to tell mother. Get out. Odin angrily smashed the brainless Thor into the air. At this time, Hugin flew back from the earth and reported, God King, the seal is fine, Hela is sleeping in the seal. Is there any problem with the seal? What the hell is going on? Hey, wait, the little girl with Hela's breath on her body. Odin suddenly thought of a possibility and said angrily, could it be that some bastard made my daughter pregnant? Heimdall reminded silently, Alfather, Hela has been sealed for thousands of years. That's true. Odin thought for a while, flew to Thor, and said, your friend has helped you a lot, invite him to Asgard as a guest. Those two little girls were both apprentices of the blood god, so if he invited him up to ask, wouldn't everything be clear? It's long overdue to invite them here. Thor heard the words and immediately forgot what happened before, and flew towards the Bifrost Bridge excitedly. Looking at the reckless Thor, Odin couldn't help shaking his head. To avoid repeating the mistakes of Hela, he never taught Thor the Emperor's art. Is this right or wrong? Odin sighed secretly. Hela, I am sorry. What, going to Asgard as a guest? Bert's complexion changed slightly. If it was before, he would definitely be willing to travel to Asgard, and maybe he could meet some alien beauties, but now, his brain is not broken. Hela is his apprentice, the analysis of the technical department has been completed, and when Hela grows up, she will look like the goddess of death. Hela. Thor, I've been busy lately, so I don't have time to go. Bert said, however, I will not let you down on your kindness. Well, I will send Yvonne and the others to go with you. Although Thor was a little disappointed, he still nodded. All right, I like Yvonne. He is not inferior to the warriors of Asgard in terms of drinking. Bert said, okay, I'll convene. Thor, you can talk to Jane and leave tomorrow. That's fine too. Thor's eyes lit up and immediately waved his hammer and flew away. After a while, he flew back and asked embarrassedly, where is Jane? Also, give me another phone, the last one was broken. Bert was speechless. With your IQ, it is not easy to live for thousands of years. After sending Thor away, Bert tweeted, Asgard Tour Group, led by Yvonne, will leave tomorrow, places are limited, sign up as soon as possible. Tony immediately tweeted, really? Count me in, but I want to be the leader. Go away, I'm the one leading the team. If you go over there like a sissy, you will only lose the face of the earth. Yvonne said, Bert, lend me your private jet, I'm going to Russia to buy the most authentic vodka. Trish said excitedly, I want to go, I want to go, I want to go. President Ellis also posted, Blood God, can this delegation add a government official? Hill was not far behind. Blood God, SHIELD wants to be involved. The next day, Blood God Manor. Thor, the god of thunder, who flew over with Jane, looked at the people in the manor with big bags and small bags, and asked in amazement, so many people. When they heard that they could go to Asgard, everyone flocked here. Bert smiled and said, Thor, besides being guests, they will help you suppress the rebellion together. That's right, Thor, let's drink and fight together. Yvonne laughed and said, I am the team leader this time. In addition to the war lizard, I also brought 30 unmanned armors, which will help you. Hulk will help too. Dr. Banner smiled and said, in addition to these two, others such as Punisher, Hell Sisters, Yinsen, Black Widow, Iron Fist, Danny, and Black Panther will also go. Thank you for your help. Thor was overjoyed, and others aside, War Lizard, Kingpin version, and Hulk are quite powerful, only a little worse than him. Bert glanced at Jane and asked, Thor, are you going to take Jane with you? Thor nodded, yes, she has always wanted to go to Asgard, and this time I happened to take her with me. Bert said, then you have to protect her and don't let her be bullied. Thor didn't understand what Bert meant, and said carelessly, don't worry, no one in Asgard will bully her. Maybe. Bert didn't say much, he said to everyone, okay everyone, take what you should take and prepare to go. Okay. Everyone nodded. In addition to superheroes, there was also special personnel from the government, the military, and SHIELD. Bert said to Stephanie Malik, Stephanie, don't be nervous, it's just like going on a trip. Stephanie nodded and said, I remember all the words you taught me. Bert nodded with satisfaction, excellent. When everyone was ready, Thor nodded to Bert and shouted, Heimdall. A colorful light fell, and everyone disappeared. Bert smiled at the remaining people. Today's events may be recorded in the history books. Probably. Pierce, who came here especially, asked Bert, Mr. Wong, can we not contact them? Bert shook his head and said, it's too far to get in touch. However, with Thor helping them, there won't be any problems. After 3 months, they will be back. That's good, when the time comes, we'll meet them together. Pierce said with a smile on his face, and thought, well, greet them with guns. That's for sure. Bert smiled. He knew exactly what Pierce was planning, because he attached a drop of blood to him, a long time ago, when he shook hands. As long as Bert and Pierce were not far away, he could receive the information from that drop of blood, so Bert knew that Pierce was planning for Project Insight and that Dr. Lizard was under his command. But Bert did not deal with them in advance. On the one hand, being too omniscient is not a good thing for him. Humans won't thank him, instead will be more vigilant against him. On the other hand, superheroes need to be upgraded. Bert doesn't want to fight the final boss, while the superheroes are still at the novice level. In addition, Bert also wanted to receive Dr. Lizard's research results. Free things are the most fragrant. After talking to Bert, Pierce walked over to Tony and said, Mr. Stark, I thought you would go with them. Believe me, no one wants to see Asgard more than I do. Tony sighed, he said, but I want to make money. There is a bastard who is desperately throwing money into the space station. He even threw hundreds of kilograms of vibranium into it. To have the same control as him, I can only throw money along with him. To be honest, I've never worked so hard to make money in my life. It's a pity that SHIELD has been short of money recently, otherwise they would invest together with you. Pierce sighed, not because of the space station, but because Tony didn't go with them. Iron Man was a huge threat to Project Insight. Tony looked disgusted, forget it. I heard that there was an agent strike recently. The agent went on strike. The agents were dissatisfied with Hill's removal of the travel allowance. Pierce sighed, nodded to Bert and Tony, and turned away. After Pierce left, Bert smiled at Tony. You're good at acting. I couldn't see that you want to kill him at all. In half a month, Project Insight will be launched. At that time, I will kill him with my own hands. Tony snorted and asked Bert, can Frank and the others come back on time? Yup. Bert nodded and said, Ivan's quantum communication has achieved a little success. Although it is not yet capable of sending voice and video, it is not a big problem to transmit a few words. Quantum communication. Tony was a little unhappy. He said, is the stuff that lunatic researched reliable? Won't go wrong at the critical moment, right? Although he works and drinks vodka every day, although his work style is extremely rough, and although his factory is on fire every 10.5 days, he should still be reliable. I guess. Bert shrugged and said, by the way, I'm going to be busy studying magic during this time. It's not a big deal. Don't look for me. I don't need you this time, I'll take care of Hydra myself. Tony said arrogantly, and Bert smiled and said, didn't you notice? Every time you talk like this, you end up getting slapped in the face. Tony's face twitched, and then he said, it's not this time. It sure looks like it will. Bert thought for a while, asked Lilith to take out a cloak from the room, and said, Pierce may attack you. This is Wakanda's energy cloak, you keep it. Tony's eyes brightened. Wakanda's energy cloak? Bert, can you even get this? Bert said, don't do research, this is the most basic respect. Also, this cloak costs $100 million US. Why are you looking at me like that? It's cheaper for you, and I won't sell it to others, even for $1 billion. 100 million is 100 million, you really are a vampire. Tony snorted coldly and took the cloak. He also knew that this cloak could not be bought with money. At this moment, Tony's cell phone rang, and it was Pepper. Tony, Steve's illegitimate son burned half the street to catch a robber. Come back quickly to solve this. God, the stock price is going up and down again. After speaking, Pepper didn't give Tony a chance to speak and hung up the phone, obviously quite angry. That guy is troublesome. Tony has a headache. No wonder Bert doesn't care about the Human Torch jumping ship at all. That guy is a problem child, and Stark Industries has lost a lot of money because of him in the past few months. I'll go first. Thanks for the cloak. Leaving a word of thanks, Tony left in a hurry, and Bert shook his head and went to the Cube Research Lab under the Blood God Manor. That's right, and there are two main researchers in the Cube Research Laboratory. One is an old acquaintance, Dr. Selvig, and the other is Dr. Reed. Mr. Wong, do you want to study the Tesseract? Dr. Selvig frowned and asked, the last time Shield studied it, it attracted Loki and the Chitauri. Don't worry, I'm here this time. Bert raised his hand, and a glowing iron box, which is the Tesseract's container, appeared out of thin air. I asked Ancient One to make a shell out of URU metal and vibranium. No one else can control the Tesseract except me. That's good. Dr. Selvig breathed a sigh of relief, and Dr. Reed asked excitedly, this is the Tesseract? I can't wait to start working on it. No hurry, let me declare in advance that the Tesseract will not be placed here in the future, it will always follow me. Bert said, that is to say, if you want to study, you must wait for me to come over. Dr. Reed frowned a little, but Dr. Selvig nodded. This is good and safe. I don't want to be controlled again. Bert said, let's talk about the goals first. There are two goals in the research of the Tesseract. One is a small goal and the other is a big goal. The small goal is very simple, which is to draw out the energy of Tesseract and make it usable. The big goal is the Bifrost Bridge. Both Dr. Selvig and Dr. Reed were stunned. Bifrost Bridge? Like in Asgard's Bifrost Bridge. Bert nodded. Yes, Asgard's Bifrost Bridge. Yvonne will quietly collect data on the Bifrost Bridge in Asgard. This is. Dr. Reed's eyes widened, and he asked, when can we start research? You can start now. During this time, I will stay here. Bert said. Bert had learned a lot about space magic before, and now that he has the Tesseract, it is natural to completely master this space magic. During the interval of research, Bert secretly found Dr. Reed and handed over a top-secret document of Shield. Captain Marvel, Project Pegasus, Lightspeed Engine. Reed asked in surprise, how can the Tesseract create such a superpower? The mysteries of the Tesseract are endless. Bert said, if we can crack the secret of the birth of Captain Marvel, then humans will no longer have to fear aliens. Reed thought for a while, then shook his head and said, it's not that easy. I don't have any information on the Lightspeed engine. First study how to strengthen the human body with the Tesseract. Bert said, I will help you find the experimenter. Reed hurriedly shook his head when he heard the words, Mr. Wong, I won't do anything that hurts the world. Neither do I. Bert said angrily, you will know someday, Reed. Everything is to protect the Earth. Reed hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said, okay, I will help with the research, but I can't guarantee anything. Very good. Bert nodded with satisfaction. If he can absorb the energy from Space Stone to strengthen himself, his strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Although he is already very strong, he doesn't mind being stronger. As for whether Reed can study it, let's put it this way. If Reed can't figure it out, then nobody else can, because Reed is the smartest human in Marvel. Bert spent so much time on Reed just for his wisdom. In Asgard, Odin looked at the group of Earthlings, and his brows jumped. He asked Thor to find the vampire, but the vampire did not come, but a group of other Earthlings came. What is this? Thor didn't notice Odin's dissatisfaction. He took Jane to Odin carelessly and introduced, Father, this is my girlfriend Jane. Girlfriend. Odin became angrier. How could an ordinary earth woman be worthy of the Prince of Asgard? However, now that there are so many people, Odin did not show his anger. He took a deep breath and said, "You entertain your friends first. By the way, which of them is more familiar with the blood god? I have something to ask." Seeing Odin ignore her completely, Jane was quite disappointed. She said, "Your Majesty Odin, Stephanie is the female companion of the blood god. If you have anything, you can ask her." Okay. Odin immediately sent someone to bring Stephanie over, and then took her to the palace to speak alone. Looking at Odin's back, Jane said bitterly, "It seems your father doesn't like me. He's just too busy." Thor said indifferently, "I will take you to see my mother, she will definitely like you." Okay. Jane sighed secretly, it seems that wanting to be with Thor is not that simple. In the palace, Odin asked Stephanie, "I heard that the blood god has 2 apprentices, is that true?" "He has 3 apprentices." Stephanie was a little nervous, but she said slowly, "They should be Mindy, Lena, and Hai." Odin asked, "Hai?" "Well, Hai, her origin is mysterious. Not only did she lose her memory, but she also appeared in the blood god's manner out of thin air." Stephanie said, "Also, she seems to be very interested in killing, always thinking that killing can settle everything. It's her." Odin sighed secretly, he was thinking about what to do. Stephanie said, "Bert has been teaching the history of the earth to her recently. He wants to teach her well, let her know that she can't rule a country only by the threat of death." Odin was stunned for a moment, and then asked urgently, "Can the blood god teach her well?" "I don't know either, but as a master, you can't watch your apprentice go down the wrong path and do nothing, right?" Stephanie said, "If you do it, you may or may not succeed, but if you don't do it, you will never succeed." Odin was silent. This is the case for being a master. As a father, does he want to kill his daughter? Let's give it a try, maybe he can teach her well. After a moment, Odin said, "Asgard welcomes you, and I will let Thor treat you well." "Thank you, God King." Stephanie breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know what was going on, the mission Bert had given should have been completed. After Stephanie left, Odin called the crow Hugin again, "You go to Earth to be little Hela's pet. If Hela shows signs of recovering her memory, report to me immediately." "Yes, God King." Hugin nodded, "Princess Hela liked me very much when she was a child, and she should take me as a pet." Thinking of Hela's childhood, Odin couldn't help sighing. Hela was naive and romantic, but he ruined everything to unify the 9 realms. Maybe this is an opportunity. "Can't you spare me some snacks?" At the police station, Tony came to pick up the Human Torch who had been detained for 3 days. Johnny said dissatisfiedly, "Why should I be detained for 3 days? I was catching criminals." Tony called his security supervisor, Happy, who immediately came over to help him push the reporters away. At this moment, a man rushed in front of them, pulling off his clothes, covered with grenades, and shouting hideously, "Iron Man, greetings from our lord." After the man finished speaking, he immediately pulled the pin on the grenade in his hand, and the reporters screamed and fled around. Human Torch wanted to rush up, but looking at those grenades, he hesitated. Fuck. Tony activated the watch on his hand, and the watch turned into a small Iron Man glove. Then, he aimed the glove at the man, and a repulsor cannon shot out. Bang, the man was sent flying, but he got up again immediately, and at the same time, a dazzling red light lit up on his body, like boiling magma. "Long live, Lord Mandarin." Accompanied by this fanatical shout, the man exploded with a bang, the whole street shook, countless glass shattered, and flames and black smoke were everywhere. After a while, the black smoke dissipated, and in the ruins, 2 people slowly got up, Johnny and Tony. Human Torch himself is immune to fire, and he escaped with Happy at the last minute, so the injury was not serious. As for Iron Man, he has the energy barrier cloak given by Bert on his body. He was not injured. Looking at the charred corpses on the ground, Tony and Johnny's expressions were extremely ugly. Johnny slapped himself in the face. If he didn't hesitate and handled the other party directly, many people wouldn't have died. At this moment, the Human Torch finally understood the responsibility of superheroes a little bit. "Damn it, wait, Happy." Tony slammed the wall angrily. At this moment, he thought of Happy and hurriedly looked around. Seeing this, Johnny hurried to find him together. He and Happy were swept away by the shockwave before, and soon, the 2 found the charred Happy. Fortunately, he did not die but was severely injured. "Mr. Stark, I'll take him to the hospital right away," Johnny said immediately, and Tony nodded. "Okay, go to Oscorp Hospital, it is the best in New York. I will stay here to deal with the aftermath." "Okay, Mr. Stark." Human Torch immediately flew away with Happy, and to avoid burning Happy, he did not cover his arms with flames. After the Human Torch left, Tony sat in the ruins, used his mobile phone to find information about the Mandarin, and found that he was a terrorist in the Middle East. Mandarin, doesn't this name sound familiar? Tony thought for a while, called Bert, and before Bert complained, he asked, "Do you remember Mandarin?" "Mandarin." Bert was stunned, he said, "I remember, it was the 10 Rings gang boss, Mandarin, who kidnapped you at the beginning. What's wrong?" Tony recounted what just happened. Bert frowned. "Mandarin, human body exploded? Isn't this the plot of Iron Man 3? The question is, why did they try to blow up Tony in the first place? This is wrong, right? I won't let that guy go, I must tear him to pieces." Tony gritted his teeth. Bert thought for a while, and said, "Tony, send Pepper to my manor." "Huh." Tony was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said, "Okay, thank you, Bert." Bert smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite. If you're worried about anyone else, send them over together." "I will." Tony nodded and hung up the phone. At this time, a large number of reporters arrived. They did not learn the lessons of the previous group of reporters and kept interviewing Tony. "Mr. Stark, what happened?" Tony looked at the camera and said coldly, "Mr. Mandarin, I live at 10880 Malibu Point 90265. I'll leave the door unlocked. I'll tell you, you're dead because I'll kill you." The reporters were in an uproar. Is Iron Man declaring war? At the Blood God Manor, Bert called James and asked, "Any changes happened in A.I.M recently? Has the extremist research been successful?" Advanced Idea Mechanics, better known by its acronym AIM, was a scientific research and development agency founded by Aldrich Killian and funded by the United States government. The villain of Iron Man 3, and Bert asked James to monitor them earlier. Nothing has changed, the extremist is still stuck at the level of the explosion and cannot break through. James immediately said, however, Dr. Killian went to the Middle East some time ago. After returning, he became more mysterious. Our spy level is not enough to approach him. Is that so? Keep monitoring. Bert put down the phone and frowned slightly. The Middle East, does it have something to do with the real Mandarin? After thinking about it, Bert shouted, "Elektra." Professional assassin Elektra immediately appeared from the shadows, lowered her head, and asked, "Master, what are your orders?" Bert ordered, "Go and monitor Dr. Killian of AIM. I want to know his every move." "Yes, Master." Elektra immediately retreated into the shadows and disappeared, and Bert rolled his eyes. Can't she just walk through the door honestly? Does it have to be so mysterious? Iron Man 3 and Captain America 2, which is a bit troublesome. Bert thought for a while. Decided to wait and see what happens. The attack on Iron Man and the death and injury of dozens of people immediately became a hot topic in the news. Everyone was discussing who Mandarin was, and some people questioned Iron Man, saying that he was not worthy of his name and could not even protect reporters. About an hour later, the television signal in the United States was hijacked, and a strangely dressed old man appeared on the screen, claiming that he was a man from the Ten Rings and was responsible for this attack. "This is my first lesson to you, America. Superheroes can't protect you, they can't even protect themselves." The man smiled grimly, and the screen returned to normal again. The audience was in an uproar. Who is this arrogant, wanting to teach America a lesson? In the White House, President Ellis scolded, "What are the people in the network security department doing to let a terrorist hijack the signal across the United States? Send the war machine to support Iron Man, and let the Air Force monitor the Malibu Point. In any case, Iron Man can't have any accident, and the United States can't afford to lose this person." President Ellis ordered, and the military personnel immediately nodded in agreement. After thinking about it, President Ellis turned to Senator Stern and asked, "Do I need to go to the Blood God for this matter? It's not there yet, is it?" Senator Stern was a little speechless. After the Wakanda incident, President Ellis became more and more dependent on the Blood God and wanted to find him whenever he had something to do. "That's right, let's see first." President Ellis nodded, and at this time, an official reminded, "President, it's time to go to California to give a speech. Air Force One is ready." "Okay, let's go." President Ellis got up, and he didn't know it. After everyone left, an agent quietly sent a message outside, "The president has left." Malibu Villa, Pepper shouted to Tony while packing his things, "Tony, you are too impulsive, hurry up and come with me to the Blood God's manor. You go by yourself, I must stay here to fight the Mandarin." Tony shook his head. Pepper kept persuading, but Tony didn't listen at all and let Pepper be sent away. Not long after Pepper left, Steve and Hawkeye arrived in a Quinjet for support. "Tony, you're too impulsive." Steve couldn't help but say. Tony said, "I admit that I was a little impulsive, but now is a special period, and there is no time to waste on that Mandarin. We must cut through the mess and solve him as quickly as possible." "That's true." Steve asked, "Tony, could Pierce do this?" "He's not that stupid, he's seeking stability now." Tony shook his head, and then said, "However, he may fish in troubled waters. In that case, our troops are a bit insufficient." Steve said, "Romlo is on a mission in Germany and can't make it. It's better if he can't catch up. He's probably a Hydra." Hawkeye shook his head. "Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Daredevil, all have joined the SWORD. It's okay, other people are coming. Although I was impulsive, I will not fight an uncertain battle." Tony said. After a while, Human Torch, Electro, Wind Demon, and War Machine Rhodes came one after another. Human Torch said, "Mr. Stark, Happy's situation has stabilized." "Very good." Tony breathed a sigh of relief, while Electro and Wind Demon said, "Mr. Stark, Mr. Wong asked us to support you. Okay, let's prepare, the attack will come soon." Tony nodded and fully activated the villa's defensive functions. His Iron Man's lair was not that simple. Malik asked, "Pierce, did you do this?" "I did not do that. I'm not that crazy," Pierce said. "I wasn't going to startle them before Insight was launched." Malik asked suspiciously, "Really?" "Of course, it's true, that Mandarin is a terrorist in the Middle East and has a grudge against Tony." Pierce passed the information to the other party while talking. After reading it, Malik nodded and said, "It's fine if you don't do it. The Insight plan will be launched in less than half a month, so don't make any extra trouble." Don't worry, I know what to do. Pierce nodded, but as soon as Malik went offline, his gaze immediately turned murderous. If there is no such thing as Mandarin, Pierce wouldn't easily move against Tony, because if he did, the blood god would not let it go. But now, things are different. Pierce called his confidant, Agent Sitwell, and ordered, "Go to the base and let the Winter Soldier lead the Lizardman team to kill Tony and the others." Sitwell was stunned. "Minister, didn't you say it's not appropriate to do it now?" "It was not appropriate to do it before, but now it is different. Someone is taking the blame for us." Pierce sneered. "Afterwards, Blood God can only go to the Middle East to find trouble with Mandarin, and will not suspect us at all." Agent Sitwell suddenly realized, "That's true. If that's the case, we won't even have to find a way to transfer the Blood God out of New York." "That's right." Pierce nodded, and he said, "By the way, remember to let the people from the Mandarin take the shot first. This time, maybe they can wipe out the group of superheroes." "I'll go right away." Pierce looked up at the sky excitedly. "God help me. If there is a chance, I must thank Mr. Mandarin well." Near Malibu Point, several armed helicopters flew over from the sea. Iron Man looked at the screen and sneered. "You think that a few helicopters can beat me?" Steve said, "Don't be careless, this Mandarin has never been captured, and he is not simple." At this moment, Jarvis suddenly sent an alarm. "The enemy fired 5 missiles, which will hit the villa in 20 seconds. Tony said coldly, "Intercept them?" "Yes." Under Jarvis' control, several gun muzzles suddenly appeared from the cliff below the villa, and then, more than a dozen interceptor bombs flew out at the same time. "My place is impenetrable." Tony was about to brag when one of the missiles exploded, and a powerful pulsed beam swept the surroundings, paralyzing both the steel armor and the villa's intelligence system. "It's EMP again? This is super high-tech, why does everyone have it?" Tony was a little crazy, but fortunately, having learned the lesson last time, he was prepared in advance, and the steel armors and intelligence system immediately restarted and recovered. At this moment a submarine suddenly floated on the sea below the villa, and then, several missiles were fired at the bottom of the villa at the same time. "Submarines found, missiles." Jarvis, who had just restarted, immediately reminded loudly, but it was still too late. The missiles hit the bottom of the villa one after another. The villa shook violently and collapsed towards the bottom. "Damn it, my home." Tony was frightened and angry, and immediately led everyone to flee the villa, followed by Jarvis controlling 20 unmanned battle armors. Steve stepped on the glider and asked, "Tony, didn't you install sonar under the sea?" "I installed it. I installed radar and sonar." "Damn, that submarine can counter sonar." "Jarvis, blow it up for me." Tony cursed, and Jarvis immediately controlled the unmanned armor to launch missiles at the submarine. At this time, several armed helicopters flew over, strafing and launching missiles toward Tony and others frantically. "Kill them?" Tony immediately led the crowd to fight, and a large number of bullets and missiles flew in the air. Electro pushed his hands forward, a large amount of current hit a gunship, and the gunship immediately lost control and fell towards the bottom. When the 4 terrorists in the armed helicopter saw this, they immediately flew out of the helicopter. Yes, it was flying. They had a pair of wings, or rather, dragon wings. "Do people have wings?" Everyone was stunned. Steve sighed and said, "I'm starting to miss my era again." War Machine complained, "Captain, you will be called an antique." Iron Man snorted coldly. "Although there are more people on the other side, they also have 20 unmanned battle armors on their side, which is no worse than the opponent." 7 sneered, "Iron Man, you released a demon with your own hands. Now, the demon is here to thank you." After finishing speaking, 7 no longer wasted time and led a group of men to rush toward Iron Man and the others. "Demon? Humph, it's not like I haven't killed a demon before." Tony snorted coldly and led the unmanned armors to shoot frantically. The bullets were densely shot at the extremist soldiers, and several were shot through. But to everyone's surprise, the soldiers who were shot through did not die and continued to charge. At the same time, the red light representing the high temperature lit up their bodies, and the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, these soldiers are back to normal. Tony thought of something, his face changed, and he shouted, "Be careful, these people will explode. Don't let them get close to you." "Although I don't want them to get close, it seems unlikely." War Machine raised his hand and fired a miniature missile at an extremist soldier. With a bang, it directly blew up half of his body, and the wreckage fell straight into the sea. Before War Machine was happy, an enemy rushed to his side, and the red-hot right hand turned into a knife and slashed down. War Machine hurriedly avoided, and at the same time aimed the Gatling gun at the opponent. Seeing this, the extremist soldier slashed with his backhand, and the barrel of the Gatling gun was cut off like tofu. Is this his hand or a high-tech weapon? War Machine was startled, and at this moment, another enemy rushed behind him. The extremist soldier pressed the battle armor with both hands, and the battle armor immediately began to melt. War Machine hurriedly fired a tiny missile to blast the opponent away, and then flew high to fight those burning people. At the same time, others are also facing extremist soldiers. These extremist soldiers not only can produce extremely high temperatures but can also heal themselves. "I hate these guys." Human Torch couldn't help scolding. His flames couldn't hurt the extremist soldiers at all, and he could only fight with the opponent in the air, but the depressing thing was that he couldn't beat the opponent and was beaten violently. These extremist soldiers are either terrorists or soldiers, who are heavily trained and amateur like Human Torch is naturally not their opponent. I hate fire guys, yes, including you, Human Torch. Wind Demon was also very aggrieved, and did not dare to approach the extremist soldiers at all, so he could only fight them with a gun. Your weaknesses are too obvious, look at me. Electro snorted coldly and created a grid to cover the 3 extremist soldiers. The 3 extremist soldiers were immediately twitched by the electricity, but in just a moment, they returned to normal. Human Torch sneered while avoiding the extremist soldier's fist. It seems that you are not very good. Since this is the case, I can only use that. Seeing that the ordinary current was useless, Electro immediately popped the coin, an orange light flashed, and the head of one of the enemies disappeared directly. While fighting Tony, one of the extremist soldiers shouted, "Electro man, his railgun needs preparation time. High temperature, self-healing, I seem to have remembered something." Tony frowned as he shot at 7, he seemed to have seen research similar to this before, in some hotel room. Tony Stark, accept my boss's wrath. 7 suddenly opened his mouth, and flames shot out toward Iron Man. There were a lot of warnings on the screen in front of Iron Man, and he hurriedly escaped from the shrouded range of the flames. 7 immediately chased after him, and an unmanned battle armor came to the rescue and shot wildly at 7. 7 nimbly dodged the bullets, then threw himself on the unmanned battle armor, and grabbed the unmanned battle armor's head tightly with his high-temperature hands. It immediately began to melt, and in just a few seconds, the unmanned battle armor was destroyed by 7 and fell into the sea. Tony was furious and shouted on the communication channel, "Be careful, I'm going to go big." Everyone flew upwards one after another, and the backs of Tony's hands lit up with red light. Then, 2 lasers shot out, and as he turned, all the extremist soldiers around him were cut in half, and 7 was among them. Tony snorted coldly. At this moment, 7 pulled his lower half, the red light on his body flashed violently, and the separated body healed quickly. Is this okay? Everyone was stunned. Facts have proved that this is true. Not only 7, but other extremist soldiers also healed like this. Only one extremist soldier had his head cut off in half and could not recover, and fell straight into the sea. Tony Stark. Extremist soldiers were very angry, and they rushed toward Iron Man, and everyone hurriedly helped to intercept them. Seeing that the situation was not getting any better, Electro hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, I'm going to go big too." Human Torch asked inexplicably, "Isn't the railgun your ultimate move? I still have one more move. After this, I need to recharge, be careful." Electro took out 13 coins, and then electricity flashed from his body, crackling around, and all the 13 coins stopped in the air. Immediately afterward, Electro activated the chip in his body to assist him in calculating the trajectory of the railgun. After the calculation was completed, 13 coins whizzed out at the same time, leaving 13 orange rays of light and 13 headless extremist soldiers in the air. Cool. Although he had a bad relationship with the Electro, Human Torch couldn't help cheering, and the others were amazed. Electro shrugged, turned into an electric light, and hit aside to charge. There is an arc reactor on the Electro's chest. Under normal circumstances, there will be no shortage of electricity, but the big move just now used up the power in his body. Even if there is an arc reactor, it will take a while to restore the combat effectiveness. Computer-assisted railgun? Electro, you have an electronic chip implanted in your body. Tony asked a little surprised, and Electro nodded. Yes, a chip similar to an electronic brain, which Dr. Banner helped me research. Damn, everyone is progressing so fast, I'm under a lot of pressure, shit. Tony cursed inwardly, turned around, and chased after 7. The situation is stable. Steve smashed an extremist soldier with his shield and was greatly relieved. At this moment, a rocket suddenly shot from below, hitting his glider with a bang. Steve scolded, the shield went down, and he fell into the sea with the glider. Everyone turned their heads and saw a group of people below, who were shooting upwards with rocket launchers. It should be Hydra, and they really came. Tony snorted coldly and shouted, "Barton, Hawkeye, it's up to you. I've been waiting a long time." Hawkeye immediately flew out of the back mountain in a Quinjet. Without talking any nonsense, he directly activated the machine gun and shot frantically at the group of people below. The group of people was led by a masked man with a metal arm. When he saw the appearance of the Quinjet, he immediately pushed forward with both hands, and an ice wall appeared out of thin air, blocking all the incoming bullets. What the hell? Magic. Hawkeye was stunned. At this moment, several people emerged from behind the ice wall and fired rockets at the Quinjet. Hawkeye hurriedly avoided it, but the plane was still got hit by a rocket and fell downward with black smoke. Fuck. Hawkeye scolded, not in a hurry to escape, but first shot all the missiles on the plane at the bastards. After doing this, he pressed the button and ejected from the plane. Boom boom boom. The area where the ice wall is located directly turned into a sea of fire, but none of those people died, because they all turned into lizardmen and escaped, and the wounds on their bodies healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lizardmen? No wonder we've never been able to find Dr. Lizard. Tony scolded. It turned out that Dr. Lizard had taken refuge in the Hydra, and now it is troublesome, and the combat power of the Hydra must be re-evaluated. Winter Soldier led by Hydra also turned into a lizardman, but unlike the other lizardmen, he was a white, iron-armed ice lizardman. The Winter Soldier didn't waste any time, ordered the 3 lizardmen to go over to deal with Hawkeye, and then took the remaining lizardmen to activate the jet device behind them and flew into the sky. At this moment, a shield flew and hit the jet device on the back of the Winter Soldier accurately, and the Winter Soldier fell into the sea with a clatter. Steve said as he swam toward the Winter Soldier, "This time, we're tied." Seeing this, Winter Soldier immediately took out the grenade gun at his waist and shot at Steve. Steve quickly raised his shield, and with a bang, Steve was blown away, but he was not injured, and quickly surfaced again. Seeing that the Winter Soldier was about to shoot, Steve immediately took out the spinning knife from his waist and threw it at the Winter Soldier. The rotating flying knife opened automatically in the air and flew towards the Winter Soldier in a fierce rotation. Winter Soldier dodged a few times, raised his head, and spit out a breath of ice at the rotating flying knife, and the knife directly turned into ice and fell into the sea. Even if I'm called old-fashioned, I have to say, I really miss my era. Steve sighed and rushed to the Winter Soldier to fight him. Winter Soldier was not only strengthened, but also turned into a lizard man. Steve was not supposed to be his opponent, but who made Steve have a good wife. He is full of high-tech devices, such as shocking SPID Erlings from Spider-Man Research, and more. With the help of these high-tech devices, Steve barely managed to fight the Winter Soldier to a level. At the same time, the flying lizards began to attack the superheroes. Seeing this, Seven immediately chose to join forces. Anyway, everyone's goal was to kill these superheroes. I can't burn the extremist soldiers, but you think I can't burn you stinky lizards. Human Torch immediately turned its target, grabbed a lizardman, and burned it frantically in the air. The lizardman let out a shrill scream and was quickly burned to a charred corpse. Happy, it's my turn to be the VIP this time. I'm Human Torch, I'm the most handsome and powerful superhero. Human Torch laughed and rushed towards the other lizardman. Tony's complexion was a little dark. You are the most handsome, the most powerful. What about me, your boss? Just as the battle was in full swing, 5 fighter jets and 5 unmanned combat armors, the old unmanned combat armors sold by the Oscorp to the military, flew towards this side at high speed. At the same time, in the channels of Tony and others, the Air Force has been ordered by the President to support you. You will be so nice. Tony asked suspiciously that after the birth of Iron Man, the relationship between the Stark Industries and the military has not been very good, and it can even be said to be very bad. We're not for you, we're here for America, and America doesn't need a terrorist to teach us a lesson. A general said coldly, "Now, let's solve these monsters together." Tony laughed, "I like your words." Seeing the Air Force coming to support, Seven snorted coldly and led the remaining dozen or so soldiers to retreat. Winter Soldier also issued an order to retreat. Tony and the others naturally wouldn't let these guys go, and they chased after them. At this moment, the general suddenly ordered, "Everyone, stop and stop chasing." Tony asked in confusion, "Why?" General said with an ugly face, "Air Force One disappeared over California, and the president is suspected to be captured." What? The expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. Are you kidding? The President of the United States was captured? Or on American soil? The general shouted, "Tony Stark, go to California immediately and look for Air Force One." Okay. Tony nodded. He looked at the ruined villa and couldn't help sighing. This time, he lost a lot. Not only did he not solve the problem, but he also lost his base. The only thing fortunate is that Pepper was not in it. Tony thought of something, and his expression changed. Wait, shouldn't this matter have something to do with the Mandarin? It turns out that Tony guessed right, and half an hour later, the American broadcast signal was once again controlled by the Mandarin. Remember the first lesson I gave you? Superheroes can't protect you. While the Mandarin was talking, a picture of the Malibu villa being bummed into ruins appeared on the screen. Then, the Mandarin continued, "Now I'll teach you a second lesson. Your president can't protect you." The screen switches to the interior of Air Force One, where President Ellis and Senator Stern are being escorted off the plane by several masked men. The audience was in an uproar. What joke are you talking about? The President of the United States was captured by terrorists. Is today April Fool's Day? I know what you are thinking, but unfortunately, today is not April Fool's Day. Your president was captured by me. Mandarin said with a smile, "Tomorrow at noon, we will publicly execute the president in New York Harbor. After that, I will give you the third and final lesson." After speaking, the TV screen returned to normal. After the shock and anger, the audience fell into deep fear. Even the president was about to be publicly executed. What about these little citizens? Countless people called the police station and the government, asking them to solve the damned terrorist immediately, and the Twitter accounts of superheroes were blown up, all asking them to deal with the Mandarin. Only deal with Mandarin. As for whether the president is dead or alive, the people don't care. Even the officials don't care much. A captured president is destined to step down. The White House press secretary soon held a press conference, saying that the Mandarin will be resolved and the president will be rescued. Please don't worry. At the same time, New York citizens evacuated from the port area under the command of Mayor George. The citizens expressed their dismay. Why is it New York again? Can't you change places? Lizardmen, aliens, hell monsters, and now terrorists? How did New York offend you? In any case, the eyes of the whole world were once again focused on New York. At the White House, the vice president is now in command. He asked the crowd, "How does President Ellis usually handle this kind of thing?" "Go to New York and invite the blood god." An official said. Everyone laughed and the vice president frowned. Is there no other way? Everyone was stunned. It seems that the vice president is not interested in the blood god. A military general said, if you don't want to invite the blood god, then let the superheroes, the military, and SHIELD attack the New York port together. Vice President was non-committal and asked, what's the situation in the New York port now? The general asked, Iron Man is investigating, do you want to contact him? Vice President nodded, connect him. Soon, a holographic projection of Iron Man appeared, and he said, the situation is not very good, the New York port is shrouded in fog, and we have no idea what's inside now. Fog. Yes, it should be a special technology. I sent a drone, but it was destroyed. What about the people in the port? Have they all evacuated? Mayor George is sending someone to count. Tony said, Vice President, Mandarin dare to be so arrogant and openly provoking the United States. There must be a trump card. I suggest to be careful. I want to be careful too, but we don't have time. Before noon tomorrow, we have to deal with the Mandarin and rescue the president. The Vice President shook his head and said, otherwise, we will not only become the laughingstock of the world but also lose our hegemony. That's true. Tony couldn't help frowning. The Vice President was right. Before noon tomorrow, this matter must be resolved. Vice President asked, Iron Man, in your opinion, what should we do? Tony was silent for a while and said, the best way now is to ask the Blood God to take action. The Blood God again? Could it be that we can't do anything without the Blood God? Vice President said dissatisfiedly, Iron Man, don't forget, he is the Blood God, the god of the vampire race. Tony and everyone were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect the Vice President to be a hardliner. Of this news, some people are happy and some are worried. One person from the military came out and said, I think there is no need to invite the Blood God. With the strength of the military, superheroes, and SHIELD, it is enough to take down Mandarin. Tony glanced at the man and asked in amazement, General Ross, when did you resume your post? That's right, the person who came out to speak was General Ross. He said, of course when America needs me. General Ross well said. The Vice President glanced at General Ross with satisfaction and said, Iron Man, you lead the superhero team to investigate. The military and SHIELD will launch an attack before noon tomorrow to deal with the Mandarin. Okay. Tony did not refuse and turned off the holographic projection. Vice President turned around and said to General Ross, General Ross, the military is under your command. I will never let you down, Vice President. General Ross was overjoyed and immediately saluted and agreed. He was very excited. Blood God, I'm back again. This time, I will never be driven away by you again. At the same time, in SHIELD, Pierce looked at the directors and asked with a frown, they want us to send the helicarrier to cooperate with the military to attack the Mandarin. A director nodded and said, that's right, isn't the helicarrier built for this purpose? Pierce gritted his teeth and nodded, okay, but I hope I can personally command this battle. The directors were stunned, you command it yourself? Wouldn't it be better for Director Hill to command this war? Director Hill has other things to do. Pierce said, in addition, I want to personally verify the combat effectiveness of the new helicarrier. Is that so? All right. After the directors discussed it, they agreed. Then, they went offline, and only Malik stayed. Malik asked, do you want to go to war? Not yet. Pierce shook his head and said, destroy the Mandarin first. His existence is also a threat to us. Okay, you can do it. When Malik left, Pierce couldn't help shaking his head. Before, he wanted to thank Mandarin, but now, he just wanted to kill him. I just hope that this time there will be no more surprises. At the New York port, Dr. Killian respectfully reported to Mandarin, Lord Mandarin, everything is going well. After tomorrow, we will have the final say in this world. Mandarin in front of Killian is not the actor on TV, but the real Mandarin, a middle-aged man with 10 rings and a domineering air. It's up to me. Mandarin said lightly, also, you have failed twice. Next time, I hope to see the head of Iron Man. Killian said terrified, I will dedicate his head to you and myself. Mandarin waved his hand and motioned for Killian to step back. Then, he said slowly, tomorrow, we will be able to see the Blood God and the dragon. It's just a dragon's soul, I can swallow it easily. A haughty voice suddenly sounded, and it asked, Mandarin, you are always cautious, why are you so aggressive this time? Mandarin asked, do you know what is the basis for the existence of terrorists? War. No, it's oil, oil brings profit, profit brings war, and war brings terrorists. The problem is that oil is being replaced by the clean energy of the arc reactor, and in a few years, the oil will lose its place, and then the terrorists will cease to exist. So, I can only fight this war. Once I succeed, I will own the whole world. It is not just me who is fighting, but those big dog owners are also fighting, so this time we are smooth. The affairs of you humans are complicated. The voice said, tomorrow, I will deal with the dragon's soul, and you will deal with the blood god, are you sure? Mandarin looked at the rings in his hands and smiled disdainfully, what's so difficult in facing a brat? At the same time, in the cabin where the president was imprisoned, President Ellis was complaining, I said long ago, ask blood god for help, but you wouldn't let me. If I asked blood god earlier, how can there be so many troubles? Senator Stern comforted, don't worry so much, the blood god will come to save us. President Ellis sighed, what's the use of saving? The people don't need a captured president. Everyone was silent. President Ellis was right. He, the president, won't be able to work for long. Seeing that no one was talking, President Ellis became more and more depressed. At this moment, a small voice suddenly sounded in his ear, toilet. President Ellis was taken aback and listened carefully, but there was no other sound. He thought about it, stood up, and shouted out the door, I want to go to the toilet. The doorman outside shouted impatiently, do it on the spot. President Ellis said angrily, I am the President of the United States, don't I even have the qualifications to go to the toilet? The guard outside laughed, President? I'm sorry, we killed the President. President Ellis looked extremely ugly, and he shouted, I'm going to die tomorrow, can't I even go to the toilet? The guards outside ignored him, and President Ellis kept yelling, and the guards got annoyed and opened the door to take him to the toilet. After entering the toilet, President Ellis immediately closed the door, and at this moment, a blue spark circle appeared out of thin air, getting bigger and bigger. President Ellis was taken aback, but he immediately remembered Camartage's spell and was overjoyed. Soon, a figure came out of the aperture, and President Ellis was stunned when he saw him, because the other party looked the same as him, and there was no difference even in the clothes. The man didn't talk nonsense and motioned President Ellis to enter the aperture. President Ellis did so immediately and walked quickly into the aperture. Opposite the aperture is the Blood God Manor, where Bert is waiting for President Ellis. When President Ellis saw him, it was like seeing a relative, and he rushed over excitedly and wanted to hug him. Bert hurriedly avoided. You are an old man, let's forget it. He waved his hand away from the aperture and smiled at President Ellis. President, rest assured, you are safe. With you here, it's safe. President Ellis nodded. He thought of something and said excitedly, Blood God, contact the White House immediately, there is still a chance to solve everything. Bert motioned President Ellis to sit down and said, Don't worry President, drink a glass of wine. I have two shocking news to tell you. Worse than the kidnapping of the President of the United States. President Ellis sat down, took a sip of red wine, and said with a wry smile, Blood God, I won't be easily shocked now. Bert smiled and asked, Do you know who is the mastermind behind your kidnapping? President Ellis asked inexplicably, Isn't the mastermind the Mandarin? It is Mandarin. Bert pointed to the vice president who was on TV and said, And him. President Ellis, who just said that he would not be easily shocked, asked in shock, What, Vice President? This is impossible, right? Nothing is impossible. Bert asked, Do you remember Obadiah from Stark Industries? Remember, the one who sold arms to terrorists and was killed by Iron Man? President Ellis suddenly reacted and asked in surprise, The person behind him is the vice president. Bert nodded, Yes, this time, they plan to kill you and let the vice president succeed you? Bastard, I can't spare this traitor. President Ellis said angrily, Blood God, we should immediately go to the White House to expose him. Bert said, President, we have no real evidence. President Ellis said indifferently, It's okay, I'm the president, take him down first, and we mustn't let him run away. He can't run anyway, but I have something to tell you. Bert said, Minister Pierce of SHIELD is Hydra. Hydra. President Ellis didn't react at first. After a while, he asked in amazement, Hasn't the Hydra been eliminated? Bert said, Not only have they not been eliminated, but they have also become very powerful, and even Senator Stern is their man. What? Senator Stern is Hydra? President Ellis was shocked again. Senator Stern was his confidant. He asked, Blood God, this is impossible, right? I don't want him to be either, but he is. Bert shrugged and said, In addition, they plan to rise in more than 10 days, kill all of their enemies, and unify the world. Kill all the opponents? Can they do it? President Ellis was stunned. Unfortunately, they really can. Bert clapped his hands. Peggy Carter opened the door and walked in. Bert said, Next, Ms. Carter will explain the situation of Hydra for you. She is the expert. Blood God is joking. If I was really an expert, I wouldn't let SHIELD become Snake Shield. Carter smiled bitterly and said to President Ellis, President, do you mind if I introduce them to you? President Ellis didn't dare to care and hurriedly said, I don't mind, Ms. Carter, please take a seat. I'm a fan of you and the captain. Steve is busy saving you and doesn't have time to come here. Carter smiled and explained in detail what they had investigated. The more President Ellis listened, the deeper his brows became. The power of the Hydra was greater than he imagined. The Insight project must be stopped and the Hydra must be eliminated. President Ellis said decisively. He thought for a while, then turned to Bert and asked, Blood God, what do you think we should do next? What to do next is up to you. Bert held a glass of red wine and said lightly, I'm only responsible for helping you clean up the Mandarin and the Hydra. With the Blood God here, what are the mere Mandarin and the Hydra? President Ellis made up his mind. He said excitedly, if you get rid of the Mandarin and the Hydra, the people will forgive me for being captured. Bert asked, when did you get captured, President? Aren't you leading a snake out of a hole? The one who was captured is just your stand-in. President Ellis was taken aback for a moment, and then he laughed, yes, I'm just leading the snake out of the hole, Blood God. I want to contact the military, please give me an encrypted phone. No problem. Bert nodded, but instead of picking up the phone immediately, he said, President, SHIELD will be eliminated, but the world needs a global guardian organization. President Ellis asked, Blood God, what do you mean? Bert motioned for Carter to speak, and Carter said, We have formed an all-inclusive SWORD, which can replace SHIELD. I promise, there is absolutely no Hydra in the Bureau. A new Bureau. President Ellis glanced at Bert, and he knew that this was the condition of the Blood God. Blood God is a capitalist. When he does things, there must be benefits. To be honest, President Ellis is not disgusted with such conditions. The United States is a country of merchants. He said, I will strongly support this Bureau, but the Bureau must be under the United States. Bert smiled and said, no problem, anyway, most alien invasions happen in the United States. America is really unfortunate. President Ellis smiled wryly. Then, Bert sent someone to bring a phone. President Ellis and Carter began to contact others, preparing to deal with the Vice President and Hydra. Bert left silently. He stood on the balcony, took out Elektra's soul crystal, and asked, you found Killian? Yes. Elektra's soul suddenly changed from being sluggish to being agile, and she replied with her mental power, Master, besides Killian, there are 2 super strong people on board. I dare not get too close, but one of the guy's blood feels familiar to me. There is a sense in the blood? It should be the owner of the alien blood, Hope Serum. Hearing Elektra's report, Bert narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought for a while, and instructed, Elektra, keep monitoring and wait for the order. Yes, Master. Elektra agreed. Waiting is a required course for an assassin. Putting down the phone, Bert touched his chin. 10 rings? I don't know what kind of abilities they have. At this moment, the phone rang, and Mercury called. General Ross came to Oscorp to ask for war abomination and unmanned battle armors. His attitude was a bit arrogant, making people want to beat him. Give him the war abomination and some unmanned battle armors, which were originally made by the military at their expense. Bert smiled and said, but don't let them enter the experimental base. If they want to force themselves in, just do it. Mercury nodded. Understood. Bert put down the phone and couldn't help shaking his head. General Ross was unlucky. After finally getting back into service, he got on the bad boat of the Vice President. You will never have the chance to be Secretary of State in your life. Bert smiled and took out a pager to send a message. After a while, a message came back, received. Putting away the pager, Bert walked outside the balcony, now, waiting for the war to break out. Damn Oscorp, when I take power, I will never let you go. General Ross scolded and left the Oscorp. Those vampires were so arrogant that they dared to threaten him with guns. Fortunately, the war abomination and the unmanned battle armor have been obtained, and General Ross took them to the front line of the port as quickly as possible, where a temporary command headquarters has been established. General. A soldier came over and reported, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier has set off and is expected to arrive here in 3 hours. General Ross asked, very well, what about the superheroes? The soldier replied, they're still investigating the port, but it's not going well. Whether it's the unmanned battle armor or a drone, it will be destroyed as soon as it enters the fog. Also, the superhero named Wind Demon tried to blow away the fog but failed. It's troublesome. General Ross said, let Iron Man, Rhodes, Steve, and the head of the Watchman Company come over for a meeting. Yes, General. The soldiers immediately went to carry out the order, and soon, Iron Man, Steve, War Machine Rhodes, and Electro arrived. General Ross said rudely, Tony Stark, Steve, Electro, next, you must follow my command. Tony Stark frowned, and Electro said coldly, we will follow your command, but if there is a problem with your order, we have the right to refuse. In addition, the military is fully responsible for the losses caused during the period of following the order. Tony glanced at Electro enviously. He wanted such a privilege. General Ross said angrily, you want to disobey. Electro was not afraid, he said, this is a privilege given to us by President Ellis. Unless the new president cancels it, this privilege will remain in effect. In addition, the Watchman Company has a large number of disclaimers. If necessary, I can read them to you. General Ross stared at Electro. Even though Electro would be afraid of him, he sneered. Seeing this, War Machine hurriedly settled the situation. I believe that there will be no problem with General Ross' order. Of course. General Ross snorted coldly, projected the situation of the port, and said, the SHIELD carrier will arrive in 3 hours. At that time, we will launch a direct attack. Strike? What about the president and the hostages in the port? Tony asked. Mayor George has calculated that with the addition of cargo ships at the port, there are about 2,000 hostages in the hands of the Mandarin. Steve also said, I think the hostages should be the main ones. The president will not be easily killed. As for the hostages, I don't care so much now. It is more important to eliminate the Mandarin and protect the interests of the United States. General Ross said lightly that he didn't care about the life and death of the president at all, or that it would be better if the president died so that the vice president could take office. President Ellis has given the blood god so many privileges, it's nothing short of a traitor. Fortunately, the Mandarin captured him. General Ross thought to himself, the vice president is the future of America. Both Tony and Steve frowned. Tony wanted to say something, but the War Machine grabbed him and whispered, no way, America can't give in. Tony and Steve could only sigh, and Electro sneered. He knew that General Ross would do this. General Ross glanced at Electro and said, when the helicarrier comes, you go to the helicarrier to stand by and cooperate with the helicarrier to fight. Electro shook his head, I refuse. General Ross said angrily, Electro, are you provoking me? This is a very reasonable order. This is unreasonable. Blood God said that the helicarrier has no defensive cover, and there is an 80% chance that it will fall, said Electro. General Ross said, the helicarrier has been upgraded and will not drop again. It still doesn't have a defensive cover, said Electro. General Ross was in a hurry, and Tony quickly said, Electro, you stay back to protect the headquarters. Mandarin may send people to raid here, and Rhodes and the others will go to the helicarrier. Electro did not refuse this time. Okay. General Ross glared at Electro angrily and said, okay, during the battle, if anyone dares to cheat and play tricks, don't blame me for being rude. Superheroes are never afraid of battle. Electro left a sentence, turned around, and went out to gather superheroes, that is, the Sinbuster, Absorbing Man, Wind Demon, and others. Looking at Electro's back, General Ross snorted. These superheroes are too unruly. When he takes power, he must find a way to control them and make them obey the military's orders. General Ross is now smug. As long as he wins this war, he has a bright future. Outside the barracks, Electro reiterated General Ross' decision, and Damon sneered. A general who can even sacrifice his soldiers to capture the Hulk, it is normal to make such a decision. I hate the military, and I hate General Ross even more. Power Man, who was once arrested by the military for human experimentation, said irritably, Electro, what shall we do next? Those hostages are innocent. Electro smiled and said, don't worry, Mr. Wong will solve everything, we just need to obey the order. When everyone heard the words, they breathed a sigh of relief. With Mr. Wong there, everything was not a problem. 3 hours passed in a flash, the helicarrier flew from the sky, and Iron Man and the others flew up immediately. Alexander Pierce agreed to Iron Man's request to board the ship, but only on the deck. He said, Tony, please forgive me, the interior of the helicarrier is not suitable for opening. Tony nodded and said, no problem, Minister Pierce, these hot guys will explode, your helicarrier doesn't have a shield, so be careful. Pierce frowned, always feeling that Tony was a little weird, and he had heard the words of the Blood God. Don't worry, with the firepower of the helicarrier, there is no chance for them, extremist soldiers, to approach. Pierce said a word, interrupted the communication, and then said to the peacemaker Rumlow, if anything happens to me, you will take command. Rumlow glanced at Pierce's holographic projection and asked inexplicably, Sir, why do you use the holographic projection to command? I always feel something is wrong, and it is more convenient for me to stay at the headquarters. Pierce said, anyway, the mothership is full of our people, and no one knows my real situation. Rumlow immediately said, Hail Hydra. Hail Hydra. Pierce smiled complacently, and it won't be long before the whole world will belong to their Hydra. On the deck of the helicarrier, Human Torch looked up at the sky covered in lightning storms, thunderbolts everywhere, and frowned. Mr. Stark, I have an ominous hunch that this helicarrier might fall. It's a little weird, Jarvis. Are there any thunderstorms in New York tonight? Tony asked, and Jarvis replied, Sir, there's no rain in New York tonight, and this thundercloud is only around the port. Magic means, or technological means. Tony frowned. He thought about it, and said to War Machine and Steve, let's leave the mothership and defend around. War Machine nodded, and then asked, okay, do you want to notify S.H.I.E.L.D? No, they should be prepared. Tony said. He wished to have an accident on the helicarrier, but the only pity was that Pierce didn't come in person. How could this bastard be able to hide from him? Tony Stark. In Blood God manner. Bert, President Ellis, Carter, and Lilith were watching the live broadcast of the port. Unlike the military, they could see the situation in the port. Elektra put a camera on the screen. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes stood on the deck and pointed the green ring on his left middle finger at the sky. Bert said, it seems that this ring can not only release lightning but also summon lightning. Carter asked, Blood God, is this magical power or technological power? I do not know either. Bert shook his head. He looked at the man with black hair fluttering on the screen, and wanted to dub him a voice. The sky is dead, the yellow sky should stand. It's quite similar. Bert couldn't help but smile, and President Ellis asked worriedly, Blood God, this Mandarin looks quite powerful. Bert smiled and said, don't worry, as long as he still belongs to the category of human beings, he is not my opponent. That's good. President Ellis breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight's victory or defeat, and who will rule the United States depends on the Blood God. Prepare to attack. The helicarrier drove out of the fog, and Pierce ordered, don't worry about anything, just bombard it directly. If there is any problem, the military will take the blame. Okay. Everyone was about to start shooting, and at this moment, the thunderbolts in the sky suddenly gathered above the helicarrier, and then all the bolts of lightning fell in unison, slamming on the helicarrier densely. Boom boom boom. The helicarrier was hit hard in an instant. A large number of facilities exploded, causing heavy casualties, and what was worse, the entire system was destroyed. The 4 engines were shut down at the same time, and the helicarrier fell at an astonishing speed. As for Pierce's holographic projection, it naturally disappeared on the spot. Tony and the others escaped because they were not on the mothership. Human Torch exclaimed, so exaggerated. It's a bit of an exaggeration. If this is what Mandarin made, then we're in big trouble. Tony also sucked in a breath. He looked at the falling helicarrier, shook his head, and said, "Sure enough, it fell again. Jarvis, write it down. Don't use large flying equipment until there is no defense cover." Jarvis said, "Noted." It fell like that. General Ross, who was still waiting to see the great power of the helicarrier, scolded, "Is SHIELD here to be funny?" The SHIELD Council, as well as the top executives in the United States, were also stunned. The helicarrier that they spent so much money on didn't even let out a fart, and just fell like this? Damn, what should I do? In the falling helicarrier, Rumlow frowned and hesitated. Should I let everyone turn into lizardmen to escape? If he did, everyone can survive, but the existence of the Hydra will be known to everyone. Do not change, except for him Rumlow, everyone else will die. Without waiting for Rumlow to make a decision, the others decided first. Under the threat of death, many people instinctively turned into lizardmen. It is worth mentioning that the Hydra agents are injected with an improved version of the lizard serum, and they do not regard themselves as lizard man, but they must inject medicine every once in a while, otherwise, they will become the same as Kingpin and those people. Seeing this, Rumlow immediately shouted, "Those who can become lizardmen, all change to lizardmen, and then jump with the others." Someone objected, "Captain, this will reveal the existence of Hydra. As of now, I don't care so much. Listen to my order and act immediately." Rumlow shouted, and everyone complied, and soon, a group of lizardmen jumped from the helicarrier holding ordinary people. "What is that?" General Ross, senior government officials, and the SHIELD directors all saw those lizardmen and were greatly shocked. The directors called Pierce and Hill one after another, but they couldn't get through. At the SHIELD headquarters, Pierce interrupted the network of the entire headquarters and then slammed the table off in hatred. "Damn Mandarin, damn Rumlow. As of now, it can only be launched by force. Hail Hydra." Pierce took out a special communicator and pressed it hard. With Pierce's action, all Hydra's phones rang, and then the SHIELD pattern on their phones disappeared, replaced by Hydra's skull. Hail Hydra. All Hydra knew that the action started. They immediately pulled out the pistols around their waists, shot their colleagues who had been bragging about drinking together before, and then controlled the surroundings at the fastest speed. After pressing the special communicator, Pierce took out a special mobile phone. He didn't break the Hydra's private network, and instructed the Hydras in the headquarters, capture the headquarters, let the remaining 2 helicarriers lift off, and the other, kill Maria Hill. Yes. The Hydras agreed excitedly, and after waiting for so long, they finally appeared today. After instructing his subordinates, Pierce thought for a while, and called Dr. Lizard, "Bring all your masterpieces to the SHIELD headquarters." Damn, what is Pierce doing? Why did he suddenly give me a bunch of documents to deal with? At the headquarters of SHIELD, Maria Hill, the acting director, was irritably processing documents. The secretary next to her glanced at her mobile phone and suddenly drew her gun at Hill. Hill was shocked, but she didn't have time to escape. At this moment, a book was thrown from the side, and the secretary's gun was directly smashed away. Then, a female agent rushed over and knocked the female secretary to the ground. Hill breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the female agent suspiciously. The fighting style just now looked familiar. The female agent kicked the fallen female secretary unconscious, then turned her head and shouted at Hill, "Hill, hurry up and leave with me, the Hydra is active again." "You are Natasha." Hearing the other party's voice, Hill was stunned for a moment, and then asked again, "Wait, didn't you go to Asgard? Also, what happened to the Hydra? Hasn't the Hydra been eliminated by us?" "Unfortunately no, not only were they not eliminated, they became stronger." The female agent, that is, Natasha, who was lurking in SHIELD, said. At this moment, a group of agents rushed in from outside. When they saw that Hill was not dead, they immediately shot her and Natasha with their guns. Natasha and Hill immediately hid behind the table, and Hill shouted, "Although I don't know what's going on, you're not alone, are you?" "Of course not," Natasha said. The next moment, a team of agents rushed in and shot at the Hydra agents, but after the Hydra agents were shot, they did not die but turned into lizardmen. "Kill them, kill Hill." Deputy Captain Jack Rollins roared angrily and rushed towards Hill and the agents with a group of lizardmen. "What a pity, we got your information yesterday." The leader of that team of agents was Carter's niece, Sharon Carter, who sneered and took out a green grenade from her waist and threw it at the lizardmen. With a bang, the green grenade exploded in the air, and the green mist filled the surroundings. As soon as Rollins and the others came into contact with the green mist, they immediately returned to their original shape in pain. "Kill them?" Natasha immediately stood up and shot, showing no mercy, as did Sharon and others. Hill frowned and shouted, "What are you doing?" "They are also agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. No, they are Hydra agents." Steve Rogers, the acting director of the SWORD Bureau, gave the order to kill without mercy. Natasha said coldly, "We have made a mistake once, and we can't make it again." SWORD Bureau? What's going on here? Hill was going mad. Hydra and SWORD, is this still her SHIELD? I'll explain it to you later. Natasha controlled the steel armors hidden nearby and said, "The most urgent task is to stop Hydra from launching the helicarrier. They are going to kill all their enemies and rule the world." What? Hill felt that her outlook on life had been overturned, and she shouted a little broken, "I knew that I shouldn't have taken over as director of SHIELD. Natasha walked into the Black Widow, her armor, and said, Hill, we will take you to the broadcast room, and you will command the SHIELD agents to fight against the Hydra agents. Well, although your SWORD doesn't sound like a good thing, the Hydra is the priority now. Hill took a deep breath and nodded. At this moment, the Winter Soldier rushed in with a group of Hydra agents and shot at the crowd. Sharon and the others hurriedly ducked behind the barrier to fight back. Natasha raised her hand, and a missile blasted toward the leading Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier immediately turned into a white lizardman, and then raised his hand to spray a large amount of ice, and the missile fell directly to the ground. Seeing this, Sharon immediately threw the antidote grenade again, but this time, the antidote failed. A Hydra agent sneered, sorry, our captain is an elite lizardman. Winter Soldier didn't talk so much. He rushed straight to Natasha and punched her with his metal arm. Natasha hurried to dodge but was swept away by Winter Soldier's tail and slammed into the wall with a bang. This guy is much stronger than what the captain said. Natasha scolded, hugged the rushing Winter Soldier, and flew out, while shouting to Sharon, Sharon, take Hill away. Okay, thanks to my rich aunt. Sharon immediately used her watch to control the glider to fly to the window, and then started the machine gun to fire at the Hydra agents frantically. Hill, let's go. Sharon immediately jumped on the glider with Hill and flew straight to the broadcast room. As for the other agents, they stayed to deal with the HYDRAs. Natasha is actually at the SHIELD headquarters. It seems that Steve and the others were aware of the existence of Hydra before, but unfortunately, there are too few of them. Pierce couldn't help sneering when he received the news. Hydra had already captured the control room, and the remaining 2 helicarriers would be launched soon. At that time, the world would belong to their Hydra. At the same time, good news came from all over the world. A large number of SHIELD agents were wiped out by Hydra agents. The blue dots representing the SHIELD base on the map was turning into red dots one by one. On the transport plane, clairvoyant, John Garrett was explaining to his adopted son Grant Ward, Blood God wants that stone. In any case, we have to capture the SHIELD helicarrier and get that stone. Ward asked, what should I do if I encounter a SHIELD agent? Garrett said in a cold voice, order them to help us. Those who are unwilling to help will be dealt with as HYDRAs. Ward nodded, understood. Okay, let's go down. Garrett nodded and directed the transport plane to drop towards the helicarrier below. Let's move forward a little bit. Seeing so many lizardmen jumping out, everyone is very shocked. Just at this moment, the helicarrier crashed to the ground, the whole port was shaking, and countless dust rose into the sky. It seems that SHIELD has a serious problem. General Ross was thinking when a missile suddenly flew out of the fog in the port. After the missile flew out, it scattered in the air and turned into many small missiles and fell towards the barracks. Iron Man was stunned, Jericho missile. While shooting at the small missile, War Machine shouted dissatisfiedly, Tony, your Stark Industries is selling arms to terrorists again. The Stark Industries' weapons department has long since closed. Tony said angrily, I only produced 2 Jericho missiles. One was used for demonstration to the military, and the other was bought by the military. Jarvis, investigate the trace of the Jericho missile. Damn it, immediately lift off the unmanned battle armors and stop them. General Ross hurriedly ordered the unmanned battle armor to be launched into the air to intercept, and the superheroes also shot. Bang bang bang. All the Jericho missiles were stopped. But this was just the beginning. A large number of missiles flew out of the fog again, each of which was a high-grade product previously produced by Stark Industries, and fell toward the military camp like a meteor shower. Unmanned armors and superheroes tried their best to intercept, but there were too many missiles, and many of them fell into the barracks and exploded. For a time, American soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Damn it, push our missile vehicles out to fight them, and also, notify the Air Force base and send bombers to bomb the port. General Ross shouted angrily, and at this moment, a large number of missiles flew out of the fog again, as if their missiles didn't cost money. Under the terrifying firepower of the Mandarin, General Ross suffered heavy losses and had to order a retreat, leaving only unmanned armors and superheroes to fight. Damn terrorists! General Ross gritted his teeth angrily. Unwilling to fail, he picked up the phone and shouted, bring the criminal special forces over here, I'm going to kill those bastards. The man on the opposite side said hesitantly, General, the special force has not finished their research. General Ross roared, I said, bring it here immediately. In the sky, War Machine angrily said to Tony, Tony, these missiles are all produced by your Stark Industries, what are you doing? Tony ignored War Machine because Jarvis has already investigated the Jericho missile trail. The Jericho missile was first purchased by the American military, and then the military sold it to a rich country in the Middle East at a higher price. The big dog owners in the Middle East. Tony was stunned for a moment, and then he figured out everything. It turned out that it was not only the terrorists who were fighting against him but also the oil tyrants in the Middle East. This group of oil tycoons in the Middle East is not willing to be eliminated by the Times, so they support terrorists to get rid of him, the representative of new energy. In short, this is a desperate counterattack by traditional energy companies. It's no wonder that the terrorists attacked me the first time. It's no wonder that Mandarin is doing things so smoothly in the country. Plus Mandarin has so many weapons. It turns out that those big dogs are supporting him. Tony gritted his teeth with hatred. He was not a greedy person. To develop new energy, he once handed olive branches to the local tyrants and invited them to develop together. As a result, those bastards not only didn't want it, but they also planned to get rid of themselves and put an end to the new energy source. After this incident, I won't spare you. Tony gritted his teeth and shouted on the communication channel, "Don't wait, we will enter the fog and start a full-scale war with the Mandarin." Okay. All the superheroes nodded, and General Ross suddenly shouted, "Wait, the Air Force fighters will arrive soon, let them bum it first." Tony said, "I don't think it's useful, let them retreat, so as not to sacrifice in vain. Whether it is useful or not, it is not up to you to make the decision." General Ross snorted coldly. It didn't take long for 5 fighter planes to fly from a distance, preparing to carry out the bombing plan. At this moment, a missile flew out of the fog and exploded in the air. A powerful pulsed beam swept the surroundings. All 5 fighter planes malfunctioned and fell to the bottom. "It's EMP again." Tony thought angrily and said, "I said it earlier, it's useless." Fuck. General Ross gritted his teeth. What the hell, even terrorists have better equipment than their military? At this moment, the fog that enveloped the port suddenly dissipated, and the real situation of the port appeared in everyone's sight. They saw the President of the United States, tied in the middle of the 2 towers, and the Mandarin was standing high on one of the towers. At the same time, the American TV signal was hijacked again. When the audience saw President Ellis who was tied there, they couldn't help but exclaim, "That Mandarin, does he plan to publicly execute the President?" 2 lights shone on Mandarin and President Ellis. Mandarin shouted, "I taught you 2 lessons. The first, superheroes can't protect you, and the second, the President of the United States can't protect you. Now, I'm going to give you one last lesson in advance, that is, God can't protect you, God." The audience was stunned, and immediately reacted, Mandarin should be talking about the dragon god. This Mandarin actually wants to slaughter the gods. Bert tooted his tongue in admiration, "You came after me? Mandarin, you gave me a surprise." President Ellis looked at the double tied in the air on the TV, and couldn't help but be glad that it wasn't him. He asked Bert, "Blood God, when are you going to take action?" Bert said lightly, "No hurry, let them fight for a while." At the port, General Ross shouted, "Everyone set out, save the President, and destroy the Mandarin. Come on, we have no choice." Iron Man took a deep breath and led the crowd to rush up. Mandarin smiled disdainfully and waved his hand. Hundreds of extremist soldiers with wings flew out of the surrounding freighters, flapping their wings and rushing toward the superheroes. "Launch the missile," Tony immediately ordered, but there are not many unmanned armors that launched missiles. This is not because they don't obey Tony's order, but because most missiles have already been fired before, intercepting the opponent's missiles. Without missiles, ordinary bullets can't stop extremist soldiers. They rushed over quickly and fought with the superheroes. Because of the disadvantage in numbers, the superheroes fell to the bottom as soon as they met, and several unmanned battle armors were destroyed. Fortunately, Ghost Rider, Electro, War Abomination, and others are more powerful, and they can maintain the situation. "Let's go." Seeing the war between the military and the Mandarin, Rumlow immediately planned to take Hydra's people to escape from there. At this moment, Pierce's projection suddenly appeared in front of Rumlow and ordered, "Destroy the superheroes." After that, Pierce's phantom disappeared directly. Rumlow was stunned. Why did Pierce's phantom suddenly appear here, and there is no holographic projection instrument here? Although there were many doubts, Rumlow thought about it and led the Hydra agents back to join the battlefield. The Hydra had strict rules. On the freighter, Mandarin touched the liar ring worn on the left ring finger and smiled disdainfully at Hydra. "A bunch of idiots." Seeing Hydra join the battlefield, Tony sneered and smashed antidote grenades one after another downward. As the green mist filled the air, those lizardmen quickly turned back to ordinary people. Fuck. Rumlow cursed and drove the Peacemaker to attack Iron Man. At this moment, his battle armor suddenly lost control and flew toward Manhattan. Seeing the Hydra collapse in an instant, Mandarin looked a little ugly. It was a waste of his time. At this moment, more than a dozen military vehicles drove over, and then a large number of strong men in prison uniforms with sluggish faces got out of the vehicles. Seeing the arrival of the military vehicle, General Ross was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, "You are finally here, hurry up and let the criminal special forces join the battle." Hearing General Ross's order, the technicians at the rear immediately activated the chips in the prisoners' brains. The prisoners roared in unison, their bodies rapidly deformed, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of small abominations appeared in everyone's sight. That's right, these prisoners have all turned into small abominations. The military has never stopped researching abomination, and the criminal special forces are the result. The reason why the military reinstated General Ross is because of his special achievements in the study of abomination. However, these small abominations are not perfect, and they can use them now, relying entirely on the electronic chips in their heads, copying the electronic biological brain technology of the Oscorp. Not to mention these, after the prisoners transformed, they rushed to the battlefield immediately. With their participation, the superheroes finally took a sigh of relief, but only a sigh of relief, and the whole situation was still suppressed. Desperately struggling, "Now, I'll let you know what despair is." Mandarin smiled disdainfully, opened the container on the freighter, and more than 20 green flying dragons about the size of an ostrich flew out of the container. That's right, green flying dragons flew into the sky and breathed flames downwards. The port instantly turned into a sea of fire, and a large number of abominations were burned alive. Although the small abominations can heal themselves, it is far inferior to the real abomination. Flying dragon? Is this a fantasy movie? Tony turned and shot at a flying dragon. The blood of the flying dragon shot straight out. It was furious and spit flames at Tony. Tony hurriedly fled. At this moment, another flame sprayed from the side, and Tony dodged again. He turned his head and saw a man with a dragon tattoo looking at him with hatred. Dr. Killian roared, "Tony Stark, I've come to seek revenge on you." Tony mocked, "I'm sorry, who are you? Do I know you? You will know me, because you will die at my hands." Killian was furious, mounted a flying dragon, and charged at Tony. An unmanned battle armor just came to attack him, and was directly cut in half by his hand. Tony gasped. "It seems that this is the boss," that guy said before. "The question is, who is he? Why does he have a grudge against me? Flying dragon? Isn't Mandarin a terrorist? Why does he have such high technology and such terrifying monsters?" The high-level officials were stunned, and the strength of the Mandarin far exceeded their imagination. At the New York City Hall, Mayor George said to the Vice President who came here in person, "Vice President, I think it's time for the Blood God to take action." Everyone besides them was silent, no matter whether they were compromisers or hardliners. They all knew clearly that at this time, only the Blood God could save the overall situation. The Vice President was silent for a while, then took out his mobile phone and called the Blood God. Who knew that the one who answered the phone was Lilith, the Blood God's assistant? Blood God is practicing magic in seclusion, and he doesn't see any visitors. If you have something important, I suggest you come to him in person. Lilith finished speaking expressionlessly, then hung up the phone directly. Everyone's faces were quite ugly. The Vice President took a deep breath and said, "Since the Blood God wants me to see him, then I will go to him in person. Mayor George, you come with me." "Okay." Mayor George smiled bitterly. It seemed that the Blood God wanted to slap the Vice President in the face. "Damn Blood God, you will die at the hands of Mandarin." Cursing endlessly in his mind, Vice President took everyone to the Blood God Manor. Then, he let the large army wait outside, and walked into the villa with Mayor George and a few Secret Service agents. As soon as he entered the villa, the Vice President realized that it was not good, because President Ellis, who should have been caught by the Mandarin, was sitting there smiling. Vice President wanted to escape, but the Secret Service agents all pointed their guns at him. Mayor George was stunned, and asked Bert, "Mr. Wong, what's going on?" Bert said lightly, "It's nothing, it's just that the Vice President colluded with terrorists." Mayor George was stunned. "This is nothing. It's nothing compared to the current situation." President Ellis shook his head, and he sneered at the Vice President, "Are you surprised to see me here? What are you doing? Hurry up and catch him, he is fake." The Blood God found someone to disguise President. Vice President pointed at President Ellis and yelled at the agents, who sneered, "Do you think we can't even tell if the President is real or not? Even if he is real, why do you arrest me?" Vice President asked loudly, "President Ellis, what evidence do you have for calling me a traitor?" "Of course there is. The information on the SHIELD helicarrier was sent to the Mandarin by you, right?" President Ellis sneered, "The agent who helped you pass the information has been arrested by us. Also, your daughter was injected with A.I.M's extremis virus. These are all evidence." Seeing that the situation was over, Vice President collapsed on the ground. He thought of something, and shouted, "Mr. Mandarin will not let you go. It's the Blood God who won't let Mandarin go." President Ellis smiled disdainfully and said, "Take him to the dungeon and ask for information on the Mandarin. He committed treason, and I allow you to use special means." "Yes, sir." Several agents dragged the Vice President away immediately, and President Ellis turned to Bert and asked, "Blood God, shall we deal with SHIELD and Mandarin first?" Bert stood up and said, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s matter will be handed over to those superheroes. President Ellis, prepare a televised speech. The American citizens need you. Bert has already taken back control of the TV station. How can Mandarin's technology be compared with Oscorp's? President Ellis said, "I would love to serve the American citizens. Mayor George, come along." "Yes, sir." Mayor George immediately agreed. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was right to follow the Blood God. Bert drew a portal of a blue circle with his hand and said, "Ms. Carter, come with me." Carter walked to Bert and asked, "I didn't expect that you even know magic now, but why is yours blue? The energy is different." Bert took Carter into the aperture, opposite the battlefield of the port. As soon as he entered, he smelled a strong smell of gunpowder smoke. "It's a little hot," Bert said through the communicator. "Iron Man, the agents from SHIELD, and Spider-Man are all here, ready to open a copy of Hydra." While dodging Killian's attack, Tony shouted, "Bert, you're finally here, hurry up and help me get rid of these guys, especially this bastard who stalks me. Did I rob his wife or something? What you did to him was more extreme than robbing his wife. You let him wait for you on the rooftop for nothing." Bert sneered and said, "At this time, hundreds of unmanned battle armors flew from the sky to join the battle. These unmanned armors are Oscorp's private armor, and their performance is stronger than the military armors taken away by General Ross before. With the help of these unmanned armors, things are finally starting to improve." General Ross roared, "Blood God, you have such a strong force, why didn't you take it out earlier? Bert blinked and asked inexplicably, "You haven't been arrested yet." "Arrest me? I am the General of the United States, the commander appointed by the Vice President. Who dares to arrest me?" General Ross said arrogantly. At this moment, several Secret Service agents came over and said, "General Ross, you are suspected of treason. We are ordered by the President to formally arrest you." General Ross was stunned for a moment, and then asked inexplicably, "Treason? Wait, wasn't the President kidnapped by the Mandarin? Of course you want him to be taken away by the Mandarin. We have solid evidence that you intended to blow up the President." An agent sneered and stepped forward to handcuff General Ross. General Ross was furious and shouted to the soldiers beside him, "Take them down for me, they intend to rebel." At this time, a white-haired general came over and said in a cold voice, "I'm sorry, General Ross, you have been released from command. Next, I will take command here." "What?" General Ross was stunned. When the agents saw this, they immediately pulled him toward the car behind. "I've done a good job for the military, I've shed blood for the country, you can't do this to me, I want to see the Vice President, I want to see the Vice President." While struggling, General Ross shouted, and the agent sneered, "Don't worry, you'll see the Vice President right away, in jail." The Vice President was also arrested. General Ross instantly understood that he was being implicated by the Vice President. He was extremely depressed and couldn't help shouting, "I don't know the Vice President well. Didn't you want to see him just now?" The agent sneered and pushed General Ross into the car. "Blood God, General Ross has been released from command. Next, I will cooperate with you to fight. If you have anything, you can tell me." General Whitehair said to Bert through the communicator. Bert nodded and said, "Very good, let the Navy and Air Force prepare to save people." The white-haired general didn't ask anything, and simply agreed, "Okay, Blood God." "Bert, hurry up, or we won't be able to retreat at all," Tony shouted in the communication channel. Bert shook his head and said, "Tony, you are still too weak, you can't even deal with such a small character." "Small character? I don't think Dr. Killian would agree with you," Tony said. He had already found information about Killian, but he still couldn't remember how he offended the other party. "Of course, it's just a small role." Bert took out the pager and typed in the text, "Come back. Coordinates, New York port." The next moment, a colorful beam of light fell from the sky, and then, Hulk, Iron Fist, Black Panther, Punisher, Hell Sisters, and the huge war lizard and a big armor appeared at the same time. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." Ivan in the Hulkbuster armor laughed. He flew up and slashed down with an axe. The dragon's neck was directly divided in two, and it fell to the ground with a wailing cry. Tony asked in surprise, "Crazy, are you wearing a large armor?" "Yes, this is the Hulkbuster armor designed by Dr. Banner and me. Wear another armor on top of the original armor, sissy. Compared with this, you are a small toothpick." Ivan was crisscrossing in the air, and those flying dragons were not his opponents at all, and he hacked them to death one after another. "Fuck." Tony cursed. Why did his idea crash with Ivan's again? What's even worse is that every time he is ahead, this time, he will be blamed for plagiarism again. Hulk hate Hulkbuster. Hulk glared at the Hulkbuster armor, jumped up and grabbed an extremist soldier, and smashed him hard at the other extremist soldier. With a bang, the two extremist soldiers died at the same time. Punisher, Black Panther, and others also joined the battlefield immediately. Only Danny Rand was a little confused. He was staying well in Asgard. Why was he suddenly pulled back to participate in the war? It is worth mentioning that Thor didn't come, not because he didn't want to come, but because Bert didn't let him come. This is a matter of the Earth, and the people of the Earth can solve it. Seeing the change in the battle situation, Mandarin frowned a little, but he still didn't intend to take action. He just sent the reserve team out. Mandarin pays attention to the momentum, whoever moves first will be at a disadvantage. After killing a few flying dragons, Ivan flew toward Tony in the Hulkbuster armor. He looked at Killian, who was chasing Tony, and sneered, "Are you too weak? You can't even take care of such a small character." Tony led Killian in Ivan's direction and said, "Be careful, that guy can break the armor with his bare hands. Do you think my battle armor is as papery as yours?" Ivan smiled disdainfully, raised his hand, and fired a repulsor cannon at Killian. Killian controlled the flying dragon to avoid it, and then, together with the flying dragon, spewed flames toward the Conqueror's armor. The shield behind Ivan flew up by itself, blocking the flames in front of him. Tony's eyes lit up, automatic defense shield. "You think too much, I'm just remote controlling the shield," Ivan said unhappily, knowing that in terms of intelligence systems, he is far inferior to Tony. What else Tony wanted to say, Bert shouted, "Agents of SHIELD, hurry up and gather, the situation at the headquarters of SHIELD is very bad." "Okay." Tony and the others immediately flew toward Bert, and Killian roared from behind, "Tony Stark, don't run away, our account has not been settled yet. Sounds like you've always given up on people, don't you?" Ivan said, "Hey, wait, you like men? Then why are you with Pepper? You are the one who likes men." "I don't know who he is at all," Tony said angrily. What happened that night was a great shame to Killian, but to Tony, it was just a common prank, and he didn't take it to heart at all. Tony Stark's brain is not used to remembering these, he only remembers technology and beautiful woman. Spider-Man also raised his hand and said, "I am a superhero of the Watchman Company, although it is only a temporary contract." "Are you a primary school student?" Still raising hands for speaking. Bert said angrily, if you are asked to go, there is a reason for letting you go, so just go along. With that said, Bert drew a circle with one hand, and a blue portal appeared in front of everyone. Spider-Man's eyes brightened. Is this Camartage's unscientific portal? Tony asked in amazement. Bert, you are a magician? Wait, you have only practiced magic for 3 days, right? Hey, it took me 3 full days to practice this magic. I'm ashamed of my reputation as a peerless magic genius. Bert sighed. Tony silently raised his middle finger, feeling unhappy for a while. He always showed off his IQ, so why was he being shown off by others today? Don't talk about it. Hurry up and go. Bert waved his hand and said. Tony and the others nodded and went through the portal to the headquarters of SHIELD one after another, where the communication was blocked. After Tony and the others left, Bert dispersed the portal. He thought about something, took out his mobile phone and called Mercury, and asked, have you been to that base yet? Mercury said, yes, the base has been surrounded. Bert said, very good, act immediately and take away all the people and things in the base. If there is resistance, kill everyone except Dr. Lizard. Mercury nodded, yes, blood god. Putting down the phone, Bert raised his head and looked in the direction of Mandarin, with a sneer on his face. You want to slaughter God, who gave you the courage? Mandarin was also looking at Bert. He didn't know why the other party sent some people away, but in his opinion, this was undoubtedly a bad move. Get ready, the blood god and his dragon will soon make a move. Mandarin said in a low voice, and the mysterious voice said hideously, I have been preparing, the taste of the dragon's soul should be very good. Let's move backward a little. At the SHIELD headquarters, Hill entered the broadcast room with the help of Sharon, and then, through the broadcast, she commanded the remaining SHIELD agents to fight. Although Hill's commanding ability is quite good, the situation is still getting worse. After all, Hydra has been preparing for too long, and the previous raid killed too many SHIELD agents. At this moment, the 2 helicarriers have been lifted into the air, and soon, they will reach the required height. At that time, countless people will die tragically under the guns of Hydra. Damn, the project inside is this. After listening to Sharon's introduction, Hill cursed and asked Sharon, since you already knew about this, you should have other preparations, right? There are a lot of preparations, but superheroes can't make a move because of the Mandarin. Sharon sighed and said, fortunately, we invited foreign aid. Foreign aid? Who? Hill asked. At this moment, a battle armor flew up with a woman, looking at the sunglasses on the battle armor. Hill sighed, it's the vampire police station. Yes, it's us, Melinda, you are commanding the battle here, and I'll help Natasha. Blade said, she can't handle the white lizardman, Winter Soldier, alone. Go ahead. Melinda jumped into the broadcast room, picked up the walkie-talkie, and said, everyone, move. Yes. The police from the vampire police station immediately rushed into the SHIELD headquarters and fought against the Hydra agents with the SHIELD agents. This time, the situation was a lot better. Hill asked a little dissatisfied, Melinda, did you take refuge in the vampire? I joined the SWORD Bureau. Melinda said coldly, SWORD Bureau without Hydra. Speaking of this, Hill was extremely depressed. It was the fault of the previous SHIELD directors. Why did it explode in her tenure? She thought of something, and asked hopefully, is Nick Fury's corruption framed by Hydra? You're loyal to Nick Fury. Sharon glanced at Hill and said, Hydra planted half of it, that is to say, he was also greedy, as much as Hydra. Hill was speechless. She said, don't talk about this, how should we deal with those 2 helicarriers? Stop it like this. Sharon took out a controller and pressed it, and an explosion sounded from the 2 helicarriers at the same time. Then, the 2 helicarriers stopped in midair at the same time and did not continue to rise. Hill asked in surprise, you guys tampered with the helicarrier? Yes, it's a pity that Pierce wasn't in the helicarrier. Sharon said, to destroy them, it is up to the superheroes, and I hope they can come here as soon as possible. Seeing the helicarriers suddenly stop, Pierce asked angrily, damn, what happened to the helicarriers? Immediately, a Hydra agent reported, sir, 1 engine of each of the 2 helicarriers has been blown up. We need time to repair it. In addition, the helicarrier has a virus, and the attack system cannot be activated. Pierce asked, how long will it take to repair it? About half an hour. It's too slow. Within 20 minutes, everything must be repaired. Also, all the lizardmen should wear gas masks to protect the helicarrier. Pierce shouted knowing it was time to complete Project Insight before the events in New York subsided. At this time, Pierce found that the people from the vampire police station were coming, and immediately frowned. It seems that they have made a lot of preparations. Fortunately, I have also made a lot of preparations here. More than 10 minutes later, the reinforcements sent by Dr. Lizard arrived. Pierce was overjoyed and hurriedly said, go out and kill Blade and Black Widow. Also, capture the broadcasting room, I want to see Hill's head. For such a trivial matter, it is enough to send half of the people. For the rest, install the doctor's equipment, and it may be used in a while. The leading man in the cloak said arrogantly, and 10 reinforcements came out immediately. After nodding to Pierce, they strode outside. The remaining 10 reinforcements turned around to assemble the machine. Pierce glanced at the cloaked man and frowned, you must obey me completely. The man in the cloak sat on the chair and said, when did I not obey you? Old man, don't be so serious, a person with an ability like mine can't be as obedient as a dog. Pierce frowned deeper, but now was not the time to deal with this. He asked, why didn't Dr. Lizard come? He is so afraid of death, how could he come here? If we lose, he will run away immediately. The man in the cloak shrugged and said, just like last time, by the way, he has already found a new home, do you need me to tell you his name? Pierce took a deep breath and said, no need because Hydra will not lose. Leaving aside the conversation between Pierce and the cloaked man, the 10 reinforcements were divided into 2 groups. Half of them went to deal with Blade and Black Widow, and the other half went to the broadcast room to deal with Maria Hill. Blade and Black Widow are currently fighting the Winter Soldier on the roof of the headquarters. Winter Soldier can spit ice and is very difficult to deal with. The two have fought with him for so long, but they still can't win. Why do the lizardmen spray ice? It's unreasonable, right? Blade slammed into the wall, smashing the ice in his hand, then rushed to the Winter Soldier and slashed him in the head. Winter Soldier blocked the sword of Blade with his metal hand, and then smashed him into the air with a tail. Black Widow charged forward fiercely, and stabbed the Winter Soldier with a dagger in the waist. Winter Soldier immediately controlled the ice to cover his waist. Black Widow's dagger was blocked by the ice and lost most of its strength, only piercing the Winter Soldier's waist shallowly. Winter Soldier didn't care about this little injury, and turned around and smashed Black Widow into the air. Winter Soldier was about to chase after the Black Widow when Blade charged over, and the light of the sword enveloped the Winter Soldier continuously, and the Winter Soldier had to retreat. Why isn't your sword made of vibranium? Black Widow got up with difficulty and asked inexplicably, isn't this the basic welfare of the Blood God? You are the old brother of the Blood God. My sword is doped with vibranium. The problem is that his arm also has vibranium. Blade said gloomily. Black Widow was stunned, and then she realized that it must be Hydra that secretly bought vibranium. There are 2 sides to everything. Bird opened up Wakanda and sold vibranium, which did improve the strength of the earth, but it also gave some villains a chance to obtain vibranium. Although Wakanda's sale of vibranium was done after lots of screening, with the strength of Hydra, it is easy to get someone with a good identity to buy vibranium, so Hydra also got a little vibranium. Pierce covered a portion of the vibranium into the Winter Soldier's metal arm, which is why the Winter Soldier can regenerate but not replace the metal arm. No wonder Shield didn't have much vibranium, it turned out to be embezzled by Hydra. Black Widow pounced at the Winter Soldier depressedly, and Blade said, next time, I will ask Bert to replace mine with a pure vibranium sword, then I will see who else can stop me. Black Widow was speechless, he was indeed the old brother of the Blood God, and he spoke with pride. A pure vibranium sword, at least hundreds of millions of dollars? At this moment, 5 lizardmen of different colors rushed in from the gate of the rooftop. The Winter Soldier saw them and immediately raised his hands and sprayed icy air at Black Widow and Blade. They are also elite lizardmen. Blade, escape. Black Widow was startled, and hurriedly avoided the ice and flew into the sky. At this moment, a one-eyed lizard shot a laser at her with its eyes, breaking the jet on the left foot of her armor, and she dropped down from the sky. When the other red lizardman saw this, he immediately opened his big mouth and spit flames toward Black Widow. At the critical moment, Blade charged over to save Black Widow and flew into the sky. The lizardmen were about to chase after them, but Blade threw more than a dozen pumpkin grenades at the pumpkin grenades exploded, and the entire rooftop was almost flattened, so the lizardmen hurriedly avoided it. At the same time, Sharon also escaped from the broadcast room with Hill and Melinda. Those lizards were too strong, and they were no match at all. If this continues, they will be completely defeated. Hill couldn't help but ask, when are those superheroes coming? Sharon was about to answer when a blue portal suddenly appeared at the entrance of the headquarters, and then, Iron Man, Captain America, Carter, and others flew out. You are finally here. Blade and the others flew down immediately. Tony was not in the mood to joke, and asked with a sullen face, where is Pierce? Before Blade could answer, Pierce's voice sounded, Tony Stark, it seems, you discovered something. Tony said angrily, Pierce, my parents, did you kill them? Yeah, they worked on super serum, I wanted it, so I sent the Winter Soldier to kill them, and then made it look like a car accident. Pierce admitted very simply, and then, the Winter Soldier descended from the sky with 20 elite lizardmen, in front of Tony and the others. Pierce said, that hooded man with a metal arm is the Winter Soldier. You killed my parents. Tony gritted his teeth and asked the Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier was expressionless and didn't mean to answer at all. Tony got angrier, raised his hand, and fired a miniature missile at the Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier stretched out his hand to create an ice wall. Tony, you handle him, we will find a way to destroy the helicarriers. Steve shouted, and Carter flew into the sky in a glider. Pierce snorted coldly, stop them? A lizardman teleported onto Steve's glider and swept his tail fiercely at Steve. Steve avoided it sideways and then smashed the opponent with a shield. But the opponent disappeared in a flash in the air and appeared again. On the glider, Carter was also stopped by another lizardman. Seeing this, Johnny immediately turned into the Human Torch and rose into the sky. Destroying things, he was the best at it. At this moment, a bolt of lightning shot from below, hitting Human Torch's chest. He screamed and fell from the sky. Aren't you too reckless? Spider-Man shook his head and fired his web at the lightning lizardman. His spider web launcher was modified so that it would not be damaged by electricity. Why are there always fewer people on the side of good people? Blade shook his head and attacked with his sword, followed by Danny Rand. He complained, "Can anyone tell me what's going on? Why are we attacking S.H.I.E.L.D? No one answered Danny because everyone was busy. Tony thought for a while, sent 5 unmanned battle armors to support others, and singled out the Winter Soldier, but Winter Soldier's strength was stronger than he imagined, and he couldn't take down the opponent at all. The only one who didn't do anything was Black Widow. She quietly fled to the back. An invisible Quinjet was hiding there. When it saw her coming, immediately opened the door and welcomed her in. Black Widow handed the dagger to Coulson, and said quickly, "The dagger has the blood of the Winter Soldier. You should study it, and help me fix the injector on my left foot." Coulson immediately said, "Fitz, you go to help Natasha repair the battle armor. Gemma, you, Sky, and Dr. Connors study the blood of the Lizardman." "Okay." Gemma immediately stepped forward to take the dagger, then turned to Dr. Connors' holographic projection and asked, "Doctor, what should we do now?" "Do the analysis first. The lizard serum is my invention. No one knows it better than me." Coulson was pondering. The reason why he accepted Sky into SHIELD was the order of the Blood God. Although he didn't know why Blood God did this, he always felt that something is wrong. In the command room, Pierce looked at the battle below and asked the cloaked man, "Aren't you going to help? 20 elite lizardmen plus a particularly powerful Winter Soldier are more than enough to deal with those superheroes. I don't need to take action. The purpose of my creation is to deal with the Blood God. Hey, Spider-Man is here too." The cloaked man had no interest at all, but suddenly saw the Spider-Man jumping around. His eyes lit up, and he stood up and said, "I'll go down and kill that Spider-Man. Call me if you need anything, and I'll be right back." After that, without waiting for Pierce to agree, the cloaked man disappeared. Pierce's face was a little ugly. He thought and asked about the helicarrier. "How long will it take to take off?" "We don't have much time." The agents inside the helicarrier replied, "Sir, please give us another 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, we will repair the engine and restore the attack system. ASAP." Pierce nodded. At this moment, the voice of President Ellis suddenly came from the TV next to him. He turned his head sharply and saw that President Ellis was giving a speech on the TV. "I know, you must be wondering, why am I here? The reason is very simple. I was not captured. I was just leading the snake out of the hole. For the specific content, I will tell you all the details in Trish Talk after the events are settled. Now, please rest assured and wait for the result quietly. God will bless America and everyone." After speaking, the TV screen switched. The audience was stunned for a moment and then cheered. The president is fine, which means that the United States is fine, and they are fine. God. A New Yorker thought of something and asked his wife, what the president said. Could it be the Dragon God? "You think too much. Besides us New Yorkers, who else believes in the Dragon God?" His wife sneered. The president should be talking about God. The New Yorker laughed at himself. "Yes, I think too much." This New Yorker didn't know that what President Ellis meant was the Blood God. If it weren't for the strong opposition of his staff, he would directly say Blood God on TV. With so many troubles in New York, which one is not solved by the Blood God? President Ellis went on TV and said almost nothing, which may seem like a superfluous but necessary thing. If he doesn't show up now, no one will believe him when he explains it later. Using the president as bait? Please, third-rate screenwriters can make up a better plot than this, right? President Ellis was rescued. Pierce's expression changed. Could it be that the battle in New York is over? If this is the case, it will be troublesome. The Blood God will appear at any time. Now I just hope that Dr. Lizard's trump card really works. Pierce turned his head and glanced at the assembled machine, his face full of uncertainty. Although Dr. Lizard said he was very confident, it was the famous Blood God. At the same time, the man in the cloak found Spider-Man, and when Spider-Man saw him, he had a very strange feeling, as if he had met his kind. Spider-Man frowned and asked, "Why are you wearing a cloak? Are you uglier than those lizardmen?" "Yes, I'm super ugly, ugly enough to break through the sky." The man in the cloak was not angry, but very happy. He took off the cloak, and inside it was a suit that was almost identical to Spider-Man, only the colors were different. Spider-Man was red, and he was black. Seeing the other party's dress, Spider-Man couldn't help but be stunned, and then said, "Well, I'm sorry, the copyright of Spider-Man's suits belongs to me and the Watchman Company. You will be accused of plagiarism." "Is that the point?" The black Spider-Man was too lazy to say anything, raised his hand, and shot a black spider web at Spider-Man. Spider-Man had Spidey sense and avoided it in advance. "You also have a web shooter." Spider-Man was stunned, and at the same time fired a spider web at the black Spider-Man. The black Spider-Man also avoided it ahead of time. He rushed in front of Spider-Man and kicked him. Spider-Man avoided and smashed the black Spider-Man's head with a backhand. The black Spider-Man ducked to avoid it, and then swept his right foot towards Spider-Man. Spider-Man jumped up and launched a spider web at the black Spider-Man's face, and the black Spider-Man tilted his head to avoid it. The two of them went back and forth for more than 10 rounds, but they didn't touch each other. It was like a pas de deux. Spider-Man frowned, and he asked incredulously, "You also have spider sense?" "Of course." The black Spider-Man laughed, suddenly jumped to the wall, and stuck there firmly. Spider-Man was stunned. The web launcher can be copied, but wall crawling is his unique ability. Spider-Man asked angrily, "Who are you?" "Who am I? Of course, I'm Peter Parker." The black Spider-Man laughed and took off the hood. It was Peter's face. Spider-Man was stunned. He thought of something and hurriedly said, "Hurry up and put it on. My identity cannot be revealed, otherwise, Aunt May will be in danger." "Idiot, you have powerful abilities, but you live like a blind mouse." The Black Spider-Man smiled disdainfully. He put on the hood and said with hatred, "Spider-Man, I will kill you to avenge myself." "Who are you?" "Hey, wait, are you my long-lost twin brother?" "That's not right. Spider-Man's abilities cannot be inherited." Spider-Man grabbed his head in confusion, and now he kind of understood why Mr. Wong asked him to come over. "Think slowly in hell." Black Spider-Man stopped talking nonsense, clicked with both hands, and shot spider webs one after another at Spider-Man. Spider-Man dodged again and again, and shouted at the same time, "Are you my brother? I always wanted to have a younger brother. Why does it have to be a younger brother, not an elder brother? You are so weak and so stupid, why should you be the elder brother?" Black Spider-Man seems to have inherited the attributes of Spider-Man's talkativeness, and taunting while attacking. Under his offensive, the space for Spider-Man to avoid is getting smaller. Seeing that the time was almost up, the Black Spider-Man took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and spewed out a mass of fire. Spider-Man had no time to escape and was burned. The Black Spider-Man laughed, "Ha ha ha, is it a roasted spider now?" At this moment, Spider-Man jumped out of the fire and asked in surprise, "Why can you breathe fire? I can't even spin webs." The Black Spider-Man asked in disbelief, "Why are you okay? The clothes on my body were made by Mr. Wong with tens of millions of dollars, and they are invulnerable to fire and water." Spider-Man pulled his clothes and said, "By the way, my suit is full of special functions with high-tech equipment. Some of them, Mr. Wong, said that I was too young to use them, and I was about to ask my friend to help crack them. Go to hell." The Black Spider-Man was too lazy to listen to Spider-Man's nonsense and opened his mouth to spray poison gas at him. As a result, Spider-Man was still fine. Spider-Man said, "Didn't you listen to me? This is high-tech equipment, and antivirus is a basic function, just like Mr. Stark's armor. There is an oxygen circulation system in the suit which can ensure that I can breathe in the sea. Go to hell." The Black Spider-Man got angrier, his hands lit up with crackling electricity, and he shot at Spider-Man, but Spider-Man was still fine, and the little spider on his chest lit up. Spider-Man rambled and said, "This suit is also resistant to electric attacks. By the way, the spider on my chest can fly. It is very useful. It can not only help me find my way but also produce electric shocks." "Shut up." Black Spider-Man gritted his teeth. He was jealous that Spider-Man had such good equipment. "You don't have to be so angry, right? Although this dress is good, it was super expensive. I've always been afraid of breaking it. I don't have the money to repair it." Spider-Man said, "If only I could have as many abilities as you." Game developers don't even have to design unique moves when developing Spider-Man games. You have no idea what the price of these abilities is. "Spider-Man, I'm going to kill you. I don't have to suffer like this at all." The Black Spider-Man appeared next to Spider-Man out of thin air, and then kicked him fiercely. Although Spider-Man avoided the first time, the Black Spider-Man was too fast, and he was kicked out. "Teleporting? Isn't this too cheating?" Spider-Man yelled. Seeing that he was not an opponent, he took advantage of the wall to escape into the building next to him, and the Black Spider-Man immediately chased in. In any case, he wanted to kill Spider-Man and avenge himself. At the same time, inside the Quinjet, Gemma held up the test tube and excitedly said to everyone, "Everyone, good news, we have developed a potion that can deal with the elite lizardmen." "Very good." Everyone couldn't help being overjoyed. Natasha said, "The research on the new antidote is really fast." "This is not a new antidote, the elite lizardmen can no longer turn back into humans." Dr. Connors shook his head and said hatefully, "That bastard Dr. Lizard is not worthy of being a scientist at all. He mixed the blood of monsters into the serum of the lizard." "Blood of monsters? No wonder they have various abilities." It turned out to be the abilities of monsters. Everyone suddenly realized, Dr. Connors said, "Yes, the ability of monsters. The success rate of this new serum should be extremely low, otherwise it won't be so small. Not to mention this, the new potion developed by Gemma and I can make the elite lizardmen lose their combat effectiveness due to blood conflict. However, this potion must be injected to take effect." "Enough, Gemma, hurry up and dispense the potion, at least 30. Natasha asked Fitz, "Fitz, is Black Widow armor repaired?" Fitz said, "It has been temporarily repaired, but it can only last for half an hour. After that, it will be completely damaged and needs to be replaced with a new one. Anyway, SHIELD can reimburse me." SHIELD seems to have closed down." Natasha frowned and said to Coulson, "Will the SWORD Bureau be reimbursed?" "Yes, the richest man in the United States is behind the S.W.O.R.D. Bureau." Coulson said, "Also, they don't have a single corrupt person. The greatest embezzler in American history." Natasha couldn't help shaking her head. She said, "I heard that Fury also wanted to join the war, but Steve told him, don't come here to cause trouble. If the SHIELD agents see you, they might directly surrender to Hydra." Coulson smiled bitterly, and Sky couldn't help asking, "What is the SWORD Bureau?" "I'll tell you later, make the potion now." Coulson hurriedly changed the subject, and soon, the potion was finished, and Natasha put on the Black Widow battle armor and returned to the battlefield with the potion. Natasha was not in a hurry. She first used the communicator to notify others about the potion and then used the stealth function to quietly deliver the potion to everyone. While dealing with the lightning lizardman, Carter said, "Ready." Danny repelled the sturdy lizardman and nodded, "I'm ready too." Patton, Human Torch, and those few unmanned battle armors were also ready soon. "Natasha, this winter soldier is difficult to deal with, you come and help me." While avoiding the ice of the winter soldier, Tony shouted to Natasha. Natasha nodded and said, "You attract his attention, I will sneak attack. Go." When everyone was ready, Steve immediately ordered, and then he smashed his shield at the teleporting lizardman on the opposite side, and the lizardman immediately teleported and appeared 5 meters away. Steve activated the jet boots on his feet and appeared in front of the lizardman in an instant. He slammed it down with a punch, and the lizardman couldn't teleport a second time in a short time. Steve seized the opportunity and stabbed the needle in the shoulder of the teleporting lizardman. The teleporting lizardman didn't care at first, but soon lost his strength and fell to the ground crying in pain. At the same time, Carter, Barton, and others also succeeded, only Tony and Natasha failed. Natasha successfully attacked the Winter Soldier, but Winter Soldier realized that something was wrong, and immediately froze the needle and part of his blood, and then punched Natasha, pulled out the needle tube, and threw it away. Tony gritted his teeth and said, "This guy is troublesome. If you deal with other lizardmen, I will transfer the unmanned battle armors back to kill this guy." "Okay." The others had no opinion. With the help of everyone, the lizardmen were quickly defeated, and only a few were left struggling. "Fuck." Pierce was shocked and angry when he saw this scene. He thought of something and shouted to the Winter Soldier, "Winter Soldier, take off your mask." Winter Soldier did as he told, and a handsome face with vicissitudes appeared in front of everyone. Tony sneered, "What's the use of taking off the mask? You are dead today." Tony was about to attack when Steve and Carter simultaneously shouted incredulously, "Bucky." "Who's Bucky?" Tony and Winter Soldier asked at the same time. Pierce laughed from above. "Yes, Steve, he is your best friend, Bucky Barnes. When he fell off the cliff, he didn't die. He was saved by Hydra. We washed away his memories and turned him into the Winter Soldier." When the Winter Soldier heard this, a look of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he regained his composure and continued to attack Tony. "I don't care who he is." Tony was about to continue the attack. Steve and Carter rushed over. Steve shouted, "Tony, no, he's Bucky." Facing the raging Tony, Steve yelled, "Tony, Bucky is under their control." Tony shouted, "So what if he was controlled? Can he kill anyone if he is controlled? The person who was controlled does not bear any responsibility." Carter said coldly, "This is what you once said." Tony was speechless because he said that before, but anger clouded his mind and he shouted, "I don't care, I must kill him." "Tony, it's not Bucky who really killed your parents, it's Pierce, he's the culprit, you kill him first." Carter shouted, "As for Bucky, we'll deal with him afterward. I promise you, I won't let him go secretly." Tony hesitated, and after a while, he said, "I don't plan to let Bucky go, but the overall situation is the most important thing right now, and Carter, the control of the 5 unmanned armors is handed over to you." After speaking, Tony flew directly to the control room where Pierce was. Both Steve and Carter breathed a sigh of relief. Steve hesitated and said to Carter, "Peggy, do you want to leave Bucky to Tony?" Carter said, "Steve, trust Tony, I watched him grow up, he is not a child who kills innocent people." A child in his 40s. Steve shook his head and said, "Take Bucky first, I didn't expect to see him again, and he also turned into a lizard man. When Bucky wakes up, he will want to commit suicide." While controlling the unmanned armor to attack, Carter said, "I don't think so, at least, he won't need a refrigerator in the future." What a cold joke. Steve smashed his shield at Bucky while complaining. Seeing this, Natasha shouted to Human Torch and Blade, "We'll attack from the sky. Barton, Danny, you go to reconcile with Carlson, together. Attack the helicarrier." "Okay." Everyone agreed, and then, Blade, Human Torch, and Natasha flew toward the helicarrier together. At the same time, Tony Stark smashed the wall and came to the command room. He didn't mean to talk nonsense with Pierce at all, and directly raised his hand and fired a repulsor cannon at him. Pierce didn't move, his eyes were full of confidence. The next moment, a figure appeared in front of him out of thin air, his arms crossed, and he blocked the pulse cannon abruptly. Black Spider-Man said very dissatisfied, "Pierce, you are annoying, I almost killed Spider-Man." Pierce snorted coldly, "You must protect me, kill Tony Stark, kill all the superheroes, but don't transform, the Blood God may come at any time, and save your transformation to deal with him." "I know." The Black Spider-Man didn't talk nonsense. He raised his hand and shot a web at Tony. Tony hurried to pull the spider web. The Black Spider-Man took the opportunity to fly up and kicked Tony's chest heavily with his feet. Tony stabilized his body in the air, and he asked Spider-Man through the communicator, "Little Spider, who is that guy in the same uniform as you?" "He should be my clone, Mr. Stark, be careful, in addition to my abilities, he also has various peculiar abilities, just like those lizardmen." The injured Spider-Man said weakly, through the confrontation and communication just now, he had already guessed the truth. "Human cloning? You have this kind of technology?" Tony was very surprised. At this moment, the Black Spider-Man jumped out, his mouth opened, and a large amount of icy air blurted out, shrouding Iron Man. "I hate ice." Tony hurriedly avoided, and the Black Spider-Man shot a web in the air that stuck to Iron Man's calf, then swung hard, flew high, and kicked down Tony from the sky. Tony dodged again, and the Black Spider-Man disappeared suddenly, and when it reappeared, it was already behind Tony. Immediately afterward, the Black Spider-Man's hands lit up with electricity and pressed hard on the back of the steel battle armor. But beyond Black Spider-Man's expectations, the steel armor was not paralyzed, and the power was greatly increased. Tony turned around and fired 2 pulse cannons at the Black Spider-Man, and the Black Spider-Man flew in response. "You pissed me off." The Black Spider-Man was furious, and his body disappeared again. Tony hurriedly monitored the surroundings. At this time, a high-temperature beam shot from the side. Tony narrowly avoided it, and a deep mark appeared on the waist armor. "Ha ha ha, I'm invincible." The Black Spider-Man appeared, and his eyes without a hood kept shooting high-temperature beams at Tony. Tony scolded while dodging. How can this guy have so many messy abilities? Dr. Lizard is not easy. He created a clone Spider-Man that can fuse the blood of all monsters. Dr. Connors saw the performance of the Black Spider-Man through the holographic projection, frowned, and said, "Be careful, this cloned Spider-Man probably hasn't exerted his full strength yet." "He hasn't given all his strength yet? Then what kind of strength will he have when he goes all out?" Everyone was surprised. When Carter saw this, she hurriedly returned the control of the unmanned armor to Tony, and he and Steve teamed up to deal with the Winter Soldier. Seeing the unmanned battle armor rushing up, the Black Spider-Man snorted coldly, teleported to the back of an unmanned battle armor, spurted out a mouthful of corrosive venom, and the unmanned battle armor's head was directly melted. "You're gross." Tony cursed and led the unmanned armor to besiege the Black Spider-Man, but the Black Spider-Man was elusive, and the numbers meant nothing to him, and Tony suddenly fell into a hard fight. At the same time, the 3 people flew above the helicarrier. The Hydra that had been prepared immediately fired at them, and various bullets and missiles were fired one after another. "It's useless, you will all die." Human Torch pushed forward with both hands, the raging fire burned the sky, and all the missiles rumbled and exploded. Blade turned to Natasha and asked, "This thing is so big, how to destroy it?" Natasha said, "There is a control room in the middle, destroy it, and the helicarrier will fall." "Okay." Blade immediately rushed towards the center of the helicarrier. Natasha and Human Torch opened the way for him, and the HYDRAs tried their best to intercept, but to no avail. Just then, a programmer shouted, "The virus is cleaned up, and the attack system is restored." "Great, kill them." Hydra Captain roared, and the fort and machine guns on the helicarrier immediately turned their direction to shoot at the 3, who couldn't help but be shocked and hurriedly avoided. Coulson, who was driving the Quinjet, stopped immediately. With the defensive power of the Quinjet, he would die on the spot. "Damn, the attack system is restored, and the engine is estimated to be repaired soon." Before Natasha finished speaking, the helicarrier on the left shook violently and slowly began to lift off. The engine was finally repaired. Immediately afterward, the helicarrier on the right also started to lift off, and Pierce laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, no one can stop me. Hydra's plan is about to be completed." At this moment, a blue portal suddenly appeared above the helicarrier, and then, a dragon covered in flames descended from the sky, pierced through the helicarrier, and flew below. The helicarrier exploded with a bang. "Dragon!" All the people present exclaimed at the same time. Pierce's eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible? Isn't the dragon only appear in New York? Bert is here at last." Tony knew that the dragon was Bert's, and he was greatly relieved. At this time, he found that the length of the dragon was a bit wrong, and said stunned, "Why is it getting shorter? The dragon in Manhattan was 1,000 meters long and very majestic, and the one that appeared right now is only 100 meters long. The reason for this is very simple. This is not Manhattan, and Bert cannot be blessed. This divine dragon is entirely the power of Bert himself. Why did the dragon in New York come to Washington?" Many citizens around saw the dragon in the sky, and they were greatly shocked. They wanted to get closer to see it clearly, but they were blocked by the military and the police. The military and the police blocked the area early in the morning but did not attack rashly. Let's turn the time back a little. At New York Harbor, after Bert sent Tony and others away, quietly watched the battlefield. Although Tony and the others left the field, the situation did not deteriorate. Yvonne and the others were very powerful, not to mention that Bert also sent a large number of unmanned armors to reinforce them. "Hulk likes fighting." Hulk laughed, and kept jumping up and hitting those extremist soldiers as if it was badminton. The extremist soldiers were very angry and rushed over to besiege the Hulk. "I like war, ha ha ha." The war madman Frank fired wildly, and the smart cannons floating behind him also bombarded the enemies along with him. Although he was only one person, he forced the feeling of an artillery battalion. Yvonne stopped Dr. Killian. He slashed at the opponent with an axe, and sneered, "Tony is a waste, he couldn't even solve a shit like this. You also look down on me? You all look down on me. I am Aldrich Killian, how can I be worse than you?" Dr. Killian was furious. He avoided Ivan's axe and threw himself at the Hulkbuster armor, ready to dismantle the armor with his bare hands. Yvonne sneered. A dazzling electric light lit up on the Hulkbuster armor, and Dr. Killian got shocked by the electricity and fell off the battle armor. Yvonne added a kick, and Dr. Killian flew out like a cannonball, hitting the ground hard. "You dare to pounce on my battle armor? Don't you know that I like to play electric shock the most?" Yvonne smiled disdainfully, leaned over, and rushed toward Dr. Killian. Seeing this, Killian's subordinate 7 immediately brought a few flying soldiers to stop him. Seeing that the situation was a stalemate, Mandarin was a little unhappy. He took the walkie-talkie and asked, "Have you not gotten the TV signal yet?" The technician smiled bitterly, "Sir Mandarin, our signal has been cut off. Now we can only use the local area network and cannot connect to the outside network. Forget it. I'll make up the picture later, and kill the president." Mandarin sneered, and an extremist soldier heard the order and immediately pointed his gun at President Ellis, who was tied in the air. "Finally, I can leave." Boss was serious. This is what he meant by acting in a full set? It caused me to be hanged for so long. President Ellis was overjoyed when he saw this. His body turned into flowing water and climbed up the high platform along the rope, then grabbed the terrified extremist soldier, and jumped into the sea together. Seeing this, Mandarin was furious. "What? Mandarin, you want to challenge me?" Bert shouted, "Today, you will only have one ending, and that is to die here, and your 10 rings will become my trophies." Arrogance. Mandarin gritted his teeth. He wanted to say something else, but the mysterious voice said, "Don't talk nonsense, let's fight directly." "Okay, Filong, dispatch." Mandarin shouted. Filong laughed and shouted, "It should have been this way long ago." Accompanied by the voice of the Filong dragon, a 10,000-ton freighter suddenly burst open on the sea, and then, a huge green shadow rose into the sky, spreading its wings wantonly in the air, covering the sky and the sun. Dragon. Seeing the huge green shadow, everyone was very surprised, because it was a western lizard dragon. Yvonne complained, "Sci-fi wars have changed into fantasy wars." Looking at the dragon in the sky, Mandarin couldn't help laughing. 100 years ago, he was just a martial arts master. By chance, he found the wreckage of an alien spaceship. Inside the wreckage, Mandarin not only got 10 rings, but also a sleeping dragon. This is an extraterrestrial dragon. The Mandarin used many methods to wake it up and let it cooperate with him. With the 10 rings and the dragon, Mandarin is not afraid of any opponent, even the blood god. "Xiaolao, come and die." The Filong dragon roared in the direction of Manhattan. Bert sneered disdainfully, and cast spells with both hands at an unimaginable speed. 10 blue circles suddenly appeared around the Filong dragon. Before the Filong dragon could react, the 10 apertures shrank rapidly at the same time. They were like the sharpest blades, cutting the Filong dragon, whose body was stronger than alloys, into 11 sections. The wounds were extremely smooth, and no blood came out. It wasn't over yet. Electra, who had been hiding for a long time, jumped from the shadows onto the Filong dragon's head, and then, 2 long swords that shone with black light stabbed into the Filong dragon's head fiercely. What? Suffering such heavy damage, the Filong dragon is still not dead. The dragon's head roars and struggles frantically, and the other body parts fly up like living things, trying to rejoin it. Electra snorted coldly and put the head of the Filong dragon into the dark space. Without the command of the dragon head, the other parts of the Filong dragon immediately lost their spirituality and fell downward. Bert cast the spell again, and a portal appeared below, which became bigger and bigger, and the dragon body of the Filong dragon fell directly into it and disappeared. In a large laboratory of the Blood God group, everyone who had been waiting for a long time saw the dragon body fall, and immediately activated the device. A large amount of liquid nitrogen was sprayed out, the temperature of the laboratory plummeted, and the dragon body was quickly frozen. Dr. Stern was overjoyed. Alien's body, now there is some research material. This is the end. Everyone was stunned. Filong was so handsome, but he was gone in 3 seconds? This guy was comparable to an helicarrier. Mandarin's mouth was so open that he could swallow an egg. The Filong dragon he relied on just rushed to the street like this? Bert put his hands behind his back, with a light face. The #1 mage of the vampires. Have you seen him? At Camartage, the mages who were watching the scene through magic were stunned. Daniel, the former guardian of the New York Sanctum, couldn't help but ask, "Supreme Mage, can the portal be used like this?" Ancient One replied while making tea, "When the portal is closed, it is extremely sharp, and I have used this to fight." Mordo looked at Ancient One and asked with some dissatisfaction, "Master, why did you pass Camartage's magic to the Blood God? He is a vampire." Hearing Mordo's question, everyone looked at Ancient One. They also wanted to know the answer to this question, because he released 10 spells in an instant. Ancient One tapped the void with one finger, and the previous picture was played back at a slow speed. Everyone could see that the 10 space portals did not appear at the same time, but appeared one after another with slight differences. The Blood God can release 10 spells in an instant. Everyone was shocked. The mage apprentice Strange in the corner touched his chin and said, in game terms, he has 10 times the spellcasting expertise. Wow, the boss is too strong. Everyone turned to look at Strange, frowning a little. Why are he and Doom here? Isn't this a meeting that only senior mages can attend? Mordo asked Strange, "Is the Blood God your boss?" "Yes, I worked in the hospital he opened. After my hand was injured, I went to him and asked him to install a pair of mechanical hands for me." Strange nodded and said with trembling hands. The boss looked very shocked at the time. In the end, he didn't agree to my request, but gave me Sanctum's information. Ancient One silently brews tea, thinking, Doctor Strange with a robotic arm, why does it sound so exciting? Doom glanced at Strange and said, "A mechanical hand? I think you should install one, which can improve your combat effectiveness." Strange trembled and regretted saying this. Camartage is good for everything, strong magic, fast internet, and free electricity. The only bad thing is Doom. This bastard always beats him, in the name of training. That is to say, he couldn't beat Doom, an iron-faced bastard, otherwise Strange would let him know why the flowers were so red. Doom ignored Strange. He turned to Ancient One and asked, Master, why didn't the Blood God's portal interfere with each other? Also, why was his portal so big in the first place? Logically speaking, it wasn't supposed to get this bigger. Because that's not a portal. Ancient One said, the principle of the portal is to connect 2 points by cutting the space. Blood God only cuts the space and does not connect the points, so his spells will not interfere with each other. Therefore, his spells are so big. This move should be called space cutting, not space portal. Doom suddenly realized, so that's the case. I didn't expect the Blood God to be a magic genius. He modified spells at will? He's really audacious and he doesn't know how to live or die. Mordo was very dissatisfied and said, Master, I suggest that you forbid the Blood God from using magic, otherwise it will surely bring disaster in the future. Many mages nodded. Yes, magic is very dangerous and cannot be modified at will. Doom sneered and asked, if magic can't be modified at will, where does Camartage's magic come from? Of course, it was created by Master. Mordo looked at Doom and said, I know what you mean, but the Master is the Sorcerer Supreme and can ensure that magic will not cause any accidents. Others have no such ability. When Camartage was first built, there were several disasters caused by the modification of spells, so the seniors repeatedly warned that spells should not be easily modified. These historical books are there, you can take a look. A few disasters scared you off? If ordinary people are as cowardly as you are, it will still be the Middle Ages, and there won't even be electricity. Doom said disdainfully, for hundreds of years, Camartage has not innovated or improved at all, and has been living on the Master's legacy. Don't you feel ashamed? Everyone was furious. Doom, what did you say? To be honest. Doom stood up and said, in the beginning, I thought that Master had been in charge of Camartage for hundreds of years because she loved power, just like those emperors in the mortal world. What did you say? Hearing Doom slandering Ancient One, everyone couldn't help it. They stood up and shouted. Ancient One waved her hand and said, Doom, you continue. Yes, Master. Doom nodded and continued. However, after several months of contact, I have discovered that not only does Master not love power, but also looks forward to retirement every day. Unfortunately, her apprentices are all trash, and none of them can take on major responsibilities. Therefore, she can only use some bad means to prolong her life and continue to protect the world as the Sorcerer Supreme. Caecilius asked angrily, you call me trash? I'm not targeting you, I'm saying that everyone here is trash. Doom didn't hesitate to ridicule the group, and everyone was furious. If Ancient One was not still there, they would all be practicing martial arts on Doom. Strange couldn't help but back away, and he now regretted sitting with Doom. He knew that Doom was crazy, but he didn't know that Doom was so daring that he mocked the senior mages of Camartage. Was he not afraid of being beaten to death in the middle of the night? Am I wrong? If you weren't trash, Master would have retired and enjoyed her life long ago. Doom said arrogantly, you are the kind of trash who doesn't know you are trash. You all act arrogant and self-righteous every day, but you don't know. Without Master's protection, you are nothing. Ancient One finally spoke, and said, enough, Doom, you go out first. Yes, Master. Doom didn't object. He turned to Strange and said, let's go. I'm not going. Strange waved his hands. Is he going to leave with Doom? He still has to live in Camartage in the future. Doom didn't care about what Strange thought. He dragged him outside. The group of guys inside were all useless, only this kid still has some talent, which can be cultivated a little. Ancient One's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain, and I will train a Sorcerer Supreme to repay her. Doom thought to himself, he Doom, will pay back the favor, even if the other party is a Sorcerer Supreme and a Blood God, it is the same. Looking at Doom's back, Mordo and others gritted their teeth, and only Caecilius' eyes flashed. Prolong life using a bad method? Is this the secret of Master's ability to live for hundreds of years? Thinking of something, Caecilius suddenly felt a deep jealousy in his heart. He had been with Ancient One for decades but couldn't discover her secret. Doom had only been here for a few months, and he saw through everything. With Doom here, how can I take over as Sorcerer Supreme? Caecilius frowned deeply. If I can't become Sorcerer Supreme, how can I live forever? Everyone has their demons, and Caecilius' demon is his fear of death. The thought of dying makes him tremble. He doesn't want to die. Okay, let's continue watching the battle. Ancient One glanced at Caecilius and said to everyone. Everyone nodded, but they were still thinking about the previous things in their minds. Doom's words did make them very angry. But after calming down and thinking about it carefully, what Doom said doesn't seem to be completely unreasonable. Ancient One is not a person who loves the position of power, so why has she not given up the position of the Sorcerer Supreme? Are they really trash? In the New York harbor, Mandarin couldn't bear it anymore. He flew into the sky and shouted to Bert, Blood God, where is Felong Dragon? Felong Dragon? That's not a good name. Bert also flew up, and he said to Mandarin, how is the quality of the meat, and how long does it take to cook? How could I know? Mandarin reacted and asked in astonishment, you want to eat it? Dragon meat, who doesn't want to eat it? Bert said, I will share it with you, do you want it? Go to hell. Mandarin roared and raised his left hand. The lightning ring on his middle finger lit up, and a huge bolt of lightning slammed at Bert. It's you who will die. Bert snorted coldly, opened a portal in front of him, and all the lightning flew into the portal. Then, a portal appeared behind the Mandarin, and a bolt of lightning bombed him. Although Mandarin sensed the situation behind him, he did not move. The next moment, all the lightning was blocked by an invisible barrier and dissipated in the air. Bert said, "There is something around you. If I guess correctly, you are waiting for me to hit you myself, right?" "Yes, your speed is famous all over the world." Mandarin said, "It's just that I didn't expect you to be proficient in magic. I know more things." Bert smiled slightly, made a few similar movements with his hands, and then pushed forward hard, and a lifelike 100-meter-long blood-colored dragon roared out, with the sound of the dragon roaring fiercely towards the Mandarin. "You summoned the Xiaolao." Mandarin was stunned for a moment, then reacted, and raised his right hand. The vortex beam ring on his middle finger activated, and a huge tornado appeared out of thin air, sweeping toward the blood-colored dragon. Bert drew a circle with one hand, and a portal appeared in front of the blood-colored dragon. It flew in immediately, and appeared in front of the Mandarin. Immediately afterward, Xiaolao waved his claws and quickly attacked the air barrier. The air barrier was constantly vibrating, and there were cracks everywhere. "So spiritual, it is a dragon." Mandarin snorted, the ice blast ring on his left little finger lit up, and a huge chill enveloped the blood-colored dragon. A touch of contempt appeared on the blood-colored dragon's face, raging flames burned on his body, and all the cold air was instantly evaporated. Mandarin raised his hand and planned to use another ring. At this moment, his eyes met the eyes of Xiaolao, and he couldn't help but recall his life in his mind. The penance stare. In this life, Mandarin had innumerable sins, and his soul quickly burned. At this moment, 10 rings lit up together, preventing the dragon fire from burning the soul of Mandarin. Mandarin was jolted and suddenly woke up, but before he could do anything, 10 spatial apertures contracted, instantly cutting his barrier and body into 11 pieces. Xiaolao immediately opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 palms of Mandarin. The 10 rings struggled frantically, trying to escape from Xiaolao's body. At the same time, under the power of the 10 rings, Mandarin's body was reassembled, and as long as the 10 rings returned to his body, he would be resurrected immediately. It's quite powerful, but no matter how powerful it is, can it still be as powerful as the Space Stone? Bert sneered and covered Xiaolao with the power of the Space Stone. All the 10 rings were trapped inside and could not escape. Because the power was cut off, Mandarin's corpses spread out again and fell towards the bottom. The dragon spewed out the fire, burning the body and the soul of Mandarin to ashes. Sensing that Mandarin was dead, 10 rings completely quieted down. "Mandarin, you are very strong, but unfortunately, I am stronger." Bert said lightly. If it was a few months ago, Mandarin might really be able to fight him, but now, Mandarin is far from his opponent. Demon's blood, Space Stone, Elixir, Bert's strength has been advancing by leaps and bounds. Good. Ancient One nodded with satisfaction. Bert did not let her down, but it was not enough, he still needed to be stronger. Mandarin is dead. Such a powerful Mandarin actually died. Seeing that Mandarin was dead, extremist soldiers were terrified to the extreme and fled in all directions. Even Dr. Killian did the same. They lost this war completely. At this moment, an electric whip whistled and entangled Dr. Killian's body firmly. Yvonne raised his axe and sneered, "You want to escape, have you asked me?" Dr. Killian shouted, "Leave me alone, I can help you deal with Tony Stark." "I need your help to deal with that sissy? Also, are you worthy?" Yvonne smiled disdainfully, and with an axe, Dr. Killian's head shattered like a watermelon. This time, Dr. Killian failed to resurrect and died completely. "Yvonne, you lead the team to hunt down these extremist soldiers, don't let any of them go." Bert commanded. "Max, you take the superheroes to rescue the hostages, and the Navy is ready by the side." "Okay." Yvonne and Electro nodded at the same time. The war has ended, and only the final touch is left. Bert thought for a while and drew a small circle with his finger. The opposite of the circle was the headquarters of SHIELD. Through this circle, Bert sensed the situation over there, and when he saw the helicarrier lift off again, he couldn't help shaking his head. It seemed that they still had to rely on him. In that case, let's go shopping, just to see the ultimate masterpiece of Dr. Lizard. Bert expanded the circle, and the dragon swooped down from the sky and shuttled to the SHIELD headquarters. Then, Xiaolao unceremoniously smashed an helicarrier and then soared freely in the air. There is something wrong with the length of this dragon. After the initial panic, Pierce quickly discovered the difference between the original Xiaolao. He said excitedly, "This Xiaolao is not a complete body. We still have a chance. Black Spider-Man, transform immediately, kill that Xiaolao, and protect the helicarrier." "As you wish." Black Spider-Man shouted. His entire body swelled and deformed wildly. A few seconds later, an 8-legged giant black spider full of malice and madness appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, in the mysterious base, Dr. Lizard looked at the giant black spider that appeared on the screen, and laughed. "My strongest masterpiece has finally appeared. What about the dragon? My black spider will defeat it." Rings used by the Mandarin. Vortex beam ring, aka spin, worn on the right middle finger. The ring causes the air to move about at high speed in a vortex. The vortex can be used as an offensive weapon, as a means of levitating objects, or as a means of propelling the ring's wearer through the air. Black light ring, aka Nightbringer, worn on the right little finger. This ring allows the Mandarin to create an area of darkness, presumably using dark force energy to do so. Used it to cover the port, so nobody could know what happened on the port. Mento intensifier ring, aka the liar, worn on the left ring finger. This ring magnifies the Mandarin's Shinnick energies, allowing him to mentally manipulate the thoughts and actions of others. Electroblast ring, aka lightning, worn on the left middle finger. This ring allows the Mandarin to project blasts of electrical energy. Ice blast ring, aka Zero, worn on the left little finger. This ring allows the Mandarin to project waves of intense cold and ice, including trapping foes in ice blocks and sheaths. Other rings. Matter rearranger ring, aka Remaker, worn on the right thumb. This ring allows the Mandarin to manipulate the atomic and molecular structures of matter. However, it cannot transmute elements or affect objects encased in force or energy fields. Impact beam ring, aka Influence, worn on the right index finger. This ring allows the Mandarin to generate and project various beams of concussive force. Disintegration beam ring, aka Spectral, worn on the right ring finger. This ring allows the Mandarin to project a beam of energy capable of destroying the bonds between the atoms and molecules, causing inanimate objects to disintegrate. This ring must recharge for 20 minutes after each use. White light ring, aka Daimonic, worn on the left thumb. This ring allows the Mandarin to generate and manipulate various forms of electromagnetic energy. Flame blast ring, aka Incandescence, worn on the left index finger. This ring allows the Mandarin to project blasts of infrared to produce flame or ignite combustible materials. At the SHIELD headquarters, Sharon looked at the huge black spider, turned her head, and asked Spider-Man, who had just gotten helped out by Melinda, "Spider-Man, can you also become a big spider?" Spider-Man shook his head. "I don't have this ability, and it's too ugly to look like this." "Ugly? Spider-Man, you know, I can only maintain this form for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I will die. Since I was created, I have been a tool for fighting." Black Spider burst out laughing, and it shouted hideously, "Even if I didn't become like this, I can only live for 3 years. Spider-Man, why did you lose your blood? Without your blood, I wouldn't have been born at all." Spider-Man finally understood why the Black Spider hated him so much. He felt a little guilty and apologized weakly, "I'm sorry." Without letting the Black Spider continue, Pierce shouted, "Don't waste time. You only have 10 minutes. Hurry up and kill Xiaolao, and then kill all the other superheroes." "Okay." Black Spider couldn't disobey Pierce's order and immediately teleported to the front of the dragon, opening its mouth and spewing a large amount of venom at it. The dragon spewed out the fire, and all the venom was burnt to ashes. Immediately afterward, the dragon waved its tail and smashed hard at the Black Spider. Black Spider teleported behind Xiaolao, and its 8 legs stabbed toward Xiaolao's back like 8 sharp blades. Each sharp blade shone with a faint blue light, which represented severe poison. Xiaolao didn't evade, and directly let the 8 legs of the Black Spider pierce his back. Then, while locking the 8 legs of the Black Spider with his body, he controlled the dragon fire to gather on his back and frantically burned the Black Spider. Xiaolao is not flesh and blood, there is no vital point at all, and it is not afraid of poison. Black Spider was shocked and wanted to teleport, but because his 8 legs were locked, he couldn't escape at all. He gritted his teeth, spit venom to dissolve his 8 legs, and then teleported away from the flames. Xiaolao looked at the Black Spider that reappeared in the distance and quickly regenerated, and sneered, "Not bad, quite decisive. I will kill you. Only in this way can I prove that I have been here." Black Spider roared, and Xiaolao snorted coldly, "The idea is good, but do you have the strength?" "Of course I have." Black Spider glared at the dragon, and the 8 eyes fired lasers at the same time, and the dragon spewed out flames against the Black Spider. At the same time, Tony and others rushed to another helicarrier, frantically destroying the facilities above, and the Hydra tried their best to counterattack. "No, if it goes on like this, the helicarrier will be demolished by Tony and the others sooner or later." Pierce gritted his teeth and went to turn on the assembled machine. As he pressed the button, the machine was running at full power, and the ice light kept flashing inside the machine, and a chill spread out, making people shiver. Pierce took the remote control and quickly fled the room. Then, he instructed the Black Spider through the communicator, "Bring the dragon into the command room, the freezing machine has been activated." "Clear." Black Spider nodded, pretended to lose, and stopped firing the laser, then teleported and escaped from the fire. Immediately afterward, the Black Spider quickly fled to the command room. Xiaolao glanced at it contemptuously and lowered his head to shoot a fireball at the Winter Soldier below. Boom! Winter Soldier was directly blown away, and Steve shouted a little distressedly, "Dragon God, that's Bucky, my friend." Xiaolao sneered, "Take him quickly, and Ms. Carter is jealous." "I'm not narrow-minded," Carter said with a smile as she fired the shockwave at Winter Soldier. "Then why have you kept Sharon from seeing Steve?" Xiaolao sneered. Carter was a little embarrassed, and then rolled her eyes at Xiaolao. "Isn't that just a joke you said at that time?" When Sharon nearby heard this, she couldn't help blinking her eyes. She had long noticed that her aunt kept her from getting close to Captain America, and now she finally confirmed it. But why? Seeing that Xiaolao didn't follow him, but chatted there. Black Spider was going crazy. The script is wrong. Shouldn't Xiaolao chase after him, and then be trapped by the machine? Pierce was also shocked, and he shouted to the Black Spider, "Hurry up and bring him in, we don't have much time." "I know, but how?" My spider web can't bind it. Black Spider thought for a while and teleported, suddenly appeared behind Spider-Man, and then shot a web to catch him. Then, Black Spider brought the struggling Spider-Man and flew toward the command room. He was confident that this time the dragon will follow. You're pretty smart. Xiao Lao smiled and said to the Black Spider, forget it, let's stop playing, look into my eyes. Black Spider looked into Xiao Lao's eyes subconsciously. The next moment, he couldn't help but recall his short life, then his soul burned in a raging fire. Although the Black Spider was born not long ago, his sins are also not small. His existence itself is a sin. Is there such a move? Well, I can finally be freed. The only pity is that I didn't even live to my first birthday, and I haven't eaten pizza yet. Black Spider sighed, and its huge body fell towards the bottom. Trapped in the web, Spider-Man, whose web launcher was damaged, shouted, hey, somebody help me. I'm going to fall to my death. Seeing this, Sharon quickly controlled the glider to catch Spider-Man. Spider-Man lay on the glider and breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't help feeling a little sad when he saw the Black Spider's body. If he hadn't lost his blood, the Black Spider would never have been born, and he was the one who was sorry for the Black Spider. How could this be? Why did my Black Spider die suddenly? It's impossible. Dr. Lizard, who was running away, saw this scene and shouted in disbelief. He couldn't accept this result at all, because he didn't even know how the Black Spider died. That was his greatest masterpiece? The penance stare, that dragon actually has penance stare, how is that possible? Pierce guessed the cause of Black Spider's death, but he also couldn't understand why did the Xiao Lao have the penance stare ability of the Ghost Rider? This makes absolutely no sense. Fuck. Pierce quickly accepted the reality. He took a deep breath and fled to the basement. As long as he didn't die, he had a chance to make a comeback. Xiao Lao glanced at the office building, flew away from the helicarrier, and shouted to Tony at the same time, Tony, go and take your revenge, leave the helicarrier to me. Okay, thank you, Bert. Tony was overjoyed and immediately flew towards the office building. After a while, he blocked Pierce who was fleeing into the underground garage. Tony raised his hand at Pierce and said hatefully, Pierce, pay for my parents' lives. Kill me. Pierce raised the remote control in his hand and sneered, do you know how many people will die if I press this button? Tony sneered, you trying to scare me? I'm not. There is a freezing machine in the command room. Once activated, the entire SHIELD building will be frozen. Pierce said, this was originally used to deal with the blood god, but neither he nor the dragon god took the bait. Tony frowned, how can it be so powerful? Because there is a lot of frost giant cores in it. Pierce said, the ice power of the frost giant is all in the core. Tony scolded, don't forget, there are also your HYDRAs in the building. It is their honor to sacrifice for me. Pierce sneered, and he shouted, Iron Man, let me go, otherwise, the SHIELD agents and the vampire police in the office building will be buried with me. You are despicable. Tony snorted coldly, the back of his left hand lit up with red light, then he raised his left hand and waved towards Pierce, and the red laser flashed. Pierce along with the remote were all divided into two. This was reserved for you, Alexander Pierce. Go to hell. Tony gritted his teeth and said. Pierce fell to the ground with strong disbelief. His body was divided in two. He barely opened his mouth, and said the last sentence of his life, Hail Hydra. Death is not a pity. Tony snorted, the whole person relaxed, and the bloody revenge was finally settled. Tony thought for a while, and said on the communication channel, I killed Pierce, I'm sorry, I know I should keep him for information, but I really can't help it. The communication channel was silent at first, and then there was a burst of cheers. Good job, that bastard should have died long ago. Well done. Steve also praised, but he was a little worried in his heart. Will Tony let Bucky go with such a big hatred? Winter Soldier. Tony frowned a little, then remembered the pilots who died in his hands, and the killing intent in his heart suddenly diminished. Let's talk later. Tony shook his head and flew towards the command room, where there was still a problem to be solved. In the command room, Tony fumbled a few times and turned off the machine easily. He was about to destroy this thing when there was a sudden rumbling and an explosion occurred outside, but it was Xiao Lao's tail that smashed the helicarrier into two pieces. Bert is getting stronger and stronger. Even if all the superheroes joined forces, they are still not his opponent. There was a sudden worry in Tony's heart. This worry is not for Bert, but for all super strong people. After thinking about it, Tony decided to keep this machine. It might come in handy at a critical time. In the base, Dr. Lizard smashed the tablet in his hand bitterly. None of the two trump cards worked. At this time, the front exit arrived, and Dr. Lizard said, let's go, let's find the next one. Next time, I will design a more powerful work and kill both the blood god and the dragon god. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded, I'm sorry, you have no next time. Accompanied by this sound, a large number of unmanned battle armors flew out from the side, aiming the machine gun at Dr. Lizard and the guards. Dr. Lizard immediately raised his hands and said rudely, who are you? I can cooperate with you. Seeing that Dr. Lizard chose to surrender, the guards also put down their guns and raised their hands very wisely. Mercury walked out with a long sword and said coldly, who do you think I am? Mercury, president of Oscorp? Are you with the blood god? Dr. Lizard felt bad. He hurriedly said, I believe that even the blood god needs my wisdom, and I can help him design a lot of things. Mercury came over and said lightly, "Don't worry, the blood god told me to capture you alive." "That's good." Dr. Lizard breathed a sigh of relief and said, "President Mercury, hello, my name is..." Bang! Mercury knocked Dr. Lizard unconscious with the handle of the sword, and she laughed, "Who is interested in knowing your name?" Then, Mercury glanced at the guards and said coldly, "Kill them?" "No." The guards exclaimed, and the next moment, gunshots sounded, and all the guards fell to the ground. Mercury took out her mobile phone and dialed Bert, and said, "Blood god, we captured Dr. Lizard." Bert nodded with satisfaction, and ordered, "Very good, bring Dr. Lizard and all the useful things back to our base, in addition, destroy the corpses and traces." "Yes, blood god." Mercury put down the phone and immediately began to do so. On the New York battlefield, the extremist soldiers were eliminated one after another. At this moment, a black light flashed in front of Bert. Electra held the head of the Felong dragon and said to Bert, "Master, please accept it with a smile." Looking at the unrepentant Felong dragon, Bert nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Very good, keep this for me as a decoration." "Hey, Electra, do you feel that you have become stronger?" "I swallowed the soul of the Felong dragon with the power of the beast." Electra said excitedly, "I've only digested a little bit now, and when it's all digested, I will become much stronger." Bert frowned, devouring the soul. "Will there be any sequelae?" "This ability, of course, will have sequelae. In short, I will become more bloodthirsty and cruel. However, my soul is in the hands of the master, and the master can stop me at any time." Electra said. Her eyes were full of heat, and she planned to use this method to continue to improve her strength in the future. Bert thought for a while and said, "In the future, unless I send you out, you must always follow me." "Yes, master." Electra nodded without hesitation. Bert drew a circle with one hand and sent the faucet back to the laboratory. Then, he took out his mobile phone and called President Ellis. "President, the governments of various countries have begun to attack the agents of SHIELD. Is it over?" President Ellis replied, "It has already begun. Anyone who does not surrender will be dealt with as Hydra, and will be killed." "Very well, Pierce has been executed, and the helicarriers have been destroyed. President, you can almost hold a press conference." Bert smiled and said, "I believe that your approval rating will rise. Without you, the blood god, I would have already died at the hands of Mandarin." President Ellis said, "Blood god, when I retire in the future, I will join the Dragon God Church." Bert's eyes flickered. President Ellis may become the last president of the United States. If we want to enter the interstellar era, the Earth must be unified and peacefully unified. President, did the Vice President betray the country? Unfortunately, the Vice President betrayed the United States. He colluded with the terrorist Mandarin, intending to subvert the country's power. This is a shocking thing, but, President, to deal with Vice President alone, it's not necessary for you to use such a shocking plan, right? Many people on the internet are questioning that you are deceiving the public. A Vice President alone, naturally not. But this time I have to deal with not only the Vice President but also the Hydra. Hydra? The Hydra from World War II? Haven't they been wiped out? Not only have they not been eliminated, but they have also become very powerful, and even SHIELD has been turned into a snake shield by them. On the third day after the war, President Ellis, as promised, introduced the ins and outs of the two wars in the Trish Talk. After listening, the audience was shocked. The Vice President colluded with terrorists to kidnap the President. Isn't that too appalling? As for the fact that SHIELD was Snake Shield, the audience was not too shocked. On the one hand, SHIELD has nothing to do with most people, and on the other hand, SHIELD has a very bad reputation. I felt that SHIELD was not a good thing early on. They were Hydra, and I wasn't surprised at all. This is the idea of many viewers. They even doubted whether the aliens were deliberately introduced by SHIELD and asked the government to investigate them. In any case, SHIELD is doomed, and neither the government nor the people want to let it go. At the same time, the SWORD Bureau led by Steve Rogers officially entered the world stage, which was generally welcomed by the public. After all, Steve is the super idol they have admired since childhood. This is also the reason why Steve is in charge. In contrast, the governments of all countries except the United States are very suspicious of the SWORD Bureau. Steve has been holding meetings with the governments of various countries these days. Even he is exhausted. "I can spend the whole day fighting the enemy, but I don't want to spend a minute in this kind of meeting." Steve complained to Bert on the phone. "Bert, can you change the director? I think Carlson is good. His hair looks like a director. Are you being fair to Carlson?" Bert complained, "If it's not good, you promote Carlson to be the deputy director, and let him go to the meeting instead of you. This can be done." Steve was overjoyed. He thought of something, and said, "By the way, Hill." Bert knew what Steve was going to say, and shook his head. "Hill can't do it. The traces of fury on her mind are too heavy, and the SWORD Bureau does not need to be killed by paranoia." Steve sighed and said, "Well, by the way, Hill wanted to meet Fury." Bert said, "When I'm done with these few days, I'll take her to see Fury. I happen to have a job to give him." Steve was stunned. "Work? Didn't you say he was going to retire?" "If he wants to retire, I'd be happy to let him go, but do you think he'll really retire?" Bert sneered. "That's a natural agent. The life of an ordinary person is no different from death to him. Okay, I'll go with you then. Don't talk anymore. There's another meeting. I regret taking over the position of director. Steve sighed and hung up the phone. Bert shook his head and focused on the 10 rings in front of him. These 10 rings, now without their owner, are very calm, like 10 ornaments. Bert thought about it and put the lightning ring on his finger. After the ring was put on, it immediately lit up, and then, a force spread from the ring to Bert's soul. Bert did not stop it. The power wrapped around the left middle finger of his soul and turned into a ring. Soul binding? That alien civilization is not only a technological civilization but also a magical civilization, just like Asgard. Bert narrowed his eyes slightly, but unfortunately Mandarin was dead. Otherwise, he could bring back the alien spaceship and study it slowly. Then, Bert put on the other 9 rings. Looking at the rings on his hands, he laughed dumbly, like a nouveau riche. Bert's thoughts moved, his fingers turned into blood, and 10 rings sank into them. When the fingers recovered, all the rings disappeared. In addition to the 10 rings, this time there are many other gains. Bert silently counted. The first is the corpse of the Felong dragon, which is undoubtedly a big gain, not to mention the other. The blood alone can improve Bert's strength a lot. In addition, elixir, dragon meat, dragon heart, these are all very useful, and Dr. Stern can't wait to study them. In addition to Felong, from the Mandarin's side, Bert also harvested the perfect version of the Extremis virus. That's right, the perfect version, A.I.M's original Extremis virus plus the dragon's blood of the Felong dragon, is the perfect version of Extremis virus. There is no doubt about the power of the Extremis virus. With it, the strength of humans and vampires will be greatly improved. In addition, on the Mandarin side, Bert also gained a lot of money. The group of dog owners pooled money to compensate Bert and Iron Man to survive. This matter is mainly operated by Iron Man. With his character, he will make the big dogs bleed, and Bert will just wait for the money. Although Bert is already the richest man on Earth, no one says no to more money. This time, the compensation will be at least tens of billions. Compared to Mandarin, the harvest from the Hydra side is relatively small. Simply put, there are 3, Dr. Lizard, the Teleportation Stone, and the SWORD Bureau. Needless to say, Dr. Lizard, this guy can even study clones. He is a genius. With him in his hands, Bert can obtain a lot of high technology, or in other words, black technology. It is worth mentioning that the corpse of the Black Spider is also in Bert's hands, and it may be copied in the future. As for the Teleportation Stone, it is the stone that clairvoyant, John Garrett, took Ward to grab. There are 2 in total, and the other is in the hands of Gideon Malik. / Teleportation Stone is the Kree Monolith. The Kree Monolith was an ancient Kree construct that could transport certain individuals or objects to Maveth. / The function of the monolith is very simple. It teleports to the planet where the Inhuman Hive is located. Thousands of years ago, the Hive was exiled by this stone. Let's put this away first. The Inhuman race will be resolved sooner or later, not only on Earth but also on the Moon. Compared with the previous 2, the harvest of SWORD Bureau is more meaningful. In the future, there will be no flies flying around. Through the SWORD Bureau, my power is several times greater than before. Bert smiled slightly. After the count was completed, he stood up, drew a circle with one hand, and went to the underground of the Blood God Manor. Dr. Lizard. Bert looked at the arrogant Dr. Lizard and said with a smile, "We finally meet. Blood God, is this your attitude towards talents?" Dr. Lizard touched his head and said dissatisfiedly, "If you want me to work, you must respect me. A person like me can't please you like a pug." "No, you're wrong. I'm not going to make you work for me," Bert said. "I just want your knowledge and technology. Isn't it the same?" Dr. Lizard said, "Blood God, as long as you provide me with enough funds and materials, no matter what you want, I can help you create it." Bert said lightly, "It's different. If I want your knowledge and skills, I don't need your service, I just need to control you." "Control me? This is a waste of money." Dr. Lizard said loudly, "Puppets can't create new things, you can only control me, you can only get my previous technology. This is enough." Bert increased the output of the Purple Man virus and said, "People like you are too dangerous, I can't let you research at will, otherwise, you will sooner or later make a big disaster. Cloning technology, an improved version of Lizard Serum, and Black Spider, these are enough." Dr. Lizard said disdainfully, "I didn't expect the Blood God to be as pedantic as others. With my help, you can unify the world at any time and turn all human beings into slaves." "Why do I want slaves? You said it yourself, puppets are uncreative. What I need is a living world, not a lifeless Middle Ages." Bert smiled disdainfully. Dr. Lizard wanted to say something but suddenly sensed something was wrong. He exclaimed in surprise, "You put a virus around." "Maybe, well, shut up now," Bert said. Dr. Lizard opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say a word and looked at Bert in horror. Even lizardmen can be controlled with the Purple Man virus, but it takes a long time. "Tell me about all the technologies in detail." Bert turned on the camera and instructed Dr. Lizard. Although Dr. Lizard was reluctant, he could only obediently tell about his various research. Bert nodded with satisfaction. After verifying these technologies, he can send Dr. Lizard to hell. This guy is too dangerous to stay alive for too long. "Speaking of which, what's your name?" Bert thought of something and asked. Dr. Lizard was overjoyed. Just as he was about to tell his name, Bert waved. Needless to say, on your tombstone, I'll write Dr. Lizard. Dr. Lizard was indignant. You bastards are going too far, I just want to say my name. A few days later, in a prison of SWORD Bureau, Bert looked at Nick Fury who came out, and said with a smile, it seems that the food here is good. Fury, you are getting fat. Nothing to do, of course, I'll get fat. Fury glanced at Bert and the three of them, sat down, and asked, are you here to execute me? To execute you, do I have to wait until now? Bert said angrily, I'm here to give you a mission. Send me on a mission? Blood God, I didn't surrender to you. Fury snorted coldly, I will not work for you in this life. If you don't work, you will retire completely. Bert didn't care either. He said, I will install an electronic chip on your body. If you have any changes, I will immediately arrest you and lock you until death. Blood God, you are wrong. Hill said dissatisfiedly. Fury was relieved, someone still understood him. At this time, Hill added, you should let him hand over the embezzled money first. He is the biggest embezzler in American history. Fury looked at Hill speechlessly, and Hill scolded, what are you looking at? Do you know how I have lived for more than half a year? Since I took over as director, I haven't slept well for a day, and even my hair is about to fall out. Fury was embarrassed. Bert and Steve looked at each other and wanted to laugh a little. Sure enough, baldness is the standard for the director of SHIELD. Wait, now I'm the director. Steve thought of something and immediately touched his hair nervously. Will the super soldier serum prevent hair loss? Fury thought for a while, then turned to Bert and asked, what task are you going to give me? Bert asked, do you plan to take the mission? Fury said, I just asked, and I didn't say I would take it. Bert said, it's a very simple task, to explore the universe and obtain information. Explore the universe and get information. Hill, Steve, and Fury all looked at Bert in astonishment. They never thought that Bert would give Fury such a task. Yes, about the Mad Titan Thanos, I believe you know that he will never let Earth go, we must find out his information. Bert nodded and said, in addition, human beings will enter the interstellar age within 10 years. I want to find out the situation of the universe in advance, lest human beings go out and get their heads smashed. I agree with your idea. When it comes to business, Fury no longer has a temper. He asked, however, we don't even have a spaceship now, how can I carry out this mission? Bert said, go to Asgard. I asked Thor, Asgard has a starport, many cosmic people trade there, and with your ability to deceive, Nick Fury, it's not difficult to get a spaceship. Should I say thank you for your compliment? Fury snorted, he thought about it, and asked, how many people can I take? Bert said, Hill will follow you. For the others, you can recruit as many as you like, and bring as many as you can. Hill said dissatisfiedly, hey, when did I promise to go with him? Bert looked at Hill and asked, if you don't leave, you can only be an ordinary person in this life. Are you willing? Hill was silent, she thought for a while, and said to Fury, it's okay if you want me to leave with you, but I have to manage the account, even if it is a penny, it will be under my control. Okay, I'll take you to embezzle together and build safe houses all over the universe. Fury said happily. Steve covered his face, this bastard is unrepentant. Hill also sighed, she deeply doubted whether her decision was wrong. Then Fury asked Bert again, you have to support me with a supply of materials, including vibranium. I'll give you a small amount of vibranium. Bert said, in addition, I will give you battle armor, an extremis virus, a human body strengthening agent, and a lizard serum. Everyone was a little surprised, the blood god is so generous. Money may not be able to buy these things. The information of the universe is very important. Bert said, Nick Fury, make sure you figure it out. I understand. Fury nodded, and he said, I will try to get the information you want, but not for you, but for the Earth. That's natural. Bert thought of something, threw the pager back to Fury, and said, this is for you. Yvonne modified it. It can not only send messages to that person but also to me. Fury took the pager, looked at Bert with one eye, and asked, you actually gave this back to me, are you not afraid that I will call her back? What if she came back? Bert said lightly, do you think she will be my opponent? Bert's words made Fury silent for a while. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence. Captain Marvel was indeed strong, but Blood God was stronger. Not to mention, behind the Blood God, there is the ancient one that even the demons fears. Fury took a deep breath and asked, how long do I have to prepare? 1 month. Bert said, you can leave here now, but don't think about doing anything. SHIELD must be destroyed. I know. Fury sighed, and he asked Bert, Blood God, let me ask you for the last time, have you never thought of ruling the Earth? What's the difference between me now and ruling the Earth? Is there anything I can't do? Bert sneered, 2 years ago, I still needed to worry about you, but now, who is qualified enough to make me worry? Everyone was silent. With the current strength and power of the Blood God, even the military, who had always been tough, had to be careful in front of him. Hill said a little unhappily, you can't get me. Bert said, 100 kilograms of vibranium. Hill was stunned, and then asked, when and where? Steve and Fury glanced at Hill speechlessly. Can't you pretend you don't care? Hill was embarrassed because he had given too much. Bert stood up and said, okay, I've said all I need to say. Fury, focus on finding out information about Thanos, this bastard is very dangerous. I know. Fury nodded and said, also, I'll tell Carlson all the locations of Earth's safe houses. You certainly won't tell him all. Bert smiled and turned to leave with Steve. Fury shrugged. Of course, he have to leave some trump cards. Outside, Steve was silent for a while, and said to Bert, Bert, I want Bucky to go to the universe with Fury. Bert asked, why? Because of Tony. Yeah. Steve sighed and said, Tony said he would not kill Bucky, but Bucky should never appear in front of him. It's hard for Tony. If it were me, I wouldn't care whether the other party was controlled or not. Bert shook his head and asked, has the Winter Soldier returned to normal? Steve said, his memory has been restored, but there's still some abnormality. The attending doctor said that only Wakanda can completely solve this problem. Bert smiled and said, okay, I'll ask Eric, you can take him to Wakanda for inspection. Thanks. Steve was very grateful, suddenly thought of something, and sighed, after solving Bucky's matter, I can also concentrate on dealing with the rest of HYDRAs. I didn't expect that there are so many HYDRAs. If this goes on, I can't even think about retirement. Bert asked, it seems that there is a big discovery. We captured Pierce's confidant Jasper Sitwell. According to him, there are several leaders in Hydra, and the one who snatched the scepter in the chaos before should be one of them. Steve and Bert walked out of the prison while talking and found Natasha waiting for them at the door. Seeing Bert coming out, Natasha immediately stepped forward and said, Blood God, I want the extremis virus. Natasha. Bert instantly understood Natasha's thoughts, and said, extremis virus can indeed make up for what you are missing, but it is still unknown whether people can have children after the implantation. It's okay, Tony is researching the antidote to the extremis virus. I'll inject the extremis virus first, and heal myself, then use the antidote. At that time, I will become a normal woman. Natasha said excitedly. Bert was speechless. Okay, I'll give you the perfect version of the extremis virus. Bert said, the condition is to help verify whether people can have children or not after injecting the virus. What? Steve and Natasha looked at Bert at the same time with contempt. They didn't expect him to be such a person. Hey, what's with the look? I'm just taking some things to research. Bert said angrily, besides, people with high temperatures can't do that kind of thing at all, right? When they get excited, the temperature rises, and, it's gone. It seems to be true. Both Steve and Natasha couldn't help laughing, and Natasha said, Blood God, thank you. You're welcome, we used to be a friend anyway. Bert smiled, and Natasha asked, isn't it counted now? Bert pretended to think for a while, and said, now you don't seem to be able to reach up to me. Natasha directly gave Bert a middle finger. Steve thought of something and asked Bert, Bert, if the extremis virus works so well, I want to apply for a batch. In the battle a few days ago, many agents of the SWORD Bureau was seriously injured, some even disabled. Bert nodded and said, yes, but the perfect version of the extremis virus has some special materials added. Tony may not be able to detoxify it. The ordinary extremis virus is easy to explode. Let's study it first. Okay. Steve nodded, and Natasha said, I can't wait any longer, I'll inject now, I trust Tony. Whatever. Bert smiled, then he and the two left and returned to the underground of the Blood God Manor. After reading the information given by Bert, Reed asked in amazement, you mean to use clones for experiments? Yes, using clones for enhanced experiments. Bert nodded, and he said, I will remove the brains of clones. They will not have any consciousness from the beginning. Reed thought for a while and agreed, this is fine, but it will take time and money to complete this project. Money is not a problem. I am the richest man on Earth. As for time, the sooner the better. Bert said the planet is becoming more and more dangerous. I'm feeling it too. Reed sighed and said, I will start the experiment as soon as possible. By the way, that Dr. Lizard. Bert said, I know what you mean, but he can't stay alive. His evil wisdom is very dangerous. Oh well. Reed felt a little regretful. Dr. Lizard was a real genius, and even he had to admire the creativity of the Black Spider. After dealing with this matter, Bert returned to the manor. When Mindy saw him, she immediately shouted excitedly, Master, it's game time. You used to be a superhero, but now you've become an internet addict girl. Bert said angrily. Mindy dragged him to the game room, and said at the same time, isn't it because you asked me to play games with Hai? Soon, the two came to the large game room where Lena and Hai were waiting early in the morning. When they saw Bert coming in, they immediately shouted excitedly, Master, start the game. You guys. Bert shook his head and started the holographic projection game, and the surrounding area immediately turned into a prairie, as if it were real, and he could even sense the breeze and smell the grass. Let's start. Bert clicked in the air, and a cartoon gun appeared in the hands of the three of them. Then, a large number of cute monsters appeared around, and the three of them immediately shot at the monsters happily with their guns. Bert watched quietly. This game is a derivative of the holographic projection training space, which is quite popular among apprentices. Hella has been smiling more recently. It seems that my plan is very effective. Bert smiled, picked up the gun, and joined the battle. The three of them immediately cheered. With the help of Master, they would be able to defeat that Demparrot boss. Everything that happened here fell into the eyes of the Crowhugan, and it passed it back to Asgard, and Odin became angrier. Didn't he say that he needs to teach Hela well? Why does he take her to play games every day? What's so fun about rubbish games? Hugin sneered. God King, are you jealous? Odin said angrily, I'm jealous of him? I am a dignified king, why would I be jealous of him? Hyujin said, of course, God King, because you also want to play with Princess Hela, right? Odin denied it directly. He said angrily, nonsense, when did you become so courageous? You even dared to mock me. Hyujin said arrogantly, I am Princess Hela's pet now, not yours. I am not afraid of you. I'll take care of you when you come back. Odin said angrily, keep your eyes on Hela, don't look at that bastard who spoiled my daughter. Princess Hela will protect me. Hyujin laughed and shifted her eyes to little Hela. Looking at the smiling Hela on the screen, Odin couldn't help sighing. Hyujin was right. He wanted to play with Hela. He had not seen such a Hela for thousands of years. I'm sorry Hela. I shouldn't have let you inherit the throne of death, and I shouldn't have trained you desperately to help me conquer the world. Not sure if it's because he's getting old or not. Odin is getting more and more sentimental now. At this time, footsteps came from outside, and Odin hurriedly dissipated the light curtain. Frigga pushed open the door and walked in. She looked at Odin and asked inexplicably, Odin, why are you hiding in the study every day recently? Odin said, what do you mean by hiding? I am studying. Really? Frigga looked suspicious. At this moment, she found that Odin's eyes seemed to be a little red, and she became even more astonished. What the hell is this old guy doing? Odin hurriedly changed the topic, of course, it's true, by the way, what do you want from me? Frigga said, I want to talk to you about Thor's girlfriend Jane. She's a good girl. You shouldn't be so indifferent to her. How many years can she live? Thor goes out for a trip, and she dies of old age. Odin said, I don't agree with Thor staying with her, and letting her stay here is already my biggest concession. Frigga tried but failed to persuade Odin, so she could only leave helplessly. As soon as the door closed, Odin immediately started watching the live broadcast again. Looking at Hela who was happy, he couldn't help but let out a smirk like an old father. Frigga was stunned when she saw the smirk, then shook her head, it must be an illusion, how could the God King smirk like that? Only Thor could smirk like that. In Blood God manner, after the game, the three of them were exhausted. Bert turned off the holographic projection and said, Mindy, Lena, you will go back to school tomorrow to apply for leave. I will take you to travel around the world. Really? Mindy was overjoyed. She didn't want to go to school for a long time, and Lena asked blankly, is there any delicious food around the world? Bert said, of course there is, I guarantee you can't stop eating. Lena said excitedly, that's great, I'm going. Little Hela looked at Bert eagerly, obviously wanting to go, but when Bert looked over, she immediately looked away, pretending to not care. Bert said, hi, you also come with me, just in time to teach you history on the spot. Okay, I'll go with you too. Little Hela acted like she looked reluctant. Watching this, both Odin and Bert wanted to laugh. Traveling around the world is not an idea that Bert suddenly came up with. He had such a plan since he learned about Space Portal. If he wants to open the Space Portal, he must have a better understanding of the destination. Bert intends to travel around the world, so that no matter which country he wants to go to in the future, he can directly open a portal. On the other hand, it's time to go to Europe and deal with that bunch of self-righteous vampires. The Blood God is not only the god of North American vampires but also the god of the whole vampires on Earth. In the Oscorp building, Bert said to Mercury and Blade, you two go to Europe first. Mercury, you go to buy the hospitals in Europe, buy as many as you can, and then control the blood bank so that it doesn't fall into the hands of vampires. Blade, you take people to Europe to set up a vampire police station. Mercury said, if they don't drink blood, those vampires will rebel. Bert said lightly, how come there is no blood to drink? As long as they are willing to register with the vampire police station, they can buy the cheap and delicious blood of hope. Blade said with a smile, those vampires won't sit still, they will fight back. Then let them fight back, kill as many as they come, and I will equip you with the best weapons. Bert said coldly, clean up the opponents, and the rest will naturally be obedient. I like this saying. Blade grinned, his mouth full of white teeth very dazzling. This time, we are not negotiating like in the past, we are conquering. There is only one way for those vampires to go, and that is to obey my rules and stop sucking human blood. Bert said, you go over there first, and I will come after a while. No problem, I will kill all the vampires who dare to make trouble. Blade said, still the same, his only expertise in this life is to kill vampires. Well, bring your troops over there, don't capsize in the gutter. Bert said, in addition, Duke Damaskinos has been studying vampire genes. When you face him, you must be very careful, and don't let him plot against him. Clear. Both Blade and Mercury nodded. Mercury thought for a while and asked, is there any problem with the European government? No, they all support my approach. Bert said, they have long been dissatisfied with the smog of European vampires. Mercury nodded, that's good. Bert said, in short, don't worry about anything, and turn Europe into North America at the fastest speed. Understood? Hey, those vampires who escaped to Europe are probably going to be desperate. Blade said with a smile. Bert smiled and said, they can continue to flee, and then continue to despair. It seems that you are worthy of the name of Blood God. Blade stood up and said, I'll go back and sort it out and set off as soon as possible. By the way, is my pure vibranium sword ready?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.